Oh God, oh God. Oh God, three backs, turnkey Serrano. Oh, he's got two and a third up close. Put him in the pocket. He puts him in the pocket. And his K Serrano wants it all. Apex is picked up. He's got a killer.
Cello and Shiro.
Still time.
A 1v1. If he hits this shot, it's good. One bullet's all he's got. 9 kills comes out. No time.
Aggressive on ramp, gets out with a lot of damage. Dexter's off, got to start firing off. Only line of defense here, and Dexter holds the. Oh, that's more like it.
Twisted here, saving the day. Oh God, no way you're getting this one, JL. Good luck, have fun. Twist will not miss. Oh, he gets his gun on him.
Look at Mythos. Still strong here for MIBR. Safe to eventually get that kill on Wonderful. And this crossfire is now broken apart by Imma, who gets 3 kills in this pistol.
So even though this flank comes in and could be punishing, he's now become the flanker.
Yeah, well, Imma looking for another frag in this pistol. Not so clean on it. Eventually gets his headshot. That's 4 for Imma in this round. And JL even has a molly if required. Imma to get all 5.
And now your MP9 pinned against the wall. Techno gets cleared. 910 tries to throw his soft up into the action. Scalp after scalp, hanging on to the line. Torzy gets his back. 910 blasted. Woo! Both players off the window dead. Wow. And what do you know?
Wait, they need a plant. Oh, it's got to be right now, and they finally get it down. Nico, they find the peek on it, but 1v1, bomb plant and default.
Good shot from Jocko. Figure exit brought low by gravity. Lukowski's got the bomb spotted and gets it down again. What can you do, Jocko? Crossfire, 90-degree turn required. Oh! Go!
Not the guy you want to face. Apex tries to peel the attention away from shots. What? Apex had him in a bag, but Flammers!
Oh my God! How's he done that? Just takes the head-on collision with Spirit, says I can aim better than you, and delivers 3.
Tabson gets aggressive, punished. Only JDC up in the apartment. Pushes Nerds down low with nades out. JDC finds a headshot, and Dexter is on that clock. Tick, tick, boom. JDC has won it to time.
Safe goes back to watch the ball. Okay, the collateral comes in. Safe gets 1 bullet, 2 kills, and that breaks NAVI.
Oh, man.
Too fast.
Totally zoned into that.
All right, interesting. Turn of events here. We got a couple kills exchanged, but Monacy's in the pocket. And he's not gonna miss, man.
You had to be here, and if you weren't, we just showed you all the highlights from yesterday, day 1 of the elimination stage here at the Perfect World Shanghai Major. My name is Tech Girl. I'm going to keep you company at the start of the show, joined by Maui, Steak, and Dust, just to recap all the action that has taken place. Now, let's get into the format of this, right? It is best of ones. Love them or hate them, we can talk about how we want that format changed. It's the one we've got, and it's the one the teams have to fight through in order to make their way to that main stage and playoffs. And it is chaos when you got those best of ones. It delivers on all the upsets, and we saw that yesterday, Maui.
So many teams that we thought were tournament favorites, playoff favorites, finding an upset in the first round, the second round. Teams like G2, Spirit falling, of course, against strong opposition, but not really what we expected necessarily from some of the front runners at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the tears were certainly flowing for many 3-0 and 0-3 pickers out there as their diamond dreams came to a screeching halt, but also hope inspired on the Asian continent as Mongols now find themselves one game away from being the first ever team from the Asian continent to qualify for a major playoff.
Can we take a moment to look at these 2 zeros? Mongols, I'm not going to say I'm surprised, because to be honest, we expected them to hit a bit above their weights, but MIBR and Heroic, two names, I don't think anyone had that on their bingo card for day one.
MIBR shell-shocking NAVI in their game, and for Heroic, I feel like this is just a gradual uptick in performance. I will say, though, we've seen heartbreak in the past. 2-0 to 2-3, it's not impossible for one of those teams to face the same fate.
For you, Dust, your favorite upset of yesterday?
It's got to be the Mongols, man. It's got to be the Mongols. When Rare Adam, the hometown heroes, exited stage left in Shanghai at the opening stage, Mongols became kind of the new hope of the Asian continent in this. And again, we are in our 21st Valve Major. No playoff appearances from a team from Asia. Mongols has been the best team Asia's ever produced in the last 10 to 15 years, and they are about to do it.
No one gonna call the Furia upset? First game of the day? I thought that was a pretty fun one.
It was.
You know, Furia's kind of lost some of that luster as the plucky underdog, and at this point, our expectations of them in some way, based off of what the org is producing, based off of the players they have on the team, it's just that it's an upset in the short term. Yeah, they haven't been playing well, but like, Fury has accomplished at least 4 major playoffs at this point as an organization, and so we feel like this is what they should always be doing. So it's kind of like it's kind of a weird tone for us to be in right now, where it's like, yes, they haven't been good, but like, is this really much better than they should be?
So it's interesting that you say that, because for me, Mongols wasn't an upset yesterday. I know that there was a lot of conversation, people being like, oh, Mongols upset G2. I don't think it was an upset. I think Mongols played exactly how we expected them to play, at an extremely high level. I expected them to go through.
I did too. I mean, I had them picked in my, 8 to make playoffs. I didn't have them picked 3-0. And I do think the Mouse Sports game was a bit more of an upset than the G2 one. We know how fragile G2 can be sometimes despite their talent. But when you have a team like Mouse, who has looked so poised lately, even at Shanghai, they have looked poised throughout their first games. To see Mongols be able to pull that one off, that was something special yesterday.
I mean, this is a ridiculous question, but let's have some fun.
I wouldn't expect anything
Can
less.
the Mongols win the damn major? Can they win the whole damn thing, boys?
With how they're playing, it's hard to say no. If you take off, if you're able to beat G2, if you're able to beat Maus, that's usually how a playoff run would look. I think that a few of the big dogs need to really challenge the Mongols in a BO3 setting to really legitimize this, because at this point, like, Mongols just hit hard and fast. They had good strategies, a wealth of tactics, but the thing is, in a BO3 situation, teams can prepare a little bit more, and the Mongols are really running with the fire that they had coming in from the opening stage. It feels like actually every stage of the RMR, they've been pretty much unperturbed.
I mean, for me, playoffs are undeniable for Mongols, and I do think a semifinal run is definitely in the cards. As far as whether or not they can actually make the grand final or win the whole thing, I think it really depends on who they come up against. I feel as though teams out there like Vitality and NAVI would still be considered favorites in a series like that, despite some of the struggles NAVI have had recently. And it's hard for me to just tip them all the way over the edge. But this is the most realistic chance that the Asian continent has ever had to produce a team to have a deep run and to maybe even hoist a trophy on the first major on the Asian continent. So, I mean, it is an awesome story, and we'll definitely be following it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, they haven't dropped a map yet. Not in the opening stage, not in the elimination stage.
Last team that took a map was everybody's favorite controversial European/Asian Drillas. So all in all, I mean, they've been smooth sailing.
Smooth sailing. That's going to be a fun one to watch. But now we obviously start getting into the meat and potatoes, if you like, because the big teams now are fighting. 2 of those teams going to be facing off very soon, NAVI and Spirit. Let's talk a little bit about Spirit, though, because they were part of that Furia quote-unquote upset. Maybe just taking a little bit of time to get started?
I just don't think that Chopper always comes out with the best game plan. I don't think him and Holly have shown over the course of a year now that if Donk is not putting up transcendent performances that the tactics and strategies merit a top 3 position at this major. I think we have to temper our expectations with them because they only have one true superstar. Shiro is an incredible opper. I'm not going to put him in that superstar tier. And then really the supporting cast is sort of hit or miss. Like Zontix goes missing. Magix has had a huge fall from grace from the kind of player that he was in 2022 at Antwerp with Spirit. And Chopper himself, I mean, takes a couple of selfish positions, if I'm being completely honest, sometimes baiting his own teammates, and doesn't really have the results or statistical output to show for it.
No, I mean, yeah, look, Spirit, let's be honest, their run to the European RMR was a little bit uninspired. Yeah, they did ultimately 2-0 Sashi and Nip to get here, and so they didn't drop any mats, but you just watch those games, and the eye test is shaky, man. Like, they just don't look themselves. They look timid. They look indecisive. They're not letting Donk cut loose. Like, they're just not playing that up-tempo, confident style that I feel like they are known for whenever they win championships. And look, Donk individually has been sound, but you know you're going to get that. Shiro individually sound. Great, another guarantee I'm always going to get, but we still have this issue with where's the supporting cast? Where's Magix? Where's Zontix? Now, to Zontix credit, most games he has been good, and if he can keep trending in the right direction, that might get them where they need to be. But right now, I see a team that just does not look like the same Spirit that I'm used to.
We'll talk a bit more about Spirit because they will be our first game of the day. But for now, I want to ask, when you look at day 2, who is the team that you've got your eye on, Dust?
Ooh, day 2. You know, I mean, it's got to be MongolZ to see if they can go all the way and go 3-0. Like, I think that's the big one for me. Like, they have a very realistic opponent up against them to be able to do it as well. They're going to be playing heroic, and they do look fiery hot. But I think it's actually just kind of neat that no matter who wins that, it's going to be a 3-0 team. And I know some people kind of like hopiumed a MongolZ 3-0 run, but realistically, we didn't really see that coming. So the fact that one of those two teams will go 3-0 is actually really impressive.
How about you, Maui?
I'm curious if MIBR just had one good day in the office, because I feel like I look at them and I like MIBR a lot, don't get me wrong. Like, I think Insani, Lukowski, I think that's a brilliant and explosive duo for their team. I think Drop is actually an incredibly solid supportive piece and in-game leader, but I also don't know if they really have what it takes in consistent BO3s without surprise factor to actually take down teams that are now going to be game planning for them. Like, this is a team that, like, I thought maybe in 6 months' time we'll talk about maybe a playoff run at an S-tier tournament. I didn't know that it was going to gel this quickly.
MIBR is actually facing off against Vitality. That is going to be their fight to try and make it 3-0 into the playoffs. They'll be on the B stream. Let's take a look now at that schedule. Obviously, 2 concurrent streams running. And like I mentioned, the MIBR Vitality game is there. Mouse versus FaZe, Furia versus Liquid. Damn, there are some bangers happening on that other stream.
Is this the A stream or the B stream?
That's the B stream.
No, actually, these are fire. I mean, with the exception of the very last game, an 0-2 bout between Big and Pain, this is just star-studded talent. This is how you know you're at a major. Like, we've got legacy organizations all competing against each other to see who goes up and who goes down.
I mean, it is a big pain that all those are on the big stream and that we're not going to get a chance to look at them. I'm going to just say it like that.
Well done.
That looks pretty dang good. I'm not going to lie.
It's not all sad and miserable.
It's not.
We have some banging games. Let's take a look at our stream. Wow, what a way to start the day, Dust. Just complaining about it. We have Spirit. Look at this mix. Like, we also have that GamerLegion Wildcard elimination game, and then of course MongolZ heroic at the end of the day for Yanko, Blair, and Richard. That's going to be a damn. This is fire. I mean, this is just Counter-Strike at its highest level. I am so stoked. I know that we have 2 screens running in the green room so we can keep track of everything. It's just the most chaotic time. I'm sure at home you probably got your dual screen set up as well to watch all the action.
My short-term memory can't actually keep up with watching 2 streams at the same time. I'm going to have to try to focus on our games, because when I was getting lost in the sauce on NAVI Liquid yesterday trying to watch that on the B stream, I feel like I just couldn't even follow how good MongolZ really were beating G2 at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, we start strong and finish strong on the schedule, that's for damn sure. I mean, kicking things off with NAVI Spirit, 2 domestic rivals going up against each other for a chance to get to that 2-1 game to try to go to the playoffs tomorrow, and then we finish strong with that MongolZ heroic game.
NAVI, they are the current major winners. They're holding that title. They came in as favorites. It was shaky against MIBR yesterday. 9 rounds uncontested. I'm concerned. I mean, coming into this as well, I'll just say it, when we saw them at the Blast World Finals, they didn't look very good either. Has the momentum dropped? You can't keep the same high level that gets you into every single final for as long as they have.
They got blindsided. They didn't expect that Inferno was going to be coming in against them. Blade talked about it in a post-game interview, and so for MIBR, they caught him by surprise. Unfortunately, that was enough to actually keep Navi off kilter, and so when it comes to Navi, though, like moving forward at this tournament, it's championship or bust for these guys. Like, they're not looking back at that one saying, they're just saying that's a single bad map, a single good map for Insani, practically.
I mean, here's the thing about Navi, right? Prior to that World Finals thing that we're talking about, where everything came to a screeching halt, this team attended 6 straight finals and won 3 of them. You've already mentioned they're the reigning world champion. They are another title away, if they can do it here in Shanghai, from having their own era. And they've done it their own way, which is what's been so impressive. They have created a team dynamic that not many other squads have, where they have a rifling core where every single one of them can be entries, every single one of them can be playmakers on the edges of the map. They have an equal distribution of opening tips on the T side. Not many other teams have done that. And in fact, they've inspired future teams. They inspired Passion UA to play that style. They've inspired the evolution of MongolZ, I think, with Benzino to play a role like that. And so the fact that they've had that much impact on the international scene, I just feel like there's still something there to me, even if they've been shaky lately.
Does it help or hinder them, the fact that Navi is a team that does not have that one superstar? They don't have a Donk, they don't have a Zywoo, they have 5 players that all need to perform at the highest possible level in order to achieve.
It's completely a hindrance. I mean, you look at players like Donk, like m0NESY, like Zywoo, and what I would consider all 3 of them are, for their in-game leader, for their coach, a strategic luxury. You don't necessarily have to devise the best plan. You don't have to come up with the best counters for your opponent if you have players who, regardless of the situation or what they are thrust in or how bad the numbers disadvantage looks in their favor mechanically, they will hit the shot. But for Navi, everything does need to come together in a perfect union in some ways. They need to actually have good preparation for the matchups. When they don't, then they get humiliated by teams like MIBR, who look like they knew what was going to be happening every single round, and Navi was playing on the back foot for that game.
I mean, you can certainly make the argument that not having a top 3 player in the world on your squad is going to always kind of set you back, but the proof is in the pudding when you make 6 finals in a row and win 3 of them with the team that you've got. And the fact is that they're just so damn versatile. And while they may not have a top 3 player in the world, I guarantee you that at least 2 of their players are top 10 candidates, and one of them was almost top 5. And depending on how the rest of this major plays out, that certainly could shuffle them back up the cards. And so look, yeah, they may not have a Donk, yeah, they may not have a m0NESY, they may not have a Zywoo, but they have a squad that is better than the sum of its parts and has done incredible things throughout the course of this year.
Who are those 2 players you mentioned?
I think Bit and JL are like right there. Like, they're definitely top 10 players in the world for the year. I think at times they have breached, maybe approaching top 5, and I think depending on how this major finishes, we'll see where the cards fall.
JL, though, obviously has to do a lot better here. JL, day 1, that's not the JL we know from the last major. The reigning major MVP, he needs to be able to show a different face on this one. Clearly, MIBR were prepared for him, and that is another danger of reaching so many consecutive finals. People are studying you. You were right, Dust. I mean, people are looking at people like JL, and they're saying, okay, what is he doing? What is he able to accomplish with the utility and teamwork around him to be the star that he was at that previous major? Look at the jump in stats, or at least the fall in stats, actually, from what he was doing. Sure, it's a single game so far, or it's a single day so far. It's 2 BO1s, but that wasn't a hindrance to JL in the past. He was good in BO1s before, and now with how he has been performing against some of the teams that have come up so far, this is the problem. Like, when Tech Girl, you ask about, do they need a star player? JL is supposed to be a star player. It's just that he's a studied star player that doesn't necessarily have the mechanics when the system isn't behooving him.
Talking about a star player, of course, on the side of Spirit, you have Donk in conversation for being one of the best players of the year. Here's my hot take.
Go on.
Okay.
Spirit has been so damn inconsistent that I think that the team might be overhyped.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's hard to disagree with you just because how sporadic their results have been. Like, yes, there have been times whenever they have been able to win titles, but they've kind of been at smaller tournaments, if we're honest with you. And then at some of the big tournaments, you know, like Cologne, they went out 13-16. At EPL, they went only top 8. You know, this is a team that's supposed to be consistently fighting for a top 5 position. And so results like that do certainly throw a spanner in the works with their legacy. But I'm going to tell you this about Donk. This is a special player, unlike any we have really seen before. Yes, we've had people like Simple Purple and ZWoo make the GOAT arguments, but not from the same role that Donk is doing. He's doing it from an entry fragger role, one of the most thankless and hardest positions in the game that requires fearlessness, it requires first bullet accuracy, it requires consistent mechanics, and he has delivered at a high impact level. But here's what I want to say to you about the inconsistency thing, is that, like, let this guy loose. Like, I've seen them be way too timid throughout this tournament. There's a famous line from one of my favorite bands: disrespect your surroundings. Let this guy go disrespect other teams, and he will help make things happen.
I disagree.
Okay.
I think that this is like a really good juxtaposition on both sides. You have NAVI, who doesn't have a standout player, but shows what 5 players that work together as a team and perform at their highest level can do, versus Spirit, where I honestly believe even if you let Donk run wild, the other parts have to do something, and I think a lot of the time they don't.
It's tough for Spirit to activate the rest of the players on the team regularly, whether that comes from the individuals themselves versus the system. I think that's still up for debate. The jury's still out on that question. And for me, when it comes to Spirit, I will say, yes, they don't always capture the trophies at the biggest events. The only playoff they did miss this entire year was Cologne, by the way.
Right.
So like, they're making it into the playoffs. It's just that they're not necessarily always putting up the best fight once they get into those positions. And I will say, I think that one of the biggest floors, or the reason the floor is so low for the team in general, is actually Chopper and Holly. I just sometimes the vetoes have done them dirty in the past, and now that we're getting into this one, Dust, I feel like, Spirit already got Dust 2 out of the way. They said, okay, we didn't like that Fury matchup whatsoever, and so we're not going to be handling that. I mean, Mirage would almost give Navi the pick that they want the most, and so I think Spirit has to be banning out. They actually give him it. Wow. I'm a little surprised they actually gave him Mirage. Wow.
I'm interested in this too because, these teams have never played a best of 1 against each other throughout the course of this year. It's always been best of 3s, and Spirit own 4 of the 5 best of 3s. They are up 9-5 in maps, and they have played each other on Mirage 4 times now, and is a 2-2 split at the moment. But here's the big thing that's different right now, Maui. Navi have looked a little shaky on Mirage lately, if we're honest with you. It was the map that failed them at the Blast World Final multiple times. This is a team that used to be considered one of the best in the world.
They were the best.
They were the best. I mean, you could make arguments for Mouse Sports and Vitality, I think, too, as being top candidates, but they were the kings. They were the masters of Mirage. Yet, there has been a stumbling block. And not only are they losses, my issue is that they're complete fall aparts against teams like Astralis and Furia that they should have no business losing to. And it came because of a team with so much skill, they were getting dunked on the CT side. It was wild stuff. So this could be interesting because Spirit has looked kind of sharp on Mirage throughout their time in Shanghai.
The Spirit conversation, I suppose, also needs to take into account how young this roster is, and the experience that comes with time in the server could also be playing a role. Hopefully, the time that they've had this year, while they've made all those playoffs, has allowed them to gain some experience as a team, which could benefit them in a situation here where you're playing Navi on Mirage.
In a weird way, I think the experience that they have playing in a live environment versus Navi is going to benefit them more than any kind of break, because obviously the break and the experience that they got this year did not help them versus Furia. In fact, it didn't even seem like they even knew what they were doing in the server whatsoever versus a fallen masterclass, all things considered. I will say, though, at the end of the day, I have this as Navi favored. I know it seems like Spirit are up on the uptick on this map in particular. Maybe Navi have stagnated. Other teams are catching up to them. But I still think that the reigning major champs are going to be taking this one.
I mean, I think Navi have the biggest playbook of the two teams. Like, they have the more win conditions as far as, hey, if plan A is not working, I got plan B, I got plan C, I got this execute we can try, I got this opening that we can do. They have a lot of different variations where I feel like Spirit's a little more one note, where they can kind of just get bogged down and having to rely on aggressive strategies, having to rely on Donk to create openings. The only good thing that has helped Navi, I think, this tournament is that Zontix has been there. This is the guy that we've questioned time and time again, because when Zontix becomes the third fragger on this team next to Shiro and Donk, this team becomes its most dangerous. I have seen signs of that from Zontix throughout his time in Shanghai. If he keeps that up...
On one map. He was only good on one,
there was
right?
several maps he's played well on. I'm going to disagree with you on that one.
Oh, that's the RMR.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about their entire time in Shanghai.
Talking about the RMR.
Yeah, I'm not going to go off one day. But either way, I think you're right, Navi's favored, but I would not be surprised if Spirit make this interesting.
Navi versus Spirit. Some of the best in the world are about to clash in a best of 1 on Mirage. Damn, I love the major.
And we do too. I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall. CT start for NAVI. Team Spirit on the attack, and it looks like it's going to have some complex utility involved. Magix and Chopper equipped as we get ourselves started with another day of play at the elimination stage.
Double nades on the CT side is a curious one. Emma and Alexi equipped with those. Currently on the other side of the map is Alexi towards B. Emma in window bit. He's playing full retake ticket. We just saw there on the cam. He's completely tucked. So feels to me like NAVI are prepared for an A execute that's impending.
Yeah,
they
first
explored
test.
mid, nobody home.
Emma spots and has nothing to report. Here comes Util. That's the first bit of info for NAVI to react to. JL needs to get into a position to assist. Jameis calling it could be a fake. They didn't see anything before the smokes bloom. HE available for the break. Here it comes. That's the HE clear. Spots out Zontix. He hits his shot as well. Good start. Could be a flashbang from Alexi. Next step. Yeah, flies through. Bit set up, but unable to deliver. There's JL. Down to Doc. Double from him. And they're in. They had the idea. They had the strategy. Individuals lacking. And Donk quite the opposite. A triple from him on the Glock. And make it 4. Plucks Alexi from the skies. He's online.
He's going to be necessary to pick up this win against NAVI today. It's not every day that you see HEs on pistol rounds to clear smoke. So look, I'm not sure if that was the initial intention or not, but Emma used it to great success to find the opener, catching Zontix well off guard. Now look at the investment into the second round from Team Spirit. They have gone, I was going to say 4 Mac 10s, but Shiro thinking better of that will sell back and go into the Galil. It's probably the better of the options. You don't want to be rocking too many of those SMGs, especially if you're expecting to be up against a full eco. But that one came down to bit, didn't it? Tucked in, had the dual Berettas, started to unload. First bullet didn't land. After that, it was just click as fast as you can and hope that something connects.
Well, that's what, you know, the Donk effect. As we watch him rack up another multi. We've heard it from multiple players that you can hear him coming, and if you don't hit your first bullet, you're probably going to be losing that duel.
Yeah, I think if Donk is in fine form, right, this is your biggest win condition for Spirit.
Yes.
Because I think if we're looking truly at their approach to the game, it's pretty flat.
We cast that dust 2 yesterday, Chad, and it was uninspiring, in a word.
Yes, the players that we were talking about in the first half finding more impact was Chopper and Magix on MP9s, and then Shiro got activated a little bit on the AWP. Donk tried his hand at double AWPing. It was definitely not Counter-Strike to be proud of for Spirit to start the major. But still early stages. You're in the best of ones. You don't go through, you don't go home, and we're into rifle round number 1. 2 SMGs. Bit and Alexi having to wield those. A clear of the smoke onto Emma. He jumps.
Didn't get spotted, and Donk overlooks him. That jump may very well have led to an opening kill. Keeps his toes unavailable. Donk overcommits through the smoke he broke. A false sense of security, and Emma gets away. So that's a lovely opening for Navi's first gun.
Yeah, and Emma's going to be a key component for Navi's defense. It's one of the maps where he can really spread his wings. So number disadvantage. Team Spirit with over a minute left on the clock looking to retool. Bomb down top mid, so have no idea about the finish just yet. Searching over towards B with the SMG will be that as Zontix. You can see Alexi on the jump spot. Out towards the top mid box is going to be Chopper. Still has a smoke for window that he could deploy, and coming in through the underpass in the coffin of Donk is Magix. So
nice.
Just searching, seeing if they can find a way in Spirit at the moment. 45 seconds.
Enjoyed watching the proactivity there. After taking a man advantage, they don't just rest on their laurels. They group up. Bit and Wonderful escort Bit in towards the Palace position. Actually, Shiro's knife out there late. So Bit in a prime position to essentially make this a 3 versus 5 if Shiro commits.
Is there chaos elsewhere on the map? He's got pistol in hand.
Oh! Great headshot adjustment. Bit goes down. Galil the MP9 now. A chance for Wonderful. He's let it go! And he's lost his life. This round is slipping through their fingers. Imes started off with a frag onto Donk. If they can't convert this, oh, nice fire through
10
the smoke.
seconds.
Punished though. Chopper gets him. Magix has to plant, and he hits the shot.
This time.
1 second left in the plant, but Shiro. And look at that damage inflicted. That's a couple of players from NAVI just not finishing their frag. Donk goes down, and he watches his team convert a man disadvantage.
Damn, well done there. Look, Shiro getting the kill in towards Palace. You don't feel that's the end of the world. It's wonderful not being able to connect a single kill. And as they spring through connect and not looking his way, so tracking poor from Wonderful.
Ugh.
That was the difference maker right there. And Shiro, I enjoy this. He's spotted in Palace. They know he's dinked. He doesn't continue through Palace. He's the late piece back through middle, dealing with Alexi. Yeah. So good play from Shiro as well there.
Impressed from Magix as well when he's not panicking at 7 seconds on the bomb. He swings CT first, not rushing to get that bomb down and getting overrun or denied. So individuals from Spirit playing well. We've got a 3-0 start. Na'Vi, I mean, they just can't afford to have another bad day individually.
Well, this is one of the points that the desk was just making in terms of playbook. Very deep for the likes of Na'Vi. So once you get into the best of threes, obviously opponents will be the biggest conversation point, but you can see them battling themselves back. Like if they do end up in a 1-2 category after today, they're still, in my mind, I wouldn't say a lock at that point, but one of the more favored names to be able to grind back in out of everybody in the tournament.
Yeah, fair.
So this is still just establishing how difficult the road to the playoffs is going to be, and for Spirit, a win here, I think, means more in the context of the overall tournament than Na'Vi potentially. But a missed smoke highlighted by the Ops team. Up through connector.
He'll just use it. He'll say, okay, no smoke, I'll just take the jewel. Anyone dare try and punish that?
It's curious, JL with a diffuse kit into this round, so they will vie for this one, Na'Vi.
Oh, well played. Lexi B.
Oh, another dink. Zonzik downs to 2. Great output.
Imma's dig tested. He's done more damage onto Imma. He still lives at 17 HP and now can, have a shot. A little bit of an opportunity to deny Zontix with that bomb plant. Awkward now, you're all channeled into one choke point. Shiro has the cross, doesn't have the bullets. JL returns with the headshot through. Magix has Zontix cross. Not going to be easy to close these gaps. Bit does well, gets through the site, but there's Zontix despite the low HP. They can't find him, they can't finish him. 4 for Spirit, a threatening one with the pistols from Na'Vi.
Yeah, wobbly at moments. We're back into the guns. Wonderful gets to bring out his AWP, and we covered off Na'Vi's opener yesterday. It was on Nuke against Liquid, and they were also put through their paces, but Wonderful got off to a flyer with the pistol round. We saw plenty of moments where Blade was getting on the mic for the timeouts. If you missed the MIBR match against Na'Vi, go and check it out, especially the first half of play, because JL, far left of your screen, he was copying a lot of conversations directly from Blade. Insani had his number. He was the king of banana. He was possessed. It was a god mode first half performance. He was just surging forward round after round, dismantling Na'Vi, and eventually MIBR picked up that victory to put themselves in the 2-0 column.
Crazy
shock upsets of the day. Yes, but when you get Na'Vi, a team who is as mentally strong as they are, they knew that they could bring that back.
Right.
It was a couple of clutches that Alexi was unable to convert. Imma as well in the final throws are things that were some of the difference makers. But here we go, Na'Vi. Timeout taken. Blade on the mic. Rifles back in hand. They need a round.
Wonderful start short side. A two-man adventure towards the underpass.
Yeah, this is the head-to-head, right? So basically, Imma versus Donk. Obviously, they're not the only mid-space takers or mid-defenders. But it's going to be what type of moves. And we've already seen Imma go aggressive towards underpass and win out that duel this time. Oh, dear.
Oh, you gotta
dear.
hit those.
That's 0 and 5 for Wonderful now.
Nice response. Alexi gets away with that one. Weathers the flame to keep it 4 on 4, but Wonderful, after a timeout, after being positioned on B and getting tested, he loses it.
And now the all-powder play for Na'Vi.
JL Alexi partnering up. If they go for a boost, though, Zontix could catch this. It depends how they do it. They're doing it safely, so they can peek around the corner. Now they know, Zontix, if you're brave, you could catch a timing. Spots the leg. Ooh, JL response. Donk will trade. Alexi down. B-side open for business. Imma sure catches Donk from connector. But the rotation, it's about parkour, and he can't nail the movement. Now Chopper could punish this. Both of them are oh, my God. Defending major champion.
Comedy of errors right there, getting a bit of a laugh from the crowd.
Pedestrian Counter-Strike movement. At least for a professional. Bang, Shiro, comfortable, onto Bit. They know where you're coming from. Imma, down to Chopper. Okay, timeout 2. What do we do?
Nah, well, right now you're going to have to take another partial buy, so I don't think the timeout would be worth it right now for Na'Vi.
You can talk during this one.
Yeah, exactly. And it's more just about waking up. You saw JL with his Stewie cosplay yesterday, saying he's not a fan of the morning games, but then also not a fan of the evening games. So
just not a fan of games.
No, apparently not. And he needs to be the impact man. Because one of the keys for NAVI, right, they won the major, start of the year. Well, not really start of the year, was it? Let's just go with first major of the year.
Yep.
And it was a team effort. But then since then, it's been individuals putting themselves in the shop window, right? And not to be bought, just to be looked at. Oh, JL can have a game. Wonderful can have a game. Bit can go huge. Imma's back. Well, you need those players online and online now, as there will be some investments. Imma, the hero M4, bit back with the MP9 that betrayed him in Palace.
He's got a different angle this time.
Yeah, a few rounds ago.
Very B-centric to start for Spirit.
Lexi can block. There's the incendiary. Doesn't throw it out just yet, even though he's under pressure.
Steps ahead by Donk, trying to make a move, and make a move he does. This is so aggressive, and yeah, from behind, JL just whittles away at Donk. Zontic's gone 2 to him. Magic's forced away by the incendiary bomb, now on Alexi B's turf. Alexi's got to be very cautious of the angles he plays. Magix makes no secret of his occupation of apartments. Chopper is the disconnected piece.
A boost to get the van pick.
Wow, okay. Nice idea. They're trying to piece it together. Bit comes straight into the crosshairs of Chopper. There's no pivot, though.
You have to win this one,
Navi. Just a way to claw it back. They have to convert. Chopper swatted by Wonderful. Now they're going to have to be drawing attention. Magix is still a threat. This can all fall apart at the drop of a hat.
15.
And Chopper is still a problem. Image pulled apart. Now Magix will activate. 10 seconds and NAVI crumble. Magic's low HP. JL has the angle, should be good for it. And NAVI just need one more onto Shiro. They have weathered the storm and Spirit into the B site. JL to get credited for that. A triple kill and an AWP for Wonderful.
Yeah, just as we were saying, he needs to find a bit of impact. Put in the pocket yesterday, as we discussed against MIBR. Today is his chance to find some redemption. Necessary redemption, as it will force a first tactical timeout from Spirit.
Do you think Donk's getting a slap on the wrist there?
Now, I'm curious, right? Because it feels like he was given the liberty to search and look for the fights. So if you're going to give him the space to do so, yeah, but there needs to be some follow-through behind it. And maybe it was not calmed. Maybe he went too quick. It was a crazy move for him just to jump into the window and try and search out that van fight. That was the freebie. Look at this for JL. He's had more, not even going for headshots in that moment right there. So yeah, with what we've got on our screen, it does look like a massive misplay from Donk.
Yeah, and at that point, it's Zontix who has bomb, feels he has to, compelled to trade.
It's the right idea from Zontix, right? Like, especially with how many players were committed towards that B apartments. Not the end of the world. Finances are still there for a residual buy. Team Spirit. If they can avoid letting NAVI get consecutive rounds, then no problem. Actually, maybe better.
I'm interested to know if Alexi B goes for the same kind of jump spots for info when he knows it's potentially an AWP in play.
This, again, you touched on it. It looks like another B-centric moment. There's nothing middle at the moment. There's nothing over towards A whatsoever. And right now, NAVI are really battening down the hatches towards middle. Surging forward is Imma. Alexi with the block because of how quiet it is.
They've seen enough. Magix gets closer. Shiro leaves with the AWP to try and show presence elsewhere. Towards middle. JL active on this. He could go down. Is he just welcoming an aim duel? Brave. Ooh, info. Spots out Chopper, gets away safely. Doesn't commit to the fight.
Now they're postured for a B split. Bombing the B apartments. Sprawling for the mid control. They want to wrap up Cat. They have to deal with JL in the ladder room. And this smoke, ooh, that's going to cause some issues. They can waltz on through.
Oh, JL. They know where you are. Lick of the flame finds him. Chopper walks straight through, finding this gap. A break of the smoke, not going to achieve too much. Chopper, an easy frag. Alexi B's in so much trouble. Surrounded on all fronts. Nice headshot, finds Magix. Donk down to Immet. Zontix in.
Whoa, what happened there?
Shiro missed shot. Immet trying to duel with him with a USP versus a Glock. What is going on? Bit through. Miss from Wonderful. Oh, it's just looking messy from NAVI. And Wonderful just tasked with saving his AWP.
Yeah, the polish isn't there at the moment. Like, JL with that smoke, that caused him more issues than it was worth. You could see the panic, then he gets the tickle of the flames on the feet, drops the nade for the clear, and Wonderful might lose everything.
This hunt from Shiro is ahead of Wonderful's expectations. Baits the shot, though. Little less comfortable now for Shiro, given the low HP and a 5-7 on Wonderful, but he's got support. The whole team's coming. Glock, double kill from Shiro with a Glock.
That
spirit flowing.
Duel in middle between Imma and Shiro looked very awkward as well. So this was the opening incision. Okay, so that's what happened. He ran out of ammo because he was spamming the smoke. So when he was taking the fight after the first kill with Shiro, had to go to the pistol. And yeah, the individuals for NAVI, that's what's lacking right now. Yeah. I think it's maybe more decision making. For Wonderful, it's the hitting of shots. That's a missed window smoke. It's a big nade.
He's still pushing. Oh, wow. Good damage, in trouble. He's committed to this, and he loses his life.
Feels like they're trying to force the issue a little bit.
Empty-handed. Every round we've seen Bit go for some sort of early map control.
He's 1 and 8.
Was hyper aggressive.
And he's on his own. Like, there's no ability to trade. If that play doesn't stick, now they're in a number disadvantage for 1 minute and 30 seconds. So NAVI, this is it's a miserable looking Counter-Strike right now. Is not for Chopper. 10-2, another one.
Uh-oh. Oh, Imma's got no bullets. There's 3 of them there.
They're just not hitting any shots. Like, look at it.
Oh. It's got me pulling a Listerine face.
Yeah, right now, this is tough to explain.
I imagine for an in-game leader on Mirage CT side, playing the B site, sometimes you're just reading that kill feed and you're trying to piece together what the hell just went wrong.
Well, there's a big conversation that'll happen until the end of time, right? You look at Apex, who plays Connector. Then you look at other in-game leaders who have to be choose to be the B defender because it tends to be one of the positions that, yeah, you can just jump spot, drop a defensive smoke, whereas you want to put your stronger riflers in key positions to take those duels.
Sure.
But yeah, to your point, it's harder to read the game if your riflers, who you entrust to be in those positions, aren't doing what they need to be doing. At the moment, Imma's been okay, JL as well, but Wonderful's not hitting a shot, and your A anchor of Bit is not doing anything either. So you are in a lot of trouble, and I feel like that's an understatement. The fact that the score is 7-1, everybody's lost their hands on NAVI, left him in the hotel room or something. They are just scrambling for rounds at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that MIBR results rocked them. Their confidence gone. We know how integral that is.
If anybody's confidence from that should have been gone, it would have been JL's. Like, he got absolutely bullied, but he's the one who actually had the impact in the one round they've won so far.
They're not really taking their foot off of the aggressive gas pedal. Here they go, searching top mid, threatens it. Magix and Donk actually have been summoned back. They started on an A lean. Magix throws out the window.
It feels like what happens with these openers, because they've had it heavy towards B as well. It's like, all right, let's go to a position where if we see what we want to see, if we find what we want to find, we can hit the accelerator, execute behind this, go. If we don't, we can still drop back and just do a late default, late map control. What's the rush?
The 50 seconds.
Yeah, and the last piece of block utility has been used. Obviously, this is not a full investment from NAVI. Still a round they'd love to win.
Got close last time on a lesser bite.
Imma will be able to assist this A defense. Bit has the rifle. Tucked into the site. Default box. Here they come.
Molotov stomps his contributions from the stairs. Bit to be tested, needs his frag, needs one, gets it. Can he get a second? Just as he looks away, Zontic strikes. Donk going for a plant.
10 seconds.
Likely to be denied here. Donk needs to get killed instead, and he does! Oh, and Magix as well!
Just live. It's gonna be close.
I think he's got time. Donk gets the bomb down, now the 1v1 emerges. It's JL versus Donk. This is really for NAVI just to get their teeth back into this game. JL needs to come up clutch. Reigning major MVP versus Donk. A fake. Donk prepares for the swing, and JL delivers! In the absence of some of his other teammates, he shakes his head as he picks up a must-win clutch.
Must win's the key right at the moment. Feels like 7-5 is mandatory for NAVI to be in this, just with how shaky, how wobbly this is looking. And that one there coming down to the wire, last second plant coming through for Donk.
We've seen a couple of those, you know, Magic's with a 7-second fight, CT gets the bomb down, they win the round. These, like you were just talking about, where they have this game plan, and if it's good, they go. If not, they go slow, later default. If they can get these late finishes consistent, which it seems that Spirit have been, it works. It works very well. You just have to be able to make quick, you know, split-second decision-making at the end of the round.
And it feels like there's less risk at the moment with going for that, just because of how many rounds that you have. But if you look at the pistol round where they got the opening kill, then couldn't convert because Donk got 4, then the round that you just highlighted with Magic's and this one here, those are the type of rounds that can completely change the flow of the game. The thing that still is kind of standing out and slapping me at the face within this best of one is the sheer lack of individual prowess from NAVI.
Yeah.
Right, these players who have been building a name for themselves to be like, oh, we can put star stock in you, is just not here right now. Wonderful 1 and 8. Bit just got his second kill in that round. So once those two, if those two find themselves, we might be able to get a map on our hands. But so far, Spirit in full control of this one. Consecutive rounds a must. I said it before, I'll say it again for NAVI.
Bit might be handed a 10th death. Donk delayed. Wonderful. Smokes him off. Minimal resistance in mid. Missed Molotov. Pressure onto Con. JL, the short player, and Shiro. Oh, that was the bomb. Yeah, he's going to have to back away. They concede ramp control. Zontix and Donk want to push Palace, though, and Chopper's opened up Ime. This is a horrible pincer movement. You're getting surrounded from every side. Big in a whole lot of trouble. Hot water. Missed shot again. Oh, it's falling apart for NAVI. Keeping it simple into the A site.
And Alexi just has to save.
He's been here before. We've seen this before.
Yeah, I was just having a quick look. It's not like opening kills have only been going one way. NAVI have had their fair share. It's really not about that. It's, again, there's another situation where they have a chance, an opening duel, they get drawn into that Shiro fight and then swarmed from all angles. Ima loses the fight in connector. Then they come out of Palace. You know that Shiro is a ramp. You're quite truly boxed in, and if you can't fight your way out, you are going down. Alexi might not even be able to hold on to this. They have him surrounded, and Chopper, well, he's going to be the first man in off the back of the nade. The jumping AK will be traded by Donk, and they lose everything. 2 rounds left in this first half of play. And NAVI looking like shadows of themselves in Shanghai.
Control from Zontix as well. We've seen his name in the feed an awful lot. That's his 8th. Almost on par with Donk and Chopper, who's having a great start.
Oh, they've won a round like this before, Alex.
Yeah, another one of these, though.
Actually, both of the rounds they've won were not fully bought rounds.
Miss window.
I don't even care at this point. Does it matter?
Hasn't.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Like, we'll highlight it. Doesn't matter. It's not costing them anything. More of the same from Spirit. But so far, I think this is one of those factors that if your in-game leader is having a really good game and is able to find the space that he's looking for, the calls can follow. You as an in-game leader can have a great game calling and not find any frags. That feels good, but finding kills and then being able to call off the back of that because you're feeling the flow state of the game, that's the recipe that most in-game leaders dream of.
I wonder if Chopper's going to sell something with this. He's like B apartments completely alone. The rest of his team are ready A.
they don't really have time to pivot back anymore. It would be very touch and go.
Well, he's been spotted, so now he's just going to sow seeds of doubt, make some steps. Imer not buying it. He's pivoting CT on the loss of bit, and they're walking into the A site. No resistance available. And Imer Deeg, rotation held by Dog. JL dead. Oh, he gets them both on rotation. A simple and well-structured round from Spirit. Na'Vi are getting thrown around Mirage right now.
This is not the Spirit that we saw against Furia in the opening game.
It's not.
This is one that looks a whole lot more decisive. They feel like they actually have their feet under them. Against Furia, they were made to look foolish. Dust 2.
God, Dust 2.
Yeah, just showing to be an absolute mistake as they are just stripping Na'Vi right now limb from limb.
And that's a map that we saw Spirit ban in this head-to-head. And speaking of head-to-head, how often have these two clashed this year?
I think it's about 5 times this year.
Okay.
I think if you look at the maps, it's actually more beneficial in the favor of Spirit, but in recent history, Na'Vi got the better of them. And I would say form-wise, Na'Vi have looked better as well. I feel like maybe that statement not ringing true right now.
I mean, yeah, we normally kind of try and set a bar, and, well, Na'Vi are definitely under it, regardless of it not being set.
They're limboing.
Yeah. Wonderful has his AWP, a third.
Wonderful has 17 ADR.
He was the guy that was carrying out the top of the scoreboard.
He was owning Liquid.
Nuke game, yeah. The volatility of Counter-Strike and some individuals, good day, bad day.
Well, you get a night to have a sleep and then consider the fact that you have to win back-to-back best-of-3s if you want a chance to play in front of the crowd. Well, they have a crowd. If you want to play in the arena.
In the arena, in the playoffs of a major.
Where you are the defending champs.
Where you are the defending champs. Okay, JL, this is aggressive. That smoke obscures Donk, and JL, he's going to have to fight forward. Magic's just started holding W. Good find. JL can't multi-kill. The story of Na'Vi right now. The absence of that second, the absence of that round-winning double kill.
Yeah, and they are few and far between for Na'Vi. We're talking 5 in total off the course of this map. 2 for JL, 2 for Alexi, 1 for Imer. That's it, as far as multi. This is the CT side.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is where you should be getting the multi-kills. Well, they've set themselves up for a B finish. Alexi B having to investigate the gap. You have Wonderful on Cat with an AWP. 1 kill to his name.
It's been spotted. Oh, come on. Wonderful. Unable to hit the shot on the cross. Goes down to the Shiro orb. It's a bad day. It's a bad day in the office for Na'Vi.
This is the worst I've seen them look. I don't know if I want to say period, but in a long time.
I mean, these are problems that a coach can't fix.
No, I don't even know what you can say. You can be scolding, but how does that exactly? And you can't will them to hit shots. I suppose on the other side of the coin, this is a much better looking Spirit. In the wildcard game, even though I think the scoreline makes it read that, hey, it was a pretty dominant victory, it was touch and go up to the point that Magix wins a 1v3 with a Tech 9 from Donut while they're defusing and trying to body block. And then at that point, the entire tide of that one changed. So they lost to Furia, they got given a game against Wildcard, and we see the dismay on Navi's face, because right now the headline reads, Navi missing, but subtext, Spirit are here, and they're playing good CS.
Yeah, absolutely. Not letting that Furia result get to them. I mean, I think most people would be susceptible to having their confidence rocked after, you know, picking into a map you felt like you were punishing the South Americans on, and then Fallen just giving you a absolute T-side masterclass.
Cello was great, wasn't he? He had impact in a lot of rounds.
Oh, yeah.
He was a key factor. Both pistol rounds, he was huge. The first rifle round, the entry on Shiro. Well, here we go, Navi. Do we actually have a conversation, or are we going to quickly turn to our second best of the day?
This would be, I mean, I don't know. I'm not ready for this match to be over. I expect some twists and turns, but whether or not they're coming here, it's really up to Navi and the B hit here. Magix, he's got the util to block. This is going to be tough. They either push through the window into the Zontix taps. He's actually missed a couple, but Magix hasn't. Headshot, second available. That's important. Wonderful. Gets his second frag overall. And now Chopper warded off of the fight in that market window. Ima will finish the job, overextends. Doc's got Julies, you've got to be careful. Treat them with respect. Now exposed, staring at the corner. JL loses his head, and NAVI, they need Alexi down! 11 for Spirit, this is just falling away, disintegrating.
Now we got the constitution of a wet paper bag right now.
Soggy cardboard Counter-Strike.
Every moment it feels like they are under pressure. Oh dear.
Oh dear,
Oh dear, oh dear.
Was a little summit for a moment. Magix gets the opener, they claw it back. Wonderful, a really important frag, spamming that smoke. Ima, this extension into Donk, it started the walls to come collapsing down. Zontix finishes off. All right, well, here we go. It's a rifle on Wonderful, no less. 3 Tech 9s and the Desert Eagle. There you hit.
They're missing basic mollies.
Break, spot, long range, MP9. Oh,
Imagine.
Careful. Oh! Zontix will take them both. Swings through, catches JL on the mantle. Jumping up on box.
Spirit can do no wrong.
NAVI can do no right. This might be one of the quickest games we've seen here at the elimination stage. This is already over. 12 to 2. Where's 9 coming from? 12 to 2.
From the dreams of NAVI fans, I'm sure.
My God.
And just as those fluke conversations were feeling quelled, we're starting to quiet.
They were.
You go, what happened? NAVI, where are you?
Tactical pause.
What do you, look.
Take them both.
What are you going to buy?
Take them both.
Yeah, back to, well, I suppose, just to, so you can spend a little bit more time on the stage for the day.
Yeah, I mean, how quick has this been? It feels like it's been rapid. Head in hands. Round 15.
Oh, this is grim. They have had blowout scorelines between each other in the past, so this isn't necessarily something new, but previously the biggest was 13-4. We're about to break new ground.
Unless you can do it with, what the hell is this?
It's got an MP5. I guess nothing else is working, Alex. Why not?
Why not roleplay?
Hey, get the revolver attached. Give that one a go as well, will you, Chief?
Copenhagen souvenir.
At least it was quick.
It's reminding him of better times.
Two-time major win a bit. Lost right now. 2 kills for him and Wonderful.
A little bit of a timing caught. JL just got across and Chopper none the wiser. Shearer. Chopper gets him on his attempt. Oh, it's all over. Red Rover. This is destruction. This is Team Spirit back on their feet, stabilizing. After a wavering performance versus Furia, they put NAVI down in just 15 rounds of play. I don't know what to make of that. Maybe our analyst can give us some insight.
Machine, I don't know if I can give you insights. I need someone maybe in this arena just to check in one of those booths. Maybe under a desk. Hell, maybe even in the server. Where was
Someone
NAVI?
went in.
No,
Somewhere.
Where is NAVI? Where were they? They didn't pitch up. They didn't show up. They didn't perform.
That was downright embarrassing, despicable, diabolically bad. The individuals from NAVI simply were not even in China today. It's like they're playing from home with 300 ping. The amount of misses, the amount of missed shots, we were talking about it in the pregame, how NAVI, yeah, they have no star players. Well, they sure would have wanted one today, Dust.
Indeed, they did. They needed somebody, and unfortunately, they just weren't getting a whole lot of it. But to kind of pivot the conversation just a little bit over to what Spirit did successfully, this is a team that looked shaky throughout the RMR, a team that, you know, obviously had the upset loss against Fury yesterday on Dust 2, and so there was a lot of doom and gloom around the Spirit squad. And so being able to come out and make a bold statement like this against NAVI is something that can create a spark, can try to, you know, course correct the team going into this. And the biggest thing that I want to say about this T side, while you could simply just say, yeah, they owned them, was that Spirit was a lot more controlled on this T side. You know, this is a squad that doesn't default a lot. They like to just open up with like a heavy emphasis somewhere. They like to move pretty quickly. But you can see on this map, they were more willing to kind of just slow things down and just play together methodically. I think the biggest thing for me is that even on rounds where they were not the ones getting the opening pick, they always had the instant trade. Their spacing was just so damn good. They had so many traps set, so many, you know, trading potential moments that went their way, and they just bulldozed NAVI with just that sheer number and that trading efficiency.
NAVI is now one best of 3 away from going home. I mean, that's where they're sitting. They are the major winners. They are our current champions, and they have not pitched up. That is a lot of pressure for Blade and the boys now.
There was an excuse for the MIBR game. MIBR also had a good game plan. There was an incredible amount of flash assists from the MIBR side in order to defeat NAVI in a very close game. But this is one where, despite the fact that Spirit actually did change their game plan, they did look like a different version of themselves in this one. The lack of individual prowess from the NAVI players was simply not acceptable for 5 guys that are getting paid tier 1 salaries. Like, they actually just weren't shooting back in these.
You got styled on by Chopper. That's all you got to say, bro. That's it. And that sums it up.
If you're getting styled on by Chopper, you need to be shooting him better. Like, I can't put it in any simpler terms than the fact that, like, they were in situations at times to get kills and then they didn't hit it. Like, there were actually moments where they were going for pushes. They were making some individual plays. They were sometimes even in a good defensive position. Like, JL was in a position one time holding a smoke. What does he do? He nades the smoke but isn't ready for someone to be behind it. Like, what's going on there? Like, that sort of stuff is inexcusable. I'm not gonna. This was a well called and well played game by Spirit, and one that does give me more hope for them when they're going to move forward in this tournament. But for NAVI, on the other hand, like, guys, wake up.
Yeah, I think for me, it's like this. When I watched Spirit play Mirage earlier this tournament and they were playing rounds a little bit more slow, they looked timid and they looked indecisive. This time, playing a slower game, they looked on point. They were ready to trade. They had intention every single time. That's what I really like. But kind of going back to your point about NAVI, it's scary, right? It's 1 and 2. Here's my big problem with NAVI right now. There are now major vulnerabilities in their map pool going into this best of 3 that they're about to play whoever it may be. They are now 2 and 5 in their last 7 games of Mirage. They used to be the masters of this map. And they're also horrible on Nuke lately as well. Like, you can't cover both of those anymore. So what's going to happen now when you have to play an elite level team in a best of 3 and one of those 2 maps may come through and you can't even rely on them anymore when that used to be your hometown? Like, this is a real problem.
To wrap up the NAVI conversation really quickly, I mean, yes, Spirit played well, but Spirit played at a level that we've seen NAVI beat other teams at. So for me, we're dumpstering really hard on them, but with due reason.
Also, I will say that they allow themselves in certain situations to get executed on, to get pinched on. Usually I see a little bit more proactivity from NAVI, sometimes just getting bunched up onto a bomb site, corralled almost, and then immediately slaughtered thereafter.
Yeah. I'm just flabbergasted because, you know, NAVI should not be losing in this fashion, but now I've seen it happen against Astralis. I saw it happen against Furia. I thought the Blast World Finals were maybe just an anomaly. They had made 6 finals in a row before that. I was like, hey, let's just write that one off. It's a tournament before the major. Maybe, you know, I think it was what Blade came out with that little cheeky interview, like maybe we need to lose. Yeah. Obviously, he didn't mean it, but you know what I mean. So I tried to write it, but now I can't because now I'm seeing these same issues transpire in Shanghai.
Wow. Let's talk about Spirits and what they did right, Maui.
Well, they changed up their game plan. So frequently in the past, when Spirit were hitting brick walls, for example, at IM Cologne, it was off of really just sending Donk to his death. Yeah. They were frequently just sending him out top middle. They were sending him out towards underpass. And there were actually moments in this game where that happened, where Donk actually ran through an underpass smoke. But regardless of that, Spirit were able to capitalize on the space and info that he's providing them with good trades. And so even if Donk didn't have a pop-off moment in this game, even if Spirit lost the opening pick, they were able to just slow things down. In this round right here on round number 11, they actually slotted Donk top mid very early in the round, and then Chopper made a little bit of pressure towards B, and then 3 guys come out A ramp. It's more layering right now. They're actually going for multiple stages in a round, whereas before there was really only a single stage for Spirit in rounds, and it was Donk go kill.
Here's the thing about this too, is that Donk forces your attention. He commands your respect. And because they use Donk in such a mobile way on the T side, anytime you see Donk's name on the kill feed, you're like, oh, that's an area of focus that we must now respect and pay attention to. But the other thing that we've always mentioned is where's the supporting cast for this team? You know, they're so reliant on Donk. But in this game, Donk was able to draw attention, as you were kind of noting, not necessarily need to get a multi-frag or need to have a pop-off moment, but just command a team's respect. And his supporting cast was taking care of business on the other end of the map where they needed to be. And maybe in a way that's probably not going to be reproducible. Like Chopper's not going to have a game like that again, probably. But
not.
The fact that Zontic has been doing it all RMR long, and he's been doing it a couple of times in the major, that is inspiring to me.
The way to use Donk now that Chopper has seemingly realized and unlocked, this whole take some space, but don't keep sending Donk forward at that point. Like actually giving him a halt command and saying, you're just going to patrol this area now that we have uncomfortable map control for our opponents. Like Dust said, it just commands respect from them. Like now Navi are just constantly like, wait, Donk, he's over there. Donk's over there, guys. Like we got to like focus on this, because that's how they used to play for the first 6 or 7 months of this year. Every single play was drawn up to be Donk and then just an assembly of people behind him trying to support him with their bodies, throwing utility for him. This time around, they just put him top mid, and Navi were just flat. They were unsure of what was coming next in the round. So I will say, I think Spirit did elevate their playbook at least a little bit here.
You know what else I've noticed too is that they're slotting him second, third a little more often. I don't know if you're picking up on this as well. And I think this is allowing him to like flex his aim even more, because now he gets to work with information and not just be drawing first fire. And that's where you really kind of want your star rifler to be at the end of the day.
Spirit versus Navi. We were expecting a much longer game, but Spirit dismantled the current major champs really damn fast. We have G2 up against 3D Max in a little bit.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
2 concurrent streams running, 2 best of 1s, 2 best of 3s, 2 teams going home, and 2 teams going through to the playoffs of the Perfect World Shanghai Major. That is what is up for grabs today. We've already seen 2 Ws, Team Spirit and Team Liquid, both taking a win, and now we'll find out who will join them. Will it be 3D Max or G2, which is the next best of 1 happening right here on the A stream? Let's dive straight into this with G2. How did they find themselves here?
Well, they were obviously surprised by the Mongols playing with the ferocity that they did in their opening matchup. G2 kind of couldn't hold up tactically in the mid-late round of that game. Very frequently, it felt like the Mongols players just played more confidently. But on top of that, G2, they had these moments, Dust, where I don't know about you, but I feel like there were a lot of ill-advised movements from the G2 players, sometimes playing outside of themselves, jumping through smokes, just kind of forcing the issue before they really even necessarily needed to.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think we can even expand that discussion past just the micro of this, first couple of days of this elimination stage and really widen it into what we've really kind of seen from them lately. These are your back-to-back like Blast World Finals and the Blast Fall Final champions, but sandwiched in between that was a dead last finish at Rio.
Yeah.
Then, of course, during the RMR, they had an upset loss to 3D Max, and it's like they are a team that simultaneously can be the best in the world because of their raw talent, but then they can also just kind of fall apart in games that you just don't anticipate them doing because of how much talent they have. And it's something that you always have to kind of keep your eye on. They are such a wild card because they could win this whole damn major, but they also could not make playoffs. It's like legitimately those two things could happen.
Yeah.
Are we surprised that they're not going to be one of the teams in contention for the 3-0?
Personally, no, just because of that exact thing. Like G2, despite the raw firepower that they have on the roster, the game planning is probably of the top 6 teams. In the bottom half of those teams, usually you would consider teams like NAVI and MongolZ to have much better and well-rounded game plans. Vitality, of course, too. And so could have seen them losing to any of those teams. To lose to the Mongols, I'd say that's a step beneath what they're usually capable of in terms of regular caliber.
Yeah, that's fair. But in the best of 1 situation, we know things can happen. But what we also know can happen with G2 is that if you get that death ball of MongolZ, MongoZ, and Nico rolling, they are almost unstoppable. It allows G2 to play a much more simplistic, aggressive play style and get away with it because of just how much raw firepower they have. MongolZ goes in first. If he loses his fight, Nico should probably win his. And if he somehow fails, then MongoZ usually is able to clean up. Obviously, MongoZ, #1 player in the world, not only as one of the best operators in the world, but also a damn good rifler.
He's your #1?
He is, 100%. For right now. We'll see what happens at the end of the major, but yeah, he's definitely my #1 for right now.
When you talk about the lack of game planning, Dust, whose feet does that fall at?
Snacks and Taz, I suppose. I don't really know where else you want me to go with that one.
I was setting it up. I threw the ball. I took the bat. I hit it at you.
That was more like T-ball. You kind of just sat it down for me. You didn't even really make me work for it. But no, I think that is part of it, is just that I don't think that they are strategically the most sound tacticians in Counter-Strike by any stretch of the imagination. I think the one thing that Snacks can sometimes do is find like little clever timings and lurks and things that they share on an occasional basis. And at times I see this team like call a pretty decent game plan. The issue is I've also seen games where they'll just run their head into a brick wall. They'll literally run the same execute like 5 rounds in a row, see that it doesn't work, and then say, well, I do have Nico and MongoZ and MongolZ, so surely eventually it'll work.
I see this too. And
it's like, what are you doing?
I see them called the same exec 3 times in a row, and then I see people say, wow, that was good tactics from G2. I'm like, what? Like anybody could do that. Like any single person on this planet Earth could say run the same exec 3 times in a row.
Could Hooksy do it?
He could do it better. He would do it better. He do little mix-ups.
I had to.
He does little mix-ups with those kinds of things. Yeah, no. G2, for all of the faults that we have, though, with them, the firepower on this team is unbelievable. I agree with Dust. I think MongolZ today is the best player in the world. Whether that results in actually an HLTV top 20 #1, that's actually, we'll have to wait for the results of the major to really see that. But beyond that, Nico, top 3 rifler in the world. MongolZ, in the second half of the year, he's been a top 10 rifler in the world. Already, you're so stacked with so much firepower that Pekka has gotten really away with murder here. Like he put in an underqualified Taz. He put on a Snacks who didn't even qualify for the last major, if we're being honest. Like 9Pandas did qualify over them, but at the same time, he has so many strong pieces now that we all have to just beg for forgiveness just because they've won a couple of Blast titles.
Here's the crazy thing. When you have two aggressive riflers in Nico and MongolZ, who both take nearly 30% of the team's opening duels, and they're both like over 55% success rates, it's kind of hard to lose.
Yeah,
it's kind of hard to lose when they're able to do that. You know what I mean? But they do still sometimes find ways to do it. Like, I don't know. It's weird.
And that's the problem, right? You mentioned that like they could either win or they could blow out here in these stages as G2 comes onto your screen. But that's the issue. When you're relying just on their pure raw firepower and you don't have anything else to back it up, you take a huge gamble coming into these big events.
And that's really how you live and die by G2. That's why you see them crumble in crazy ways in sometimes the biggest games, why they've consistently been outclassed by NAVI. Of course, they've gotten the better of them at this point. It's been so many matchups. But all in all, I'm usually going to take over the course of a season the team that has the still strong players, like the A-tier players, maybe no S-tier players in a team like NAVI, but because I'm going to rely on tactics, a good foundation. Astralis' empire and era wasn't built on having the best player in the world. It was built on having 5 guys who are all top 5 in role, but all have a unified vision.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really fair point to make. And as G2 comes into this, we also think about the bigger picture. This is probably the last dance for them, right? I mean, we already know about all the rumors and reports out there about players going in different directions. But this is another situation where Nico finds himself in a position with how strong G2 have been lately that he could finally get his major. That is a title that eluded to him in CSGO. All those majors, you know, we think about E-League Boss losing to Cloud9 in the finals. We talk about, you know, the other finals he lost, that magical Deagle moment where he missed a shot at Top Hut and then, you know, it all comes crumbling down. Like, we know those moments where he came so close to a major. This is another really big chance for him to win a major. Like, with NAVI looking out of sorts, with, you know, some of the other pieces that are kind of, you know, playing out, they could make this happen in Shanghai as like kind of a, you know, salute to the end of the year. But they're going to have to kind of get their acts together and make sure they don't lose to any underdogs.
We now take a look at 3D Max on your screen. I mean, could we call them the underdog dust?
We could, but they did beat G2 in the RMR. They've actually traded best threes against each other recently between EPL and the RMR. And, you know, honestly, we haven't got to talk about 3D Max to death very much. Like, their games just haven't popped up for us. But this is a team that kind of is the epitome of making the most out of what you got. Because while they don't really have any superstar players, Maka and Lucky have been pretty solid for their roles. I think Gravity is like a young entry rifler, while his overall numbers don't necessarily jump off the page. His entry ability is actually at a level that gives you opportunities. And they have at times shown that they can beat some pretty solid teams. So, I mean, they are, for the only, you know, full French team here, in a world where most French teams have gone international, this has been an okay team for me. Like, I like them.
I mean, it's been years since we had a French core. The last French-speaking lineup was the Vitality lineup with Shocks. So that's how really long it's been since we've had anything like this. And credit to 3D Max. I mean, I think that the structure that they have is really why they're able sometimes to take down the bigger scalps. You know, at the Sky Esports event in the grand finals, they were able to take down the MongolZ there, a team we're considering now playoff favorites. Of course, in the RMR, also taking down G2. I gotta bring up one thing. Like, when they are clicking, when 3D Max is playing at their absolute best, they are making their lives so much easier. The flash assists between Exercise and between Maka, assisting some of the other players on the team, it is why they can take down a team like G2. Because if you take a fair gunfight between Gravity and MongolZ, I'm sorry, MongolZ is winning that one 8 out of 10 times. But when you throw in a flash into the mix, a well-timed one, a good pop flash, which is what the bread and butter of 3D Max is about to me, they can look like one of the best flash assist teams in the world. In the game against G2 that they played before across the entire BO3, every other round, they were getting a flash assist. Like, that's way more than the best teams in the world, who usually rely so much more around playing around smokes, getting trades, just bursting into a bomb site together. So when their tactics are clicking, they are an upset team.
In Counter-Strike reality, though, upset team, but not a team we see making the playoffs.
No, I didn't have him slotted to make my playoffs. I had him kind of on the bubble with Heroic. Ultimately, I decided to go the route of Liquid and MongolZ for kind of my last couple of slots. But again, they are a team that has impressed me. Like, they seem to kind of sit like right around the edge of the top 15. As we're about to go into the veto here, it appears. It'll be interesting to see where this heads, because obviously we shouldn't see Mirage and we shouldn't see Vertigo based on the permabans of these teams, but it could go Ancient, it could go a couple of different directions.
I thought Ancient personally for this one. I guess we'll see how it ends up on this, and if anyone wants to change, to flip the script, I think it... Well, yeah, okay, we got it.
So Maui, why did you think it would be Ancient?
It's just been let through as a deciding map for both of these teams in other BO1s that they played. And actually, could you remind me, in the BO3 that they played against each other, was it? I don't think it was the deciding map.
It was.
Oh, it was. It was the deciding map. Okay.
Yeah, at EPL, it was the map that G2 beat them on in the third map of that series. I actually don't quite remember the best of 3 from the RMR off the top of my head.
Okay, yeah, the RMR was, okay, I wasn't sure there.
So, it was. Yeah, they actually lost Ancient. So they traded deciding maps of Ancient against each other between those two best of 3s.
Gotcha.
So 1-1, I guess, in that regard. But kind of going into Ancient, I mean, the overall records of these teams aren't that impressive, especially when you consider that G2 have lost like their last 4 out of 6 games on Ancient. So nothing's going to jump off the page statistically speaking, but if we're just talking about how these teams play Ancient, I love how 3D Max plays Ancient. They are a team that is so good at fighting for mid control on their T side. They will not give it up. They will fight for it tooth and nail. They have, this 1-3-1 setup they love to go for, and I think that's going to be the key here. Like, if G2 can stuff that mid control, that ruins a lot of 3D Max's game plan. A lot of it hinges on whether they're able to do that or not.
Again, just pay attention to the flashes on it. The amount of times that you're just going to see Exercise and Maka just bombing flashes, bang, 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 bang. Sometimes I think both of them are even in spawn, just tossing flashes for the entry fraggers to try to take that sort of space. And so, actually, I think G2, if they really look back at that, I think they can game plan around it. Extremities are a little bit more vulnerable when you have so many guys throwing so much support utility. And if G2 at any point in time says, okay, we can't win this mid fight with the barrage of flashes that are coming over, just push A main, just push B main. Like, there's other things to do other than throwing your head into a wall, but that's the problem with G2. The lack of adaptation at times halfway through a 12-round span is what has cost them so dearly in games where they are supposed to be the favorites but come up short.
This is what I was going to say to you, because you mentioned that their biggest fault at the moment is the fact that they have a lack of game planning, and then you say, well, they could win this if they game plan. That's going to be the Achilles heel for G2?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, here's the thing about G2 is they're able to spread their talent so well on this map, right? I mean, we know how MongolZ can be an absolute terror at middle position on both sides of the map. We know Nico is such a great B controller, but also can flex into aggressive lurking positions, entry positions, you name it. He's like a Swiss Army knife. This is one of the maps as well where MongolZ has no fear putting the op away, grabbing an AK on T side, and just being a part of the entry pack. So I do think it'll sometimes just come down to the sheer trading, but I do think that G2 will have to figure out how to deal with the mid control that 3D Max is so good at doing on their T side, but they also just have really good set pieces you have to deal with as well.
3D Max up against G2. It's about to go down. Sponge and Machine are ready to take us into game.
Ready for this one. CT start for G2, 3D Max on the attack, and Revenge on the menu for G2. I'm intrigued to see what form we get from MongolZ. Enjoy watching him when he's at his very best. And also 3D Max, I love some of the aggressive maneuvers we'll be seeing in the second half of play. And of course, aggression compulsory on their attack. They're starting mid, Chad.
With aggression.
And Hunter, ooh, he's going to need some support. Does get turned and spotted. Gravity charging through Red Room. They've lost Lucky in the meantime. Snacks is hearing all this, and Gravity, whoa! Just delete Snacks. MongolZ spotted out, takes down Maka. Jocko's so quick on this. He's already fighting him. Oh, it's a bit scary now he's missed his shots. Nico, MongolZ, Hunter, and they're fighting their way back into this B site at 3 versus 3. Ouch! Oh, damn. They shoot hard to 3D Max, and Jocko, he's demonstrated it with 2. Could have been the third. Hunter denies the 1 versus 3, now 2. They're going to double swing him. Gravity and X. Sheesh! Gravity. 2 block kills, what felt like drive-bys, just flatlines G2.
Well, we get a demonstration of 3D Max's aggression on the pistol round, which is great to see. Out the guts of middle, up through the red smoke, splitting B, not giving G2 a moment to catch their breath. And we will see a technical timeout called off the back of that, and it is, in case you were worried, for 3D Max. So they're the ones who are suffering this little issue. Just a microphone one, as we'll get that sorted ASAP.
And he died instantly, so, you know.
Yeah. Well, I guess maybe he couldn't calm what he...
I'm dead.
Somebody shot me.
He got me.
He got me real good.
He was donut.
Look, I don't know if everybody heard the crowd there. G2 obviously one of the fan favorites. Definitely in this match, the fan favorite. And as there is no Chinese representation, I would say that they are at the top of the charts down there in Shanghai. Now, we discussed Revenge. The desk also brought it up. This was the third and deciding match in the RMR. That was how 3D Max were able to go 3-0. They lost Anubis, which is their home turf. G2 must have at that point thought, oh yeah, we should be able to get this one done really easy. You go on to Dust 2. That's all right. We've got Ancient waiting in the wings in case. And 3D Max took it to them. So the French putting themselves as a 5-man roster back on the major stage. It's a great sign.
I will say that there's no way. I don't know if I'm doing some voodoo here. There is no way Lucky's dropping 29 and 14 again. You know, like that was a life game if ever I saw it.
It was against his old organization, old organization. What was it, 2019, the last time we saw him with G2 at a major.
A 1.95
Yeah, he had to go Super Saiyan, didn't he?
Yeah, which is, you know, cool.
Especially if you know how to replicate it.
I don't know if anyone can. I mean, you know, I'm sure he's not going to have a bad game. He is one of the stronger individuals on this 3D Max roster.
Yeah, you touched on him yesterday during the MIBR match that we covered, and they started quite slow, but it was his saved AK-47,
That's
Alex.
right, Chaddy.
But then in the next map that they played there, where they got the victory on Dust 2, Maka and Lucky had a much better best of one. So it does ring true, but this is the thing, right? In terms of Counter-Strike and matches, you know, what site are teams hitting? Are you always rotating into action? Are you entry fragging in a lot of these scenarios? So there's a lot of things to take into mind as opposed to just the statistics.
Yeah. And in that last Ancient as well, G2 had the clutch advantage. They won 2 to the
Just not the opening kills,
Max.
right?
No.
Yeah,
no.
that was quite stark as far as I remember.
Yeah, 15 3D Max to 9 of G2.
Well, G2 got 1 on the pistol. So we'll keep count. We'll see what type of an impact it has. MongolZ, I believe, did an interview. I could be dreaming because...
you dream about Counter-Strike interviews these days?
Or I have just been sleeping so much lately that I can't tell the difference between what is my dream and reality. But from that interview, yeah, he did do an interview with HLTV. There was a comment about him not being happy with the form that he showed during the RMR. That was the worst that MongolZ's looked, and that he'd been putting in like 10 hours a day. I think he described himself as a room flower.
A room flower?
A room flower.
Yeah, so you wake up, boot CS, turn off your PC, go to bed.
Yeah, do flowers do the osmosis thing?
Like a wallflower, but a room flower.
Yeah, but is he getting...
Oh yeah, osmosis is involved.
Yeah, so from Counter-Strike is how he grows.
I think so.
Okay. I just wanted to get that clarified. It did seem quite technical.
I like this idea.
Breaking a flash.
Yeah, it's a cool... it's not going to do anything.
No.
Cool idea, though.
No, and G2 were one of the teams who used to love these little moves. Back when you had the Hooksy JKS roster, there would be like flashes from A as they all run out donut and challenge mid on the eco round. So just trying to add a different spin to it. But right now, just 3 players staying alive. They should be farmed and mopped up in a moment's time. And if you haven't kept up with today's action, the B-Stream game Furia versus Liquid, and we had a shocking result with Spirit versus Navi. If you want to tune in as well to that secondary stream, you have Harry and Hugo bringing the action of MongolZ versus FaZe. It's Lil Bro versus Big Bro, or Unk versus...
Cuz?
Is that what they're calling them?
I don't know, mate.
A bunch of Unks on that FaZe roster, that's all I'm saying.
Unk's been carrying them, though.
Yeah, he has.
Well, I like that they're being risk-averse. I also the one caveat is that Gravity should be let off the leash. Maybe he is going to take the path to get some Mac 10 frags.
What type of leash do you think it is? Do you think it's that one on the retractable cord, or is it a chain one?
The irresponsible doggo leash, you know.
Where it gets to go everywhere?
It just goes wherever he wants it.
Gravity, come here.
Here we go.
Come on, boy.
Come on.
Come on, Gravity.
Nice, good boy. Okay, that's okay.
Leave that dog alone, Gravity. Gravity, please stop humping their leg.
Stop, Gravity. An exercise is going to steal one. That's inappropriate.
Now, that could seem weird if you only tuned in without the leash and dog reference.
I think there is at least one person who's just
turned on the stream for that moment.
Eyebrow, like, what is this guy doing?
Sorry, everybody. It's early. Or late.
Hey, look, G2 are G2 fans. You know, Navi, they're repping other teams.
Maybe they need to become Navi fans, because at the moment, they might be running out the bloody door.
Yeah, bloody hell.
All right, let's get stuck in, shall we? Snacks with the famous defuse kits. I don't see any. What type of a start did G2 opt for? Not a heavy mid posture.
Red smoke. Molly jump up. Break and go. Gravity test Nico. Ooh, Jocko with the Broly Molly. Takes down Nico after Gravity softened him up. That's Brolan. I realise that sounds a bit silly.
Well, Broly is a Dragon Ball Z character, but we'll return to that because we find ourselves in a 4v4. 2 towards B. G2 with Hunter and Donut. And MongolZ locking down A. Now, we will note that MongolZ has self-reported as being a little bit under the weather. We'll keep eyes on him and how that may impact his performance. Maybe not at all. Hit the brakes are 3D Max, starting to pivot back towards the A site with the bomb. Late pieces to activate of Lucky through elbow, and as Jocko clears out Cave, stage 1, that smoke will confirm his suspicions. Stacking over towards the B site, G2 taking a gamble. So Hunter, that presence will let him know something is knocking. Maka, the in-game leader, back and forth. No decision to be made. 45 seconds. 3D Max have to find a finish.
Yeah, that A main smoke's got Exercise calling for backup. They're going to path through Donut. This is the path of least resistance.
Now, this has worked out quite perfectly, hasn't it? Hunter has an incendiary, but might just have to use it to stall. That'll buy a few seconds. Rotation, where is it?
Yeah, I'm still not sure where MongolZ is. He needs some help, and at this point, with the CT smoke up, you're playing retake or you're saving.
Remember, no kit.
Can't really play retake without a kit. Never mind a man disadvantage.
Do they give it a look now? Snacks might want to see if he can find an upgrade. The others are best off saving. And, well, Snacks is going to hold on to this as well. So just maneuvering with great awareness there, 3D Max. A very good finish, and all it came down to was an opening trade and then a 4v4.
And what felt like quite a, non-issue of an opening frag. You get your kill, die to the molly, 4v4. But yeah, space and maneuvering, the key words there. And at this point, keep your fam ass Snacks, they say.
Yeah, this is not the start G2 were looking for, not even really being able to contend, and that's one of the things with Ancient for the CTs, because we know just how much you can scrap, right? How much you can really, if you want, lock horns for the map control early. That's where a team like G2 can flourish, but at the same time, because 3D Max like to get down in the mud and they do momentum-based calling, if you do the full mid press and the full B lane press and they do like an A rush, you feel really silly. You're like, oh, well, we didn't even consider that as an option.
Right.
Or even if you did, you have to retake into a tough site. So 3 rifles saved, upgrades for Nico and Hunter. G2 can make a dangerous round out of this. It's all about the individuals with G2.
Jump up mollied and extinguish. MongolZ firing off some shots. He's going to fight this. Good work from MongolZ. Posts an opening. No response from Gravity. He's actually dropped in. Modesty! Oh, wasn't prepared for him. Gravity takes his sweet time. And a messy one here for 3D Max. Hunter has provided with the 5-7. Jocko with no bullets charges into his demise. Rifle upgrades are plenty. Everyone winning. Triple kill for MongolZ.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. And that's exactly what we're talking about, the individuals, and straight into the fight. Right, all right, well, we're not going to sit back. We're not going to play any of these silly games where they get to maneuver across the map and we gamble stack. Let's brawl. Let's fight. Let's take it to them, and G2 able to secure their first. And this is a map that MongolZ loves. He's made no secret of that, especially on the T side. You'll start to get him activated with the mid control. But very good work as this little skirmish just continued from all fronts, didn't it?
Yeah, I can't help but feel that Gravity late onto MongolZ did result in Lucky going down. It was a nice idea, though, dropping off when he knew MongolZ was up on the ledge. It's a aggressive B start. Oh no, MongolZ's missed his shot. Covered up by Nico, so Jocko, the only man that made it up the ramp, has been repelled.
Again, an early rotation from G2 over towards this B site under pressure. Multiple bodies to peer in through cave. Smoke's faded now.
Yeah, they block ramp and focus their attention on this cave fight. Nico backing himself on a real tight gap.
Yeah, tough one. It could be against that Galil though, so pretty equal duel in that regard. Gravity with a boatload of util. Do they search?
He's in front of Nico.
Don't know how I feel about this, honestly.
Yeah. He just basically said, I got this. Smoke faded. Nico spotted.
This is awkward.
Uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. MongolZ hits his shot but goes down. Nico just forced back to play retake with Hunter, and they both have low HP. Oh, nice find on the smoke spam. Nico takes down Lucky. He's keeping it competitive. Smoke won't last forever, so MongolZ and Nico, these two rifling titans, trying to retake the site against Exercise and Maka.
They're taking the fight to them. Look at this. They're both in the smoke.
Oh, Nico knows what's up. MongolZ will finish it. Experience perhaps from Nico as well. I suspect the crowd may have been audible to Nico. I don't know, but he immediately starts to unload his mag upon the excitement growing.
Yeah, that was Bit of an awkward one there. And I'm not talking about the finish to the round. I'm talking about this weird MongolZ getting in front of Nico situation. And if you're looking at the radar, you can see like Nico's thinking himself, Ilya, what are you doing, bud?
I mean, I devil's advocate, can't help but feel that the fight that he was looking for on Cave is better suited to an AWP.
Oh, I agree. But at the same time, just like how that overlaps, it makes things feel really awkward. If they lost that round, I wouldn't have been surprised to see G2 take a timeout and Nico just kind of slap a bit of sense into people, because you can't be making those type of moves that can really cost you. Double mid molly, trying to play ahead. Maka, are you in, are you out? Well, either way, he's going to shake it all about.
Yeah,
still burning.
Gone across.
Walked into their own heaven molly for a second.
Mid-control, huge, and it's a cave fight. Again, they test Nico. MongolZ down, AWP lost. Low HP, Nico opts for. MongolZ's lost AWP. Malbs blocks Donut. Exercise this A-main lurker. Gonna have a head-on collision with Malbs if he tries to play for A-main control, so here we go. They park in mid. This is an interesting decision from 3D Max.
Yeah.
What's the thought process?
Well, a lot of teams like to do mid re-clears, right? Play 2 through Donut, 2 through Red to get the space back that you've lost, and maybe having both of these players in the little cubby and middle angles that they might not be expecting. They're not going to get what they're looking for, right? This is where Counter-Strike, the push-pull, you have the same type of thing on Nuke. You lose yard control, you expect the lobby space take. And we saw Liquid versus NAVI the other day. They were kind of this half-in, half-out stance, which did work in their favor. Right now, the bomb down. And when we've seen ourselves in a 4v4 before with plenty of time on the clock, the maneuvers from 3D Max have been great. Will it happen again? Bomb needs to be picked up elbow. They've left Nico with the AWP on the B site. It looks like G2 have gambled correctly this time round.
Hunter, dual smoke defense. No, they have to push through that. They are in trouble. They are in trouble. Flash push. Hunter turns it, breaking the smoke. He's not visible. Lucky should be walking through, not ready. Multi-kill on the menu. Hunter sprays them down. And Maka the last to fall. A triple kill in defense. Hunter, he rotates. He's in the right place and picks up the third. For G2, as well as his 3 frags in the round. Loved the adaptation there, and I have a suspicion that 3D Max, by seeing that he killed MongolZ, presume that Nico's going to play a passive back B, but he's got the AWP on the angle, and they rotate with conviction that Nico can hold, or at least get the info safely.
But that's 2 scenarios now where G2 have been in a 4v4 and they've gamble stacked aside. One time right, one time wrong. And this one being the most important because it will break the finances of 3D Max. And speaking of 3D Max, we'll see Wozink on the mic with a tactical timeout just to discuss their options. Now you can see with the heads-up display here, right-hand side of the screen, everybody operating about that 2.5K mark. So as far as the investments are concerned, they will need to keep it relatively light. They can definitely upgrade in with some U2 and pistols, but with 2,900 into the next, you need to make sure you get enough for the AKs. So this one can still be a threatening moment. We do see 5 sets of head armor. Pairs of head armor are not a thing. We've covered that before on the CT side.
Okay, interesting. MongolZ gets his first test on A. Passes with flying colors, exercise down empty-handed. Malbs ready to receive, but they have gotten across. Red room's the gap.
Needs to be considered by Hunter.
Yeah, they are going to adjust to it.
But how aware of you of the timing?
So very ready. So very ready. Well handled by Nico with the A4.
Well, we know this is going to be his quote-unquote last dance for G2. Be the final kill for Malbs. Maybe the last opportunity he will have in his career to potentially win a major with his cousin of Hunter. This chapter is coming to its close.
It's a now or never type situation.
And one of the things to G2's credit is with this change impending, it's not, oh, well, you know, who cares? The roster's going to be different. It's, no, this is the team of right now. We can win this major. The amount of trophies that they've won this year, considering the circumstances, is just a testament to the firepower. The desk was discussing, obviously, the game planning, Taz and Snacks. I think it's tough because they've got these wild horses that are just absolutely specimens at the game, and it's a tough balance, right? Do we want to control them, right? And how do we, as wow, we open up the next round to play with a nade dunk, gravity down, be no aggression for the youngster.
It's always tough as well when you're in that rematch, same map, same team.
Oh, you know G2 would have watched that back and gone, all right, this ain't happening again.
Yeah, if I did this, if I did that. They can't do that. Just like holding up close on Cave and nice trade. Oh!
Jocko's sharp,
How's
isn't
he
he?
done that? Instant second. Maybe Snacks gets overlooked. He's playing on the edge of this ramp smoke. It will fade. This position will not last forever. It's if Jocko overplays his hand too soon, too early. Jocko has pushed out. Okay, triple kill for Jocko. We could have a quad kill here. Oh, Jocko! That quad kill shutdown of G2.
He is sharp. We saw him win a massive clutch yesterday on Vertigo, flicking that AK left, right, and center.
Dude's got the aim, and he backs it up. Great decision making around that as well, having just Hunter left in a 1 versus 3 that seems unwinnable. He doesn't look like he's going to attempt it with no kit and no teammates.
Well, if you want me to be a bit of a Jobsworth here, I can question something. What's Mr. MongolZ going for a swing when he has the cover of Nico for? Gets the first kill. That setup, he should tuck. It's Nico's turn to take contact next. MongolZ trying to do a little bit too much, steps out, trade's not there from Nico, and the kills keep coming.
I presume MongolZ was one of your wild horses in that analogy.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. He has, from analysts and commentators alike, been considered a little more domesticated in this tournament.
Hey, look, you need to be able to reel them in a little bit, right? But this is what I'm talking about. So he gets the kill.
Yeah. I mean, clean. So clean. A pleasure to watch Jocko in this form. And Gravity got a front row seat to that whole show.
Yeah. All right, well, they still can buy.
3 mid.
Look at how many A4s. I love to see it.
Oh, no. Malbs. MongolZ. It's just a naughty list. Oh, Jocko destroys them once more. And back-to-back rounds, he is the difference maker.
Oh, this one will break the bank.
Bruv.
Snacks has got them something, but it doesn't feel like enough to work with to get back into this round. If Nico could find his kill on Cave.
But, I mean, this is, we talk about tactics and the whole Counter-Strike. It's so... They did just say, let's go kill the mid, and they killed the mid. There's layers. Come on. Peel back the onion for me.
Yeah, okay. Well, they're giving themselves all the advantages they possibly can to be able to take those duels. Right now, if we catch it back on the replay, we can try and identify if any of that utility missed. But you can see that there was harass utility going both ways. Malbs was very blind towards the Tetris box, but they had full vision. So this is where we have to check back. Did the elbow smoke miss? Was it meant to be double mollies and they extinguished? Right, those details right there are the ones that change the tune of a round like this one.
Because when when a professional Counter-Strike team starts 3 mid and 2 Ts can just walk in and get 3 headshots, it's a sign that either your aim is supreme or there was a misplay from the CT side.
Well, the devs touched on it, right? They were talking about the flashes from Exercise and Maka, I believe, and how that facilitates a lot of these fights for the other individuals.
Right.
And right there, Malbs was completely blind. So we should catch back some of this action on the replay. With those saved guns, it might be able to justify another G2 buy, and they will take a tactical timeout to have that chat.
Well, I just took a look at enemies flashed, and Maka is already in the double digits. Head and shoulders above everyone else. Maka and Exercise combined have 20 enemies flashed. The rest of the server...
He's doing some quick
14.
maths. Okay. He's doing some slow maths.
Come on,
He's doing some maths.
It's not my strong suit, I'll tell you that much.
All right, well, this little 30 seconds of respite for G2 to discuss how they're going to march forward. The lead has been taken here by 3D Max. They have been able to piece together this purchase. There's an M4 on the ground for MongolZ to pick up, so all good in the hood. But if you just keep your eyes, we'll see what type of opening that 3D Max go for, and I can maybe draw some attention to it. Yeah, so take a look at the late pieces leaving spawn,
Maka
right?
and Exercise.
Exactly. So that's the job of the more supportive elements and the AWPer, right? They just sit back and they're just lobbing out flashes, and you can see how they're tiered. Look at all of that.
Oh my gosh. Well, there's some answers. And oh my God! Oh, he had a little gap, a little test. Nico's so wise to the trick. Catches Gravity walking up ramp contact. After all that mid space is taken, he doesn't lose focus of his responsibilities on ramp.
Even though they're in a number disadvantage, Lucky continues to apply a bit of pressure, and they've done this same move. They have the full mid control, so this is super premeditated. They've both parked themselves in the little pocket. He's done a mid to A split smoke just to make sure that, hey, they really know just how much space has been taken. Hunter's tried to negate that with one of his own. But I'm glad we got to highlight that. Thank you very much from the Obs team for showing all of those flashes just to show how much 3D Max are dumping to fight for this space. And they'll reapply. Hunter playing behind it. We'll hear it land. Oh, and he's going to get ahead of it. So Hunter is ahead of the potential split right now.
I like his decision making here. He is being tested. And he gets his headshot. Nice one. Traded by Jocko, though. Maka now spotted, bomb on his back. They know exactly what the attempt is here. Nico starts to activate. Oh, Maka still gets Monacy. How's he done that? Malv doesn't finish him off. Now Malv's worried about Donut, understandably so. Jocko is running through the smoke. Ooh, thinks twice about it. No resistance. Now Nico arrives, tends to the problem. And Maka's AWP trying to save it through to the next round of play. They gave themselves a chance to get back into it. Hunter, however, getting that frag, proactively blocking, playing ahead.
Oh, are they going to hunt?
Looks like Nico wants it.
He has the most residual cash, but he might have to drop a gun into the next round. So, yeah, things better of overstepping the mark. And with the scoreline tied up 5-5, we can discuss what the bar should be. I think you would, if a 6-6, right, it's pretty decent for HN for both sides. 7-5, probably towards the CT is where I would be leaning a little bit more. So G2 going to need 2 consecutive going into the halftime break. And 3D Max, once again on the back foot, will take a timeout once more, knowing that they still can change the dialogue of this half and walk into the 1-minute break with a 2-round advantage. Saved AWP, AK upgrades, Exercise can buy an AK, Jocko can get out a Galil. Wow, I imagine I would drop him an AK with how sharp he has been so far. 13 for 6, deleting heads. Boys, hook him up. Someone.
He's going to be left with a Galil.
All right, well, why not? Let's see if he can be just as sharp.
Respect your elders, Gravity.
Yeah, hey?
Different flavor to this one. They
Yeah,
are going
just
to
a
try
red
and test
smoke.
it. So Snacks and Nico, a 2-man B start, might have a lot of work to do.
Well, I think...
No, oh, very little lane damage.
They missed the Heaven Molly as well.
Wait, they're going to... No. What's the plan?
Boosting?
They're boosting in cave? Oh, audible. Risky. Nico heard that, and he's trying to piece together the response. Oh, Snacks finds Maka in the head-to-head. It's an impressive frag to find to open you up. Now a flash for Hunter to take a glance. Now a nade on his face. Nice structure for their B defense. Protocols in place. Now you block ramp. Lucky and Jocko get mid, but they don't have that deeper line. Malbs is still controlling that red cross. Oh, wow.
Yeah, just getting peeled apart now,
Nice
one
shot.
by one. As they're limping across the map, the G2 individuals are putting their aim on display. A grouped finish, a 3v5. A bit of magic for the French required for this one.
Reclearing. Nico could be peeking into the cave side here. Just plays this powerful angle. Molotov will force him back, though. Gravity gets into the site. Bomb to be planted. Lucky forced into the side by the ram smoke.
Well, they faked the plant.
3 players here. Gravity has to play this perfectly. They're all going long side. Gravity starts to activate. Sure, Exercise draws attention. Maybe this flank could be huge. Malb's down on the rotate. They've made it a 3v3. A 2-man discrepancy, no longer a problem. Looking for the taps onto Nico. He's a scary man with the AK, and he does deliver onto another. Now up to Exercise. This triple kill comes down to a 1v1. Flash and swing on an AWP. You're crazy. Modesty misses the shot. It's Exercise for the 6th. 3D Max, hold on and turn that 3v5 around.
Oh, I said they need a little bit of magic, but they pieced that together perfectly. And I think G2 think they're up to some crazy, silly games because there was a fake plant on the B bomb site. The mid player and the A player didn't even rotate. I think they're thinking, okay, 3D Max are walking in, they're faking, they're going to rotate away. That's a thing of beauty. But the way that they got into the site, the double mollies, the deep one short, long, it pushes Nico off the line. That is a massive round for 3D Max to win. And look at the buy for G2. Final round of the first half. It's in the bin.
Now aggressive. Look at this pace change. Hunter just suddenly gets flattened, knowing the U2 will be weak in mid. He's already in red room. 1 minute 40 with a Mach 10. This is acceleration and destruction. Double kill takes down Snacks. Now Nico's worried about everything. Okay, great. So he's behind me. They're in front of me. There are 3 ways they can access me. Hang on. Great shot. Deagle finds gravity, puts him down. Smoke to block the cage, which is where they're coming. It's up to Jocko, and oof. Nico can't hit the second. MongolZ is hip spotted. MongolZ trying to flash him in.
Yeah, MongolZ's form, some of these missed shots might come under scrutiny yet again. We know that the people at home are out for blood.
Well, it's crazy that I expect him to hit that 1v1 AWP quick scope.
While partially flashed, swinging around, pushing him under pressure.
Against the rifle, but I have that expectation.
Yeah.
I guess that speaks volumes about the bar set for him as an individual.
And then that reinforces maybe a little bit of what G2 are missing at the moment. MongolZ, 1v3 situation, no kit, no time, no chance. 7 confirmed for 3D Max. And what a great half. Pissed around with the conversions. There was a bit of a patch where G2 worked into things. But 3D Max should be proud of that. And no lack of ideas with this team. They've always got something up their sleeve. Covered off a lot of their matches throughout this run. I always am impressed to see what they're running.
I also want to highlight that Lucky has only 4 frags in that half.
Yeah, well, it's Jocko's life game now.
It's his turn. It's his turn, I suppose.
Imagine that. Just every game, someone else decides they're just going to drop bombs, and right now they are laying down G2.
Exercise has 7 in the half, 4 of which were that insane B sequence. So
yeah.
Everyone's having their moments. I'm going to check in on the flash totals.
But think about, there's 2 rounds that stand out for me. The 3v5 on B, and then the Jocko round through Cave.
Yeah.
Where MongolZ got the opening kill on the AWP, and Jocko killed 4 players. He just went, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead, and you're dead. Thank you for coming. My AK shoots perfectly.
This round is mine.
Like, it was literally just, like, obviously more goes into it, but the shooting, that's the highlight. That's what we're here for.
Of course. Absolutely.
G2, you need a pistol.
Yeah, this is a real compulsory pistol. Best of 1 against the team that secured their 3-0 into the elimination stage against you.
Could we live in a world where, imagine G2 lose this and then it's NAVI versus G2 for elimination?
Is that a world?
Now, I don't know if that's a world, but...
Let's not even think about that.
Imagine if it... Oh, it's a world, actually.
Oh, Chad,
it's actually a world. Oh.
We live in?
Oh, it's a world we live in.
Let's see.
It is a world we live in.
An important pistol. A very important pistol with all of that said. As they are walking, contact
Be
A,
fake.
and no one's home. Yeah, Gravity's even rotated off.
Mac is going to say, guys, it's awfully quiet.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is shaping up nicely. They don't even have a kit, Chad.
I don't know. They have the...
Oh, hard shots. Hard shots for Lucky. Wow, how's he done that? Gets a clean one onto MongolZ. Nico, that late pick.
Oh, Jocko!
Jocko's ready. How's he
Nico, who?
I don't know. He's got them beat in the head-to-head. Now it's uncomfortable for G2. This was supposed to be a real comfortable finish to their pistol round. Now, it really hinges off this crossfire. Hunter's working Temple, will work with Snacks, MongolZ from CT. They fight into Donut, they spot him out.
Sitting
the defuse. They're sitting the defuse. There's Hunter, good work, gets him off. They're dropping like flies. How has he hit that?
Time though. I just don't think there's time. They got to get out of there. They're not going to be able to defuse. The round's still won. G2 have got it.
Jocko though. Incredible aim, incredible form. And 1 kit shy of a successful CT pistol.
Oh dear, G2 fortunate with this one, aren't they? Hunter coming in clutch, knocking him off the bomb. That's a shot and a half. Look at him, he's just peeling them apart 1 by 1. Great shooting.
Oh.
The fact he gets 4 and stays alive. He will be a... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Those situations shouldn't be coming so close. But we're straight back into action. He got 4 kills and he kept his Kevlar. He can buy an M4. So there's some tidy upgrades here. If he keeps shooting like that,
I'm not
get out of the way,
one.
G2.
Yeah. He starts B and they start A. Exercise, you're going to be this early warning system. They're lining up for what I assume is going to be the Molotov towards the tree.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's a warning. Oh, never mind. He does take a little bit of an overextension.
Backer up next. Smoked off in Donut for now. Trying to play ahead on his own.
MongolZ not blind. Good team play. Snacks sets him up for that advance, and now just save the M4 if you can. Okay. Risky business. Well played by G2. Good start as well. You know, start conditioning this A side. We've seen how that can work for teams. When you come in with the onto the T side, you can start abusing the A side, forcing teams to acknowledge the gap, especially if they have a a penchant for starting 3-2. Playing A site open. In this case, it was Exercise, just a little bit of an overstep.
It's one of those things, right? If you are if you are up against a force, it does get a little bit more prickly because of the type of weapons that they can have. But at the same time, it is a roll of the dice for how the CTs have their setup. it makes sense though. You think, okay, if we take rifles towards A and we get to take more long-range duels on the T side, it feels like it should favor us, right? But you've seen it go wrong plenty of goddamn times. Think about yesterday with FaZe versus Wildcard.
And I'll tell you, one of the main ways it goes wrong is if you don't clear tree. MongolZ did see to that, so nice kind of logically driven second round conversion against the Force Buy, and yeah, this one is probably going to be a bit of a walk in the park for G2 to take the lead.
See, 3D Max going for a 5-man nade stack. We saw that yesterday. MIBR tried it against the Frenchman, was on Vertigo towards the B site.
Maybe they liked it.
Yeah, thought, hey, we'll give that one a go of our own. They're going to get deep elbow HEs in, but nobody's home, as G2 will be bearing down on the A site once more. You could just run the exact same execute, to be completely honest with you, and why the hell not? I don't have a single qualm with this. Very diligent.
Yeah, everything considered. And pushing out that donut smoke into MongolZ, loving Mac 10. Sprays him down, farms up some cash. USP's nothing they could do. Not a single point of damage dealt. And Maka changes that, but still not a casualty for G2.
Well, both teams getting off to 3-0 starts with pistol and conversion on their T sides. Let's see if 3D Max can follow in the footsteps of G2 and buck the trend with the first rifle round.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see if Jocko can keep this up.
Get him an AK.
No one else on his team has reached 10. He's about to reach 20.
He's doing an Insani from yesterday.
He is. Yeah, I mean, truly, this something in the water at the major. These players having these incredible individual performances.
They're faking B presence right now, G2. They've just sent Nico over there on his lonesome. He's done the ramp molly, they've done the cave smoke, they've done standard mid util. So right now this feels like a default. They have the mid control from MongolZ. He has the supporting Hunter just behind. I thought maybe, just maybe, they would press the issue, clear the smoke, and the kill. Well done from Jocko again.
Delivers time after time. That's his 20th. An opening kill into the first gun round. Set for success. I can see a ramp reaggress perhaps upon the fade. Nico holding.
But think about this round. The idea from G2 was to get MongolZ across to red. With Hunter or not, who knows? They're pushing ramp. He's down.
Nico down.
Picking them apart now one by one.
Be clear. Gravity could overextend this, or he catches the timing instead. Catches Snacks looking. Out elbow. Flash for his reaggress. Hunter hears this. They're coming for him as well. Smoke donut won't last forever. What a transfer! Hunter gets two. Nearly has his crosshair on the third as well. Jocko puts him down. Bomb mid. m0NESY trying to flank into Maka, but he's aware.
Heard that.
m0NESY knows there's two players around this donut position. Jocko walks into him. Very threatening round.
Great shooting from Hunter there. It's a tidy little double, wasn't it? But just to talk through that round again, you make it look standard from G2. Nico has the responsibility of dealing with the B lane pushes from either cave or towards the ramp at the early, right as they're starting the default. They get the mid control they were looking for. They're trying to get MongolZ and or Hunter across to red. But then MongolZ doesn't make it. The round peters out, and 3D Max become jarring. Not only do they get the opening kill, but they stay active. They keep pushing the issue and isolating Jules. So really good job from the Frenchman to secure the first rifle round. Now with those 2 rounds for G2, with the A executes being pretty goddamn clean, they can get the m0NESY AWP into his hands. Now it's about time we see him make a bit of a difference in this one.
It's about time, isn't it?
Third tactical timeout for 3D Max at this point of the game.
That is unusual.
Maybe the coach had something he didn't like.
Or a reminder of like what he expects G2 to pivot into. We'll find out.
Time to lock in.
Here we go.
It can be tough to set the AWP up on the T side, especially in the early stages. So I imagine we'll see m0NESY throwing util. There you go. Cave smoke for him. And they're just going to try A. So same thing, feigning a default round. How quick can 3D Max determine no mid pressure, no B lane pressure, and hightail it over to block A? That's the question.
Yeah, they start 3B, and Maka got a lot of work to do here. Does he have util to block? Just the Molotov. Oh, now or never. They're going to be ahead of this. No, think twice. They think twice. That would have been a death sentence for Snacks. A nice, well-placed, well-timed Molotov, but m0NESY's AWP ready for this reclear. Maka just on the corner. Ooh, Snacks has opened up the site. Jocko good for one. Needs to test by Malves, but the flashes are too good. Nico and Hunter just throwing, chaining flashbangs into the A site. Util good, Temple open, but held.
Do you go for this? I feel like you need a save if you're 3D Max. This is tough to justify the retake.
Yeah. I don't see a world you get back into this apart from an overextension. You can see Exercise just hangs around for a second, but not going to be given.
I was about to say, actually, G2 in some of these rounds could find themselves overextending, right? We have seen some struggles. Look at the NAVI series versus Spirit, and look at the amount of times NAVI found themselves in the bomb site in like 3v3 or even number advantage scenarios, and they still managed to fumble it somehow. So,
I mean,
it's doable for the best teams.
Yeah, if you did overcommit through that Molotov, it's a different round. The night you could see 3 players were about to. The HE arrived. Had there been a smoke on top of that, you'd have to fully, scrap the call. There wasn't.
Very important entry from Snacks, though, really, right? Because on the way, if he goes down, then traded, okay. Then we go back and forth a bit more. It might entice them into an equal number retake on that A site. So really good work from Snacks and Malves as the entry pack on that one, even though it was stop-start.
I felt like Maka's position as well was, likely to be overlooked, and he'd be worth one. So Snacks did a very good job taking him down cleanly.
But with the saves, back in the... every round heading towards A.
Okay, Exercise, how are you handling it this time? You know what their preferences have been.
That's an early block. Well, again, no B pressure, no steps, no spam, nothing. No no mid. The same scenario, right? It's very, very quiet. I suppose at that point the question is, do they have the audacity to do it again? And the desk even spoke about this. Rounds where G2 will just call the same round after round after round. And look how light the util is right now.
That's all of us is full belt.
We got, what, 2 flashes of HE and a smoke.
Oh, it's feeling similar. It's feeling familiar. Jocko, off you got. This could be well timed. They're coming in. Anti-flash still delivers. Exercise with a white screen. Now it's up to Jocko. He stabilizes, gets a dink onto Snacks. A 3v3. This one's workable. Force forward. Missed shot from Monacy. Oh my God. Maka gets Nico. Monacy brought to 29. Low. Yeah, this is winnable.
Look at the flank from Gravity. It might go completely overlooked. The MP9 can mop them up, and there's a kit on Lucky. They can win this.
Monacy's attention drawn to the fading donut smoke. Lucky bides his time. Lets Gravity play. Smoke slowly fading. Gravity pushing. Spotted. Missed! Monacy can't hit a shot. Now delivers onto Gravity. The double up in Temple, though, it's still susceptible. If Monacy goes down, saves the day with 5 HP to spare.
As the old adage goes, better late than never. Misses a couple of sitters, but closes it down to secure the 10th. And 3D Max are scratching their heads. The money, that's going to be the conversation. This one, the A defense, considering the circumstances, did a pretty good job. Right, damage and kills. Maka also finding impact, but Monacy makes the statement, secures them the 10th, first real round of impact from the kid. Partial buy, 3D Max, the French back in with something. Still can scrap for this, don't count them out. Might be time for a Maka moment.
Yeah, it's been quiet for him.
Look at it. Are you really going A again?
This time, 3D Max have.
Yeah, we believe you.
Yeah, we're not buying it. What's that?
Shadow?
Shooting ghosts. This feels a bit awkward now. Hang on.
Do you back off from it from G2? Like,
that's the question. They could have pushed elbow at this point. Nico's actually holding that. They're flashing in. Oh, Monacy blind. Monacy blind. Brought low. Hunter prevents the damage from getting out of control.
He's so lucky to be alive.
Yeah, I mean, one of those is a headshot. He's a dead man.
Well, the Molly.
The Molly dismounted. They're just going to wait for the fights to come to them after that double.
Maka's got 3 on the 5-7. Watch this.
Shooting everything. Nades. They know there's 2 here. Snacks handles it. Oh, it's perfect. Hunter.
3 damage on the 5-7.
Brings down Malves.
That's what I meant.
It hasn't gone very well for 3D Max's half buy.
Could you imagine, Alex, if they execute again?
Yes, actually, I can. I can imagine. I can.
Me too.
It's funny because that's exactly what Maui and Dust were talking about.
Exactly. Hey, if it works.
Well, yeah. In my mind, when they were discussing it, they were talking about them doing it and it fails 3 times.
Yeah.
They do it or call it a 4. This, however, this makes more sense.
This is like the segment on ESPN, key to success. It's like the G2.
If it ain't broke,
yeah,
don't fix it.
Round after round after round. Maybe they've just gone, hey, boys, we're going to run this until it doesn't work.
Yeah, but then I can't help but feel for 3D Max that you know the second you start 3A or 2A, you're going to get a balls to the wall
It's just
B.
a B rush, straight up. Extinguish the molly.
Extinguish the molly.
Spawn-based smokes. They're in the site. They've left their rifles. They've all got Mac 10.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they're in a really tough spot right now. I like the aggressive attempt. MongolZ should be dead, but they should have won the round anyway, G2, and Snags getting an important one onto Gravity there. Little drive-by from Hunter into his teammate's head.
Do it again.
They wouldn't.
Boo.
They won't.
Wait. No.
The bomb's going A. Side. Okay. Early info. This will at least get you an early bit of info onto Nico and Snags. Not ready for that. Oh, Nico gonna get a late trade maybe. Not ready for it. Hiding in the smoke. Jocko, has he considered this? No, he hasn't. Nico gets cut down. Right click down to 20 HP. Gravity. Ooh, deleted. Good shot from Nico. Lucky's there as well. Mid-rounding now. Flash for his swing. Does connect with Lucky. He's got great util to force the fight here, Nico.
Oh, Lucky's ahead of it.
Yeah, Wilco's him down. He gets more than he was worth. Oh, MongolZ. Great find. Flushes Lucky out with the incendiary.
Yeah, knew with the timing that he couldn't rotate away. So well handled the situation there, G2. And this one's for 12, 3D Max. This game has gotten away from you and damn fast.
I mean, yeah, Nico's handled that one with a degree of poise we have grown to expect from him.
They're going to traverse back over towards the A site.
Of course they are.
The Conga line, led by Hunter. Diffuse kit here, highlighted by our OBS team as the worst case requirement. Now for 3D Max, you are in the wrong position. You're not investigating further, so the bomb will be going down. G2 will be able to fortify into post-plant positions. Still a little bit worried about where these members may find themselves. There's the first tell. Flash, flash. Okay, we're in the wrong place. Now we need to rotate over. Or do we save?
What a horrible position to be put in.
Yeah, you see the body language there on the cam. Everybody kind of just sitting a little bit more back in realization. I think it's such a tough retake to go for. You can't really justify it because not only were you at the longest rotation point away, you have to clear literally everything. Where could they be? Oh, anywhere? So hold on to these short. The loss bonus is the best thing you've got going for you right now if you're a 3D Max fan. You're going to get 3,500 into this next round of play. Exercise and Maka will be able to drop rifles, and Lucky should be able to buy himself. It's been an outstanding showing from Jocko. Great aim, 24 kills, 115 ADR at this point, but G2 have been able to grind this one.
He's just missing that like second and third prong.
That's the thing though, with what we've discussed, you know, you've mentioned Lucky, there's been games where Mac has popped off, right? This is the thing, the individuals can do it, but the key to success is having more players with output at any given time. You can't just rely on a one-man army.
Easy to be critical from my casting chair, but there felt like Gravity after hitting that bullet onto Nico was shy to commit to the spam. I understand you're playing against someone that could punish an overcommitment, but could have been a different round had Nico gone down cleanly. Still gets another on that, and they're coming back. They're coming back to A for the final blow.
Yeah, I love it. It feels disrespectful in a way, but they make the steps. They hit the brakes. Well, they're showing everybody how well drilled this A execute is.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued about the flashes and how they're layering them, because it's Nico and Hunter that are getting constant flash assists.
There's also that HE that they're using just out of main as well. Yeah, whether or not that's for a visibility factor or not. But 2 players to defend this on the A site. 3D Max, give it all you got.
Exercise sticks around on the boost, hoping to be overlooked. Maka, finds a great angle onto MongolZ. Now Exercise blind, but still delivers one. Up to Maka, can't get it done. Hunter finds the headshot. Jocko tends to temple.
They can cancel.
Nico is late mid. 50 seconds. They're boosting. They're boosting. Oh, he caught perfect timing on the jump up. Now knows where two of them are spotted the bomb. And Jocko still eliminates Hunter, just takes the Angel. Nico into Donut. Snack's leaving with the bomb. Nico keeps them grounded. Puts Lucky down. Now he can tend to the rotate. This is nice calling.
He's making it look like they're going B. He looks making it look like he's cutting off the rotation, so they will try and chase Nico. And Snacks can walk into an open site.
Jocko, how ready is your crosshair? How ready is your crosshair? Not ready enough, but he misses his shots, does Nico?
They're going to run to B. Because of the way that Nico played that, they're going to think it's B.
And Snacks can have a clutch. Another Snacks clutch up on the menu. Is it possible? Positions himself in the donut position. Jocko and Gravity clearing through. Gravity has to trade this. Gravity has to trade this. They nearly line up for it.
4 bullets.
He hasn't got the bullets for this. There's no way. He'd have to hit 2 one-taps to hit the bullets. Okay, onto the pistol. Playing games, playing wicked games with this young gun, Gravity. He's teasing him. He's taunting him. He's taking this map without any single bullet fired. Snacks running around the donut. Taunting Gravity. There's just no time. A horrible way for that one to slip away as Snacks adds another clutch to his tally. 13-8, it's G2's game.
Snacks with the tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Maui, I want to get into all of this, but first I actually wrote, I wanted to be a bit more creative on the disc, so I wrote a love letter to G2. It goes, roses are red, violets are blue. I know you like A, but there's B too.
Oh my God. If anybody in any comment section after this game says because of that last round that Snacks was running circles around 3D Max, I will find you, I will hunt you down, and I will downvote your comment and report it, okay? That was how... for G2 to win this game while A-execing 4 rounds, 3 of which were in a row, that is absurd, Dust. That is everything that 3D Max stood for. The tactical flashing, the space taking, the clutching, the way they were able to play off of each other. It is spat on in the face by a Snacks who called the same strategy 4 times on T side. The exact same strat!
Dude, Snacks is that asshole who just throws rock like 5 times in a freaking row, and you're just like, dude, please! Like, no one does that. No one throws quintuple rock. But you know who runs A execs every single freaking round? G2 does. But you know what? It actually works, and here's why it works. It's because, you know, this is going to be self-serving, by the way, so I'm going to lose a lot of fans here, but in StarCraft, there's this concept where you get a unit composition that's so good that you can literally just hit the A button, which is attack, and then you click on the thing, and you just let your army go forward. And that's what G2 can do. When you have Nico, MongolZ, and MongolZ, you can literally just trebuchet them into a site with basic utility, and you can do it over and over and over and over again, like Marshawn Lynch would say, and you just hit them in the face over and over again, and you just win. It's mind-boggling, but it happens.
I'm picking up a little bit of frustration from both of you. Why does this frustrate you so much?
Because it doesn't stand for what we know and love when it comes to tactical
We
CS.
love Counter-Strike, that's why.
Because we like Counter-Strike for not being Call of Duty. And the problem is that Snacks just has the best Call of Duty players on his team right now. And so it doesn't matter what the strategy is, the execution will always work. It's why we are so afraid of G2 in many ways. This team embodies everything about the mechanical aspect of Counter-Strike. The fact that Nico is such a playmaker, that MongolZ can be a playmaker, that MongolZ is going to hit a shot.
Don't you dare get Snacks credit for this round. Not one of you. Do not do it.
That one highlight right there is just so despicable, man. But it's also, I'm not going to lie, it is kind of why you have to love G2 also. They simplify CS into its most core components, that shooting the other team in the head will net you round victories. I think the 3D Max, though, need to be a blueprint for teams in the future for how to stick it to G2. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the job done once they switched to the defense.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've been hating on G2 a lot, but it's why we love them at the same time. They just do have so much talent. They always have a puncher's chance. Even when they seem behind tactically, they can still just fight their way through it because they had such great fragging capability. But I have to give props where props is due for 3D Max. Like, they went behind in the first half on that game, wound up winning 4 of the last 5 T rounds of the first half off of Joko over all people, not normally the guy for them. Like usually of the two entry fraggers, Gravity's usually the more successful one. Maka and Lucky are typically their more consistent fraggers just overall. But that dude was just sending it, obviously with good flash support, but he was making big plays. He had 2 multi-frag rounds in a row that really kind of reeled the game back in and made it close. But when we flipped sides, they simply, even knowing it was A again and again and again, and even though they stacked it, they flash pushed into A main, they did pretty much every counter they could think of for A, and they still just simply lost because they got out-traded. I mean, it's just so much talent on G2. I don't know.
Hear me out. We can get as frustrated as we want, but if it ain't broke, why fix it? It's working for G2.
It won't work against better teams.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it didn't work against all of the top teams that they faced and lost to in the last 6 months. You know, it does. It can win these tournaments. That's why, in some ways, the Blast format is so great for them, because it's 8 teams. It's almost like an abridged tournament. It's almost like, let's just shrink the sample size and let's see whose run of form is best in a 4-day window. And that's when G2 plays their best Counter-Strike. Even against elite teams in the world, they can always make this happen, despite the fact that if you had, say, like a Premier League season where it's like, who gets the most wins in, I forgot how many games it is, like a 60-game season, I'll never pick G2 because they're just so inconsistent. But for these brief stretches, they are so frustrating to watch for Counter-Strike fans, their opponents, everybody that knows, like, we're coming up with better tactics, you just have better players.
I mean, it is interesting seeing where, like, some of our best teams in the world, I mean, I know Navi's been in some poor form so far in Shanghai, but when you consider them, Vitality, Mouse Sports, they give us the pure Counter-Strike that we all love and adore. You know, and even a team like 3D Max, when they're the underdog when it comes to individual firepower, again, they play beautiful team play, they play the Counter-Strike that we enjoy to watch. It's so well orchestrated. But then you just have G2, who also somehow finds their way in the top 5 by just being the antithesis of everything that we think is pure about this game.
I'm gonna say one more thing.
Right,
like, this is why we dislike G2. It makes the collective fan base dumber. Watching G2 makes everybody watching who is purely driven by results-oriented thinking, it makes them think less of this game. That it is just shooty, bang, bang, and isn't about tactics or setup.
But I mean, shooty, bang, bang, when you have the better shooters, is going to guarantee you the win.
And I mean, in CS2, aggressive playmaking does just work, right? I mean, we know just running out there and fragging does just happen. Again, like, we love and hate G2 at the same time. Like, me and Maui, we love the talent that they have. We love their players.
I picked them to win the tournament from day one.
Yeah, I mean, like, I had them making playoffs and perhaps winning the whole thing. But it's just like, man, when you watch them do stuff like that, you're just like, will that actually work whenever they go up against a team deep in the playoffs that are prepared for that type of stuff better? And it's just like,
and can shoot back better.
Yes, yeah.
They just need to shoot back better.
I'm being a little bit churlish, but I actually agree with both of you. But it's just fun sometimes to poke them and annoy them. On the side of 3D Max, though, they're still in this. They still have a chance. So what did we think about what they put up?
I honestly love the setup round to round. The mock, basic everything we set up in the pregame about the tactical prowess of 3D Max was on display. The fact that they are going to flash into multiple positions regularly with Maka and Exercise in the backline. At one point, there was a round where Maka and Exercise were chaining flashes over middle, just like they did to G2 the last time they played against each other. And on round 5 here, they were doing it in 2 different areas at the same time. Exercise was throwing flashes over middle, Maka was throwing flashes over B. They were hitting 2 sides of the map at the same time with great layered utility. And so 3D Max, despite the fact that they don't shoot as hard, they're getting clean kills on these entries because the G2 players are blind. How do you even the situation when you have the worst firepower on your side? You put a white blanket covering the screens of the people shooting you back.
Yeah, I mean, we set this up talking about how 3D Max loves their mid-control on the T side, how that they were going to play more team-oriented Counter-Strike, how that those in tandem could give them a good T side and give them a chance. And it did. They put themselves in position that first half to have a chance. But simply put, on the CT side, when the chips were down, they folded. They just couldn't figure it out.
Dropping down, obviously, is 3D Max, NAVI as well. I do believe MongolZ has lost to FaZe on the other stream. Those elimination games are going to get spicy tomorrow, boys.
Oh my God, is there potential?
There's going to be one top 5 team going home tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's almost guaranteed.
Pick'em's in shambles.
Almost surely, yeah.
Yeah, because I think FaZe has a chance, like whoever lost between Mouse and FaZe had a chance to play Navi or G2 and stuff like that.
Mouse lost.
Mouse lost.
Yeah, so
if they play Navi,
it's very possible. Very possible.
Oh Lord.
Best of ones create a very bloody scenario for all these teams, right?
I mean, that's just how
thinking
the
about
cookie
the
crumbles at the end of the day.
scenarios.
I mean, there's not really an excuse for some of these favorites to be losing some of the games.
Yeah,
that
no
they
excuse
do.
on Mirage for Navi, bro. Come on.
But it is a symptom of this is just simply what's going to happen with BO1s, MR12, teams that are coming in with different sort of experience on that stage. You know, you have these underdogs who are already incredibly comfortable in this kind of environment, and like, come on, anytime you walk into a new job on the first day, you're going to be a little bit like thrown off by like, okay, where's this? What's that? Like, it'll make you perform maybe like 10% worse than you otherwise should. And I think that sometimes happens to these teams that are coming in fresh off of, you know, qualifying immediately for the elim stage.
We're talking about the eliminations tomorrow, but we actually have an elimination game coming up. The two underdogs who got you through the opening stage, GamerLegion up against Wildcard. One of them is going home right after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The Perfect World Shanghai Major has created such an incredible opportunity for new players and Counter-Strike up-and-comers to just feel like full-on celebs for a long period of time. They started the RMRs in Shanghai. They stuck around. They've been in the hotel with all the big names. As the big names arrived, the fans have been outside and they've got to live this amazing lifestyle. I know that they're enjoying it so much. You see it on their social media, but now it comes to an end. Wildcard, GamerLegion, one of you are going home, and that's going to be hitting them very hard. Two teams that, if we're honest, I mean, one of them we didn't even think would make the major. The other one, very little expectation to go far, and here they are now, unfortunately, seeing themselves facing the end.
The importance of structure. GamerLegion themselves showing that with a great backing from Coach Ash, who at this point the community has well rated. He, in tandem with ZTR, one of the prodigies in terms of calling from the Swedish space, have shown the light towards a bunch of plucky underdogs. Sure, there's a couple players here, or at least there's that have played in majors before, but all in all, this is the biggest surprise for me through the RMRs, winning 4 BO3s in a row to even qualify, but then on top of that, making it through the opening stage in the fashion that they did. GamerLegion's story, despite the fact that they're in an 0-2 position, it already has a happy ending to me.
Yeah, making the top 16 with a roster that has been a revolving door for practically the entire year is incredible. Vault is the only long-standing member of GamerLegion. Every other player has come in through the middle of the year. Tawson just joined in September. ZTR, the in-game leader, only been there for a handful of months, yet in that short amount of time, the ZTR and Ash Brain Trust has been able to create and implement an aggressive, simple play style that is efficient and effective, and it's because Tawson, their newest member, while his numbers don't flash off the page, he is has been such an incredible entry fragger. And then Flamus, the other aggressive rifler, also putting in work. I mean, they have just been doing fantastic stuff.
And then on the other side, of course, we have the North American hopefuls, Wildcard. They have hit hard opposition through the RMRs, found their way here, and have continued to fight through the opening stages.
A wonderful story for Stanislaw on his redemption arc, finding Jaba through the midst of lower level North American Counter-Strike, bringing him up together, but adding some Swedish firepower. Susp, Fozy, imports from overseas, along with Sonic, although some may argue that he is North American at this point, he is truly from South Africa. And really another big surprise in terms of just the amount of composure that this team has shown despite being down, and sometimes in these close games the resolve that they've had has been nothing short of impressive.
Yeah, for me it's come down to Stanislaw and the Swedes, and the reason why I say this is the Swedes have been the two top performing players. Fuzi and Sus have been incredible. Sus in particular, he has a 30% opening attempt rate on the T side of this tournament, and he has a 54% success rate.
Damn.
That is up next to elite level entry fraggers, and he's doing it throughout the course of this major, and at times they are playing some really good teams. Even in their losses against FaZe and Spirit, he was still doing fantastic work.
Paula is now with our teams. Let's find out how they're feeling going into this elimination match.
Ni hao, Meili to Shanghai fans. How are we all doing? Time to check in with Flamus of GamerLegion. Flamus, tough day in the office yesterday. What was the mood like after the losses, and how has the mental reset been coming into today?
I mean, yesterday, first game, we just played like bad. Second game actually was pretty nice, and there was just some rounds that causes us the game. This game is brutal. It will always punish mistakes, and sometimes luck is just not on your side. And I mean, there was nothing to reset from. We are already showed a really good result, and right now we will just try to show our best CS and enjoy the game.
那其实问到昨天的话，一定是经历了一个比较难受的一天之后，今天是怎么来调整的？那 Flamus 也是说到，其实昨天第一场比赛确实打得不够好，但是第二场的话，很多时候只是输掉了一两个关键的局，才导致了整场比赛的失利。那有的时候 CS 这个游戏就是这样，所以的话，今天他们觉得自己也没有什么特别需要调整，他们已经展现出了自己的实力，今天只要发挥出来就可以。
Flamus, let's keep it short and sweet. You love the crowd loves you. Anything that you'd like to say to this wonderful crowd and the fans watching at home?
I will stand up.
Of course.
I love you, like China. I love you so much. I really love the crowd. I really enjoy the support that you are giving to me. Like, I really love you.
好的，那我们现在去到第二个对战房，一会儿再见。
All right, let's head on over to the Wildcard side of the stage. Wow, great to hear from Flamus, but of course we need to check in with the opponents as well. Looking for Stan the man, a true legend of the game. Hello, Stan. Let's go over here. We can go close to your desk. How are you doing, brother, firstly?
I'm good. I'm excited to play some Counter-Strike today.
I'll ask you a similar question to the one I asked to Flames. It was a tough day in the office for you guys on the server as well. What was the mood like in the team afterwards, and how's the mental reset been coming into today?
We were disappointed with our performance yesterday, but you know, today's a new day. We reset ourselves, and we're excited to play and show up.
其实问了一样的问题，就是今天是怎么来调整昨天的失利的？那昨天的话确实没有打好，但是今天的话我们已经做好了准备，简单的重置之后，我们将重新出发。
Stanislaw, you've been competing at this level for so long. Is your leadership helping the team handle the pressure of being on their last lives in the tournament?
I think my experience helps a little bit, but also they've grown a lot over the last few months. And then, what can I say? This crowd is amazing, and they've given us a lot of support as well. So we feel really comfortable playing in front of these amazing fans.
那你个人的话 ，Stanislaw 作为这个经验丰富的老将，也是一定帮助了队员很多。那今天这样的大场和淘汰场次的比赛是怎么来帮助队员来缓解压力的？那其实的话，这段时间我们整体作为一个队伍来说都提升了很多，而且尤其是现场的观众朋友们一直能够给到我们欢呼和掌声，这也给了我们能量，继续来好好的前进打比赛。
And with that being said, Stanislaw, anything that you'd like to say directly to this awesome crowd and the fans at home?
I hope we give you guys a good match. Yesterday we didn't play our best, but today we're going to try to play a lot better, and we just want to feel your energy and you feel ours.
我们昨天没有打得很好，但是今天我们一定会拿出我们自己的全力，希望也能感受到现场观众们的热情和能量。好的，那也是感谢两。
You know, we're obviously working from Bucharest, the English broadcast, and I know that a lot of fans at home have had an issue with the fact if they're in Europe or NA that the time is so difficult and they have to wake up so early, and there's been a lot of complaints. But let's be honest, when you look at that fan base and you see those people and how excited they are to see these teams, they are full for every single game. I love that we've taken Counter-Strike to the rest of the world, and as the video is going to come up on your screen now, I think it's important just to understand that sometimes other people also need to get that opportunity to see these teams live.
Truly a game for an international fan base. And wait a second. Wait, GamerLegion banned Inferno. Wait a second. Dust, do they always do that? Do they?
They've been floating between Dust 2 and a couple of other maps, actually.
Okay, so that's why Wildcard go for the Dust 2 pick, because it's kind of been their other frequent ban in the first stage of things. And GamerLegion actually going with Ancient. I thought there was a case for them to try to go for Vertigo here, despite the fact that Wildcard shown some promise. But it could be the handshake at the very end. Okay, no, Wildcard don't want to even see it. So we've got Anubis. And yeah, first map here between the two teams, Wildcard picking Dust 2. Felt like they had to probably pick Inferno if that was let through. So the other map that's let through being Dust, in this case between the two perma bans of GamerLegion, comes out.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because neither team has played a whole lot of Dust 2. We've only had one land map on Dust 2 for GamerLegion. That was a loss to Sinners in the RMR. We have only seen Wildcard play this map twice on land, 1-1 record. So it is not a map that either team is really well known for. But to kind of make that seem a little bit better for Wildcard, at least, they've adapted so well on the fly throughout the course of this tournament. They've been willing to change up roles and positions mid-event or even like mid-map just to try to get the most out of the squad possible. And I think this is a map where Sus and Fuzi can be themselves. They can express the way that they like to play Counter-Strike the best. And even Stanislaus become an entry fragger this tournament out of nowhere. He was never doing that online. It was mostly Sonic doing that job. Now he's taken that on next to Sus, and it's opened this team up.
How do these two teams, in terms of their playstyles, clash in this best of three?
Well, that's what's so fun about Wildcard, is that they've actually changed their playstyle and tailor-made it for every team, whether that's 5 rounds into a half and they identify something's not working, then Stanislaw goes for a quick change. For GamerLegion, I feel like one thing that I've always been impressed by with Ash teams, whether that's when he was having Shuhei, Snacks, or now actually ZTR at the helm, is the fact that they can go for the poppy execute plays, as every team needs to have in their back pocket, but they usually have some semblance of layering in the default. I feel like they're going to be going through frequently the most meta types of openers, making sure that they cause just the right amount of disturbance. Like, I would not, even though I haven't really seen too much GamerLegion recently on this map, I wouldn't doubt that they're just fighting for lower B control very frequently on their own CT side.
Yeah, both these teams are very aggressive. They're very willing to go for spawn-based plays. Even if it means that someone's not in their technical position, they will still go for that position if they have the spawn for it. So I'm expecting fast, scrappy Counter-Strike. I'm expecting this to really rely on how teams rid those mid-round situations. How do they, phase their way through these 3-on-3s, these tight moments? That's what's going to happen on Dust 2 for me. No one's reinventing the wheel. No one's innovating. We all kind of know how Dust 2 plays. So it comes down to those critical moments. It also comes down to who's sniping better today. Is it going to be Slin? Is it going to be Fuzi? We'll find out.
So obviously, if we take a look at the big picture, all 3 maps, this game as a whole, is it going to be a matter of strategic play up against that dynamic play style of Wildcard, and what wins out in the end?
I think the composure of Wildcard is why I would lightly lean to them, just because the adaptations on the fly without using a timeout, without asking your coach for anything, that's where Stanislaw excels.
We're live. Let's find out who's going home.
Thank you very much. We are live, and let's find out which one of these two stories, these two Cinderella runs, which one is going to be ending right here and now across these 3 maps.
Every match these guys play is the highlight of their career, so who can extend their stay in Shanghai? I think the fact that both of these two teams even made it to the opening stage was a surprise for most. Great showings for them in the RMR, even better in the first stage of the major, and now looking to continue that life here in the elimination stage. Block of the Smoker, mantle up onto Xbox as Slend does maintain some space for GamerLegion. CTs have vision.
First little bit of friction felt by Slend, gets away.
Oh, he saw players top, mid, and lower tunnels, so helping piece this one together. They still have 2 players upper tunnels /B. Is what I should be saying for the GamerLegion defense. So 2-1-2 for the defense so far. They're expecting a mid to B by the looks of things.
They're really not rushing things. They want to force a reaction here, Wildcard. Torsen is about to get some questions asked of him. How good is his aim? Gets his first cleanly, and he's ready for a second, but
quick changed.
Will punish. Slend, tested. Nice clicks.
Oh!
Nice shot. Slend puts 2 in the dirt. Overcommits a little onto Stanislaw, but may not cost them.
Bomb's loose on Cat right now. Slend's dropped that. Can Stan get to it? That's the question.
He knows this line is held. Don't know about the dual Berettas at this range. Volt.
Yeah, right.
And Flamus now gets his chance to finish the job. Wow. Wow. Okay, the individuals are on. I've heard good things about Slend and don't feel like I've necessarily seen his peak. We'll be choosing a great game to show up in maximum capacity.
Yeah, damn straight. You can be sharp, but all of these GamerLegion players seem to have had their moments throughout their run, RMR into the major. They've also had some moments that are not so good. Remember that Vertigo game we did with GamerLegion and Torsen getting picked off towards B time and time again? So, you know, I'm not trying to highlight one negative, essentially. I'm just saying that they can have their ups and downs, but I think Flamus is the one that's grabbed the most in terms of notoriety. I think it's based off him being loud, proud, and having some good aim. And this is something that is quite curious. Take a look at what Stan has invested with. He does this.
Oh, well, that's a little bit punishing.
Excuse me, Sus. I'm trying to talk about Stan's curious investments on quote-unquote eco rounds.
Yeah.
He likes to buy a little bit of util, right? And it sets them up in this position where things can seem a lot scarier than they really are. And if you take a look at most of their games, he tends to have this similar approach.
Volt's ruined the whole plan, though. Like, his whole plan was, you know, you guys sit top mid.
What if you
ready.
flash 2 players through a smoke and they kill him?
That would open up B.
Or you could also not do that, is another option that I think...
Wait. So what's he cooking?
So what, B, and then he's going to flash tunnels and they hopefully kill him and can run into the site.
Safe
well
for the
played
flash.
from Volt.
Yep.
Very well played.
Thank you. That was their win condition. That he overextended and ate the flash. Now the pivot's there. ZTR is going to be present. And how very well handled by Volt. Gets himself... Ooh, Stan gets another one. So it gets way more costly than they were perhaps looking for.
Yeah, cheeky there as well from Stan. Throws the decoy out. Volt turns it and it's the flash over the top. So lovely little thought process there, but we do get into the guns. AWP not available for Slend on GamerLegion, and the same to be said for Thozy on Wildcard. We've got 2 Swedes, a South African, a Canadian, and an American in the form of J-Bar taking on GamerLegion, which also got a hodgepodge mix. Volt, Romanian/British. I think he's gone with Romanian.
I don't blame him.
ZTR the Swede, Torsen the Dane, Slend Hungarian. Want to make sure I get that one right. And Flamus the Russian. I'm even double checking the Slend one. Like, it always, that and Bulgaria, I always get confused. Definitely Hungarian. Full mid control. Now vying for some short space. Crisscross smoke, we'll just call that one Chris. Right now looking a bit cross is ZTR, having to leave his bomb site to investigate middle. They're up short. Tucked in towards Goose right now is Slend. Has the support of Flamus on rotation. Oh, that's well done.
Pick-off finds ZTR with the smoke spam to Sonic.
That draws Flamus back to deal with the mid to B.
Yeah, Thozy. Considering his options, Flamus will turn tail, get it.
This nade could be
big.
well-placed
HE. And that Slend. Oof. Goose flash could be good. Slend still not throwing it. Letting him play, and play he shall. Flamus 2. Slend overlooked, completely overlooked. And now a second is demanded of him. Does deliver onto Sonic, finishes off what ZTR started in that mid-exchange. Hold on, stabilizes off the spray. That's an MP9. Up against an AK, long range. Well played by Torsen. He bided his time on that. You know, you feel like your A players are under so much scrutiny, it's easy to overplay. Sticks long. Slend gets 2, and he finds that long-range duel.
Jaber, I don't think he's expecting to, first of all, take that fight, and then especially against an MP9, because he immediately was into a bit more of a spammy nature than tapping away.
Couple of taps and you find that head. Easy to overcommit to the spray, and well, Torsten punishes.
Well, every round they've had a decent amount of damage done. Wildcard look like their late long pop stands out, make that a straight long pop. And he's into pit. They have a smoke and residual flashes on Susp and Sonic to try and make the cross. But is that the plan? You have ZTR in lower tunnels right now. He's going to get a supportive flash forward. Has to win this fight. And you see Susp there taking that contact. So for him, if he went down, would have lost this smoke that can be used to cross long. Stan has maintained position in pit. And the rest of the team coming to join him now. So searching for answers are GamerLegion.
It's going to be really contingent off of these Deagles hitting shots. Tech 9 at this range not going to be good.
Oh, Flamus is in and out.
Yeah, gets away. Doesn't want to be trapped. Doesn't want to be triple swung. And that CT smoke could be played ahead of. Doesn't look like they're going to dare to do so.
Oh, but Sus just threw his. They kind of have to.
Okay. Flamus is going to have an angle. Oh, no. Jaber's going to have an angle. Hits that Deagle headshot, and that's exactly what that Deagle was designed for. Now an AWP, though, in a powerful position. Slend has to deliver here. Has to and hasn't. Missed shot. Second's good, but he's getting overrun. Sonic finds him, puts the AWP down. Good work from ZTR. Volt needs to find some contributions. It's good work from ZTR, making this round uncomfortable. A 4v2 quickly becomes an even keel of 2v2. Behind the smoke, ZTR's being hunted. Susp working on that. Volt overlooked. A double kill. Well handled by the two of them. Volt and ZTR bail their team out. Flamus probably screaming after that Jaber Deeg.
Another close round. So even though Wildcard are yet to post one, they've been doing damage. This is very sketchy for GamerLegion. Able to hold on just, retain the AWP. But speaking of AWPs, Fozzy's been able to bring his out on the other side of the server. Now we can really sink our teeth into the approach from the North American organization. In Suicide, you find Stan out long for the pick, and there it is. Immediately announces his presence.
And Slen does too. That's a hard shot to hit, just over the top of the Sui box. CTR. Toes may have been visible.
He can be flashed out. Flamus could flash middle and he can swing all lower tunnels for a fight.
Uzi not acknowledging the potential whatsoever, and Flamus is going to be caught off by that completely. ZTR should have him. ZTR should have him!
No, no, no.
How's he let that one go? Hesitation, I think. Assuming Fuzi had spotted him and worried about the elevation on Xbox.
In-game leader aim.
That's a nice find back.
They know Slen's close.
Yeah, 1 versus 2 handed to him. Window held by his teammate, gets the info, misses his chance. Jaber, impactful double kill. Wildcard on the board, and as you'd already highlighted, that those costly rounds have added up.
Yep.
Compounded.
Just drug them into the mud? That sounds wrong. Dragged them into the mud.
And now they have to essentially fight their way out of it.
Yeah, that's a bit of a mare from ZTR, isn't it?
And quite the opposite for Fozzy. You get your AWP in your hand, immediately deliver the opening kill for your boys. That's going to get some faith building in the ranks.
No, his name's Love.
His name is Love, or Löwe.
Catch that. Down the gullet.
Wow. It's a fact he sticks around for a second for his shot as well. That's brave considering the opponent's buy. Oh, Slend. Oh, it wasn't far off, you know. A scout shot narrowly missing out on the skull of Fozzy.
Well, according to Eric Wendell.
Yeah, I don't know.
The
He's always been
PH bar,
Fozzy to me.
you can call him whatever you want. He doesn't care.
Nice double kill all the same. Sus works out mid, and Flamus, yeah, he's just going to activate with Torsten. They've grouped up short. It's just about catching that timing. ZTR throwing out util to try and feign that they're going for some CT control, but Stan is wise to their tricks.
Yeah, they have a good read of the situation. And this one here should be cementing not only the second, but the third round, because this was a GamerLegion force buy with the lost bonus timing.
Nice shot.
Still need to hit a couple more zingers, though, because right now it's 4 players in B for Wildcard with residual utility, right? So you're not even going to talk about this round getting exciting. There's 2 smokes remaining on Sonic and JBA, so they can just keep the door smoked. See? Some people call him Jaber. I just called him JBA. You can do it with any of the names.
Just
it's
freestyle.
Fine. You can call him Zonic if you're German,
I think
right?
Yeah, I've got close before.
You could call him SL3ND, right?
You could.
You can call him whatever you want.
I call him SLN.
He'll end ya.
But yeah, saving the AK makes a lot of sense. And for Torsen, the scout on ZTR, it all makes sense. Have another go. Otherwise, it would have been a full eco. Have a threat into the next. Jaber's going to save on bricks, and that's going to upset Chad. I just want to pre-warn everyone that watching that, we are going to have to talk about the bomb radius now.
Nah, I'm over it.
You are?
It's their game. I just talk about it. Valve want people to be able to save a gun while watching the bomb explode. That's fine, right? If you think that's okay. If you think, Valve, that having the radius on Ancient the size of a tactical nuke is one thing, but then on Dust 2, for the guy to be able to sit in the bomb site, one of the hardest bomb sites to retake in the entire map pool.
You can't even play for exits.
You can't even do damage on exits because you can save it anyway.
He's over it though, guys. He's over it, so that's good. It's good. I'm glad you're over it, man.
I'm over it. All right, the double dip.
Let's have a go. A little bit of mid-aggression. I mean, Dust 2 certainly has been lended itself to some aggressive mid pushes. I love that from Flammers. Runs down Jaber. This gets awkward quickly for Wildcard. Given their full commit to long.
There's no flash for the corner here, but they're going to biff on long.
In the smoke fade. There's a lot of bodies here. This is not an easy duel for these CTs. It's 5-7 MP9. They're not expecting it. Hello. Yep, ready for one. Flammers' AK is racking him up. He's done so much work. A triple kill. Sets up Slen's scout for some potential disruptive shots. Volt's dig overlooked by Stan. Oh, just in time. Just as Stan was starting to consider that side, Volt's proactivity is rewarded. Now dips in with an AK-47 and Susp is handed an uncomfortable 1 versus 2. Look at this proactivity again from Volt. Pushes up a dark. Maintains control. Slend is a vulnerable asset. Gets out of there. And now Susp has got himself a nice even path to get the bomb down.
Yeah, winnable 1v2 here for Susp. Is going to plan for short. Has this Molotov to buy him a bit of a buffer. Volt mantling up Cat. Will have Slen not too far behind.
He doesn't molly. And Volt caught off by the aggression. Nice punish. Proactivity and 8 bullets for the final frag. No Slend was last seen towards CT. Grabs himself the AK, peeks in. That's a lovely sequence. Sus comes up clutch, saves them from losing that second bite of the cherry on the half buy.
Yeah, look, a very dangerous round, but one that GamerLegion had as a bit of a bonus. One that they definitely feel they should have won, considering the opening kill and how they played it. But Susp, he saves the day for Wildcard.
Yeah, Volt's going to be kicking himself there. Just doesn't expect someone in a 1v2 disadvantage to be looking for the fight so directly.
Ooh. Smoke was down, even went for the jump over the tippy top. Stands out long.
Yeah, they want to fight.
Quick scaling.
There's 3 players here from the CT side. GamerLegion exposed, deleted by Stan. Torsen claws one back, but pays a heavy price.
Well, there's your A rotator rifler dead. That's Flammers in the dirt. Torsen low, can't anchor long. They need to take space elsewhere. So right now for GamerLegion, you need to react. Can we take tunnels? Can we push mid? Can we do something?
He's a dead man. He's a dead man.
Oh, they're missing the nades.
Nade, double molly, and the tap eventually does connect. Good work from Jaber. Opens up the long avenue into A. Not much for these M4s.
No, and the thing is, because they didn't crack in and take the space early, they are late to the party. Defensive smoke from Torsen towards the top site, so this will give them a buffer to work with. 4v3.
No rush here. You could just wait out that smoke if you wanted to. Or nade it open and
Beautiful.
find yourself a double. Team play looking good from Wildcard as they level this out to a 4-4 scoreline. ZTR breaks the smoke, does control, and oh, if he'd found the headshot there, could have made it uncomfortable for Sonic.
Liking what we're seeing from Wildcard.
Yeah, their T sides continue to impress us.
So, obviously, the rounds have all been difficult that they've had to win because it was the rifle round, then you were dealing with a force buy, then you were dealing with saves from the force buy, then you were dealing with another rifle round. So, no easy ones just yet. This will be the lightest of the bunch for Wildcard to waltz past.
Okay, getting lower info, which is going to be rewarded. 2 lower.
ZTR, oh, he actually got tagged by the scout there, so good work from Slend.
Information goes both ways, I suppose.
Flammers is highly aggressive.
Yeah, and they're just going to walk out long. This is the path of least resistance. Flammers flashed. So they essentially just count on Susp to hold their backside.
It's been fortunate in a few of these rounds that Stan's had the best spawn to go out long. Right, in-game leader able to make that space for them.
Oh, ZTS confirms Long is the threat. Maybe Flammers now gets caught by Susp. He does. And they can just waltz in, take these jewels. 5-7 tucks Gandalf.
This is by the book from Wildcard. They also have more layering of util. I like this. Established ramp control, Molly short, Melly Gandalf. The Gandalf one just missed, but knowing that they have to thrive in the chaos. Ooh. Hold up. Hold up.
A little bit threatening.
Ah.
Sonic finishes it off with HE.
Oh, there was a second where that felt like it could have been dangerous. Torsen may have been heard slipping off the box, so yeah, that'll confirm it. Sonic up over 3 for him in the round, and 5-4 is a 1-round gap now. Wildcard take the lead for the first time in this map and series. And if you are just joining us, what's on the line? Elimination in the elimination stage. Who would have thought? Both of these teams find themselves 0-2 after the first day of play.
Yeah, it's been a rough ride. Wildcard meet FaZe into Spirit.
Yeah, it's a different class of CS, isn't it?
GamerLegion Vitality into Liquid.
Yeah, the big boys are here to play.
They are definitely the odd ones out.
Well, you had your time in the sun, and now you need to really dig deep. We've seen some great Counter-Strike. When you go all the way back for GamerLegion's run, having to win 4 best-of-3s consecutively. And they had to win the 7th place decider slot in the RMR.
Right.
And that's a massive hole. That's where they really first came onto our radars. I think there was expectation behind what can Ash, coach on screen, do with this bunch of no-names, essentially. And the answer is an awful lot. Can they keep their Shanghai dreams alive?
Making top 16 is such an achievement in itself.
Well, yeah, I think even making the major initially was an achievement. Sure. And then the top 16, it's like, wow, did we really just realize our possibility, our potential this early?
Same can be said for Wildcard. I mean, Sonic's been at this since, what, 2015? Oh,
well, they're going.
That's a very deep smoke, Volt. And Sus will punish. Straight into the B site, wide open. This is falling through their fingers. Sonic's ready for you. Peeks in. Headshot through the concrete. Forced away by the flame. Stand to plant. You have to save.
Oh,
Torsen won't be. Smoke spam on his retreat.
All right, well, the bomb is down. The timer has begun, and the hunt is not on. Cash is starting to build up for a few of the players of Wildcard here.
A Susp clutch and a Susp entry. Round winning. 2 can be attributed to him.
And the first time we've kind of seen a bit of a shift. It's been a lot more A focus from Wildcard, right? Lots of stuff out long, and now they head over towards B. You were bang on about that smoke. I think you get a more shallow one in there. I don't think he'd brave it in the same way, but seeing it just trickle past, knowing I can par the head, obviously it's contingent on him hitting that shot and does so. So Volt, hero in a previous round this time, gets caught sleeping. They are hunting, they are searching, and, well, they should be able to retain these 3 rifles. Lost bonus has built to a point where drops are going to be available for the likes of Volt and Torsen, so they'll be very happy with their teammates staying alive, and that also means that GamerLegion can contend again.
I've been impressed by Wildcard's T-side here. To be 6-4 up after losing the first 4 rounds, you know, no pistol, to be boasting, and a 2-round discrepancy for GamerLegion's CT side. It's going to be feeling pretty tough right now.
And I think as well, when you look at those 4 rounds that GamerLegion won, Wildcard were in all of them with a really good opportunity to do damage or potentially convert the round. So Wildcard have done a great job of keeping things
Oh my God, look at their health. Jump, they're running out.
Absolutely mauled.
Sven next. Easy for Susp.
The Swedes in combination decimating GamerLegion. We've seen Love with a big AWP round. How good's that name?
Flammers, that's a nice proactive push, but Susp is ready for the trade, and look at the health on the rest of them. What's Torsen supposed to do?
The smoke even hit him.
From 7 to 6.
Just chipping him away one at a time.
No, not ready for the re-aggress. Thought Torsen had his back, there's Volt. And now, no health for this, no hope for this. Take that kit, take that Molotov, take that AK, and get out of there.
All right, well, another save as 7 rounds will be posted for Wildcard. Looking great on their map choice. We have Anubis up next and Ancient as the 3rd and decider, if I remember rightly. No, sorry. Ancient is the 2nd map. Anubis is the 3rd and decider. I didn't remember rightly.
That's why we say if.
Good one, idiot. This is a really fun map pool.
Yeah, it is.
It's a really brawly, fun map pool.
And looking at the way this round played out, you want an example of brawling, it feels like Susp essentially just got the green light to go searching mid with some supportive util. Go walk out mid, take your angels and win them. I mean, everyone took such a heavy lick of damage to start us off. We saw 3 players from GamerLegion in the opening stages just brought low. Very impressive. No pistol and with the edge for an 8-4 half.
Oh, it's slowed and then just gets caught. Sweet on sweet violence there. This one could be a bit of a speed run. We'll see if any resistance can be found as second tactical timeout from Ash over in the GamerLegion camp.
How's your eyes, Chad? What does it say? Win 5 CT rounds.
It doesn't say a lot, really, does it?
No. It's all up there.
Keep it in the Chrome Dome.
Yeah.
Well, 5 into the second half with a pistol, more than workable. Even without a pistol, still somewhat workable. We also have Vitality taking on MRBR on our secondary stream. That is brought to you by Harry and Hugo. That's a best of 3 for the playoffs, baby. That's what it's all about. Winner of that one will lock themselves in. And MRBR have shown some great Counter-Strike throughout this stage. We covered their game against 3D Max on Vertigo. That was one that they almost let 3D Max back into. But their game against NAVI, a 13-11 win in Sani. Life game first half, saved really good second half. And double orbs. That's how well things are going.
Slen gets sat on his ass.
Well, it's double orbs on both sides of the server. We got the same idea. Opening kills have been a real issue for GamerLegion, only 2 so far. So Wildcard have had their way with these opening exchanges. Suspers 5-0 in opening kills. Chef's Kish. Kish?
Chef's Kish.
Everyone's favorite, the Quiche.
Oh, he's actually hit it. He's found Fozy up top mid. Sonic not ready for the angle of Vault, so that's a huge elevation to GamerLegion's chances of a 5th. DTR peeks in, misses his chance, but fortunately gets away. Jaber Susp spotted. He mantles up, spots the head, and delivers the headshot. In the smoke, Jaber tries to slip past, and actually Torsen's not in a position to catch this, so Jaber, audible steps from ZTR have set him up for a flank, and now Trigger discipline on display. His teammate Long waits, but now Flamus is flanking him. Stan gets that. 2v4 suddenly becomes a 2v2. GamerLegion, this cannot go this way. Torsen has an opportunity, but Jaber's got the headshot, and no need for a plant if the shots just keep getting hit. Oh, GamerLegion just getting completely rumbled here. Volt, a 1 versus 2, finds an isolating frag. Jaber on side, he delivers. Volt, that's impact. What would have been a really bad way to end your first half. In a must-win series, he does find some redeeming qualities with the clutch.
Yeah, it's tough though. You know, you go and look at the type of rounds they were able to win. They really had to fight tooth and nail for them, whereas it felt like it came a little bit easier to Wildcard within that first half of play. Understandably so, is their map choice.
And like you said, every single round GamerLegion won, all 5 of them, Wildcard were kind of in it.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're sitting there wiping sweat off your brow thinking, damn, we're happy for 5. You feel like you're lucky to have 5.
Even that round where it was just like the P250 and the Susp Deagle and then Stan with the util, they were still able to get a couple of kills.
I think they got 3.
Yeah, so it ain't bad at all. Now, we do take a minute worth of respite right now, but maybe I can give you all a bit of a history lesson. ZTR, in-game leader for GamerLegion, he has played with both Fozy and Susp throughout his career. We got Metasport, Young Ninjas, right? There's a whole lot of overlap there within the Swedish scene. Obviously, Swedish Counter-Strike is not where it once was, and the same, I guess, could be said for Danish Counter-Strike. But these are some of the more exciting names that have never really been able to make it work with a national roster. ZTR even had time on the main NIP roster, I believe.
It's definitely got to be feeling kind of a bit foolish for the... Is it Metasport?
Yeah, they got rid of Adam. Sorry, they got rid of Susp. His brother is Adam.
Yeah, and ZTR.
Yeah.
And both of them made top 16 at the major.
Yeah, but I did play a pug with a couple of the Metasports guys the other day, and they carried me. So we only say nice things about Metasports around here, Alex.
Absolutely.
Slen's gooshed.
Yeah, that's not a great start to your pistol campaign. He still gets his util out.
It's like the opposite of what you're looking for.
But Sonic is committed to this angle with Posey in support, so dual Berettas, an armored dual Beretta, ready for anything Torsten throws his way.
They are out long, so we'll see which fight comes first. Do they test JBA over towards Carr, who's on these wide glances, has the goosed individual to deal with first, so to be careful about. Oh, beautiful shot there from Jaber.
Tracking, Jaber. Jaber has managed to find 2 on long, committed to this Carr position, but fights his way out. And a third from Jaber. Monstrous hold, bomb lost, round lost.
Yeah, sure, Sonic goes down, but does that really count? They're pushing into long doors?
Oh, you're not ready for
Surely
this.
you park the bus here.
He gets close. Posey gets contact. And hard to track. Now you get a chance at another one. Good click. Takes the head off of Torsten. Volt trying to run him down with a Glock. Good, composed taps. Out of the Posey USP.
Steady. All right, splitting pistols, no plan. Tough position for GamerLegion to contend now. Lots of pressure on Jaber. First major for him, Young Buck, only American in contention.
You can call him the hope of American Counter-Strike.
Taking Jason's nickname, apparently. Well done from Wildcard. All right, well, we will see a hero scout for Slend. Now, I can understand this because he will most likely use a scout again into the next round, which will be their rifle round. If he gets a tag or 2, that's very, very good news because even the Glocks could finish them off at about 30 HP. So there is a threat. I like this approach from GamerLegion. Now, the thing that I wouldn't like is if they ran through a smoke. You want to take your time. You really want to allow this scout to have ample opportunity to look for picks. Don't do it. Why did you buy the scout then? Wait, did he sell the scout back?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Did he really?
He went, refunded it, and bought Deeg instead.
Is that real?
Suppose you got that.
Is that street legal?
That's 15 seconds, you know, just thinking about it. It's pretty cheeky.
Can we get Gabe on the phone about that? What's he saying?
He's chilling on his yacht with his ultra-wide.
I don't know how I feel about that.
It's been done before.
I know, but I still don't know if it's right.
It's fair. So long as he doesn't get any, fire any shots.
Long brawl.
Oh, Torsten.
They're through the smoke.
Jaber handles business up close. There's the necessary trade. This is the fight. And Torsten weathers it through, finds Posey. Missed car molly, but Sonic and Sus have got their work cut out for them here. Sonic tries to delay them as best he can, shows presence, throws HE. Don't see a smoke grenade from Sonic, so unable to block. The T's working on their finish here. GamerLegion, a must-win T-side round just to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, but Sus was still alive.
To be feared.
Well, he's over towards B right now, so currently searching the wrong side of the map. Sonic, through the smoke. Wow, actually starts spamming first, so gives away his position, tries to slow them down. Sus now rotating over. Oh! Catch that.
Jump shot from the South African doesn't go far. Sus spotted out, and looks like Torsten's already going to try and hunt him down. Got to find a safe haven to preserve what he can.
All right, first round, second half. Didn't take long, did it? Pistol conversion, and they're on the board. GamerLegion keeping their head above water on this one. I think the biggest issue is more the flow. When you take a look at the round timeline, you had 7 consecutive rounds for Wildcard, and you had, well, 9 out of the last 10. Now it'll be 9 out of the last 11 as GamerLegion will post their 6th. You see them sprawling through the smoke, so just the pathing from Torsten to get into pit is the safe haven, just to make sure that he's not out in the open like his teammates. Nice little maneuver from him. And Flammers, he loves it. He's enjoying himself. This is all of his Christmases coming at once.
Yeah, of course it is. Been dedicated to this game, and now finding yourself not only competing, but thriving. Up until you got to the top 16, as we discussed, the big names live here.
Quite a fast mid-control from GamerLegion, right? They haven't gone, okay, we're going to molly lower tunnels, we're going to have people like 3 through tunnels, get the flashes in. They've just Mid-smoked, sprawled down middle, and are already at 1:30 applying pressure towards Cat. And this is an understanding of, hey, they're not going to have an AWP on the other side of the server right now, so we can get away with a few of these type of maneuvers. So by doing so, they apply so much more pressure. And what this is really doing is your A rotating player, which right now is Stan, is feeling, hey, is this a mid to B? Where do I need to cheat to? Do we have util to block short? Do we need to make a move? All of these things are going through your head because mid control's been lost so early.
Jaber just left long completely, and that's exactly where they were headed.
Yeah, so they're going to try and clamp down on short and mid, and crisscross smokes have landed. They're ahead of this, so Wildcard know this isn't real.
Oh, you feel like it's pretty real when Volt gets the kill onto Stan. Sonic, next victim, big find from Volt. Sells it completely. Jaber and Fuzi pushing up short side. And he's slipping through the CT smoke. He is going to have their rotation on lock. The main threat is going to be short.
And investigating out of Cat, they go, okay, well, nobody's home. It might have to be the save, and Volt is hearing this. He heard the rifle picked up. If he goes down, might entice them in now. Great damage. Huge damage.
Oh, and Sus got another onto Torsen. This is falling away. Commitment. What a commitment that is from Flammers.
That's insane.
What are you doing? Crouching in the open. He gets Jaber, but Sus can't believe his luck. Gets a third. The fight's just coming his way. And Fuzi coming long.
Slen's for a
vulnerable
clutch.
to this. He has to. He's due one. Needs clean headshot. That's exactly what he delivers. Takes down Fuzi.
As a kid.
Susp, though, he is good in the clutch, too. Wraps around, tucked on Gandalf. Will he anticipate this? Could go for the wallbang. Clears outside. SoundQ made. Gives away his position. He's just going to... Oh, he doesn't. Trying to call the bluff. Oh! Clutch up from Slend. Keeps GamerLegion's hopes of a Dust 2 win.
I thought he was just going to stick it.
Yeah, that takes a lot of balls.
Yeah, the plan not for him. So Slend, you know, having to dance around the site, it was never going to be easy.
Bang.
So we've had a Sus clutch, we've had a Volt clutch, now we've had a Slend clutch, and that one there, you saw the ammo down to 0 bullets on that frag. Important round there. And they've humbled Wildcard. It's going to be pistols. A flash for Stan, dual Berettas for Fozy, a Deagle for Sus, USPs for the rest. GamerLegion, you can turn this into a one-round game. Well, Flammus is already in pit, Volt and Torsen in upper tunnels. So the fact that Flammus is in pit already means once the smoke fades, he'll see nobody challenging him. ZTR's actually coming over to investigate with him. So the call can still be made from the other side of the map. ZTR has this UMP. He might want to play first for info, right? Treat this as a bit of a money man situation. Look, I'll go in. If I go down, it's all right. We get the info on where the stack is. Stan's pivoted over towards Gandalf, so it's going to be tough for him to flash them into the fight from here. You can see it lining up. Well, that one's spotted from a mile away, and I think that helps ZTR piece this together. Hey, boys, you should be able to investigate B now.
They just got blocked, or is that a lurk smoke they've dropped? Okay, nice from ZTR. Quick taps from Flammers to ensure it. They've always got ideas on their ecos of Wildcard. This one, not going to plan. You can see that just by taking long, it did force Stan into an uncomfortable position to set up his boys. So yeah, one-round game now. And it is Stan on the mic. Calls a timeout for Wildcard. That's the first we've seen from them, and the first time they've kind of felt some pressure after what was, as we discussed, a very, very strong-looking first half from the Wildcard T side. Not to say that the pistol, its conversions made it a, you know, a cosmetically close game. But as far as the gameplay was concerned, Wildcard had the edge.
Yeah, so these are some of the best rounds we've seen GamerLegion play so far, which is a nice change. And it does tee us up for a very competitive series.
Okay, best spawn for the AWP, CT side, and AWPer that likes his aggressions. Will we see Fuzi give us a look?
Yeah, do you go into lower and try something insane? The other day, he literally ran mid on Ancient into elbow with this AWP on the CT side. It was like crazy.
He's playing it safe. Even waiting for the smoke to bloom before he crosses mid. Doesn't want to be spotted out.
Ooh, okay.
Okay,
yeah.
Gifted a chance with the AWP on the spawn.
So, yeah, trying to use the spawns. I appreciate it. It's always a shame when you do that as an AWPer and the player dies.
Double ding through the bang. On the long doors, they are actually pushing with the AWP and Susp. Volt, he's positioned accordingly.
Well, does Susp keep going? Or is he just going to park it here? That would be the safer of the two options. How aware is he of their positioning? ZTR also knowing it's a possibility. You can see just with his glances up towards the tunnels, knowing they could have definitely found themselves a bit more entrenched. So putting pressure on the mid to B now. AWP still here. Doubted be flashed off the line.
Sus does catch Volt. Upper dark clear. Oh, the timing on Fuzi's peak. ZTR's just walking around. And now Torsen spots the AWP reposition towards the window, forces out the smoke for safety.
You have to go A now.
You have to, and Jaber's just playing actively on this corner, spots out Flammers, so the information is flowing for Wildcard right now. Flashed in, good work from Flammers. Not blind. And a nice back from Slend as well. They've clawed in. Stan, long range, MP9, missed AWP shot, getting nimble.
Crazy.
Punished by Torsen, but
This is quick.
This is crazy too. Fuzi, before the smoke blooms, finds Slend, keeps aggressing, pushes through. Torsen under so much scrutiny, he needs Flammers' help here on that elevator duel. They can collide. Both peek in, both deliver the headshots. That's GamerLegion 9, Wildcard the same.
All tied up, and the fact they don't go for the save, it means it's going to be another Wildcard partial buy. You feel a bit bad for Jaber at long there, don't you? Because he flashes for himself, right? Then you're going to expect at that point that Flammers will be holding the line. Then he gets a sight flash, and then Flammers picks in. It's like, oh.
And it's not even necessarily like Flammers is 3D chest him.
No,
it's just
throwing you two. Yeah. And that's one of the crueler ways for things to go down. Okay, well, Wildcard. They have been able to get themselves some upgraded pistols, sure. You need a statement right now. This is going to be where one of the individuals needs to dig deep, and this could be it. Sonic in lower tunnels, 5-7, and pull it to the side of the head. Torsen, important kill, was on his own there.
Yeah, very important. You give away a rifle, things get awkward quickly. This is pacey. Fuzi flashed in, goes what with a deagle? Not the weapon for the job, but it's enough of a distraction that Stan and Sus do manage to kick up a bit of a fuss. And we spoke about giving up a rifle. One has found its way into Sus's hands.
And right now, Slender's trying to track him, but as an AWPer, you're just going to play to contain in this situation. So max loss bonus about to be injected into the accounts of the Wildcard members into the next. Fuzi's AWP, they can equip that for sure. But what are the issues right now? It feels like there's so many. Now, I want to kind of draw attention to what's happening on the main, the secondary stream right now, but in a lot of people's mind, probably the main game of the moment is Vitality versus MIBR. That's for qualification. It's not necessarily about the head-to-head. Vitality are the favorite. It's about, like, Vitality and MongolZ today. I guess MongolZ Heroic is a lot closer than this one, but if you drop down from this 2-0 pedestal, the teams like the G2s, the Navis 1 and 2, right? You have a lot of big names who are in positions who are going to have to play through these best of threes to lock yourself in for the playoffs. So just for pressure's sake, if you're one of the top dogs, get it done straight away, especially if you're Vitality versus MIBR.
Well, especially when what you considered perhaps one of your main rivals is having a bad couple of days. NAVI.
It's double AWP setup on the T side.
Yeah, that's unusual. And he hit a shot, so Torsen justifies it.
Their money is going so well that they were actually able to have double AWP and now get rid of one.
That is crazy. To be doing that round 20, wow.
Yeah, we'll see if that has any ramifications, but that would require Wildcard to win a round or two.
Holding long with low HP, not going to feel great for J-But. Flammers will have his number eventually. An interesting angle adopted here. Molotov will force Fuzi into a very uncomfortable position, but he's not burning.
Bad spread.
And a free frag. ZTR assuming that was Molotov, so...
I'd be losing my mind.
Yeah, Flammers does win that duel. Understandably, you would. They're coming to re-clear him. Oh, Flammers, okay, if you can get one here.
Why can't he have two?
Why not? Stan, tested. The Flammers hold, breaks through, has long control back, and actually, you've got to be careful with that bomb. Slender's just suddenly getting really awkward. Nice pick from Torsen onto Fuzi, but there's two towards lower. It's an interesting division of their defense. That smoke gives him some angles to play with, and same could be said for Stan in that pit position.
Where does Slend go?
Oh, is he going long? Oh, not anymore, they're not. Thought Stan was going to be able to stop that rotation of the bomb, but they've found a safe path. They've managed to bail themselves out of this one, and Sus gets aggressive, tries to be disruptive, finds Volt over the smoke, and low HP on Torsen. They're both just fighting, shooting. Torsen running out of teammates, and now no health for the 1v2. He'd have to be severely precise and not able to hit that first headshot.
I love the decision making there on the extinguish of the molly and go. The only way Wildcard win that round in that 2v3 situation is quote unquote making a play. And that is what Sonic and Sus just did. I love it.
Yeah.
That's a great decision in that moment. Other players would have hesitated. Oh, we got max loss. Do we go for the save? Do we back off? We're in a number situation. They went, no, we need a round. We're winning it right now. We are fighting for this, and they get Wildcard up to double digits. Very well done.
And what I love about Sonic is he's right there behind him. Trusts his teammate's decision, gets out through the smoke. Oh, fingertip spotted. And that's a wallbang connection. Another tag to start us off. And ooh, Fuzi down. Huge opening from Torsen. Sonic forced into a defensive stance. And just brings the fight to them. Torsen.
He's sharp, isn't he?
Good read of the situation. Gets his 16th frag, but Suspicious just can't stop racking him up. That's 2. He's punished again on their attempt to test him on B. Slend. That's what he's designed for. Gets Stan, clears out, maintains short. Jaber is flanking. Volt is crossing, spotted. Slend goes down, as does Volt. Perfect. Wildcard connect from 2 different individual duels. Now Suck is being isolated, and he hits it. He is just so sharp. This Swede, this import to the North American organization. 25 frags to 13. That's another multi-kill round. The GamerLegion boys just can't keep up.
Feels like the gloves have come off a bit as well, doesn't it? Like with the way that some of these rounds are unfolding, a lot of players, the Flammus is the perfect embodiment of that in that moment. A 1-on-2, I know where a player is. I'm not going to go behind me and pick up the bomb. Your team could have used the cash. I'm going to go for the fight, right? So, look, we'll see how much it costs them here, but Wildcard, they're in the driver's seat right now to secure the 12th round. With them 1 round away, and GamerLegion's money is going to be in the bin. Late, long pop, here it comes. The nades are perfect.
Stan.
Oh, too deep.
Ooh, gets away.
Too deep.
Info's there. Quick trying attempt to swing through. Fuzi's AWP now noted on the site. They're not scared of it though. They're just happy to take these duels. Reflash, running anti. ZTR's Tech 9 gets across to ramp. They're not anticipating him going so wide, but still misses his chance. And Fuzi does not. Double kill with the AWP. Disintegrating hope now. Flammer's presented with a 1v5. And wow, quick find on the first.
He's good on the Galil.
Galil finds the headshot. Another not possible when Susp has already rotated through. How many multi-kills is this guy boasting right now? It just feels endless.
Yeah, he's having a great map, isn't he? 10 kills above the next closest on his team of Jaber. On the other side, Flammus with 22, but Torsen's had some really good shots in this second half of play.
So, you know, you said 5 opening duels.
Yeah, that was ages.
Yeah, he's 6-0 in opening duels, but with those 6 multi-kill rounds, make it 7 after this round we just watched.
Okay. Well, final tactical timeout called from Ash. GamerLegion.
6-0. Just can't be stopped.
They got 2,400 as the loss bonus that just came into that round, so their buy is going to be more missed than hit. I guarantee you that much. It's going to be one choice of do we go for firepower or do we go for utility, where you're going to need to find a mix in the middle. ZTR with a scout. Slend has an AK with head armor. That's something to work with. Flammus has a Galil. As I said, he's pretty damn tidy on those. I think Volt's going to have to operate with a pistol and utility. He's got head armor already, so he can pick his poison of the pistol. Torsen's got very light nades. This is such a tough round. This is T-side Dust 2 with, what, 2, 3 smokes?
Yeah, GamerLegion probably have already kind of half accepted in their head that Wildcard take their map pick. ZTR can change that script. Fuzi considering an aggressive peek into the scout. Peeking the bottom of those doors and now repositioning for the potential mid-swing. They can get up cap. Fuzi pulls away through the smoke and misses his shot. Now AWP down. Slend injects hope.
You know you can run into A easier now that AWP's gone. And look at this, ZTR just springing to action.
ZTR's called a perfect gap. They can take the bomb plant.
Lots of nades for the retake though.
By no means over. Oh, good disruptive incendiary. Slows you down. Jaber and Stan starting to work their way, actually using that smoke against them to walk in your blind spot, get close to ramp. Flammus is going to be tested. They're going to hit them with a 3-man push, almost in perfect simultaneous fashion. Interesting smoke. Oh, missed flash. And swing through that smoke. Pressure on. Slend forced to reload. Jaber delivers onto Flammus. Stan as well. Good for one. Jaber doubles up. It's awkward now. It's a scout. It's a deagle. Bomb is on your side. But smoke, Kit, it's going to get awkward. It's getting awkward, especially with a missed shot from the scout. They get it on the bomb. You just have to track him in the smoke, and that's how Dust 2 ends. Wildcard retake. No problem for them. Composed conversion. And we head to GamerLegion's map pick next.
Wildcard is one map away from staying here at the Perfect World Shanghai Major and not flying all the way back to America, whereas GamerLegion needs to now figure out how they take their own map pick because they've just gone down on Dust 2. What do we think about that performance there, Maui?
Good adaptations. I mean, I feel like that's exactly how we set this one up. Stanislaw recognizing that the A hits aren't working out for him in that first half. They shift the offense over towards B, and then they swing it right back towards A when GamerLegion at that point is playing catch up. So overall, felt like the macro movements from Wildcard were more in sync with each other on top of that, because that game got a little bit weird towards the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, both teams were able to get off to a good start on their CT side. GamerLegion, the stronger of the two, being able to go up 4-0. But then Wildcard go on a tear. As you said, it was a combination of adjustments, good team play, just the spacing that they moved together as a unit. But it's just the fact that Sus has been unreal this tournament as an entry fragger. You know, when I was watching him play for Wildcard and some of like the online cups and qualifiers and things of that nature, and even some of their earlier, you know, DreamHack Open, or not DreamHack Open, now ESL Challenger now, of course.
Yeah.
You know, he was kind of solid, but just not, you know, like really.
He was just all right.
Yeah, he was just all right. But dude, this guy's like entry success rate is like on par with some of the more elite players in the world throughout the course of this tournament, even when he's faced top opposition. And then the other thing we talked about is this: Stanislaw is leading from the front in a lot of these rounds. This is not something he was doing before. He was more of like, you know, a middle of the pack supportive element, relying more on Sonic and stuff to be the entry fraggers. But now he's going out there and having a lot of success finding openers as well. And it's just been fantastic to watch as Wildcard can come together throughout the course of this tournament.
We talk a lot about it. I feel like a stuck record at this point with the Stanislaw calling, but we saw it again here where whenever his team is on the back foot, he just changes things up and gets them back into the lead.
That's the thing. I mean, he also recognizes who's in a power position, who's playing well, and it feels like Stanislaw is a guy that's ready to feed the hot hand. You know, when Sus is hitting all of these great shots, great tracking aim and everything, he's not sending him on just suicide missions out there in a typical entry sense. He's gonna use his own body to try to make a little bit of space for him, make sure that Sus can become more of a star in those kinds of roles. A few of the IGLs out here who understand that sometimes you need to tweak the system just to help out those better players that are really on fire. That's what Stanislaw is doing. And towards the tail end of this game, like GamerLegion, they looked a little bit split up. They looked like they weren't really sure where they wanted to carve out win conditions in round, where it felt like for Wildcard, sure, they're on the defense, so they're split, but anytime they had a beat on what it was that GamerLegion were doing, the rotations were quick. They're on top of the bomb with time to spare, just like how they finished out that very last round of the game.
Let's just call it what it is. They punish picked. I mean, they put this GamerLegion on a map that they have not played very often with this lineup, particularly in a LAN setting. They're a team that's reliant a little bit more on the scrappy plays, like poking out middle or, you know, trying to do the spawn-based attacks and just trying to hope that they can kind of feed their way into something. But, you know, Wildcard, more composed, were able to handle those situations. And another player we haven't shouted out yet that I want to is Jaba.
Yeah.
You know, he's the rookie, obviously, to a major on this squad. He's very young, very inexperienced, you know, a guy coming up similar to like Lake is doing for M80. And he has, throughout this tournament, thanks to Stanislaw, has been shifted into positions where he can feel a little bit more comfortable. He mentioned himself in interviews that he was nervous about the crowd, that this is a new environment for him. And I feel like Stanislaw has been able to recognize that and kind of figure out ways to help him, like give him more support, put him in positions that are a little bit safer, or even when he's in risky positions, give him a lot of support utility so he can get out. And he played really well this map.
Wasn't all bad from GamerLegion. They got 10 rounds. So
Sure.
what can they take away from this that they need to bring into Ancient now?
Well, they did have a really good start there. I mean, at first, honestly, the initial defense that GamerLegion set out for themselves was good. I mean, they won the pistol, won the first gun round, and that was just... So it does feel like Ash is probably, and ZTR, they're coming in together, and whatever they're doing at the very beginning of a game, it might actually just be flat out better than Wildcard. But that's why we've rated Stanislaw so highly throughout this RMR, opening stage, elimination stage, first map here of this one. It's just because he can recognize exactly what's going on, and then he just tweaks it. And so for people like ZTR, this is where you need to prove your value, because when he joined that NIP roster back in 2021 for a brief stint of time, he was able to fix a lot of things pretty quickly. He was intuitive, he was able to call on the fly, great mid-rounding, and I need him though in the middle of a half without a timeout to be able to say, guys, we need to do this next. We've started off strong, but even though it's going well, we can't just rest on our laurels in a half. We need to throw that one extra piece of disturbance out there, because if you just let Wildcard adapt to you, they're going to adapt faster because they have a more tenured IGL.
No, I agree with you 100%. Like, it just felt like look, we've talked about how this team hasn't had a whole lot of time and how, you know, they've been just trying to do the best that they can. And I just felt they got exposed here on a map that they just don't play very much, where when I compare it to other maps I've seen throughout the course of the RMRs and the opening stage of the major, they've looked sharper. They've looked more cohesive. Here, they just look disjointed. I don't know if it's the map. I don't know if it's nerves. I don't know what it is, but something finally hit them today that made them look not themselves.
Do they look more themselves on Ancient?
I think so, personally. I really like their Ancient. You know, we've seen them play it multiple times throughout their time in Shanghai, and while it hasn't always been wins against the top opposition, the eye test passed for me. I think ZTR on this map, you mentioned him, he's very mobile at creating pressure in multiple areas of the map at once, and he makes them very dynamic on their T side because of that, and I think that they are a more cohesive unit. This is a map, though, where I need to see Flamus come alive. Like, he is the mid player on both sides of the map. He is their key piece. He has been their star player throughout the course of this event. I need him to come alive more than ever to save them from going to DE Airport next instead of moving on to a map 3. Whereas on the opposite end, you know, it's been a hit or miss for the other side, right? Like, we saw them have success against, you know, Passion to make it to this stage and what was an epic third map, but then we've also seen them drop it a couple times, granted against elite teams.
Yeah.
But still, it's not a map that hasn't always been there for them in the offline environment. So that's going to be the big one for me.
Yeah, seeing Wildcard play against FaZe on this, and also seeing them play against Passion UA, though, again, it just speaks to the versatility. You know, sometimes they have the calls out of spawn that are a little bit more explosive, but then once they realize, against Passion UA in particular, that those weren't working for them, they started going for this spread default approach, and that's what I mean. Like, it's hard to characterize Wildcard without invoking Stan's name, just because in the middle of a half, he'll say, okay, guys, the set pieces aren't working. Let's read the map and try to see where the gap in the defense is. And that's why I still give Wildcard a slight edge in this whole thing.
I do too, and I think it comes back to that same point that we were talking about earlier. I feel like on this map, Stanislaw has found a way to shroud Jaba in a more comfortable position. He's not just making this guy solo default A by himself. He's letting him play with Sonic in middle. He's letting him kind of have some protection, some support. And then Sus, dude. We keep talking about him, but God, he has been such a great entry frag of this tournament. And he's going to be huge for them, particularly on the B side of the map in this game.
Let's find out if you're right.
Yeah.
After the break.
Yeah.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. My name is Paula, and I'm currently sat down with ZTR from GamerLegion. How's it going, brother?
It's going good, it's going good.
Or should I say, how mår du?
Hur mår du? Jag mår jättebra.
Yeah, if you guys at home didn't know, ZTR Swedish. Let's get right on board with that, actually. You have perhaps one of the most international Counter-Strike teams of all time. You'll know it better than me. I have tried to memorize it. A Swede, a Dane, a Hungarian, a Russian, and a Romanian?
Yeah, he likes to choose between UK and Romanian, so even more international maybe than you're saying.
What's it like playing in a team like that? So many cultures coming together.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's my first international team ever. So, I mean, it's a good start already there. And, I mean, with all of the differences and cultural differences, I'd say it's been quite easy to like get to know everyone anyway and like be on the same page.
Yeah, I think it's a great project and also great to see it coming together. Congratulations on making it to the opening stage, where
what's the mood like in camp right now? How's the team doing?
I mean, obviously it's really. Can I swear?
I think so. They'll bleep. I'm sure they'll bleep it if you can't.
It's really fucking amazing. Not gonna lie. Yeah, the run we had, four wins in a row, it has boosted our confidence. It has boosted our overall mood, and I think it overall has made us a lot closer as a team.
It's a very unique run, right? Because you lost at the. I mean, you lost at the start to Eklot, and then it was Unity, Falcons, Sinners, BetBoom. You got through on the very last chance in that 7th place decider, playing an extra game. Talk more about that journey, you know, starting off negatively, so to speak, against Eklot, but then just running it back and going big.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting off 0-2 the first day. The Vitality match, I mean, we came in thinking that we could win it, but of course it's Vitality. So they won against us. Then we played against Eklot, and the overall mood wasn't the best, but I'd say we had a good chat. We reset, started off against Unity. I'd say it's a pretty good start to regain some of that confidence. And after that, we started joking a bit. We've been playing a lot of these CCT tournaments. You get an invite, then you have to play. I think it's 4 best of 3s, and then you win it. So we were joking like, okay, we have the CCT now. We cannot lose a game because then we're out. Have to win all of these best of 3s, and yeah, we did it.
I want to talk a bit more about the composure that you guys had to show, considering you are an extremely young team. The average age, if I've worked it out correctly, is about 20.5 years old. So a very young team. Being able to pull off the sort of comeback that you guys did, a lot of people would maybe assume that takes experience, or certain leaders on the team that have more experience. As such a young team, that's even bigger of an achievement. How do you see that from your perspective, being such a young and technically inexperienced team, to being able to pull something like that off?
I mean, it's like you say, it makes it, not trying to hype ourselves up, but it makes it even that more impressive. And yeah, I think you mentioned it, like the experience in the leaders. I think like Ash, of course, he's been to, I don't know how many majors now, too many maybe. So I think, yeah, his experience helped us a lot. And as I said, he was maybe the biggest contributing factor to us regaining after we lost.
How's the experience been, game aside? Like, let's forget about the CS for a second. How's the experience so far been in Shanghai and being in China?
I mean, it's been amazing. I'd say it's maybe even the best place I visited. The culture and the views, I guess you can say, and just, yeah, we haven't really been able to explore that much. Was in the city yesterday a bit, yeah, but other than that, haven't really been able to explore, but I'm hoping to do more of that. If we would have lost the last game, we would have been on the flight like 5 hours after, so I'm really happy we didn't lose that, so I get to stay here for a longer time.
Yeah, I mean, there'll still be at least a week or so before you have to play again, I think. Yeah, exactly. So any plans in the downtime? I'm sure you guys are going to be practicing and preparing hard too, but any specific plans in the downtime before the opening stage kicks off?
No, yeah, as you said, practice. Other than that, I'm hoping to explore, yeah, just explore a bit more. See some new places.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time, bro. I think great team, one to watch, a lot of promise. I love what you've told us about you guys as a team and as a group of friends. I wish you the best of luck. Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans watching at home?
To thank you guys, thanks for the support, and hopefully you'll be able to follow us for the whole fucking ride.
Couldn't have put it better myself. CTR and GamerLegion, best of luck.
Very interested to see exactly how much more there is to this GamerLegion story. We heard from ZTR there, but now they find themselves one map away from elimination.
Yeah, we have to be sending one of these two teams home in last place from the top 16. Something that was not expected for either of these names. Stanislaw, someone who's been here before with a multitude of different rosters, returns to our screen in 2024. And we turn to Ancient GamerLegion's map choice. This is something that, well, if you take a look, has actually been let through in the best of ones for Wildcard against not only Spirit, their second loss, but FaZe, their opening game that we were able to cover off yesterday. So if you're Ash and you're picking this, you're picking it for one or two reasons. Either you think it's one of your strengths or you think there's some weaknesses there that you're able to exploit.
How about both?
Yeah, exactly, right? And I'm sure it is a mixture, but the problem I have with that is Stan is clearly comfortable to let it through in a best of one against top 10 teams.
Yes.
Now, that was a close first map. There was clutches aplenty, it had action, players were hitting hard. And I can't wait to get this one underway to see if we can continue more of that. It will be the T-side start for GamerLegion. And it looks like we are about to get things underway. Freeze time ticking down.
Ancient has been somewhat of a, a mainstay for both of these teams. Converting it previously Wildcard to secure themselves in the top 16.
I swear, if we go back in our time machine, we did like GamerLegion versus Unity on this map, and it was like the third and deciding map or something, right? Like, oh, we're going back a few weeks
We've been watching it a lot. We have seen a lot of it from GamerLegion and a great success rate. But, I mean, a do or die match, you got to bring your A game. Volt brings a whole belt of utility.
Oh, that's an early little joust between Torsen and Jaber over towards A main. And we saw Jaber taking head-to-heads against Rops. So I'm sure he won't be backing down.
I like the logic of this. This is really like, it's going to be really cut and dry, really simple from the T side. You do left-right smokes, molly sight, flash in.
Or do you save the molly and do you go for a bit of a Kixon special? He pulled it off yesterday.
Okay, so there's your long smoke, there's your short, there's your molly sight. We flash and we go. Up the ramp, ahead of it, Fuzi overlooked. Oh, he's in the perfect disruptive position. Triple from the cubby. And though I liked the idea, no flash success onto Fuzi, and he just gets a lovely lineup for them.
Well, the execution was there. It's just not sticking the landing. The CT defensive smoke that landed, I'm curious. Hey, well, actually, I'm not curious. You want to block. But the fact that it made a death tunnel, Fuzi goes, oh, you're pathing directly into me.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And you have to be worried about someone sitting out in the open on that long side.
Do you think this is going to be a wildcard 2-0?
Yes.
Me too. Should have said that before the pistol round happened, because now we look like
well, the pistol has convinced me. I was,
hindsight Harold's over here.
That's us.
Force bite for GamerLegion. They missed the Brolin Molly into cave, but we'll still get the space.
Smoke to block cave. Walking up round, there's pace on this. Susp and Sonic to be tested. Flammus up, clears Cubby. Stan playing very close with his MP9. One and done for Sonic in that deep angle short.
Susp needs to make sure they can't flank Stan. Oh, and now they can.
They can.
Stan is very worried about everything.
Yeah, and that smoke's not going to last forever. Stan just trying to swivel around, be ready for this one. Gets overlooked for the first, but there's a trade from Torsen. Bomb ticking. Heavy advantage for the wildcard retake. A resmoke short's nice. Blocked in cave, and oh, he's in so much trouble.
Gap on the right.
Needs a reload. Torsen gets one on the smoke spam. Jaber clears out the player. They know exactly where Torsen is. Can just go for a plant. Distances himself from the bomb as well to not be susceptible. I was going to say to wallbangs, but smoke spam from Torsen, maybe 2 bullets shy. Could have been very nice.
All right, well, they'll retain 2 M4s, and really well handled from Stan, because I'm telling you, if I'm in that same situation and my in-game leader brain is worrying, I'm doing something dumb. So the fact that he just sits pretty, waits, and is even able to get a kill,
especially when your worst nightmare is realized, like, just tell me if they can go cave.
Yeah,
they can go cave.
They can go cave. Yikes. What I meant to say was, don't let them go cave.
Yeah, he still gets himself one.
Tech, not live.
Tech.
It was just an alt tab, but we'll restore because maybe there was some spawn timings. Well, we saw they went for elbow and hey,
excuse me.
Hey.
Thank you. One more time.
Where are our guns? There we go.
There they are.
There they are. The anxiety.
Yeah.
Where are our weapons?
Please.
We saved 2 M4s.
So, third round with what have they got? Like,
Well, they had a hero AK.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what you get them done with that.
They're trying to wrestle for the economy early, so it's not an all-in. You can see ZTR's at a Tech 9. It's a few more lighter investments being scrounged together now from GamerLegion. So just understanding the financial situation, 2,900 is the loss bonus into the next. So see how threatening they can be. You'll take 2 to 3 kills again.
They've thrown both of their smokes off of spawn, so they have to get some map control off of this, Chad. We've got cave smoke, red smoke,
Contact B.
walk. Fuzi's holding this.
Bang.
Oh, both missed their shots. He re-peaks. Torsen did not expect that, or felt he could win it.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you're expecting the AWP to rotate around, but Fozy, we know that he's a bit of a madman, loves to stay aggressive. From madman to caveman, it's pushed down Sus. Finds another one.
Okay, Fuzi. Emboldened to go for more. Goes wide on ramp. Slen can't quite believe where the AWP is standing. Gets himself the double. And Wildcard no longer quite so nervous about this one. Now, ZTR does recover the rifle of Torsen.
I'll tell you this much. I would love if I'm Wildcard if I can get that AK-47 in my hands and give it to Sus, because Dust was talking about it on the desk in terms of his openings and how impactful he's been. Monstrous performance on Dust too. One of the best Swedish prospects in an absolute long time. Sonic under pressure, knows where both are. Defensive smoke segregates JBA onto ZTR, and now it's just Flammus who is able to grab one, and the AK chasing him down, knows he's out of ammo. Flammus doubles up.
He's making a round out of this, is Flammus. Fuzi started off so strong. Can he close the same? He's holding for the walk back to main. Peeks in!
Jeez.
Nails the AWPer!
Not like
Flammus
this.
making this round theirs. Stealing it away, but Stan is Flammus is furious! Slamming the desk as Stan with a long-range MP9. He gets the AWPer, he gets the rifler, but can't get past the SMG.
That came from nowhere, didn't it? 1v4 situation. The Deagle in
what
the
a
donut.
save from Stan.
Yeah, JBA made to look a little bit foolish there. It's like, mate, I know you're trying to help out Sonic, but as soon as you spam down to nothing in the chamber, Flammus surging after you. That is a thing of beauty. And keep this in mind.
What a shot!
He didn't have head armor, right? Because it was only a partial buy. He only had Kevlar. Oh, yeah, well, we've all been there before. We've all been there before.
Because all he's thinking now is like, why am I not tucked? Why don't I let him touch the bomb? You know, why am I holding donut? But you're feeling it. You've hit everything. You've hit everything.
Well, again, this was the conversation. Ooh, missed red smoke.
Oh, dear. And it results in an opening kill.
And it's on Flammus as well. So just really... Oh, push, push.
Whoa, whoa, no one's ready for this. Missed from Sus, but they're both very low and will just tuck back behind the smoke. They'll take what they've been given.
Wow, the fact that they get to channel out of there like that is insane. Just through the doors smoke, they're away. Volt applying a little bit of pressure over towards A right now does keep Sonic on notice. And the bombers actually rotated. I like this. If ZTR sat and waited and then they had a conversation, you would lose the timing. But the fact they've gone with it immediately, and the nades towards A make it feel like, oh, they're faking. They're trying to draw the rotation. They're definitely not coming here. Well, Sonic's got bad news for you, Stan.
Slend, he sees your shadow. Be very careful how you play this, and Sonic isn't. Here's the steps, tries to punish, AWP posted. Good find from Slend.
Yeah, bomb will go down. I'm curious if they even go for this. Torsen just investigated B, meets Stan's M4. Completely out of position. Wildcard might just want to hope for the save. Can get JVA into something. Wait, hold up. Are they coming to have a look? They are.
Interesting. With Jaber on the... just an MP9, I suppose you can...
Smoke for the bomb, but Kit on Stan.
Wind, yeah, and Stan... he's right behind him. Oh, now it gets uncomfortable. No smoke on the bomb, though. They've probably seen enough and end up losing 2 rifles or 2 weapons.
What's this all about? What? Can you... I can't... Was it a missed smoke?
They didn't smoke the bomb, yeah.
Yeah, was he meant to bounce it off the wall and it trickled through? I don't know. That just seems like a silly retake to go for, realistically.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for Wildcard. It's the first kind of round we've seen where it does look hard to explain or illogical.
Yeah, well, they will take the tactical timeout. Sus gets one of those 2 kills, right? As opposed to putting both of them low. Different round entirely.
Yeah,
Vin's...
He'll be kicking himself after that.
So, yeah, I feel you have to force behind this AWP.
Bit of redemption as well. Flamus at the opening death, and yet he watches his team convert, put them on the board.
I think it was probably important as well that he had to sit through that.
Yeah.
Because it's a chance for him just to kind of calm down and recenter.
Yeah. Like, no comms needed from you. You can just kind of take your minute. Hit the push to talk. Nice, boys. Let's go. Get back into it. So it's 5-7s and Deegs around the AWP.
Where do you set fozi up for the opener? I suppose that's the question. Towards B seems like a good decision. There's lots of bodies in lane right now.
Forward.
AWP v AWP.
Shadow. Oh,
how?
Fozi best Slend with an advantage to the GamerLegion.
I suppose it's the way the wall is, right? Fozi has a better angle.
Yeah, I suppose so. Who was further away from the angle? I mean, he was open to it. Fozi gets it. Flamus finds him. Wow, that's the AWP gone.
Yeah, I like the immediate reposition to stay active.
Yeah.
But on his own, that can't be scavenged. Sonic will block Flamus for now. Say, hold up, hold your horses. We know where you are, but you can't go anywhere for 20 seconds.
He's threatening that he is. They're all worried about Flamus, so he's forced a wide vacation of the B bomb site.
And they ain't getting that back easily. I'll give it a go. Jaber and Susp crawl in.
You know he's likely red. Shadow to peek off of. Oh my god, he gets 2 on the spray. AWP recovered. Sonic, he's no slouch on the AWP.
That molly's good. It'll buy a little bit of time.
It will stop the default plant, but you can plant in the open. Do you risk it from the spam? Reload forced. Sonic got plenty of bullets now to try and do something more, but the smokes are good, the flashes too, and Stan and Sonic look like they're resigning themselves to the save of the AWP.
Stan can go get the AK from Flamus's body, and that means next round that you can have Sonic drop a Deagle. Oh, he'll drop the AWP. You can have Stan probably drop the AK or the 5.7. So at least 4 players will be equipped with something for Wildcard into the next round. So this is the right decision after the previous that was quizzical.
Yeah, well played by Flamus as well. You know, he had a lot to do there after taking down Fozi. There was a big test coming his way, and he plays it to perfection.
All right, well, another tight start to a map. Second of the series. Had Dust 2 going in the way of Wildcard, in case you are just joining us. 13-10, their map choice. Back and forth, had some clutches. Susp was a beast. That's how the headline reads as we'll just have to see this partial once more. This time, not just the AWP. The AK in the hands of Stan. Susp has been given the 5.7. Sonic has retained his Deagle. And Jaber, just the USP. AWP out mid again. 4 towards B for the GamerLegion start. Make it 5. The tail of that bolt will join after his mid-util. So this is very telling that they just want to B execute. Oh, contact again, really? Okay. Here they go.
Great call, considering what Susp is working with. Flashes himself, swings on out, and nice, well handled by Torsen. Torsen wins the round right there. ZTR put the cherry on top. Oh, Sonic, a little bit of a blemish on the record as he hits a nice one on the ZTR. Torsen activates for his 3rd. Ensures that rifle doesn't fall into enemy hands, and yeah, they know the AWP's left. Are they in a position to try and take it away from him?
I guess with the finances, they actually could justify 1, maybe 2 of these AKs having a look, but it's still very
Flamus
early.
has been given the green light, like he is just trying to work through the angles. It does look like Fuzi's positioned himself well enough to save. He can tuck in on this donut position. And he's holding for Flamus, perfect.
If he loses this, he'll have to glass cannon next round.
Yeah. Nice. That was the kill required, so he does maintain the Kevlar and the AWP.
Well, I like Flamus. He's not afraid of the death column, right? He's someone who doesn't seem to be a big worry of his, oh, I need to protect my stat line. It's like, well, if I can take this away, I'm going to try and take this away.
Anything for the win.
All right, so lost bonus through, investment there. Tied up 3-3, round 7. GamerLegion in the last few have been very heavy with the presence towards the B lane. We're talking 4 or 5 of their individuals. We do get a change from that this time round. ZTR and Slen holding flashes, so we might see contest in middle.
Yeah, early HE, they extinguish and charge. Jaber, good for it. Flammus down. Another opening death on his mid-adventure. That's a lovely flash. Fuzi sets up for the clear ahead of the elbows. Deep smoke. Double for Wildcard to start off round 7.
I feel the only way they were punished there is if they snapped up B ramp, but that wasn't the start for GamerLegion. They wanted to contest.
Stan likes this forward angle. Search through, and yeah, Torsen overlooks that possibility.
Important kill.
Very important. It secures the round, one would assume. Slend off for the P250 to bring that fight. And yeah, Stan falls. It's just the one. Sus can tend to that, throws out block smoke, and it's going to be well placed.
They have been given avenues to escape, though. Oh, he's still hanging around with the no-scopes. Okay, Slen, cool your jets, but as I'm saying, there's ways out, right? Like, if they wanted, they could pivot back through middle. They could try and run around the word towards A.
Jaber's on that really passive line, though, so he's just playing it for the
I like
info.
this. It is a good angle. They're essentially playing retake A, however.
Yeah, they are now. Not even... Slen's wallbangs have not been far off.
ZTR's position tells me they are saving, so this is all just posturing for Slend. It's like, hey, I'm here, but don't come searching.
My friend's here too, and he's
scarier.
Bigger than you.
Yeah, he's got a dog.
The school days of the big brother.
If Jaber does something that's really good, it's probably better if he does something bad. But J-bruh.
J-bruh. I'm sure he'd love that. And they're not shy. They will go and try and maintain an upgrade in their AK-47. 2 AKs for Wildcard to ply their trade in the next. So a response. After the 3-3 scoreline. 3 to open for Wildcard and 3 in response from GamerLegion now. Wildcard need to string 2 together if they want to try and exhaust the supply.
Yeah, and look, the money is already pretty light on for GamerLegion, isn't it? Just Slend with the residual. This time, no tussle towards middle, will just be utility. All that molly extinguished in the cave smoke as Torsen caught on the edge. Great one there from Sonic, and almost the second, unconfirmed, but ZTR walking wounded.
He's got all his nades.
Bloody limping.
Oh, Sonic. No bullets. Reload? You don't push with low HP, do you? Yes, you do. JBA not covered. Wow, ZTR. A massive find considering the circumstances.
J-bruh.
Oh, Fuzi's found a little safe haven so he can peek into Slend after this. Who wins the orb duel this time? Oh, Fuzi's caught a good timing. Gets out past the line of sight. Missed his shot.
Don't say that often. This is the round that started with the Sonic opener.
Wait, ZTR could get overlooked on this. Is Stan smart enough to...
It's Stan, he'll get him.
Yeah, he's going to work it out.
That's exactly where he is.
Barrel. Headshot.
ZTR here in the crowd thinking he's being flanked.
Results in his death.
They're into A. This is given over. Look at the positioning right now of Wildcard.
I suppose they hoped Volt was alone, but little did they know Slend had the bomb and... Flammus!
Wow, good clear.
Owned by Sonic.
Still tough.
Volt needs a double kill. Good find, but there's the Stan trade. Very difficult clutch handed to Slend.
That's the key.
Finding the first, that is everything. Taking down Stan. No trade available for Sus. No kit available for Sus, but he locks it in. Impact felt by Slend. Double kill, securing the 4th. And keeping Wildcard humble.
We had a clutch on Dust too. He does it here again on Ancient, so great work from the AWP. This one really just goes wrong with them not expecting ZTR to be crazy, I suppose. Right, ZTR's free kill onto Jaber is one of the biggest problems within that round. Can get out 4 M4s, but light on with the util. They do a door smoke, An elbow smoke, but GamerLegion, if you just wind down the clock, you have a lot of advantages.
Winding down the clock while you simultaneously have full mid control, that's going to feel pretty good. Smoke donut. And yeah, they have to respect the slip red.
I was going to say a lot of questions, but it really isn't because Jaber is in A main. So even if you do give up donut, which they're clearly not, they want to fight for this, it is going to be something that feels a little bit more okay. But if you can deal with Flammus towards red, slant on the fade.
Can't hit the flick. Fuzi brings him down.
Well handled.
Flammus falls, surging through mid. ZTR to test Susp's hold. Good idea as to what awaits them on the B bomb site. Ahead of this ramp smoke, has a sight line on the short push. Now Susp. Is ZTR able to get a sight line over that smoke? Yes, he is. Susp ready for it, makes the adjustment. Wildcard set for success. Torsen, next victim, still hits a headshot. Just the one though. And there's 4 looking for him. He's got the Volt bomb on his back. Fakes it out as he takes down Sonic. Jaber's coming in from behind. Not even able to find Stan. Good work from Wildcard. Nice response. In the absence of util, let's use our bodies.
Yeah, they're wrestling back and forth at the moment. This is nice. We're getting a competitive game. But right now, you are looking at GamerLegion's finances and wondering what is their best option. Unfortunately for them, because of the flow of rounds, it's only 1900 into the next, and we only have 3 more rounds of play. So you traditionally be inclined to go for the Force Buy. The best you can get on ZTR and Volt is, we're talking Galils with util. The rest could get out some pistols. And they've actually taken a tactical timeout to have that conversation with Ash, the first for GamerLegion in this second map of play. So if you Force Buy now, you lose this one, you have to eco next, and then you buy into the last round of the half.
Opens up the door for a very potent CT haul.
But the problem is if you eco now, which they're not, so never mind, I won't even bother putting the mathematical equation together for everybody. They've actually been able to... Okay, so instead of running with Volt and ZTR with Galils, they've dropped AKs. So they are trying to empower their shooters, Torsen and Flammus. You two have to deliver. They're going to be set up. There's flashes, there's smokes, limited, sure, but the action is on those two to hit their shots.
A boost over the elbow smoke does give you sightline for anything aggressive towards the heaven position. Passive mid start, just Sonic spotting. Stan takes full cave. He's actually asking questions of it quite early on. Re-smoke, that will hamstring Flammus' aggressive venture in mid. Jaber, jiggle with the incendiary.
Haven't seen the shadow. Would have dropped the molly, so great work there. Got to get it out now. Got to get it out right now. They respect it.
Good timing, and now he can smoke on top.
Are they going to go through? I feel like they have to.
Jaber is blind. Jaber's blind. They're pushing in. Big find from Volt. Fuzi commits to the spray. Oh, 1 bullet shy. Drops for the USP. Sonic, easy collection. Gets them both. Had to be. Now Slen slips past. Perhaps in the chaos he's going to be overlooked. Yeah, the back is still turned. It's Sonic that has to work this out quickly. He's got a couple of seconds before this flank connects. He does think about it, but a little too late. Crosshair in the wrong place. A 1 versus 2 for Slend again. Will he find a third 1v2 clutch in this series? Planting the smoke. Stan and MP9. We've seen this one before. Denied Flammus' 1v4 attempt with the same weapon.
Yeah, but Slend has head armor.
Yeah. And Slend has a good idea as to the directions Stan is coming from. CT, Donut, Temple. And spots him. Info. Oh, he tracks him on the jump across. Stan is really in jeopardy now. Flash and hope. Slen taking his time. Stan closing the gap on that reload. He knows he's coming in close. And MP9 needs a double dink. Playing around the site. Dancing with him on the box. Jump doesn't work. It's 5. GamerLegion can count on Slend in the clutch.
Oh, all right, Slend letting him know. Adding another one to that tally. Well played, well handled, and Wildcard, you're the one scrambling now.
He knows what it means as well. That's the reason he's so G'd up for that. Not only is it a clutch, sure that feels good, but you highlighted that had they lost that They were forced into what could have been a very scary CT Hall of Wildcard. Now you keep it leveled. Now it's actually Wildcard that are forced into uncomfortable forced buy.
Yeah, and this is the thing with the MR12. Obviously, less rounds to try and stabilize. So those are key, as it's just going to try and go for a knockout blow and a rush straight into Jaber. He hears it coming.
This time extinguish and run, but ooh, dare, do you dare? There's an MP9 waiting on the other end. Good pacing, that little pause. Wait for the flash of Slend. And they're in.
And what a miserable set of weaponry to consider saving, but Wildcard, what other choice do you have? GamerLegion will take 6 and likely 7 as they take control of their map choice. Anubis in the third and decider if we need to get there. Wildcard's T-half will be the determining factor of that.
Yeah, it's going to be feeling good for GamerLegion, knowing what your opponent's equipped with as well. What, MP9s, sidearms. Just trying to keep their Kev, keep their potency.
I think it's Wildcard's T-sides that were pretty serviceable against FaZe and Spirit, if I remember rightly. I'm just taking a quick look right now. It was the CT side, especially in that FaZe game.
Yeah.
They missed like an elbow smoke, and then they got punished for those little mistakes. Yeah, they managed 7 rounds on their T side versus FaZe, and 5 rounds on their T side versus Spirit. So I think it would be a little bit early, even if GamerLegion gets 7 on their T-half, to be calling this one done.
Sure.
Wildcard, can you scrap for this one? And GamerLegion, looks like they were watching that G2 series. When in doubt, let's run that same play. CT smoke, donut smoke, fast again. Jaber, what are you meant to do, bud? You're on your own again.
Gives himself a smoke to stop that donut smoke from being such a condemning position. He doesn't play in front of it, but it might slow them down. Flammas takes a bullet. Fuzi, this is a good fight for you. Loses it to Flammas. Jaber needs help. Stan audible in the temple. And it's still going to be good for a frag onto Flammas. They make it a 3v3. ZTR, though, behind enemy lines. Jaber not ready for that one in the back of the head. And a 7-5 haul. That feels like a strong recovery from GamerLegion. They run it home. Spurts of 3 rounds consecutive.
Yeah, I think when you reflect on that half, it just shows you really the importance of that pistol round. And that was a very easy pistol round victory for Wildcard. Take everybody back to the first round of the map. It was a B execute where Fozy just lines up 3 easy kills. So the fact they get that with the conversions, it was still pretty tight, but important that they held on because that's given them 5, and 5 is potentially workable. As everybody just sitting in silence right now. Coach issuing the orders before they get into the pistol round. Fozy with every, oh, and Sus with every Swede's best friend on the table.
Snooze, you lose, as the saying goes.
Gotta set multiple alarms, I've heard. Decoy for Stan, but it's 5 sets of Kevlar. This one,
the Falcon strategy.
Wait, it's 5 sets of Kevlar on either side. No util, no bullshit.
Okay, okay. Absolutely. Well, there is a single piece of util. Let's not discredit that decoy. Come on.
Very handy decoy,
Yeah.
yes, of course.
You've never seen it used like this before.
Here it is.
Oh, back turn. He's the one to get the frag. He was the one baiting the shots. Quick level of the playing field. Volt hits one onto Sonic, but Red Room's lost. Torsen hears all of this. Spots it as well. Ooh, ouch.
Coming B.
They want to test him. USP versus jumping Glock.
Oh.
He's got easy shots. He's gone down. They are so irritating, these flying Glocks. This death roll. Planting and swinging. Another time. Stan just hits the shot. Every USP's just been overrun by multiple bodies and a jumping Glock.
They just keep prancing around Ancient.
Sus, good for it. Goosh conversion, both pistols. Will they see the conversion in the second half?
Well, that's huge that they've been able to get both of them. And look at this. Just flying out middle.
It was
burst. Yeah, okay, well, hey. Like to see it. Retro.
This fight for survival. And Wildcard have put a very strong foot forward into the first.
Elimination Force, Alex.
Yeah.
You don't win this one, you give Wildcard a chance to take the lead unless you save these. They're just going to come running out of cave? Really?
Why not?
Why?
In. Flamus gets Fuzi. Ramp fight, lost by Stan, commits to that Mach 10. It's bore fruit. Very, very recoverable though for Wildcard. Sonic in mid. Volt asks questions, spots him out. Now he has info on 2 of the 4. Even more so when Flamus was positioned. And with Torsen blocking ramp, the picture's been painted.
I love that from Volt, though. Look at this. Realizes it was B lane and mid presence and immediately just goes and softens the blow of A. Takes this space and continues to push. Volt, this is an inspired individual play.
And it means his boys can set up a crossfire in the cave. Crossfire broken by the nade.
They're aware of the push. You can see them acknowledging it, but it's all going to come down to timing.
Sus going to be looking at that heaven jump up. Volt has to get his timing perfect. Here's the steps up ramp. Slips into cave to support Slend. Jaber planting. Flamus spamming. This weapon advantage, this force by a huge risk from GamerLegion. Now you have to retake. You have got the kit on Flamus. They are going to give this a look in. But how do you break through this setup? You spot out Jaber, you tag him up heavily, you leap to try and finish the job and connect. Volt gets it. Sus coming around the backside. This could get awkward. Now Sonic's under so much scrutiny, but they're so low. The Galil tags up another. Volt tags further, and from behind he strikes. Sus delivers a knockout blow. That's going to hurt. GamerLegion's forced by falters.
Yeah, and that is Wildcard recovering a man disadvantage through the virtue of a blind HE. Just lobbed into cave, they hung around, it blows a player up. Jaber doing his best to try and stay alive on that pillar. Sonic screaming, they're all on me, they're all on me, and Sus can't make a sound. The flank pays off, we're all tied up, but it needs to be a GamerLegion eco. Oof, good softening up with the util. Flamus takes a huge chunk of damage there, down to below half HP. Torsen playing a block and will do. But hitting the brakes a Wildcard. No rush about this. You've got the weapon advantage, you've got the util advantage. The biggest issue that you could possibly run into is aggression, right? And as soon as you mitigate that, you can set up for the finish.
Molly Long, that smoke to block will just force out what little util they had. And they've got plenty of time for this. They're hoping that they can channel him into A with this block, but with 60 seconds, I think Stan's probably wise to their tricks.
They make it look like they're giving it a gander. They'll peep on into Donut. Molly and a nade, but B is the finish. Fozy, it's all going to come down to the timing. Here's across that line of sight from ZTR, and now starting to clamp in as the gamble stack's been called elsewhere. ZTR has gone to the roulette table and it's picked in correctly. It's green, it's ancient, of course. It was always going to be 0.
Yeah, there's nothing for him here with that USP, just hiding out in the smoke.
You'd want to play for exits with these USPs, so obviously the only one who should look to retain would be Flamus, and we all know he's not. He's going to get stuck in for sure. But yeah, you want exits. You want to try and do financial damage for the long game.
First to death is Flamus.
Yeah, of course. I respect it so much, though. Maybe too much.
You need a player like that.
I think it says more about how I like to play Counter-Strike than... oh, there's an exit. Thank you very much, says Sonic. He'll scoop that one up. And there you go, Wildcard. 8-7. Fozy, careful. Gives over a Mach 10 for a second.
For just a moment.
Yeah, that's all right.
All right, round 16.
Can AWP here, Alex. He has 6.1k. He can bring it out, and he has been good in the clutch. Maybe not so much necessary of the AWP, but still finding himself in closing positions. There's a diffuse kit on Torsen. So they're lining up the door smoke. And the elbow, just the most standard openings. Fast out mid.
Testing middle. And no, Volt was unprepared. Flamus down 2. That is a catastrophe for GamerLegion.
Tumbling down.
Good catch on the jumps across. more where that came from. Smoke to allow progression in Donut. Fuzi pushes straight through it. He knows.
This is crazy.
Yeah, but he knows what screws with an Orb's head, and it's forced a reaction out of ZTR. Oh, bait. Oh! Slen punishes his aggression.
You want your team to go B now. You know, at least 2 players. I guess if they identified that it was Jaber, it'd be a different story.
Smoke long, Molly short, and go. ZTR has a HE to break. Slen's hit one. Takes down JBA on the cross. Doesn't hit the flick, and Stan walks closer. Cubby from Susp. Not going to be overlooked. Slen.
Stan's flanked.
This could be an ace. Missed his chance. Finished by ZTR, but a quad kill on his CT AWP. He will not leave Shanghai without a fight.
Wow, that started with a double kill from Sonic and ends with all 3 of the players staying alive. This is it. At this moment, if I'm an in-game leader, I feel the round is won. Even if I lose that kill. Fozy getting up to some mental maneuvers.
It is crazy. You smoke Donut, you immediately push through.
Crazy decision-making there. I don't quite understand.
He was trying to mind game it, and he's perhaps just flown too close to the sun. A bit of an Icarus moment for your game sense.
Okay. Oh, Miss Molly.
Not ideal.
Good golly.
Not ideal. Sonic in that smoke, feeling, yeah, a little bit scary, gonna back away. Flammer's trying his handed aggression. Sus, Stan, ready, so ready for that. A clean one tap to the face of Flammers. Torsen spotted out as well. This is a really stressful round now. Susp playing it to distract, catches Sonic. What a shot, what a turn! Torsen attacks from both fronts and he gets them both.
Well handled, and in the meantime, Stan went down to B lane. Banana pick, now it's a 2v4, and you question the decisions in the previous round even more so now. The money gone. GamerLegion back into the lead unless Fozy and Jaber can pull off a 2v4 of their own.
That is a mid player's dream. Just having enough time. Taps Sonic as he edges the smoke. Adjusts and finds the second frag onto Susp as well. Now plays it safe, plays it smart. Doesn't have a smoke to block, so they are coming his way. Oh, Torsen. Sharp. Collects a third onto Fuzi. Sorry.
That's fine, either.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Well, for poor Jaber, he's got 1 or 2 options. Save in plain sight or search to my demise, because he is boxed in. Now his position is noted. The spray at range eventually connects, but down to 16 points of health. Slend is there, 9-8. And a wildcard eco as GamerLegion set their sights on double digits. Anubis feeling very likely now.
Crisp.
He handled that so well, didn't he? Very well done from Torsen the Dane. Bit of a special there. And didn't that start with him missing the incendiary towards elbow as well?
It did.
Yeah, so, you know, it was all good.
In the absence of an incendiary, just use your bullets.
We can work past these problems.
What have we got here? Deagle and a P2. Stan always has something, you know, in pursuit of a plant, perhaps.
Hampus once said, just go B on Ancient. Now, just go A.
That's what Susp is saying. Well, that's a T-side molly. That's going to do a lot of damage. And yeah, Susp. No one enjoys that, but no one else can support you.
GamerLegion fans enjoy it. Thoroughly.
Oh, yeah.
The blender. 10-8.
I meant the, like, oh, we're pushing through this, right, guys? Guys?
Yeah,
guys, we're not pushing through it, are we?
It was just me.
Okay.
See you on the next train. Second tactical timeout, and it's hard to take those back, isn't it? You can't go back in time and say, can we have that round that we were 5-3 up where Sonic got us 2 kills in middle again?
Do you think Fuzi's still talking about it? Thinking about it, rather?
Nah.
He's moved on.
This will be for the VOD review.
Yeah. Whether it's on the plane or in the hotel room.
It's on the back of Sonic's monitor there. Some type of a robot.
Everyone's got their lucky charms.
Yeah, but at least it's not a plush toy.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, we've got another mousepad draper as well. Susp is, does the snacks, so he can rest his wrist on the curvature of the droopy mousepad. Stan lines up his red smoke. What's the go? Wildcard trying to break back in to this T side after 3 consecutive out of the GamerLegion squad. Fight mid again. Flamus using that smoke to cover him. Flashes a good blind, but Volt rides! Double kill! Awkward now for Wildcard. And Torsten, he will deliver as, wow, one of the quickest rounds we've seen. GamerLegion just shut down Wildcard just like that. Aggressions in mid, immediately matched with aggressions on B. They take the fight to the T's, and they're sent back to spawn wondering how is that already over? How is it now 11 to GamerLegion on their map pick? A map we've already credited that Wildcard can play, and on T side no less, somewhat of a strong suit.
Yeah, and to think where it came crumbling down, again, I don't want to harp on it, but it was their way in, right? It makes the finances, well, that's a conversation for another day.
Yeah.
But a round that you should convert and you don't, simple as that. They have partially invested. Lurk smoke in middle to keep at least 2 players interested as defensive utility from Volt. He's aware that it's a little bit too quiet. B utility does land. It doesn't draw a rotation whatsoever. GamerLegion aren't buying it.
Oh my. Stan lives to tell the tale of the missed orb shot, but Flamus will pick it up. Susp is hoping for like a bit of an audio cue as to the numbers on B. They just gathered 3 congregate in A main, hoping that Volt and Slend just get pulled away in some way, shape, and form from this Deagle searching cave. But the fact there's nothing else behind it, the A player's on high alert now. Slend reacts, Volt calls for backup. Slend gets that first connection cleanly, then Volt can activate, and nice work from Jaber. Gets 2 with his Desert Eagle.
Not bad.
And an AWP as well on that low HP is going to be used to great success. How has he done that? Finds Flamus as well. ZTR should be able to end this momentarily. Torsten considering the potential for the donut flank, but waiting for that plant. You can't let this one get any further out of control.
And you can't just dry pick into an AWP. He has the smoke to work with. Time to do so as well. Jaber, this would be insane.
He's allowed to get it down. Here's the steps. Scopes up.
Oh!
Gets it onto Torsten. Valid attempt. Threatening, costly, impressive shooting, resourcefulness. Didn't throw out that smoke grenade, perhaps could have given him a way out, but 12-8. GamerLegion just one away now despite Jaber's best attempt.
Yeah, great attempt there.
Wow.
And you hear the applause from the crowd. That's not the GamerLegion convert the round. That's Jaber almost pulled off round of the bloody tournament. That would have been something else. The young gun, first major, almost won one of the craziest rounds.
That could have been something unbelievable. Double deeg, AWP, quick scope, catches Flamus. Woo.
Well, is this the final round? That's the question. Fozy boosted straight up.
Torsten gonna have to remain tucked if he wants to keep his life. Does not. Fozy opens up the site.
Straight in as well. Look at him.
The cave players are actually pushing behind the ramp. Like they're going for a bit of a re-aggress. They'll say you can have B.
Sonic has to pick that up in combination with Jaber. So the two of them in a crossfire.
Good flash. Tucked.
Did they hear the player?
Spotted.
I think so.
Yeah, this is awkward now. Chill your beans. Molly to delay. Options limited. The GamerLegion just preserve.
Well, team flash. Jaber just got full team flashed.
Ready for the fight though. Around the edge of that smoke. I like the reposition from Jaber. Flamus is going to flank onto Sonic. And
I think they're saving. Like they're just playing right now to contain them and do damage.
Yeah, well, it's not working out for the save.
They ain't containing anything. Well, I think the damage that Jaber did in the previous round has made them question whether or not they should go for that. Now, there was residual cash, sure. We will be able to see them get into a buy, no problems for the GamerLegion side of the server.
Yeah, but you start thinking in your head like it has to be now.
Simple opener for Fozy here. You said, yeah, Torsten has to stay tucked if he wants to keep his life.
And As someone that's occasionally visited Long and had to help it, I can feel exactly what Torsten's feeling.
So,
they can boost.
He's boosted on the box.
Yep, they can do that. That's true. That is a possibility.
Well, we asked the same question as the last. This time, where is that AWP sent? Well, back over towards B. Surely you can't pull off the same trick. Flammer's tucked.
Yeah, he's in trouble, though.
Sonic knows.
Holding for him. And then the molly will force a fight or an extinguish. Opts for the latter. Tries to reposition, tries to get out of the swing. ZTR in the open. Trying to take a fight. Does deliver onto Fuzi. Slenzorf is in the feed as well. Jaber opens up middle and maintains control. Volt, re-aggress.
That's the A defender. They should know. They should start hightailing it towards A right now.
They are. Jaber, with his low HP, tries to take the space.
Nice quick rotation from GamerLegion.
We've got the site now. Not even considering a main, because they know it's likely coming in from Temple, and Torsten's going to be walking straight into Jaber's crosshairs. Well played by Wildcard again. Jaber, he's been a mainstay now in the feed.
Yeah, and considering you think how they punished him late within that first half with those A plays when he was on light buys, that's really frustrating. It's like, I don't have a gun, I'm having to use a pistol or an SMG and just try and block you, and you're just full rushing my position. It's like, that feels very frustrating. So he's getting some of his zone back right now.
He's not expecting Jaber to be walking on him in Temple either.
This is really good grit from Wildcard.
Oh, you're not safe. Especially with the missed AWP shot now. Jaber's just running up. Yeah. Oh, he's feeling himself. I think that close clutch attempt reminded himself who he is and what he's capable of. No AWP for Slend. Have to rebuy it himself.
And he sells back immediately because you actually need a moment to have a chat if you're GamerLegion. You have Slend with a lot, right? He can drop. Volt can buy himself, or we get 2,400 into the next. So if I'm Ash at this moment, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, okay, what is the way that we can solve this puzzle where we can be competitive in this round? It's okay, mate. We put ourselves in a winnable position, sure, but if we lose, we still have the contingency to be able to buy into the next. For somebody like Torsten, with only 2,400, he currently has 2.1. He can't really buy anything, right? He needs everything. Same to be said with ZTR and Flammers, who are at 2.5 and 2.3. So, like, ZTR could say, oh, I could get a smoke, or I could get maybe a P250. They're going to get an AWP for Slend. Okay, he's going to rock the AWP and see if he can make a difference with that. Does Volt invest whatsoever? Okay, he's into an MP9. So there's still enough problems where GamerLegion could win this round.
So, question. Does Slend play this for, like, if they come to me, I can win the round, or is he playing like a proactive, I need to find an opening and
you need to use him to find an opener. Right? Like, you could boost him long here. Right. That could be an option, right? Or he could, you know, try and, well, he's not picking cave, but so here you go. He knows that Fozy likes this box, so looking for a head-to-head. And then absolute worst case, let's say they go A, he can just save.
Yeah. Okay.
Keep him moving.
I like Wildcard's approach.
Your pistols are essentially wards.
Yeah, you put them all across the map. And Slend looking to try and catch a gank or two.
AWP hook.
Oh. Fuzi fires a shot. Angle held, Slend maintains donut control if they ask questions of it. Bomb being scooped up by Stan towards B now. Oh, there you go. That's the Slend AWP now revealed.
I love this from Slend though. He's gone, okay, I've shown my presence. Now I'm rotating to B immediately. He'll get there in time because they're blocked at the top of the ramp right now.
He pivoted to red. Now he has to make a quick decision as to whether or not it's B.
They're boosting.
Util land.
Oh, Stan saw him on the boost.
Torsten hits a double dink off of the back of the boost. Not easy shots. Fuzi ready for the swing. Missed shot. Awkward. Getting awkward. Sus bails them out. Another boost, this time for the AWPer. He can maybe try and deny. Lines it up. Hits it through the wall. Jaber brought low. Slend lives on. USPs, P250s. It's not pretty, but it's working. The 5-7 from Volt finds
They're
another.
So low.
JBA, he has to hit another headshot. Still delivers another. And only Sus with 10 HP. No kit. Slend holding this. Sus has to call the bluff. He can't win the round if he doesn't. Starts considering the potential of a 10-second defuse. He hears it now. Oh, they're looking at cave. He could just isolate this one. Spots him out. Denies it. Sus with 10 HP clutch.
Is there time? This is going to be so damn close.
Slend believes it. Slend convicted that he's taken the map. Convinced this is his. And they will take us to Anubis. Slend impact the winning formula. Taking their map pick, this series goes the distance.
Wow, that last round. So incredible. Ash calls the timeout when it's sitting like that. It is 12-10. Has a conversation. They come in GamerLegion and they're able to close out their map. Let's talk about that last round. What did they do right?
I mean, Slen was like a hawk to a mouse there. It just so direct, so fast. Every single peak that he went for, he was able to find a kill. Always able to involve his op. The boosts around the site for the other players as well, involving them. And then when it comes down to it, I mean, I think that one time out, Ash just said, just be as ratty as possible, you know? There's going to be smokes down. He tried to get that op involved right there. Good stuff overall from GamerLegion. It really did feel like when they spotted weakness in this game, they were able to capitalize despite the little adaptations between both IGLs.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard really tried to pull you in, but then they just pulled the rug out from underneath you at the end. Just, you know, made you believe that comeback was going to happen. They certainly did some right things. You know, JBA having that almost clutch that kind of killed the money of GamerLegion almost made you feel like maybe Wildcard could pull it together. But in that last round, there was all these unorthodox boosts and spams and Slen hunting with the op, and they just couldn't figure it out in that last round. Ultimately, it is going to go to a third. But I think if we really kind of reel it back in and kind of look at the half as a whole, though, I just think Wildcard struggled to find any type of opening that entire second half. Like, yeah, they won pistol with kind of a crazy, like, mid to red wraparound, you know, pug strat, basically. But after that, once the guns were out, they just could not really get into a site comfortably.
Sometimes that does just happen where you're taking map control, and Wildcard did that in some of these rounds, but then they just get a little bit too inquisitive, a little bit too curious. Instead of just converting onto a bomb site, now that you have taken all the angles away from the CTs, you just go for that one extra peek. I mean, we saw it in the last round with Sonic trying to just peek the opera dry right there. It's just that I think that sometimes it's just a little bit confusing to get all of that real estate and get it uncontested.
Do you think that that's confidence from their side or a little bit of maybe over-eagerness?
I'd say that it's a little bit of over-eagerness. I think Wildcard felt that they had some momentum going on to their side, even though it was a bit of a comeback. And so they just wanted to get that little extra scrap of information. Like we saw Fozy kind of dancing around the A bomb site on another round where he was just trying to get something done for his team. And I feel like there's got to be, this is maybe a moment actually where I'd say for Stanislaw, like was everybody aware of what the final finishing objective was in these rounds? Because it felt like the pieces were just a little more scattered than I'm used to.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes whenever you leave all your options open into the mid into the late round, you just try to call this magnificent mid game. Sometimes you're like an absolute genius. You're going to create comebacks. You're going to make magic happen. And he's done that time and time again throughout this tournament. But sometimes you're going to get egg on your face. Sometimes things aren't going to work out and things are going to backfire a little bit. But also just got to give a shout out to Slen having a beautiful performance with AWP. I mean, just look at how many kills he was getting in that second half defensively. Just made the world of difference. And hey, in that first half, from the school of snacks, couple of A hits in a row, got them enough rounds to create that separation.
You know, Maui, if it works, you should just do it.
Yeah. We're trying to get them riled up, folks. We're trying to get them riled up. Come on.
I mean, GamerLegion actually, to their credit, they did identify that. Well, they did basically just call on round 10 an A exec. It did work, but then the last two rounds were force buys for the side of Wildcard. So it wasn't like the same kind of like it wasn't the same recipe in the exact same way. I'm coping.
Yeah. No, you got your way out of that one pretty well, actually. Yeah. Good job.
So at the start of this game, I asked you when it comes to sort of the strategic play of GamerLegion versus the dynamic changes that Wildcard is able to do when they're on the back foot, who wins out. In this case, how would you play it? Because I felt like Wildcard had that comeback at some point.
Yeah, and I think that the adaptation from GamerLegion's side was just to play bomb sites a little bit more. Let the only person that's contesting for mid fights be Slen there. But I think in the last round in particular, they kind of just peeled away completely. Let Slen just play Donut with the op. Everybody else just plays the backline and make sure you do a full 5-man retake with hopefully the man advantage, which Slen was able to accomplish. And yeah, that's why we also rate Ash pretty highly. It felt like they changed up the formula there because I felt like it was like a Volt v Susp fight in middle almost every gun round, and then suddenly it's just like, wait, you pulled away all of that space from us? Okay, what's going on? It's like pulling the chair on somebody, on your friend, and they fall over.
It's one of the things that we don't maybe pay enough attention to, but it is something that I think we should look at, is those tack pauses that coaches can call in pivotal moments. Sometimes we point out that it didn't happen, but in this instance, it obviously worked because there was that conversation. It allowed them to close out the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, Ash is someone that I think we've kind of given him flowers multiple times throughout the course of this tournament because he is, like, outside of Vault, the one stable factor in this GamerLegion organization has yet again made another major, yet again made another kind of magical run, beating teams you don't think that they could and getting further than you probably thought they perhaps should be able to. So yeah, I mean, those critical moments, they add up for sure.
Quick reminder that we are playing for elimination here. One of these teams is going home, and now it's all going to be decided on Anubis. Going into that, you've had a chance to see how these teams are playing today. You've had a chance to see how they play against each other on 2 different maps. How does Anubis play out?
Anubis is going to be interesting for me because this is a map that we haven't seen GamerLegion have too much success in this tournament, or in Shanghai in general, and the RMRs as well. I think they lost both their games, but pretty solid results, you know, in online. And really, it just comes down again to ZTR being the super mobile presence where you can create pressure so many different areas. Again, it comes down to Flamus. Is he going to be able to create entries? It's just going to come down to that. And also, Ash has cooked up some really nice set pieces with this team. Like, they have some really good executes. But what's really cool to me about Wildcard, I don't know if you picked up on this, but they actually completely changed how they're playing Anubis in this tournament, mid-tournament. They pulled JBA off the A side of the map, and they've put Sonic there. And they're doing what I've been talking about all along. They're trying to get JBA in like more comfortable positions where he's kind of shrouded by other players, and he can just like be a part of like a mid-attack behind Stanislaw, or just not have to be forced to make decisions by himself in like a solo role. And I think that that adjustment has served them pretty well so far this tournament on Anubis. So let's see if they can keep that up is really my thing.
And it's important to note that what Dust says with taking him away from the solo holding, because when he was obviously on Ancient there getting pummeled in the last 3 rounds of GamerLegion's T side, it was because they were bursting sometimes even through his smoke, through his Molotov, and he just wasn't able to withstand that kind of pressure. So to see, but the thing is that we know he's incredibly skilled. He almost won a 1v5 in this game. Like, he got it down to the 1v1 with 2 good deagle shots, a couple nice op shots. And so we know that there's a lot of skill, but it's just that it just needs to be under the right situation. With someone that he's tethering upon, he has great instincts in terms of teamwork. And when he's just by himself, sometimes he's just fiddling that with that one extra piece of utility, which then leads to him getting caught out.
It's TLDR the whole desk. What is the win condition on Anubis?
Truthfully, I want to actually see. I want to see Susp. I want to see Susp deliver. I feel like his space taking is actually just so instrumental. We see what happens when Wildcard just aren't given kills in the beginning, that they can kind of sputter out in the mid round, even with a good call from Stanislaw. So I want to see that they actually take the. If Wildcard want to win this, it almost feels like Susp needs to be getting kills. I just hope they don't force it past that initial map control.
Yeah, I mean, Flamus and Susp play the most important positions on this map, and so whoever does better is going to have the most impact and ultimately probably tip the scales. But I do think that this adjustment that they have decided to make with JBA is a crazy change to make in the middle of a tournament, but it could pay off. Like, if you put JBA in a more comfortable position where he can shine, he might be the X factor that actually allows him to stay in this tournament. So that's going to be my win condition.
We're going to find out who is able to take this victory and stay in the competition. But for those of you who find pick'ems very important, I just want to update you. Vitality has made it through to playoffs. So good job if you had them 3-0. They just beat MIBR. We're going to take a quick break. And when we return, Anubis is coming up.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The man who has never thought about going to another game and has dedicated his life to Counter-Strike has found success once again, and I'm very happy to have him alongside me. It's Wildcard Stanislaw, who's the leader of the team, who is someone who's led teams to many trophies before. And right now, you've just gone 3-0 at the Americas RMR. Your last major was Stockholm 2021 with EG. You sadly missed out on making it when it came to Copenhagen. But something massively changed at this point. So maybe let's start there. What happened during this Americas RMR for you guys to be in such a key position to go 3-0 the way you did?
It was a lot of hard work. Everything clicked at the right time. All of the pieces are fulfilling their potential, and the team is running like a well-oiled machine.
What emotions did you have? The rest of your team have never been to a major, and then you're the one to lead them to do it.
It's hard to describe, you know, this is going to be my 7th major, I believe. I kind of just took a back seat in terms of my emotions. I wanted to let them have their moment and share that excitement, and for me, I'm still craving a little bit more.
Yes.
I don't really share that sentiment with them. It's hard to share that same excitement because I always feel like, you know, I want to play in the playoffs. I've made it there before, so I want to get back to that. Maybe that's what's keeping me a little bit more reserved, but yeah, I'm just happy for them mainly right now. It's all of them for their first major, and I just want them to be very proud of that moment.
For you, are you at least proud? I know you want to go further in terms of the tournament, but are you proud that you were the man to take them to their first major?
It's a very nice feeling for sure. I think I've really come into my element as a leader. And also, I've had a lot of help, right? Like, my coach is incredible, and all of the players are being responsive to my leadership, and that's very important to me. And so we're a very collective unit, and I feel like that's showing on the server as well.
I want to ask you, when it comes to looking at the fact that your last major was the 2021 Stockholm, we'd come back after that crazy COVID time, but you've been on like just an insane journey. Did you ever think about giving up?
I think there was a very small moment where I did, because I wasn't exactly sure if I wanted to pursue streaming, go right into coaching. Yeah. There was probably a few months right after getting let go from EG where it was a little bit of a darker time, a lot of uncertainty. I think my reputation was that it's the lowest it's ever been. And that's when I had to just dig deep within myself and really find myself again. The light switch came back on, and I knew I wanted to keep going. Everything kind of falls into place. I think it's really important to set your mind on a goal, whatever that goal is, and then everything else will kind of align itself in your life around that goal, and that's what happened to me. That's
Beautiful and magical, and it certainly worked out. Now, you have some of the highest experience, right? You've lifted some big trophies in your career. You've had a career to be proud of with this. How do you try and take that experience to your young players when you're now coming to a much higher pressured event and a much higher pressured stage?
Yeah, teaching the younger generation has been probably one of the most fun parts about being more on the seasoned side. Yeah. I guess I'll call myself seasoned. Yeah. You have to figure out a way to pass down your knowledge and all the things that you've picked up on to these younger players. Sometimes it can be difficult to do that because they haven't experienced it themselves, and a lot of the times, in order to learn life lessons in general, you have to go through it. And so I've taken kind of a two-step approach, which is, you know, I pass on the information, but I also encourage them to figure out answers themselves. I don't just give them the key. It's, you know, teach a man to fish, right? And so I just want them to not make the same mistakes that I did. And so I shared my experiences, but then I also encourage them on how to navigate them, and hopefully whatever challenge comes their way. Like, the most important thing is you should be confident that you can find out the answer, find the way out, find the way forward. It's not about what the specific problem is, it's about how you get out of it.
Then I'll let you say any words to maybe the old fans to the new fans.
Old fans, I still see a few of you sitting out there from the Optic days or any other team that I've been on, so I appreciate your support so much. And even though I'm off of social media, your messages do sometimes filter through to me from other people, so thank you so much for your support. It really does give us that extra little bit, and I hope that if we do come back to North America at some point for a tournament, that I will see you guys in person and we can chat and get to know each other there. But the support really does help our team, so I hope you guys can keep on giving us that.
Thank you very much for your time, Stan, man. Pleasure.
Thank you.
Elimination at stake on Anubis at the elimination stage. One of these teams will be eliminated in last place. GamerLegion taking theirs. Wildcard on Dust 2. We find ourselves in the third. And a CT start for this Swedish and North American mix with a South African twist.
Yeah, a lot of nationalities represented in this one today. We've had some big moments, big clutches, action-packed, some Flamus rage.
Some Fuzi pushes. Let's get into it.
Kit for Stan. Julius for Sonic, and Piers out. Bomb spotted, top mid. ZTR on the crawl, has nades. Walking into 3, Alex. This is going to be tough.
Not going to be easy whatsoever.
Good flash.
Reds get nothing done. Fuzi asleep at the wheel. Stan has responded. He stems the bleed, and a 3v3 returns to our screens. Kit on Stan, bomb in mid. Oh, and now Volt's been spotted out as well. Sus is aware of the potential for Flamus in the dark position, and Sus just welcomes the engagement. Flamus didn't find the clean conversion there. Does so now. Oh, he definitely does now. 2 players defending B, both brought down by the Flamus Glock.
Well, Jaber started to heat up, didn't he, towards the tail end of Ancient. Let's see if he's got anything left in the tank. Kit highlighted by our OBS team just on the step. And as you enter Temple, bomb down ticking, but a real opportunity to go for this one.
Yeah. And especially now you've spotted out Flamus, you have a good idea as to where he's positioned. You have no info on Torsen, and now the bait, the potential switch. He clears it. Good check from Jaber. But Torsen holds firm. GamerLegion take the pistol. On T-side Anubis, that was such an opportunity as well. Stan really saved them. Look at this, a double kill. Stan responds in kind.
Yeah, those flashes, though. Look at that, just how blind they were. Hopefully much more of this to expect.
Oh, good awareness.
Well,
nice playing active from Torsen. He doesn't just sit in the corner and hope he's not being checked.
He's going to be the force buy for Wildcard. Couple of digs, couple of MP9s, light util, 3-2 split of the defenses. Early harass util from GamerLegion on towards B. And Slend, who was quite the hero in the last map of play. Let's see if he can continue those heroics. Lopped out a window smoke. Will also be greeted with the classic doors molly. ZTR showing you all how to throw that one. So cross the bridge and grab your territory. As Volt leads the pack, looking likely to be an A split. A main just blocked. Will buy them a bit of a buffer and the search on B. So Wildcard, even though they're down with weaponry, are flowing well with responses to what GamerLegion are throwing their way.
Yeah, I like this. Fuzi spotted out. Smoke Temple. And quite quickly going to be wrapping in towards A. Fuzi going to be late to arrive towards the storage side. Mac-10 good for it. Aggressing out A. Torsen very late to this one. Forced into the A fight is Stanislaw. Jabe already brought down. Stan, MP9, he's deadly with it, but not ready for ZTR, just commits to the spam. Sprays him down. Sonic Blast to fall.
Very well handled.
I can't believe Torsen's still rugs. Like, I understand it. You know, you don't want to be giving that space up to the CTs, but they're forced at some point. Their hand is forced to try and take that A main fight. And he collects it very comfortably.
I think we'll do this again, and we bring this up every time we get Anubis on the screen in case some of our newer viewers, or those who, you know, have dipped in and out of Counter-Strike over the years, this is a T-sided map. And if you're GamerLegion, you're looking for 7+ rounds. For Wildcard, wherever they can get them, however they can get them.
Is he going to nade the close box? Or actually, Rugs nade. Torsen reads it. Maybe not the second, though. Yep, good damage. Flamus brought low to 16 from Jaber. Flash for the re-aggro. They're making it threatening. Oh, very threatening with a nice headshot onto Torsen. Sans nade enabling that one tap. And Stan will fall to the jumping MP9. ZTR secures the A site. And Flamus ensures the round.
All right, well, first rifle round about to ensue. Fuzi gets into his AWP immediately. Holding on to the MP9 is ZTR. See, is it aggressive for Wildcard, right? Do they want to try and force a fight? As we do see a T-stairs smoke lobbed out. can be telling of aggression, but we need to see if there's any follow-through. 3-2 start, nobody really worried about middle, and, well, maybe for good reason. GamerLegion double mid-mollies to have control within the first 15 seconds of the round. Light lick of the flame for ZTR, but this is just pressure, and it's all a ruse as Stan gets an easy kill, but the bomb positioned outside of B. GamerLegion were hoping to force a rotation with this move.
Yeah, well, Fuzi does leave B, tends to the potential. Just going to be the two of them, Susp and Sonic. And Stan, he's gotten closer to this and ready for the fight is Slend. Stan doesn't even pull the trigger. Fuzi's up noted in mid. B pressure is on. Sonic, what can you get done? Good find. Fuzi as well finds Flammus. It's only Torsen. Back turn from Sonic. He's got a full minute to play with. Baits the AWP shot, gets out, takes space, not ready for both. Jaber on the temple, locks in Wildcards first.
Okay, holding on there, Wildcard, and retaining that AWP is going to be key. Because we know that Fozy loves to be aggressive. So that is something that they can set up round after round. So you just want to take a look at what type of spawns he gets. Poor handle from Stan. ZTR just pedal to the metal, right? Going absolutely nuts there. Fozy doesn't have he has an okay spawn, but he doesn't have one that, you know, you'd expect him to go straight for a con pick. He was more towards A. He's got the T-Stairs smoke again.
A lot of faith in Stan and Jaber to hold a large portion of the map. Volt is going to use that lurk smoke to get across.
I think it's very powerful once you're across, especially if you want to return here late. Once the CTs use through all of their smokes, they won't be able to leave from connector for free. Volt gets to be in a very strong position to punish. You can also alley-oop with your connector player, flush them out into your line of sight. And so much trust. This is wild because you know that that lurk smoke was up and they could have crossed. Yeah, Fozy's crosshair will acknowledge the fact, but right now it's playing like...
Ooh,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, leave
right, they were playing like there's nobody there.
And eventually you get punished. Volt does get that headshot. Now searching towards Jaber's A main. He's just going to play retake, falls back. Volt does go down. Fuzi finds that one, but now there is a lot of space to be taken here. Jaber is playing retake A.
Bomb's rotating over. Late piece in middle. I have to rotate Heaven. Yeah, thinks better of the unknown.
They've realized that the site is theirs. Flams gets himself to stairs.
They're all going Heaven.
Yeah, ZTR's late mid play. It's not going to get any kills. But late arrival camera could be the difference maker.
Stan Kamali Fountain from Heaven.
Feels necessary in the air. Slend forced to get out of there. They're all blind as well. Awkward, very uncomfortable for them, just gathered. It really hinges off of ZTR being overlooked. Now he reveals himself. Fuzi for the trade, nails it. Jaber, good for it, onto Torsen, down now to Flammus. They're double swinging, they know where he is. They just need to get on
Sonic
that bomb.
has to defuse.
10-second defuse, and Fuzi holds the line.
I had the kid there.
From the AWPer.
Yeah, that was huge. I love that retake, right? Nobody risking through middle. They knew the camera was smoked. They knew that there could have been that lurky piece. And the way that Wildcard have started both of these gun rounds is 3B, 2A. They block middle early with maybe a Molotov or maybe a smoke, but otherwise they're going to play quite heavy towards the sites. They don't risk the rotation point. They come together. They have a good idea. Molly Fountain flashes in, force them into main. Beautiful work.
The whole time as well, you're convinced there's got to be someone coming from main. You're paranoid. Really cool. And I suppose it does explain how you can start two towards mid and A.
Oh, ahead of this, his aggression.
Yeah, Jaber's just charging. Look at him go.
Have to be careful. This is a lighter bite. Did Flammus hear the steps?
He's acting like he did.
Oh, that nade. So much damage.
Right on his face.
Suspect taking that liberty to chuck that one out. And they back off. More nade damage. 4 players softened up. Could be farmed by this Stan MP9.
Forced away by the flashbang. Does get his sight just in time to unload his mag into 2. Slend brings him down. On the reposition, Susp gives up the space. Fuzi tries to fight back for it. Ooh, takes a heavy damage, down to 7. Headshot not converted though. Sonic brings down Slend and Susp comfortable. Very comfortable. 3-3. Back into the guns now for GamerLegion.
It's a good spread of rounds for Wildcard. If they can make it another one on the trot, will have to be likely another partial from GamerLegion. Give or take saves / plant. Flashes in this midsection for GamerLegion have been great, right? The pistol round and then that one on Stan. I know he gets 2 kills, but white screen. Christmas came early. No AWP for Slend.
Be aggression. Sus just charges in. What a headshot. Volt inaccurate for just a moment. Dropping off of that step off the lip. Now forced into the fight by the Flames. Slend gets dunked on. What a pace change into the first gun round, and already your plan is in tatters. Fuzi's actually holding for Flammus walk up through this deep con smoke. Re-smoke and take it with flashes. He's in trouble. Oh, they're playing well.
Sus goes into their own incendiary there.
Aggressive. Chance onto Fuzi. Playing games with him and nails the shot. Damn, he's frustrating to play against, I'm sure. Might even catch DTR as well. He's already repositioned for his potential arrival.
And a mid push right now will seal the door.
Yeah, shut. TTR just biding his time, knows it's up against it. Okay. Removal of the orb.
Dead.
Flanked in. Sonic can maintain that.
And they pick up the, yeah, you're bang on. So AKs, AWP, and already 4 rounds on the CT side.
Very impressive. I really like that. Coming into the first gun after the half buy of GamerLegion, and you just throw something super quick, super aggressive, in your face. Whatever they just discussed is thrown in the bin.
They have to operate with another partial.
I mean, to be fair, though, Sus did hit a bangaroo.
That's true. That is true. Double mid-mollies again.
Ooh, get out of there, Fuzi.
Dropped his own incendiary. Sonic just turned!
What's he done that for?
Well, the rotation to go to mid left a massive gap. He was on his own. The rotation here now. The Swedes fighting forward.
10 HP, Susp. You really think you can take the Tech 9? Volt doesn't think so. Fuzi just averts his gaze as they push on towards the jet position. Missed chance. Good idea as to the post-plant setup. Jaber coming in, has to win this against ZTR. ZTR not looking. Turns his attention, but Jaber nails the headshot. Perfect placement up the crosshair. They get away, but there's a smoke in a kit. This gets uncomfortable for the Tech 9s.
Smoke main or the bomb? What's the option here for Stan? On the bomb it is.
Starts to defuse, double swing, double spray from Jaber. Delivers for Wildcard. They weather the storm, a threatening Tech 9 bite. Sonic probably wiping sweat from his brow after that one.
Yeah, well, there's so much pressure towards mid, and Airfos, he's blind, running through mollies, dropping his own, calling for help, and hold up a second, they're hitting B. So they manufactured a gap. Good work for GamerLegion to get the plant, but a great retake from Wildcard. Ash doesn't like what he's seeing. We'll take the first tactical timeout, but that one was touch and go. There's a lot on the line. We remind you, these are 2 fairy tale teams coming through the RMRs. The expectation for either Wildcard or GamerLegion, very low. They make it through the opening stage. They find themselves at the top 16 of a major and the first for many in the server here today. One of the 2 will be waving goodbye.
Yeah, for the majority of the players in the server, every single game has been the biggest game of their career here in Shanghai, and it just gets exponentially more and more vicious as the teams in this elimination stage, they do not pull punches. Find yourself 0-2.
Stress looking Ash there.
Yeah, he is.
I guess that's all he can do. He's just kind of got to sit back and hope that the timeout he took nets them some results, because the rifles are in. Slen now has that AWP. Was it a bit of a difference maker with some of his clutches?
Still feel like Fuzi's had more impact on his AWP. Torsen tucked. So dynamic is Fuzi. This time he's got a setup with JBA. That smoke isolates Fuzi's contribution, so Incendiary, he swims with it. This is a big, ballsy push. Finds Torsen, takes that opening, now attempted a response from Flammus. I like their response was cool.
Yeah, because as soon as the smoke comes, you know that the molly follows. So Jaber catches him while he's throwing that second key piece of utility. So well thought out there from Wildcard.
Fuzi gifted the rifle with the more HP. ZTR is here, as is Slend. Fuzi clearing this out. Loses his head. Great placement of the crosshair. ZTR just has to click.
The call will change now. The bomb's still over towards T-spawn outside the extremity of B. ZTR is going to be a bit of a nuisance in middle.
Sus isn't scared at all. Maneuvers to try and take this fight. Oh, he catches a whiff of him and finishes him off with the spam. Is he ready for another? Stab! Oh! Takes down, finds a response, removes CTR. Flammus tucks in towards the baskets as his teammates are on the way.
Well, take a look. There's no utility right now to smoke off Heaven. So Jaber could be good for the first. The AWP trained. It's going to be a reaction speed test against the Flammus entry.
It's also about the jiggles of Flammus. Like, are you anticipating?
Stan rotated. It's just Jaber.
Jaber. Flashed off, good work. Flashbang leads them into the A site without the resistance of that orb first shot.
Do you go for the retake? Stan and Sonic do not have a lot of residual cash.
It's a big commitment.
They've got the molly for Fountain again.
Double main, so Volt's life is worth the round.
He's lining it up.
Sonic swings through, nice cover. Slen provides, Volt perhaps overlooked. Yep, tip of the head. Spotted, and you talked about the ramifications of that. GamerLegion, that's important. Takes everything away from Wildcard while posting your fourth. And what started with a man advantage for Wildcard.
Yeah, and something that I thought was well put together. So unable to hold on to that man advantage. Fozy goes searching, and you saw him get stuck on the wall as he was trying to clear. That may have ruined his wider swing, or, you know, having the little peek without the shift. Also a left eye into that fight. They are able to get the orb back in his hands, however. 2 M4s, 2 MP9s. Wildcard with 5. I feel like they should do a little bit more than that now on the CT side, that they got them so early. Still, 5 more than manageable when they flick over. Oh.
Long range catches Fuzi. Sonic revealed. Active on the B main angle.
It's an AWP available here for Sonic.
Look at CTR. CTR, no fear, and Sonic punishes the aggression. Torsen down after one. Great trades. Good team play here out of Wildcard. Flammus last seen T stairs. He hears the rotation. Takes down Jaber. Stan as well now spotted. The frag on B. Slen finds Susp. It's fallen apart for Wildcard.
This is so tough for Stan.
What's he supposed to do?
This is impossible for Stan.
There's just no way. Half health, 10-second defuse, 1v2, and your opponents have had all the time in the world. Slen spotted him.
If he wins this, if he wins this now...
Flammus is miles away.
Yeah. I don't see a kit, though. That's going to be a bigger of the issues. Stan expecting the support, and does get the kill. There's a kit.
Pillar, Flammus.
6 bullets.
Have to push through.
5 bullets.
5 bullets. And Flammus, his third contribution, but the most important.
Yeah, it finished as desperate as it felt when he was in the 1v2 in the beginning. So will just be pistols now for Wildcard, and then they will be able to buy with the 2,400 coming into their bank balance for the last round of the half to scrap for 6. But again, 5's okay. Yeah. 5's more than okay. 5's actually serviceable. So they're going to take the timeout. I suppose you may as well use it just to make sure everybody's going to be on the same page down the stretch of this first half. And great turnout from the crowd. These are 2 completely unknown entities in the server, and we have a packed house.
China loves an underdog. Probably feeling quite compulsory for a 7-5 here from GamerLegion, as you've already highlighted. Wildcard are already happy. And they've got a threatening attempt with, well, this is not the most pretty, but certainly scary. MP9s pushing smokes.
I am surprised to see them going for this.
It's going to be 2 of these, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm surprised. But I guess, hey, if you have a move, now's the time.
Oh, Sus. Victim to their util. Luckily gets away, tucks jail. His trajectory reveals his position, and Flammus is quick to punish. A missed HE from Sonic. Has a second to work with, but the pressure just keeps on coming. They're already all over the site. Good spam. Takes down CTR. And they're chipping away at them. They're making them very vulnerable and susceptible to a 5-7 headshot. Slend, spam. Volt, Sonic. Jaber. Deagle does connect one. 2 body shots onto Slend. He's going to have to play safer. Stan is very late to this one through mid. They go for the flank. I guess they haven't planted yet. It buys time for him to actually go around the world.
Again, though, it's going to be at range. And we've seen him pull off some wild things with the MP9. And this is going to be a tough one. He's got 2 players outside B name, one with nades in the hands. As Slend's low HP still gets the better of him. And Jaber thinking better of that.
Yeah, neither of them are particularly appealing options.
Keep your Kev.
I am very curious about that decision, but either way, we will see a similar buy manifest yet again from Wildcard. I guess they thought, hey, the odds, we give ourselves 2 okay chances as opposed to 1 decent chance and 1
eco.
No, yeah, right.
Yeah.
So look, it sucked either way.
This one has a bit more potency in the nade and even a rifle for Fuzi. Last round, and look at this direct approach. This is a ZTR call straight out the gates to punish Jaber. Alone, Slen takes an interesting angle to try and peek into Con. Through rugs. Block smoke used. Vault damage, good HE. But they just smoke and go.
Yeah, Fozy's floating over. We'll need to disrespect the util to help out his boys. Here they come.
Stan, MP9, Torsen not looking. Oh, a chance for Stan. Jaber gets nothing done. Fuzi hiding out in that smoke. Nade revealed. Hello. Oh, wow. How's got 2 there? Gives Sonic something to work with, but that smoker was so suspicious.
He's undetected.
Yeah, they don't expect him to be here, so Torsen, probably a free frag. Quickly traded. 7-5 on the half. Elimination stage and elimination game. Both teams probably going to feel like they're quite happy with that. I mean, the 5-round run from the CT side definitely felt a little scary and sketchy, probably for Coach Ash in particular.
Oh, indeed. I think that, right, most of the CT side you see are quite spotty. 2 rounds, 1 round, 1 round. This is actually a spree, so they could have slathered on the heat right there, but, well, getting swamped at the half. We'll now see if we can split the pistols.
Yeah, first one was competitive.
Yeah, Jaber had a good shot in that 1v2 retake of that B-bomb site. Coming up next, we still have 2 more best of 3s to round out your second day of the elimination stage. The MongolZ versus Heroic. There's a position in the playoffs at stake, and Big versus Pain, our second elimination game of the day.
You see Simple's tweet?
Yeah.
Talking about the Mongols, saying they're playing like major winners. That's high praise from the GOAT.
You just take a look at their run in the last stage. It was dominant. I think it was like 3.75 rounds lost per map.
Bloody hell.
And it wasn't just that. It was that their players looked on point, right? Like I understand when you look at the competition, sure, but they were sharp.
Copenhagen didn't go well for them. Now they're coming in with a point to prove here in Shanghai.
5 sets of Kevlar again from Wildcard. We saw... Oh, yeah, no, I am right. Yeah. 5 sets. Here they go. Fast again. This time, middle.
Audible occupation of middle. What's CTR supposed to do if they do come his way? Are they wrapping round? Temple test. Vault got to get out of there. Into Spawn. We've seen MongolZ do the same strategy. And now they wrap through. Okay, Flamus is going to be B main. They are obviously anticipating this. The block smoke gets them nervous.
Wow, nice
Flamus,
shot.
what a shot.
Hey.
2 heads. And the bomb on the floor as well. It's the perfect body to take out of the equation. Torsen, tap in, track in, clean. Flamus just stands up. GamerLegion split the pistols.
Another bit of a highlight there to add to his reel. He's been sharp, 17 and 7 for Flamus. Definitely one of the revelations of the major cycle. Got a personality to boot. And this time, Wildcard are unable to bully their way through with the Glock train. They have conceded both pistols in this map, and that right there is a difference maker. Timeout required. What happened?
He celebrated too hard. I think he pulled his headset out.
Ah.
Yeah, it'll happen.
Okay, yeah. Well, some of the things, right, when you come to LAN events, if you're from some of these teams that are less experienced, things like making sure your in-ears have long enough cables.
Yeah.
At certain events, they make sure that the in-ear thing comes up on the table, but at other events, hey, you've got to plug it in the back, you need an extender. We're getting into the nitty-gritty, but we'll need to take the time to sort this one out. So slowing their own momentum as Flamus gives the crowd a wave.
Yeah, keeping them on his side. I feel like the crowd cheer for good Counter-Strike as well.
Ah, for sure. When we were there for Chengdu, that's exactly what you witnessed, right? And the thing is, the appreciation for the type of round you're seeing as well. They would acknowledge earlier players saving, you hear the claps. Like they're able to be on point, whereas you go to some audiences and it's you're having to walk them through it.
Like you highlighted as well, you know, 2 international teams essentially. Complete smorgasbord of different flags.
What do we got? We got Russian, Romanian, Hungarian, Swedish, plenty of those. That's the highest representation in the server right now.
Yeah, got a Dane.
South African, Canadian.
And an American.
And a British coach and a Polish coach.
Boom. Damn. Yeah, out these in the 6v6, you got a lot of the world covered.
Flamus right now, as well, as we just take a look at the 17 and 7. It's 147 ADR. He's got an 85 KAST. He's won a 1vx situation, has 5 multi-kills, and has won 5 opening duels.
Damn.
So definitely a win condition right now.
Someone has to match that output on Wildcard.
Yeah, and Sus was great on Dust too. Fantastic. Had chances on Ancient as well. Well, here he is again, Mr. Aggressive. Flamus on.
And looks like Torsen might be taking the fantastic 5 here. GTR just got blocked. He just straight up blocked.
I really want to nade T-Stairs that badly.
Yeah. it's resulted in an oopsie daisy.
An MP9 for Sonic. Let's see what... he can't do anything.
Got any more of those? He knows he's got those exposed heads. And Torsen does find a 3rd. Where's your MP9? Flamus should be good to collect. Slend finishes what he started, so they get through the eco. Just CTR with a little bit of a mistake. Loses out on his MP9, forced to rebuy. Torsen, a kind soul, gives him the M4.
This was like the moment for Wildcard. I know that it's T-side, but the problem is because they have this gap of 4 rounds that currently sits in front of them, they lose this one. Well, they're likely looking at 11-5. And then it's going to be a rough, long road back. Window molly. Boost up and over. Fozy doesn't see a thing for now, but will they leer into his crosshair? That's the question. Flash high, dodged, and Fozy with the opener, but one more player to deal with.
CTR times it to perfection and doubles up. Slend throws out a flashbang.
Before his demise.
Just before he dies. It's unlikely they were even blind, but regardless, not looking. Two-man B setup, both kind of on this dark side, con side. Ready for both of the engagements. The bomb walking in, Fuzi and Jaber.
Just going contact.
That's kind of what Volt's anticipating. Yep, gets info. Stays active. Flamus smokes to provide support, and that's very clear what's happening, and I think they've seen enough. Wildcard in a man disadvantage.
Ooh, if it channels them to mid, ZTR can just park here and cover this.
Are they taking stairs? Yeah, Torsen, this is very proactive.
You're right, he hasn't reloaded. That's a bit of a problem.
Oh, but he taps. Such restraint. He actually dinks another. Great use of what little bullets he had. And this flank is way quicker than they're anticipating. Just not ready for that. He's behind us, they scream. 1 versus 3 for Sonic. He has got space. He tries to fake the step to catch Volt. Oh, reveals it with the spam. So close to actually catching Volt. Just charging at him. Gives him an opportunity for the duel. They want to deny this plant. They're just running at him. Running! Gunning! And it's so easy to punish. Oh, time. No time. Well played. Flamus gets away with it. A clutch. A pacifist clutch. They knew the clock was against Sonic, so they just charged him down, stopping that plant from becoming a reality.
Yeah, it felt like we were due a bit of a Sonic moment right there. Gave it his absolute best go, tried to bait him forward.
I mean, it's just great that Torsen had the restraint there. Yeah, definitely not blind.
Lovely. I mean, the fact he had 1 bullet spare with a dink and a kill. Can't really comment on the lack of the reload.
Yeah, you think he has plenty of time to do it, but I suppose in that time, like, he's immediately got 2 kills mid, and he's calling what we're doing next, right? In-game leader just snapping them into action.
Well, it was very, yeah.
Well, it's a shove from Wildcard. They've got the saved AK.
Yeah, we're starting to see the reason they were so loud in their celebrations for the pistol conversion. They know that it made this path to 13 a little less difficult.
They've all left residual cash to make sure that the buy can be into the next round to play Wildcard short. You want to get the absolute most out of this AK. You need a round. You need individuals to step up. Sure, the chips are down. Sure, the weapons aren't there.
Is anyone anti? That's a very good flash. Both are blind. Both are blind. Sonic's AK does deliver. Then Stan builds a round upon it. Slend keeps us level. Repositions bricks for those crossing through. And the bomb is going down. They have to retake this. This is still uncomfortable. Smoke for main. Have to play in front of that.
Look how late Flamus is.
Bit too late.
He is the kit, so yeah, you might be bang on.
Oh my gosh, Wildcard. This would be a crazy one to win. Sonic's opener. Stan builds around upon it. Volt, however, opens it up. Slend hits another onto Fuzi.
Flamus running now.
Sus! Oh, can't do a thing to the Slend USP. And Flamus has the kit. That could have got a little uncomfortable. They get on it. Wildcard, valiant attempt.
That main smoke, though, how potent is that? The fact that they have to play boxed in towards the side there. They hit the brakes for long enough. This first flash is great. Limiting Torsen to just one. Slend here, however, they weren't expecting the third, but the retake, another well-pieced together retake, this time from GamerLegion. Just 2 more rounds required. The bomb goes down, damage done, the buyback in available from Wildcard, but you're at the bottom of the barrel right now.
They didn't succumb to the pressure of that. That was scary. And now within touching distance of eliminating Wildcard, GamerLegion force attack pause. 30 seconds. Is this where the only representation of the US of A journey of the major ends? Stairs smoke out of spawn.
Feels like in a round like this, if you're GamerLegion, you don't need to do anything crazy to force the issue. Understand that the CT side, Anubis, needs to make some aggressive maneuvers, but Wildcard has to play first. They're the ones who have to shift the dialogue. Double mid mollies, the door molly missed.
CTR wants to bring the fight to them. Stan not going to be present. More passive approach. Susp has managed to take himself through the canal. Flamus with additional utility to keep this blocked. And the feet, it seems like, looking at Fuzi's rotation through spawn, they are going to set their sights on a pincer into B. Susp and Sonic. Once Flamus uses that smoke, though, it is going to be a delay.
ZTL is going to try and drop behind them. Slen's rotated away. It's just 2 players on the side. Here they come.
Well, they're going to push through this. He's ready for the headshot. Does deliver. Flamus. Can he rack up the double? He can. Controls the spray. And loads his mag. And Volt's there with him. Collapsing. Wildcard. Sent back to spawn by the GamerLegion rifler. 21 kills and counting. He gets more than he was worth. He was tested again. 2 players on that B site, Chad, and Flamus with another multi-kill round.
It's been a fairy tale run for both of these 2 teams, but it had to come to an end for one of them. Last place in the elimination stage, looking likely now for Wildcard through the RMRs. They went 3-0, toppling Liquid, Pain, 9Z. They come into the opening stage, a game against Fnatic. They play Mirage, they're permaban, they get across the line. They're down 1-2, they're battling the best of 3s, toppling Virtus Pro. Another revelation of Shanghai, Passion. But the draw just got tougher. Top 16 sees FaZe and Spirit on day number 1. And now GamerLegion take them the distance and are just 1 round away from knocking out Wildcard.
Keeping their dream alive for another day of play.
Side-centric Stan leads his pack, leads by example. Slenzorb, the first challenge. How do they jiggle this? How do they peek this? Not well enough. Slen pulls the trigger, removes Stan. What is that from Sus? Drive-by. Sonic spotted. ZTR under scrutiny. How's he got two? Jaber, for all of his... He's worth a 1v4. It's impossible to ask. A 13-5 finish. GamerLegion do throw the knockout blow. Wildcard eliminated. The Shanghai crowd do seem besotted with them, giving them the support, celebrating their win. But for Wildcard, the journey ends here.
It's not only fans of Wildcard who will be sad today. Any fan of the entire major run, the upsets, the Cinderella stories, will be somewhat sad to watch them go. Hell, they did it in style all the way through the RMRs, through the opening stage to get you now.
Yeah, I gotta give credit to Wildcard. Sure, they're gonna be going home empty-handed in this stage of the tournament, but through the RMR till now, to beat teams like Liquid, teams like Pain, 9Z, Fnatic, VP, they gotta walk out of this building with their heads held high. And Stanislaw has affirmed to many people in the Counter-Strike community at this point that he is one of the best, if not the best North American in-game leader, and he might even be the best in-game leader of Polish descent.
I couldn't agree more with you.
Oh well,
we're just gonna let that sit. We're just gonna let that sit.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I didn't see it coming. And unfortunately, I don't think Wildcard saw GamerLegion coming on Anubis. It just felt like they didn't really know what to say or do.
Yeah, I mean, they had like that little moment kind of in the middle of the first half defensively where they're able to get some rounds going, even get a lead. But just the finish that GamerLegion had in that first half on the T side, then when we swapped sides, GamerLegion just stuffed them, man. Like, they did not let them have any openings. Slim was popping with the op, and they had the retake they could. They were often just, winning good trades and not a single round, I don't think, from Wildcard on the attacking side there. Just could not find their footing.
I still think that Wildcard right now, in a lot of ways, they're playing with house money. I mean, yes, GamerLegion, they had a great defense, even a great offense to close things out at the end of the day. ZTR led by example, good holds from him towards middle, nice multi-frags. He was popping off in ways, but man, I am going to look at this Wildcard team and say, still, this was a team that not many people predicted them to even make it through the RMR, but to battle through everything that they had with the resources that are really at their limit. I mean, it's a huge surprise for them to get here. I'm still incredibly happy about their story in general, and I'm curious about what they do moving forward, because I'd say they got some great pieces. I liked what I saw from Susp. I liked what I saw from Fozy in a lot of these stages. Stanislaw's mastery of tempo changes is still world class as an in-game leader, and Jaba, he is a bright spot for this team. He's had to have some of his positions moved around to accommodate for the nerves that he's felt on stage, and on top of that, Sonic. I mean, Tech Girl, I didn't think that the South African representative in the server, not including you, of course, that was going to be progressing this far in the tournament wasn't going to be JT. I thought for sure it was going to be Complexity in him, but to actually do his country proud, to show that he's able to bounce back from a semi-retirement and able to accomplish this, to get a top 16 at the major, there's hope for everybody out there, even when you think you're going to hang it up. So I'm proud of Wildcard.
And so many of those players had their major cherries popped, because that was the thing. This was their first major. They've been able to get to the elimination stage. Do we think that this Wildcard lineup stands together after this, or are the North American vultures going to come in and start picking out the pieces?
That's a tough one. I don't really know. I mean, they literally just signed some of these guys, so they have pretty fresh contracts. I guess it was determined on who wants to pull out the bags. But we talk about Wildcard success and kind of how they were able to make it further than anybody thought they could. So is GamerLegion. Yeah. They're still on that ride right now, right? I mean, yeah, maybe people had them coming out the RMR, but to also make it past the opening stage, you get to this top 16, to now stay alive after a couple of tough games, and to start seeing some of their players shine just when they need to the most to stay, in Shanghai and continue the run. Just impressed to see how they've been able to kind of just, shortly put together this scrappy play style, but it works for them.
Yeah, and Flam is standout player right there. He might not have had many fans coming into the RMR or anything, but at this point, the fire energy that he brings, the aggressive, explosive play style that he continues to persist with, that kind of stuff is going to be inspiring for his teammates, people that are watching him play at this point, and really for his fellow countrymen. I'm pretty sure this guy's, I'm pretty sure he's of Russian descent, and so probably is actually multilingual. His stock value is raising every single game that I watch this guy play. Like, to be doing it on stages like this, to continue to progress the team further. I'm interested in where he's going to be ending up next because, you know, we like this GamerLegion story, but let's be honest here. We know that they also are very willing to try to sell players off when they pop off in these kinds of ways. They did it with Shanghai, they did it with EMA, and it's not a fault to GamerLegion as a whole. It's just a business model, and so for them, they are displaying their wares, and they're doing so very nicely.
Already some rumors around Flamus floating around the interwebs about where he could go. From the side of GamerLegion, though, I mean, it looks good. They stay in the competition, but I worry it's not enough to see them get much further here in the elimination stage. Thoughts on that?
Not expecting them to necessarily pop off and just start winning multiple BO3s in a row, but I didn't expect them to do that at the RMR either. Yeah, okay, I think we got an interview, though.
We do, actually. I think Stanislaw is with Pala now, so let's say goodbye to Wildcard.
Commiserations, brother. You now exit the elimination stage of the Perfect World Shanghai Major. I know it's tough to talk in circumstances like this, but can I just ask, generally, what's going through your mind right now?
I'm super disappointed. I did not want to go out that way. I was feeling really confident about our team going into this stage, and even with the way we started out our first game against FaZe, we played really well on that T side, and then we started crumbling, and then we did not play up to our standard in this stage, and going out in that way is what's really just disappointing for me right now.
Looking at this most recent matchup against GamerLegion, what would you say the biggest issues were in that best of three?
It's hard to say, right? I want to give credit to them. They played a good game. They beat us, so they deserve the win. But again, like the way I feel is that we did not play up to our standard. We weren't making the plays that we normally play. We weren't playing cohesively. It's not the team that I know. I didn't recognize us in the server in the last 2 days. We just got outplayed by better teams, and it's going to be a good learning experience for the rest of the guys. But still, like in the moment, I'm so disappointed because I feel like we were in such good form, and yeah, we're just going to have to accept the loss and improve.
Well, one of the words that you mentioned is crumbled. So can you talk a bit more on that topic? Of course, you're a veteran of the scene, and you're the leader of this team with the most experience. Is it a situation here where some of these guys need more time so they don't crumble when they get to a state? I don't know what that sound is, by the way, over there. It's a door or something, if that's coming across on the mic. But yeah, is this a situation where some of the guys need more time playing at this kind of stage?
Yeah, I think time is going to be a good indicator of how we deal with these kinds of situations. Even, hey, I got to admit, I felt pressure in some situations, like on Ancient, for example. There was a round where we got 2 entries in mid, and then it's a 5v3. You cannot lose that round. Like, I freak when we lose those kinds of rounds, and we lost it. And then another round, the round right after that, it was we got another entry, 5v4, and again, we lose. It's just like we're losing these huge advantage situations, and that, to me, says that there's pressure. So hopefully we can figure out a way to learn from this and not let the pressure affect us, because in other circumstances, I feel like we would have, closed out those rounds. You have the huge advantage, you just got to close it. So again, great learning experience for the team. I'm sure time will improve us in these situations, and I got to be happy with how far we've come.
Let's talk a little bit about that, looking at the broader picture. The run of you guys, from the start of the tournament to now, how do you see it all? Can you go away with your heads held high?
Yeah, I think so. Right now, my head's going to hang low. It feels like it weighs twice as much as it normally does. I have a big head, so I don't know. Anyway, yeah, coming into the major, our expectation was to qualify, and we qualified. And then we made it one step further. And then going into the elimination stage right now, we felt like we could do some damage, at least get a win or two. And going out in the way that we did was disappointing. But to answer your question, I'm very happy with our performance as a team. The future is bright. I have a great group of guys behind me, and playing with them is incredible. And I know we're going to become a really strong team in the future.
Stanislaw, absolute pleasure to chat. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home, or any of the fans that we had in the arena?
Everyone in the arena, thank you so much. It's new to me to be back at the top, and the crowd here has been nothing but supportive. Even when we lose, they're screaming nice try and cheering us on. And they're just giving this amazing energy to all of the players, and we really appreciate it. This is why we do it. We do it to, for the glory, for the energy, and just to live in the moment. And I wouldn't trade anything in the world for this. So thank you to the fans. You've made my 1 month stay in China one of the best months of my life. So thank you.
Stanislaw, absolutely beautiful words. Commiserations for now as you exit this stage of the major, but indeed a pleasure to have you back at the top.
He said it there so well, because the thing about Wildcard this whole way through is they were this very aggressive team that seemed to just get these comebacks, to come in swinging, and it did look like they lost it a little bit there in that series. And maybe he's right. The nerves getting to this young team dropped off a bit, but the future bright for North American CS?
Man, Stanislaus' story is so cool for those of you who don't know it. I mean, this is a guy who played 1.6 back in the day, but never really reached that high of a level. Then he was trying to qualify for ESWC with this ragtag group called Mobility Gaming back in 2015. And to see him go from that to what he did with Optic, what he did with Liquid, you know, having to kind of go back through the rough and then work his way back up into this wildcard team, leading a new group of players, you know, young, inexperienced players like Jaba, bringing in Swedish players who were out there, but they weren't being accelerated to top level teams yet. But he saw a vision, he saw a potential, and he put together a group of players that did more than we ever could have expected to hit top 16 of a major. I mean, Stanislaus hasn't had this level of success in a major in a very long time, so it's just kind of cool to see his evolution. But then the other end of it is the young bright stars coming up. Sus was an entry fragger. What a revelation he has been throughout, you know, these last few weeks. And then JBA, they're like maybe the future of North America.
It's a good time to be American, apparently. I wouldn't know, you two are. But you can let us know about that in a bit. We are done here for the day, but you're not done, because we still have one more game coming up. MongolZ up against Heroic. Richard, Yanko, and Blair will be on the desk to bring you all the action.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. We're about to find out if the Mongols can perform heroics and propel Asian Counter-Strike into a new era. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk, as they have been doing throughout this week, we've got Blair, we've got Yanko. Let's start talking about this one then. We haven't got a lot of time, so I'll just go straight to it. Mongols, obviously, you know, a team that you're personally invested in. But I mean, look, I think they've made fans of a lot of neutral fans of Counter-Strike because they are playing really, really well right now, and their backstory is so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, today, I woke up a little excited and nervous at the same time, right? Because we are standing on the precipice, or rather, they are standing on the precipice of pulling off something which hasn't been done in over 15 years. Like, making it to the playoffs as a major is something that we haven't seen any Asian team do in the past 15 years. I mean, Mazzini was 3 years old when we had an Asian team win a big championship event back in 2010. It's been that long. And right now, these 5 kids, they're called a generation of miracles in Mongolia, by the way, these 5 kids. Right. And they're on the precipice of doing something truly special.
It is absolutely impressive, you know, regardless of the results and placings. This is a team that's played the best Counter-Strike coming out of this region, and it's not, you know, it's quirky, it's different. No, they're just playing better than other teams, you know, playing super solid Counter-Strike, and the closest we've had really is if you want to point to Renegades at, you know, Starlight or Berlin making top 4 there. But yeah, incredible how they've been playing. They're yet to lose a game in this major cycle, starting with the RMR, undefeated in the opening stage.
And they've played heavy hitters too.
Yeah.
You know what I like most of all about Mongols?
Go on.
It's that it just proves all the excuses that NA players and NA orgs have been using for years are exactly that. They're excuses. They've come from a region where they haven't had a lot of investment. They've had to go through tumultuous changes with their organizations. You know what they've done? They've got their head down, they've grafted, they've worked hard, and now they're here on the precipice of history.
This is a team who's made a lot out of virtually nothing, right?
Yeah.
It's just a dearth of resources. They used to 5-man stack play, face it in EU with over 100 ping. That's how these guys started out, grinding it out, using whatever opportunities that they have. And here they are. By the way, they're playing an organization a year and a half ago in Cologne where Cadian just was yelling at these guys saying, "You effing noobs."
Yeah.
How do you like them apples now?
Indeed. I mean, Cadian not there, of course, but fine. Well, shout out Cadian one time. But no, look, heroic, though, they do like to be party poopers. I mean, this is a team that, you know, I wasn't necessarily impressed with them. I've watched them recently at an event in Finland where they massively underperformed. Obviously saw the Mongols stomp them in another final, in a best of 5. And for me, this is a team that they always sort of have been going missing. At this major, though, they've played people where they're not the favorites on paper, and they've got the wins, and they themselves are kind of looking to defy expectations about this team.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the issue has been at the start of the season, okay, we couldn't play with Dexter, we had to play with our coach, we had to play with our stand-in, all of these different things, and then finally they are able to bring him to tournaments. We see the fruits of their labor, right? A couple of deep runs at different lands, but you feel like they were destined for more. I mean, even in Finland, you know, you're playing against an ENS team that has 2 rookies on it. That just
they both lost to them.
And you lose a best of 5, right? Then you go up against the Mongols, and it's not the fact that you lost to the Mongols, it's you got absolutely demolished to the Mongols, and you lost both of your map picks in a best of 5. So you're like, how can I really trust this team to do, you know, great things right now? And that's the issue. They got a little bit of help, you know, I think it's fair to say, with some of the matchups and some of the bracket, depending who they get in the best of 1, who they get in the best of 3s. Not saying that about this particular match, though. No. Sure, you might be thinking that because of name value, but Mongols are probably the top 3 team at the moment in terms of form and in terms how they've been looking at the major.
You talk about name value, but for me, pound for pound, right now, Mongols have it easily over Heroic. Every single one of these players, it's just the amount of raw skill. And what I like about Mongols right now, the way playing CS, is nothing too crazy, it's nothing too convoluted. They have some good, good tactics and whatnot, but it's simplistic to a level where they're like, hey, we just hit harder, let's amplify that, let's use that to our advantage. And that's what they've done so far.
Well, let's talk about the veto. We're about to get into it. What happens here?
I think it's pretty predictable, honestly. I feel Mongols, they should go for Mirage here. I think that should be the pick coming in. And for Heroic, they have a couple of options available. Anubis, they did this last time in Berlin. They got absolutely smacked on this, and I think they're going to shake hands on Ancient here as a decider.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe Dust 2 could have been one. The Dust 2 was their first pick in the best of 5. Didn't work out too greatly. Yeah, but I think like with the Mongols, yeah, sure, they're in form and it's great, but you probably have to look towards the Dust or a Nuke in terms of punish. They played a ton of Anubis lately, so yeah, it might come down to where Heroic feels like compared to last time, you know, they can change a couple of details and turn the result in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel about this one?
No, I think, look, looking at the maps, I think both the teams are going to be comfortable. If it goes to Ancient, I think it is up in the air. You've got to remember, the map number 3, where they played in the best of 5 series, was a very close affair. It's just on map number 4 is when Mongols completely ran over Heroic, right? So I'm still going to go with the way of Mongols. I have to. I think they have a tryst with Destiny today here, Richard.
I think Heroic cannot come from behind to win this game. It has to be playing from ahead the entire time.
All right. Okay, guys. Well, we're going to get straight into the action. It's going to be Mongols taking on Heroic on Mirage.
Yes, sir. I think that Bled has said it best. Destiny feels like a word that may be thrown around today when it comes to Mongols playing at the very first Asian major. It's a great opportunity for them because of this recent matchup versus Heroic that they had, Mo. There are no strangers in the server to one another tonight.
Best part for me is that, you know, the crowd hasn't even been all over Mongols, and they had the hardest day one possible, and they even had to beat MongolZ in overtime. They didn't have just a straight up MR12 result. They have proved a lot so far versus a lot of teams in a row, and honestly, Heroic wouldn't even be the best team to take down at the moment. So let's see if they can once again beat a team that they have a great record versus. Heroic have only one map against them in the opening game of that Thunderpick final, where it felt like Heroic were going to be the one to finally figure out how to win an event with this lineup.
In that BO5, we had close maps. We also had blowouts, total blowouts, and one of which, of course, being the final map. Where else? On Mirage. So, of course, that's where we kick this one off. It feels like we've got a little bit of revenge in the server for that, specifically here in the Dusty Bowl. That is the A site. Dexter continues to look for a second kill of the round, and he's seeing a bit of skin, but nobody really trying to pounce on it just yet. Nice slow burn for Mongols, but that does open the door for this wraparound over on ramp. Now losing Senzu out on middle, suddenly these players are going to be corralled as they try to walk forth into this bomb site, and they haven't even considered the back line. Tesses activates, beautiful second kill, and it's going to be Heroic.
And he's had some great maps.
Clean sweep with a pistol.
Yeah, Tesses has had some great maps, definitely. So the factors that I think can work in favor of Heroic when it comes to winning this is the saw kicks and combo. I think we haven't seen the peak of that relationship in terms of how long all of these players have been together and how much they've played with Dexter specifically. And then the second factor is Dexter himself, who has so much X factor in some moments that you see his stats are very parabolic, you know, depending on who he plays. He could play badly versus a tier 2 team or great versus a tier 1 team. But fact is, they've got some history now. If Dexter's having a good day, he can be the best player on the entire server, even a game versus Mongols.
Well, right now we've got pistols answering. Hold on. That M4 over towards Ticket looked to set it up so well. And with a flurry of kills between the 3 remaining players from Mongols, they pick up the guns. Sent packing in the pistol without a single frag, down by 2 out of the ramp exit. And that really is kind of the power that the Mongols has at times. They stampede through an A site in a 3 versus 5, and Heroic's momentum disappears in the blink of an eye.
I thought I would try to say something nice about Heroic while I had the chance.
Well, there it went.
So, yeah, I mean, Mongols versus MongolZ on this map was amazing. Like, amazing for the variety of calls, the amount of ways in which they did win, not just things that they tried. The lurks in play, Blitz as a leader and an individual in late game moments, and how his team ended up, I think, feeding off of the fact that he wasn't nervous into overtime, where everybody else started to chip in again. It looked like they were going to let that game go, and that's why Blitz is the heart and soul of the Mongols. I don't think there are many people who think that there will be an upset today. As Yanko said, top 3 team at the major in form. It's pretty hard to deny, considering, well, they just don't lose.
Add to that again, recent tape. Could it end up favoring Heroic that they played recently? You know, you mentioned Saw and Kixan, and I think there is some value there. But no plan's going to get you having an edge over Mazinho. He's able to clean up both. That's one of the two M4s to hit the ground. Kixan short, MP9 in hand, but the second rifle will prevail at least, although coming at the cost of all of Dexter's health, essentially 4 points of HP as he peels back into the bomb site. Bomb will be scooped up on the retreat here. Expect the Mongols to join forces.
Yeah, Dexter is trying his hardest to be everywhere right now, and he's got to do that. I mean, I think I remember when, like, his debut game when he joined OG, they played against NAVI, and then he was trying his hardest to, like, out-op Simple, and he was getting away with it, that Mirage game. He is somebody who, he's got a chip on his shoulder, no matter who he plays. And when he was coming up in Tier 2, was making an incredible groundswell of sort of news around him about what team he would join. Oh, but in this game, again, it's not just one player. That's the problem. It's 5.
Yeah. You know, Dexter, speaking of chips on his shoulder, still is that piece that took Spirit into the Antwerp playoffs.
Yeah.
And from there, had to watch that team go on in different forms with further success. Took a quite extended leave of absence from professional play. And jumps back into the server with Heroic. So yeah, I definitely think he does feel as though he needs to be the all and everything. Blitz, however, the mastermind, sits over towards the B site once he sees there's nothing here. Maybe he doubles back to clear it. Maybe Heroic get away with at least saving the M4 and the MP9. But regardless, it's Mongols doing what they do.
And when the Mongols burst onto the scene, they were already compared to European-style CS. That was the first compliment that people had for them. Well, now we know that all those compliments were 100% true and real, and there's no other way to put it. They have a lot of range as a unit. Oh, ammo's low. 910 takes advantage of that. Clean sweep here. Heroic all dead. 2K apiece on each, and the full buy comes in for the Mongols. They're the ones who are just waiting for the test. Heroic are sort of like Liquid in the way that they had an amazing debut, then atrophied quickly. Heroic actually atrophied so fast, it was just after the Copenhagen RMR earlier this year that things started to go south. Since then, the closest they've got was this Thunderpick World Championship, and at least have bounced back a little bit on their form.
Couple moments of promise in Rio as well, right?
And I think people really believe in them coming into the stage. That's one thing I'll say. Because yes, Rio had some great maps.
Easy pickups versus unupgraded pistols. You're not going to pull this one over the Mongols. We've been watching them for an entire stage of the major, and it feels like, you know, those kinds of rounds, those sorts of moments, if Heroic have any fight in them tonight, they're going to come by USPs.
I mean, they shook Mouse. They shook Mouse and Mirage. You know, that was an undeniable map of play. That was a game where Torzi out-opt 910 6-0, and 910 still top fragged and got more kills on his team. Regardless, he could have had 30 plus if not for Torzi, and he still found a way to have so much impact.
Guns immediately out. They go for the top mid float smoke. Kixan plays behind it, peels back before it fades. It's Mongols left to their own devices, shifting around the map as they please.
Oh, we've got Shush as the ticket player. I think his form has been a little quick questionable, and I say that out of love. Shush, definitely one of my favorite anchors. I think he's figured out the best way to play B-site Vertigo. Maui mentioned to me that on an Ancient, he's been struggling a bit anchoring on that map, but in general, he's Mr. Protocols. Here on Ticket, let's see if he can get some value out of this position.
Incendiary in his back pocket. For a jack of all trades.
Yeah, he doesn't have a smoke.
Doesn't have many tools. And so he still holds on to the one he does, 35 seconds. That will be valuable, and there it goes.
That's a back triple molly to delay. Nerds gets a kill.
It's a big one. Techno trying to jump into the connector pressure. They're going to plant 4 connector side. Blitz runs that risk, gets away with it. Into the post plant they'll go with an empty-handed ticket player on the side of Heroic.
Yeah.
It's an easy ticket to leave, boys, but Heroic try to force the issue, and Techno pinch between players is ultimately dropped. Blitz isn't able to trade immediately, and that opens a door for the Tess's multi-frag. What was the 2v4 turned even.
Would have loved to have a kit here.
Tess crosses over, and as he taps that bomb once, neither player's going to bite on it right away. They do slide out together. They confirm that Nerds is on top of the stairs, and it's brought down to the clutch.
He's got
Nerds drops, and like you said, no kit. A kit would have made a difference. Heroic, they concede, and MongolZ 4-1 lead.
Yeah. And Nerds, he ends up dying as well. Blitz job done with the taps. And you can see the confidence in those taps, knowing that the round is finished. It's a clean start and a quick one at that. About 10 rounds have passed. And they've already proved a lot. This is great use of the extra player here in Techno to duel. You never want to get too crowded up in regular post-plant positions and allow the CTs to take a lot of space back and then punish you really hard in the exit. Sometimes you just want to thin them down so much that any bits of utility are gone. There's no chance to actually retake, even if they can pretend to try. So for Saw, I mean, this is a moment to try to prove they've got, you know, if Stanislaw can make it to the elimination stage with the lineup that he did, which is a very unlikely team to make it, you got to say the pieces on Heroic are actually very promising. Kicksan is very promising IGL, Dexter is very promising Opper, Shush is very promising Anchor, and Saw, if, you know, with what happened on Ents, obviously that can be a Zonic glaive device type situation. That can be something that happens because they had all 6 of the right people on the same project at once. But what Saw's trying to do right now is what Blade has done with the amount of Navi iterations, different IGLs, different Oppers, different players. He's coming onto this Heroic to show his range. And I think you can't argue he doesn't have really strong pieces. I didn't even bring up Nerds because he's consistently the best player on this team. He's not even promising. He was Rookie of the Year.
Ooh. What do we have here? Dexter with a cheeky ticket pickup. Peeks through middle, finds a good timing on Senzu, pops his head. And that is an untradeable frag for MongolZ. So facing a 4v5 down to the minute mark. Gonna keep Dexter a little more boxed in, denying him any further vision towards the catwalk, but because there's nobody from the CTs in window, in ladder, or even to pressure Con, it is an easy cut through catwalk. It really banks on this Nerds moment inside of the bomb site. It's the most really that Heroic can bank on, barring that one scout on the other half of the map, which did at least open up. Tess, any attention, any blood you can draw, this is everything, because Nerds is still stoic in the corner of that bomb site. 910 gets the back turn to him, but that's going to force MongolZ now to move a little faster, and they could let this go. He slides out, reveals himself, and the clutch falls down to the Opper. 15 on the clock. Oh, the positioning's good, but the shots are better. They flank up behind him, and Heroic pull off the miracle.
Not bad, man. Not bad. Call it a miracle, but it comes down to that. Tessus, Deagle. Perfect crosshair placement, perfect peaks. And the scout shot helps out a ton too. Of course, it makes it a lot more scary when it's a 5v4 on the anti-eco, but look at this second. Boom. It's not even a flick, just extremely good positioning and peeking.
Just a tidbit of panic sprinkled into the MongolZ approach, and Heroic make the most of it. Tiptoeing through a minefield in that last round, and they make the wrong step. Shush looking to carve a path forward into the ramp. He's working here with Tessus. The 2 Danes left, and the trade comes out of him.
1 for 1 is okay, but because we see such a heavy right side lean, if the MongolZ try to speed up towards this side of the map, they'd pay for it. Sneaking window is a nice idea.
But it's Blitz versus Nerds. in a critical head-to-head on jungle. Meanwhile, all his pieces are falling around him. He's the only one to end up finding any kind of an opening, but all the while, 910 still smoked out of both sides of Con.
See how they ended up still going A. They really wanted to follow up on that kill, thinking it's an A ramp push, maybe one guy window. But instead, there's still 2 players plus Nurse. Now in the 2v3. It's a reroute, and you can see how quickly they're moving. Let's see what Blitz can make in this round.
Dexter. Dexter's on the line. Misses the shot.
Don't fall out of the sight. If they allow a plant in this spot, that's kind of tragic, honestly. And they haven't seen the bomb cross, so you've got Heroic being patient.
Gives up the position in the apartments. Right. Instead, he's going to go for the cat plant, and that means Blitz is able to exit, but you're now banking on a 13 HP Blitz.
And you got the op, you know, now it's the T-side op that's in favor.
Still inside of it, but it is a good angle on the door, and it's an easy first kill for 910. The nade, it softens him up. That would have killed Blitz straight up. 910 remains on site, and this big flank from Blitz. What is this play?
How did he get here?
He left so long ago. There is no chance they will ever turn around to check this.
And it's a cat plant he has to walk around
It is a masterminding position from Blitz, but he doesn't stop the defuse. So well positioned.
He had the angle.
But the execution fails.
I mean, we saw it with X-Ray, but I'm pretty sure he had vision, right?
I believe so.
I'm pretty sure he had vision on the dome right there. Could have locked that down. That's unbelievable that he even tried this.
Yes, he sees him.
Ooh. Whew. That would have been a moment, man. What a move, honestly. I mean, the fact that they even figured out the cat plant was viable in the 2v3 without having info on 2 other players, and then he pulled that play off because he was so sure that no one was retaking from mid. That alone is scary, but for Heroic, they got their 3rd round. I think when you picture it, 910's the one who plants.
Yes.
You think that it's planted against the missiles for Cat.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Yep.
So he probably didn't assume he could get that vision.
Thought he had to go for the wider swing on bench as he does.
Plus he had 19 health, so essentially 1 second too late on the 10-second flank.
Hearts pounding in a long flank like that with such little health.
Oh, careful of Halls right now. Careful of Halls.
They're going to charge out into the A site. Shush locks it in with one. He's got the support of Dexter, and now it's Heroic starting to thrive a little in this bomb site. Everybody drops with not a single answer. The cleanest round out of Heroic since the pistol.
Not bad. They covered that line extremely well, and that's something where you pull a smoke out at the wrong second, both players can die, but very solid stuff. And MongolZ, again, it's the variety that has been the most impressive on their Mirage T-sides, whether it's the fast A hits, the slow mid defaults, the burst to Cat, and then the pause.
4 digs spread across the MongolZ to try and take a chunk out of Heroic here as the game gets tied at 4, but it's no chance. Not happening. As fast as a fight as the A hit the round prior, and just as empty-handed they each fall. Heroic with a marked improvement so far on Mirage since their last showing in this head-to-head nearly 1 month ago.
A lead is impressive. Dexter at the top is a good sign. I think there was just something about them winning the first map and MongolZ having single digits in that Thunder Pick series that would have, I think that made everyone believe that this was Heroic's time to actually pick up a chip this year. And then it got taken away from them. 2 stomps back-to-back on maps 2 and 3. Oh.
910.
A damage counts for something, and it slows down this attack.
You got that looming threat of the wallbang too, and you've got Blitz at the moment just operating on his own towards middle, but he does get good timing on the jump up, doesn't win the fight. Nert's technically still flying. Dexter locks in the line. That frag grenade finishes off 9-10 as the op had started with damage. Nert's given a chance here inside B, surrounded by capable players. Now Heroic online, across the board. 2-round lead and a solid CT half starting to kind of come to fruition.
Yep, that's right. TeSS as well, individual for him. He took a little time as an IGL, as an interim IGL on Heroic, and I think took some lessons from that, and I think he's actually developed quite a lot as a player. Someone who likes to play hard spots on CT, take angles that others wouldn't. The triple nades into the window. Oh, somehow Nerd stays alive. Oh, one nade missed.
Now decides to peek in. Took a lot of damage off that, but still just laying down util as he fades back and sets up a crossfire with TeSS. Smoke grenade's gonna help him out. Oh, and TeSS finds that kill up inside of the window. Very nice tethering off of one another here. And not just this round versus the lesser guns, but the one round prior to. This B-side defense, immovable at the moment.
Oh yeah, wow. Growing with power by the round. They have really slowed down the Mongols. Heroic could stun here in Shanghai with a 3-0 off the elimination stage as a team that did not play the opening stage. And also as a team that you would think they're not like a 3D Max, where so they have a better chance of actually consistently doing what they did, the RMRs. But they still may have benefited from playing the opening stage, as I'm sure MongolZ did as well.
Heroic certainly proving that
the auto sniper is out for sure.
What?
The auto sniper.
He's 4-5, and he buys an auto.
Wow.
In the final round of the half.
Okay, no skin, nothing.
Some people just want to see the world burn. Didn't know Shush was like that.
He's like you, man. He plays to win.
If we're all lucky, he'll see nothing in the meantime. Of course, good highlight here from our observer team. There are rifles for the rotate if he's called over to the B retake, which is certainly
it comes down to him in a 1v1 with this gun. Kicksan takes out Senzu on the lurk. Oh, op shot in, bomb spotted.
Not making moves, not getting into this B site, no chance. They do hit the ground at the very least, finally able to peel one defender off, but Dexter's here to post a multi-frag, soften up Blitz as he did in the last round. Everybody that steps forth towards that scope, towards that B site gets stuff.
Wow.
They win pistol, lose to a force, and we think the Mongols have it in the bag. 4 rounds straight for the Mongols and nothing since.
Yes, this is potential realized. Potential means nothing without results like these. This is Heroic showing what this roster can do with Dexter at the top of the board, opping as he is. Very strong performance here from their star opper.
He was the force to be reckoned with at the very start of that half, playing with the M4 over towards Ticket, right? We were talking about how Dexter can do it all, how he thrusts himself into that sort of position, and we saw it. Hell, we were talking about Palace pushes from Dexter, and he ends the half in a completely different version of himself, just hard line opping on B. Didn't get bested by 9-10. And yesterday when we talked about MongolZ and Torzi on the other side of 9-10 having a phenomenal game as an op, despite losing 6 head-to-head duels to Torzi, 9-10 still finished that map plus 20 frags, was phenomenal. This time, Dexter is the only op presence in the server.
It'll have to be a CT side comeback here for the Mongols. Their map choice.
The most lopsided.
Oh,
jail time.
No, that's a decoy. Okay, that's a decoy. That's a felony offense.
Oh, God. Oh, peek out a blitz, doesn't win the duel. And already TeSS disrespects that smoke in order to get onto the bench, but he doesn't clean up his kill. Luckily, you've got Dexter still running, and he's got Shush behind him to set up shop inside that A site. 4v2 advantage of the pistol. Dexter just continues to pop them all across this map.
They're frying.
Another multi-frag moment, and Heroic sprinting to a finish on Mirage.
They're frying. Hot oil.
My favorite thing about Dexter is how he just keeps that dial cranked to a 10.
Yeah, he tries to get into position. I think he wakes up every day, hops out of bed, puts his pants on with both feet and says, I'm going to win, you know? And sometimes he trips. He can only get one leg in and he falls, but he goes for it every single day.
Kind of guy who finishes his plate of breakfast and then smashes it on the floor.
Smashes the plate, doesn't clean the plate.
Eats the glass.
Yeah. Leaves it for someone else to clean up. That's Dexter energy.
Yells from the mountaintops and leads the charge. 19-6, a phenomenal first map for a player with undeniable promise.
Eats a Carolina Reaper and slaps himself.
Oh, nerds. What? He just lines it up, dude. That's insulting. And these pistols in the corners of the B site will find nothing. Despite stacking up, it's a Senzu Deke to keep the hope alive. And honestly, with a tagged up Tesses, things could have gone a little better. But meanwhile, the A site just gets shredded by Nerds on his own. They keep the AKs up in Heroic. 10-4 advantage. MongolZ nowhere to be found.
Isn't it so funny? Of all the surprising results that we've had so far in the stage, Navi losing MIPR, MongolZ beating MongolZ, this one might be the most surprising somehow.
In a way.
Okay, maybe MIBR beating Navi is a little bit harder to beat. But at this point, after the games, after G2 getting beat by the MongolZ, after MongolZ getting beat by the MongolZ, you would think no way that it would be Heroic the ones to stop them. This is a great draw for them. A team they've already beaten in grand finals, a team that they are in an even better form for the rematch. This is the draw they wanted in the 2-0 match. And here we are, Heroic on 10. Oof. Oh, but for how long?
Yeah, stop talking about MongolZ like they're dead. We're talking about a MongolZ that hasn't dropped a match thus far in the major cycle.
I'll tell you this.
Has dropped a map.
Even if Heroic get through this, every other team in this stage is hoping that MongolZ just get through now.
That's fair.
Right?
You know, we talk about the MongolZ kind of over time throughout 2024, stepping it up one notch at a time, going back to Cologne and being called noobs as they did bomb out and kind of crumbled under pressure. And at times we have seen MongolZ crumble under pressure.
Yeah, sure.
It's just that they've had so much runway and they've been on all of our radars for so much time now that any doubt has been proven wrong by their following event. There's just been this natural, gradual progression in success for the MongolZ. But 2-0 on the brink of a major playoffs, all of a sudden those dark demons can creep back into the back of your heads.
Yeah, and we did see nervous moments in the MongolZ game too. I'm not sure I see them like necessarily nervous right now. I'm really looking at this game and seeing Heroic are playing extremely well, which is always a nice thing to be able to say as you're casting a game. But that being said, if MongolZ don't at least make this close on a map like Mirage that they're good at, then...
Well, here's one.
Yeah.
Zinho is able to stop bomb at 10 seconds. It's a little awkward. Luckily, Shush gets the other kills. There is still an unaccounted for CT. You better pick that bomb up, bud. Tesses will indeed undeniably plant. But here comes Senzu. Deagle shot in, just lays out Dexter. Tesses has not moved ever since putting down that bomb. The MongolZ looking to just sprinkle in at least one exciting moment throughout these lesser buys. From the top of stairs, slips in clearing corners, spotted out by the ticket player, faced by Tesses, who just needed the info. He gets 2 kills this round as well, and goes up to a 16-6 scoreline.
Yeah, classy performance from Tesses.
Nerds and Dexter.
They're standing on the doormat here of victory on map 1. Heroic. They've still got none of the MongolZ players over 10 kills yet. No heroes today.
And when I bring up kind of like the shakiness and potential nervousness, I don't see it in their play either. You know, a very minute mistake by Blitz, so be it. But it's just not that raw impact.
The 50-50 duels are 60-40 for Heroic. Maybe there's a couple of bullets. If they were sharper, they'd be hitting them like they were in their other games. But at the moment, yeah.
And round by round, it starts to slip further away from you. It's not as though, okay, we've lost our what was 4-1 lead. This map, is on the brink of being over.
Yeah. This is the kind of map you end confused. How could we have played that better? Blitz will find this one.
Oh,
way he found that. That was
he did. Yeah, he does.
That's perfect visualization of the default, right? He knows exactly who's going to try to punish him as he leaves, and man.
I was about to say
visual.
that Mirage is going to be over, and the best thing we're going to have to talk about the Mongols was that really cool decision from Blitz to rotate all the way around in the B post plant and nearly win. And when the best thing you can highlight is a near win, you've got problems. But guess what? Versus Mouse, round 23 and 24, Blitz is the guy who at the final hurdle stepped it up and pushed Mongols to OT to activate everybody else. Scoreline, not nearly as close, but a beautiful 2K in middle on his own, need I add. And Mongols suddenly have a slight uptick. You've won a convincing gun round, assuming these last two Ts just let it fizzle out and save. Is this going to be another instance where Blitz gets the party started?
Yeah. It's like, I don't know if you can call Blitz like the best fragging IGL. Of course, there are some maybe stronger examples, but maybe the best IGL that can frag, in a sense, in terms of how quality his team's play is on top of how much he's a part of it on an individual basis. And, you know, at moments we can say the same thing for Kixen, but all right. Let's see if any other kills go down. Flash a little bit far. Dexter will defend himself. 22 up, keeps the op alive.
That guy will hang on to his op for eternity.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean when you say, you know, best IGL who can frag.
It's
there are other games and other fragging IGLs that I think when games go south, they kind of hit that wall where their individual level coincides with a poor result, a blowout. He's not like that. Blowouts, you could still bank on Blitz to try and do something somewhere. We saw it in the last round, and we're going to have to see it again this time because he sits in bottom middle on his own, peels back. And there's a bit of a chase queued up. But they don't come pile driving through that smoke just yet. And in those few seconds, Heroic offer over to the Mongols. They do indeed evacuate mid.
You know, the Mongols love to take over mid late on T side. Let's see how well they can defend against it.
Getting up capped, exposing your back to Blitz.
Well.
Doing great damage through smokes in these last two rounds. It's another double kill without even needing to see them. And 9-10 sends an op shot through. Insult to injury. Mid, despite not seeing your enemy, feels closed.
They said we're not going to be fooled here. We know that you're trying to pop through this. And even though those are smoke spams, they're actually pretty easy. It's just a matter of timing, if you can time it correctly, and they knew exactly when to do it. Heroic take a lot of damage on that cross. And honestly, there was still enough support inside of B to stop the rest of that attack from coming down. It's interesting how little people are playing inside of ladder room these days. Feels like that's become more of a liability for the CT side than anything else.
Still taking a little glance at top mid, but the window peek, that's the one that confirms Dexter's on his own now. If Bomb wasn't up on Arch, sometimes Dexter, I'd say, is just crazy enough to send one of these. But looking to hang on to the big green. Very critical save, as it was in the last round. What? What am I watching? Fights fire with fire, and still nearly pulls that off. One of a kind.
Yeah, would have been... Nothing changes if he gets that kill. But it clearly was a play that could have worked. Oh, 24-8.
He saves his op at least.
What's scarier than that? Just a fire golem running at you. Well, not so scary for 9-10 apparently.
There we go. What could have changed, Mo, is that op gets saved and maybe they have it here. You know, he would have gotten through with enough health in 2 seconds.
You take the Dexter with the Dexter, right?
What are you going to do? Tell the guy that's 24-8 to play different?
Don't be yourself.
Hey.
No.
I really think you should shut up.
You just tell me to shut up?
Not you. I'd never.
Yeah. It's like telling Slip and Jimmy to stop cutting corners. You can't do that.
Nuh-uh.
That's why he does the best job.
Sometimes it be like it is. Nothing to work with in this one, not even a flashbang, so they'll send a man flying into the open. Blitz says thank you, I'll farm alongside 910. And honestly, just a moment of respite here for the Mongols. They can catch their breath versus unarmored pistols. Been hanging on by the skin of their teeth thanks to Blitz. Those two essential multi-kill moments in middle once they finally had guns for this CT side. Whether that was finding the frags at the top of mid and then just shying away, or even allowing Heroic to make their move up cat and timing it to perfection. He's got it pictured. He's got it figured out. The only problem's Heroic's that damn close to the finish line.
Yeah, and you can tell they just don't really worry about how many rounds they're down, how many rounds they're up. They just keep playing the right rounds, and I think Blitz, more than any other individual on the team, proves that with how focused his aim is in moments where they're close to losing. If he dies, it's over, but he still pushes mid. He still takes the risks they need to take. So Heroic, they don't have a free game here. They do have Dexter in peak form, and I will say rare form, because most of his maps, again, very parabolic in terms of his performances. You can't always rely on him, but this is a game where you need him, and he's there. If he has a couple of good rounds by himself, he's at that level that he can win by himself. Now Heroic, they missed
not a decoy.
Yeah, they missed the window smoke. Missed the window smoke. Oh, won't matter apparently.
Nerds finds 910 down an underpass. Dude, what a risky business to be setting up. With Heroic on the brink of 12, the Mongols send their Opper into his demise. There's this jungle A-lean, and at the moment, honestly, the Mongols still putting themselves in the right spot. The fall back from underneath from Malzinho. He's trying to keep himself up. He swings wide. Nerds actually burns inside connector. Look at the damage that's been done.
Well, they're already at the summit of the mountain. Why not make it a little bit more fun? 2 players left to retake this to defend against 12 rounds. They're in interesting spots, but they have no idea where all these T's are.
You know that all these Heroic players, by the nature of low health bars, are just going to want to keep themselves in corners. Molotov will indeed find one. Going to be very difficult to get Kixan out of there, but you are eventually flanking through Palace with a kit, a smoke, a flash, and this is Senzu serving up a phenomenal distraction. He's going to jump on top, and nobody else is watching.
There's no one to spawn.
He gets on top. Only the ramp player can stop him, and he gets it. Dancing on their corpses. Techno robs the round.
How do you like that, Pete? No way. And if he didn't defuse on that angle that was actually open to CT, he would have got spammed down. Smoke blooms at the perfect time. And Techno robs one away. And not just robs one round that's cute. No. Robs one to make it 8-11. To push Heroic into another timeout. To save the economy of the Mongols. And the man who was 2-14 before that round started now has a key round to his name. And what could be a comeback? That's 4 straight here.
I think Senzu did such a phenomenal job of even just causing the distraction that lets you just let your guard down. All those shots out from jungle kind of just, it felt like he himself was playing haphazardly.
But you think about that, even if there was a player in CT spawn, if they got the kill, they would have been able to defuse. That was Heroic. They didn't even post plant where they planted. They didn't even play in spawn. They didn't play left side site. They had pushed out through window, through A ramp, I think too overconfident that the round was over. And of course, that's what it looked like. That's what it looked like for a second. They're going to have to take that on the chin and forget about it quickly, because they're still in the game, they're still in the lead. It might not feel like it though. First kill, the Mongols.
Gut-wrenching reality for Heroic to have to stomach, but SS at least, that's the kind of clean kill to draw one back.
It's even the way you're talking about it. It's like, it doesn't even feel like they're in the lead all of a sudden. Oh, but they're still fragging.
Yeah. Shush gonna kick it up a notch. Blitz steps forward, dies to Shush, his second, and you're not gonna get away from the window. Again, they are so close to the brink of victory. Whoa. One smoke fades. Luckily, there's a second layer.
Okay, how's he going to defuse this one? Well, the streak comes to a close now. Actually, credit to Heroic for not getting shaken by that. They picked up like nothing ever happened.
Luckily, Soft calls that final timeout.
True. Yeah.
Insta timeout.
Yeah, true. That's a good use of a time now.
Swallow your pride, stomach the loss. Fixate on the next one. And it is some clean headhunting coming out of the Danes for Heroic in round 20.
Oh, they'll need this. They'll need this.
Oh,
he doesn't touch.
Swept away.
He thinks he's getting swung on, and that is a full kit of utility, armor, and an op out of this round.
Yeah, the only saving grace is Senzu has $9,000. Everybody else on his team was broken, but that's at least some kind of a cash of money to offer over.
We'll see if that translates to 3 guns and no utility, or if they're going to... I don't even think that he can do that unless we're doing an MP9 in there. So we'll see if he buys himself an op and just goes for one of the rifle. I think that's probably a good call.
Just perfect headshots coming out of Heroic.
Yeah, they're pretty much scrimming this map now. Yeah. Like, they look like they're opened up. Form looks solid. Everyone's shooting. Not just Dexter that they're relying on.
Unlike the round that they let that defuse slip away, their kills are so convincing in the 20th. They take no damage back, so they don't hide in their post plant. They don't play it nervous. They flourish instead for 12. Dexter's gonna get softened up on his crossover to mid-box. He will be finished by Blitz, who's been a real nuisance for Heroic in setting up early success in mid. But there's a response as Kixan is able to draw a frag off 9-10. Down and underpass, he tries to face, and Blitz gets caught hopping up by Tesses, who has come alive alongside Dexter to be a difference maker with that rifle in these last 2 rounds. Shush just awaits a play from the young Malzinho. And he's got a teammate inbound soon enough. His leader looks to join him over here on ramp. The bomb is in tow as the 3rd piece. And while these CTs go for that cat stack, they are far removed from an A site.
They are. They're tied up in those resources. And right now with Mzinho here, not watching Palace, is taking a risk. They can walk out on the side of him. He'll probably try to push forward as they come out of halls if the bomb is in this position. As soon as Shush drops down, we're going to look at a reaction here from Mzinho. But again, no support for Miles.
Right in response to the flash.
And now
pops up. There's a player there. Oh, he gets away. Kixan's unable to punish. They're going to try to get that Molotov out. What do you do, Kixan? What nades do you throw forward to make this uncomfortable? How do they open a door for the other CTs to push the 5-7 out in mid? It's awkward, and it goes down. Nertz lurking out in mid, keeps both remaining players occupied, and inevitably that bomb goes down. Heroic, such convincing fashion in the first half, now playing with their food. Senzu chopped, and the Mongols fall. Heroic with a stark improvement on Mirage.
Yes, if MongolZ are going to get to the promised land, they're going to have to take the scenic route. Not the start they would have liked there, but a very impressive statement win from Heroic, who are themselves now on the precipice of glory.
What a game from Dexter. That was the best. That first half itself was the best performance we've seen coming out from him throughout the entire major, in all honesty. Right?
I would say maybe in a Heroic jersey, honestly.
It's been a while, honestly, and that was an absolute shutdown there. We're winning, what, like almost 10 rounds in a row. Mongols had no answer.
Yeah, it was really good. I don't know if it was part of the plan or just how Dexter was feeling in the game, but he was going B a lot in the mid to late round on that CT side, and it's a side that Mongols like to hit, and, you know, you're rarely going to have a lot of utility left in the late round to do a B split or a B hit, especially if it's out of a default. So that's obviously the bane of an Opper's existence, is having to fight a lot of utility. And he just had a field day, you know. A lot of times he was able to find multi-kills with the AWP and just was a thorn in MongolZ side.
Yeah, especially, you know, for Heroic, you win the first, you win the pistol round, you get immediately kind of ecoed or rather forced bought by the Mongols, and then just the way they're able to string the rounds together, just to highlight how dominant they were. The streak of 10 rounds there, Rich, 7 of the rounds, the Mongols had only 4 kills. Now, we preface this entire game saying, pound for pound, when it comes to the individuals, the Mongols should have Heroic beat, but I think everyone took a while to wake up. Techno, yeah, I think he had like 2 kills that he called the Ninja Defuse, and we had, I think Blitz was the only shining light, so to speak. Everyone just seemed kind of half asleep, honestly.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. I brought it up time and time again on the desk, and it's interesting because I've said it about both of these teams, that when they do have those trysts with Destiny, more often than not, they seem to say, actually, you know what, Destiny, I'm not feeling it tonight. You know what I mean? And I've got a headache. I'm going to get an early night. I've seen the Mongols do it time and time again, brother. And honestly, you know, they're in the Hurt Locker right now. I think this is like one of these series where it's going to be very hard to adjust for that Anubis matchup. But I don't know. You know them better than me.
I think, I mean, even Anubis, it's a map where, as Yanko pointed out early in the pregame as well, it's a map that despite the fact they never pick it, they have gotten much, much better on it every time someone's picked it against them. Even the last time these two teams faced off on it, it was Mongols kind of dismantling them. So I still wouldn't completely count them out, absolutely. But it did feel like it was just a hero's effort for Blitz to make it a respectable scoreline, so to speak. But I'm looking at Mazzini, I'm looking at Senzu, 9-10, and Techno having a horrid map right there. They're just losing these 50-50 fights, which is something... It's perplexing, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, look, we haven't seen Techno play this poorly in the whole
He didn't even get 4 kills.
Yeah, I know.
He's got 4K in his name.
Yeah, I think he thinks he's playing for NAVI today, but just crazy performance from the Heroic guys. As I said, we can wax lyrical about Dexter. No doubt we're going to run some highlights of him. But, you know, Tezes has been revelatory as well recently. Everything that Heroic are doing right seems to go through him. They haven't always relied on Dexter. Remember, when Dexter came to this lineup, this was meant to be the final piece of the puzzle. It was going to be, we've got an explosive AWP who's going to frag out in all of these games. That hasn't always been the case, but what has been the case is they've been able to rely on Nertz and they've been able to rely on Tezes. When you augment that with an AWP performing like this, obviously Heroic are going to be a threat.
Yeah, that's why they brought him in. I mean, that was the plan, to have that core to really deliver in the fragging department and sort of carry the torch, right? And then you have Kixan in the IGL space creating role, and Shush as a sort of stable anchor that you like, that you can count on to be the rock of the team. Unfortunately, it was pretty inconsistent, and it didn't get those performances really at the same time from those 3 guys. But when they do, like today, you can see how good it can look.
Yeah, and yesterday as well, when we're talking about the wins they had, we're like, yeah, look at Nertz, look at Tessas, how good they're doing, look at Kixan calling great. And every time we brought up Dexter's name, he's in a bare minimum, and that's enough. That's okay. Today, that's a ludicrous first half coming out from him, and didn't stop even the second half as well, able to bring it back. I do feel like Mongols, maybe the moment got to them. I think there's one round where, you know, when they lost to the eco stack, and it just seemed like they kind of lost a pep in their step compared to what we saw from them yesterday. And Heroic were taking great advantage of it.
I mean, it's very hard when your style is to be, you know, the unstoppable force and you meet the immovable object of Dexter. I mean, it's like, there's not really anything you can do about that.
Especially when it has an AWP as well.
Yeah.
I think also a problem is, Richard, you know, we talked about that grand final in Berlin, and it wasn't, you know, it was like 200 people maybe, but it was like a sort of an atmosphere and people actually cheering MongolZ on. I don't think they ever felt that, being the fan favorite and having people behind them. Obviously, they're the fan favorite here. And we talked about how Heroic has to play from ahead, because MongolZ, I feel like, would be really good at riding that momentum and just sort of being aggressive and finding kills. And they did get off to a solid start here, but then there was a round that really, you know, killed all of that momentum and sort of got Heroic back into the game, right? Play alluded to it a little bit. Like, this is against a half-buy, you know, the smoke is low. Dexter, of course, finds the entry kill, right? And we talked about Testis too, and it's these 2 guys who did the heavy lifting. This was a 3B stack from the get-go. For Heroic now, it's a 2v3 situation, but there's a player boosted. You can see on the default box, and Techno is really going to, you know, he's not checking that. That's Nertz, he's not the B player. Like, they don't have a reason to check for that because of the names too, and this is where he's going to find the kill, and Heroic are going to win the all-important half-buy. Right after this, was the Blitz 1v2, right? That we saw with him lurking from market that he just missed. So they lose that round. The round next, Mongols do something that no one else really does, but they do is like the opponents are out of reset territory, they're in half-buy territory, and they still force buy to sort of surprise the opponent. They do this fast A rush, A split with people coming out of apps with little utility, and it just gets completely mowed down. And that's a 3-round sequence that gets Heroic from 4-1 to 4-4. And, you know, Mongols are on an eco. They have all the economy, all the momentum in the world, and that's where this game really turned.
I think the difference they had was compared to Mouse yesterday on Mirage itself. They had a couple of interesting force buys coming out as well. The only difference there was, you know, they worked more like a pack. They were hitting the shots, which they were absolutely missing over here. And I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong in walking to a bit of a stack right there. If as long as your protocols are on point and you're timing your peaks together, you're just communicating it together, they could have still solved that equation right there. But I felt like they seem a little, I wouldn't say lackadaisical, a little bit more tepid, a little bit more, you know, dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's, lacking the pep in the step, which I said, which they had in droves yesterday against Mouse, against G2 and whatnot. So I think maybe the nerves getting to them a little bit here.
I think they were fine. I think they just ran into harder resistance. You know, like when they would get the entry kill and to obviously open up the whole round and everything. Here they were getting shut down. Even some of the rounds, you know, Blitz are in a round where they're trying to boost up Cat. He has the drop on, I believe it was Nerd, still can't win the duel. So they're just not. Techno has 2 kills or 3 kills, right? Like he had a pretty good game yesterday against Mouse as well. So it's one of those things where you can see the other flip of that coin. Once you're not getting, you know, all the openings all the time, or you need to dig a little bit deeper to find a way to win rounds.
And it's also the double-edged sword, or blade rather, for the side of Mongols, is they like the Mirage pick. And you'll see at times, you know, it's especially on the T side, they win it a lot of the times. And then when you don't have those T rounds, that's when the pressure gets to them. And then the CT has been the weaker side, if you ask me, on this map. And that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Well, they've got to work hard here on Anubis. Just some quick thoughts about that before we go to break. Obviously, Heroic's map pick, they've got the advantage in this series.
They absolutely have the advantage, but I don't think it's quite done yet. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to Ancient, in all honesty. I think Mongols have looked way better on this map in the past couple of times they've played this.
Yeah, both teams decided to pick to their strengths instead of picking to punish, and that means the picks are decent for your opponent too. So Mongols not out of it by any stretch of the imagination, but, you know, Heroic are in the driver's seat.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. So the Egyptian god of the dead will be deciding if Heroic are worthy to go into that final 8 or whether we're going to be taking it to Ancient. We'll find out in a few moments.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
One of our first teams qualifying through to the Shanghai Major was none other than the Mongols, who have had one impressive run at big events and here. They were undefeated. They went through, as I guess many people would have expected. And I've got Techno, who always has to do every single Mongols interview with us. For you, in your career, this is your 5th major. How did it feel qualifying this time?
5 удаа ингээ мажорт оролцож байгаа. Анх ингээд эхний 2 удаа ч юм уу гаргаж байхасаа ер нь ингээд арай ингээд сэтгэлд амар амгалан тоглолдог гэх юм уу. Одоо сэтгэл зүйн дарамтгүй тоглолдог болсон. Тийм л байгаа дээр.
What can you say about the way you qualified? Because first game you won 13-8 over Alter Ego. You beat Drillers as well. Mirage was not what you wanted it to be, but after that you seemed very comfortable. Do you have this confidence when you come to the RMRs and qualifying within Asia that, like, we should be first? We are the best team in this region.
Бид хэд бас эрхийн өмнө Сербид 9 хоног бэлдэж байгаа. Тэгээд Европ сарын хугацаанд тэмцээнд оролцож байгаад ирсэн. Бас эрэхтэй нөгөө Thunder Pick-ийн авраг олцоод ирсэн. Тэр тэмцээнд төрүүлчихэд бас ирсэн болохоор айгүй өөрсдөө айгүй ихтгэлтэй. Ер нь өөрсдөө хамгийн ер нь нэгээр ер нь баг та нэг амар санаа зовх зүйл рүү гарна гэдэгт амар ихтгэлтэй ирсэн.
I would say, Techno, that you guys are the strongest team from Asia we have ever seen. There has never been a team like you guys. Why do you think that is?
манай багийн хувьд одоо 22 оноос эхлэн анхны мэж доорлж ирсэн том тэмцээнд гадаадын лан тэмцээнд тэгээд тэр хооронд ер нь айгүй их юм сурж мэдээд өөрсдөө ингээд туршлага хөндлөж аваад тэгээд бас өөрсдийнхөө одоо ингээд тоглох одоо контри арга барил дээр тэднийг ингээд нэмээд өөрсдөө ингээд улам ингээд сайжирсаар ирсээр одоо өөрсдийнхөө одоогийн ингээд өөрсдөө олсон. Тэгээд цааш бас ингээд сайжрах юмнууд зөндөө байгаа. Тэгээд ер нь хамгийн том одоо тус болдог одоо тус болж байгаа хүмүүс их юм бол манай коуч Марах тэгээд IGL Blitz гартаах хүн. Тэгээд энэ хоёр хүн ер нь айгүй их юм хийсэн гэж бодож байна.
And how does that make you feel as a person, missing family, friends? Do you understand it? Do you get sad sometimes?
Бидний яг ингээд хийж байгаа юм бас нэг төрлийн одоо ажил болцсон болохоор тэгээд яг бас одоо гэрээ санаж хэцүү байна гэдээ бас ер нь гомдлоод байж болохгүй. Тэгээд тэгэл хийх ёстой мэй гэдээ бас өөртөөс хобби дуртай маяг явж болохоос айгу тийм зовх зүйлгүй байдаг.
You guys have gained a lot of international experience. You've won 4 tournaments this year, Thunderpick and Yala being the 2 notable big ones. And Yala obviously 9-10 got a HLTV MVP, being the first Mongolian to do that, right? What has that done for you guys as a team in your confidence and just helping you play better?
Тэгээд тэмцээнд одоо төрүүлнэ гэдэг бол тэгээд би тэгээд бэлтгэлээ сайж байгаа, өөрсдөө даалгаврыг сайн хийж байгаа гэсэн үг. Би тэгээд яг яалаа давраг авчаад бас ер нь айгүй их тийм нэр хүнд талаас гэх юм уу? Тийм айгүй их ер нь өөртөө одоо авсан гэж бодож байна. Одоо 910 анхны HLTV одоо MVP-г авж байгаа. Монголоос бараг Азиас ах. Тэгээд бас тэр тухай чи айгүй том тэмцээн байсан. Яг бид хэдэн хувьд яалаа бол тэгээд сая сүүлд бол Thunderpick давраг авахад бас нэлээд олон монголчууд ингээд ирж үтсэн. Бас яг Монголдоо байгаа юм шиг мэдрэмж авсан болохоос гоё байсан. Тэгээд бас нэр тэмцээн ер нь шагналын сангууд нь айгүй өндөр болохоор мейжрийн дайтай болохоор бас ер нь нэлээд бас ер нь бидэнд тустай. Тэгээд энэ айгүй ихтгэлтэй болоход туссан гэж бодож байна.
Last time you went further than other Asian teams have to get another spot for the region. This year, you look to be in incredible shape, looking really good as a team. Do you feel like this is the time you will be having your best chance to win the major, and what would that mean to you?
Бидэд одоо тэг тухайс дөмнөх мейжээс хойш нэлээд олон тэмцээн уралдаанд оролцсон, төрүүлсэн, бас ялагдсан. Тийм болохоор одоо ер нь нэлээд туршлага аваад бүгд ч гэсэн ер нь одоо ер нь өмнөхөөс арай өөр болсон гэж бодож байгаа. Тийм болохоор энэ удаа арай өөр байна хаа гэж найдаж байна.
I am really looking forward to seeing what you guys can do here because the year so far has looked really good. It's nice to learn some more. So Techno, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. And we'll see how the Mongols do when it comes to the Shanghai Major.
A stark improvement and an unexpected first map result, heroic, showing that Mongol's momentum can indeed be stopped, or at the very least slowed down, Mohan. We go to Anubis now for map 2.
I wore my fun shirt because no one gets eliminated in this game. It's only positive things. Now we get a storyline for the Mongols. If they make it through, we have an unbelievable story, even more so, if Heroic do it in 3-0 versus a team that they can get revenge against. Will they do it, though, is the question. Both of these guys are amazing at Anubis. The last time they played, it was within one round, right? 13-11 at Thunderpick. But in terms of all of the other teams that they play against, they are stomping. Like, I looked at, maybe Dexter's scoreline to see if there was anything that stood out there, and he went 16-16 in their last game. He was sort of just fine. It was a long game. He wasn't at the top of the board. And what we saw in Mirage was his best map in a heroic jersey. So if he can do what he did there, obviously they have a different sort of edge. And again, the one sore spot on Anubis for heroic is that game versus the Mongols.
Yep, a game that obviously, like you mentioned, ended so close. And if that was only a best of 3 for a grand finals, then we would have talked about these teams being neck and neck, stealing each other's map pick and ending on that very close Anubis. That would have been the end of the story. It was map 4, the Mirage blowout, that made you probably have this false sense of confidence coming into today's best of 3 that the Mongols have the true ability to blow heroic out of the water. But the most improved team in this head-to-head, provably, by now, is heroic. And there is a question that if Degster back at that last Anubis game was middle of the pack, after a map like that on Mirage that we just saw, is that going to happen again? I feel like Degster could genuinely be firing the engine of heroic into a major playoffs.
Definitely. It's a question of, is it going to be 2 maps in a row? Is it the series that he's going to be great in? That's something I'm a little bit doubtful of. Like, I could totally see him going 24-5 in the first map and then having just a dead even scoreline or just barely good scoreline in the next map. And then maybe, 3 maps in a series or 2 back-to-back maps in a series. That's not something we see very often from Dexter's current form right now on Heroic. But I think he's obviously rising to the circumstances of the major, of the chance to 3-0, of the chance to get revenge on Mongols. I think all these things are on his mind.
Right.
And you can tell he's fueled by that sort of championship mentality of like, I'm trying to win, and I'm trying to do it in the best way possible. And that's why he always gives us fireworks.
And quickly then, Launders, what about Tesses? Do you think he could bring the consistency from map 1 to 2?
I think he's just matured so much in the past year and a half. I think he's definitely evolved from just a guy who plays, really difficult to play CT positions for above average stats. I think he's now actually a consistent output as a fragger. I think there's still some identity to be found, but in terms of raw duels, he is owning.
Now's the time to do it. Shush and Dexter. Oh, they catch 9-10. He looked the wrong way for a second. Senzu recovers. Luckily for Mongols, the numbers were there, and they'll even catch the canal push.
Interesting. Now, this means they could go back to B. Nertz is attempting the push, which is definitely the correct move in this spot, because he can shut this flank off, and he has great spots to fight from on the site.
But what do we have here? Blitz running in spawn with bomb, doesn't get heard.
Yeah, but he's got to flank something.
Yeah, he's got the back of Nertz. If he needed, Techno is actually just able to push that kill over the line. And now we're going to have to talk about Kixan, one of the in-game leaders that likes to thrust themselves into the middle of Anubis.
Sometimes within a machine gun.
Sometimes the Negev. Sure. There are a select few IGLs that like to kind of float up in here. Apex, I think, is another example of it.
You know what?
It's a lot of responsibility on your individual level. You have to bring that to the table, or else suddenly you have a gaping wound on either side of your bomb sites for the splits.
I mean, Mongols don't know it, but Shush had an auto sniper on that last round of Mirage.
Oh, true. It never shot, eh?
Never shot. So,
good.
Pull out that Negev right now here inside a middle and show us what you did last time, because all I saw was a great round.
Felt like a couple moments kind of slipped through Heroic's hands. Tesses probably regretting going for that canal flank, or unfortunately for him, he was just about to catch a player outside A. Really wanted to remain adamant about trading out effectively. Good thing Mongols threw 3 players that direction. So it lets them lean into taking the pistol over the line. Flash into long this time with a 3-player A setup out of the gate. Heroic, they see something open for the taking. That's actually the Dark player dead, just spamming through. Nerds gets caught out by 9-10. And they see that as an invitation. Oh, man down. They'll try to slide up into Dark. Tesses put the smoke down, but the T's get ahead of it, so that's not going to make them too uncomfortable. Couple that nicely with the double push on long that's being set up. And we were talking about a fully fleshed out Mongols split versus Pistols on Heroic. But there's hesitation here. There's a pause as we near that 30-second mark. Then all of a sudden the commitment comes through, and it's a nice obelisk wrap from Blitz to really make sure nothing goes too south. Shush, flank empty-handed, force survive for the Mongols after pistol. It's a conversion they'll be proud of.
We've seen some subpar T sides on Anubis and some really good CT sides, actually, I think, in this stage. But I think this is a game where MongolZ and Heroic will both have, will both be shooting for the 8-4 halves, and their recent games will show that that's pretty par for them. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a game where we have a lead and a potential comeback from Heroic once again. And I think that's why they were particularly upset about the pistol. CT pistol being one of the easier CT rounds you can win. Can really shift the odds in a match like this that is sort of destined to go 24. So good start here for MongolZ. Don't have to think about that.
Sea of USP spotted. They're going to try to reroute over towards B main. Fine by the MongolZ. I thought that pre-match interview with James Banks and Techno just was valuable for insight and Techno, obviously mentioning how...
Didn't ask him about his name, though. Stewie 2K is reference to Family Guy. What is... Because that's 2000, right? Stewie 2000.
Yeah.
What's Techno 4000? Which character is that on TV?
It's just him, man.
He is a character.
He's the guy. Guy who doesn't want to complain about the commitments that it has taken to rise to the top of Counter-Strike. He said, we've all got a career that we enjoy. Well, how can I complain about X, Y, Z? Time away from home, whatever.
They have made more money than most Tier 1 teams this year in terms of the tournaments that they've picked up. And a lot of those tournaments were made so that there's a place for, the non-partner, non-Tier 1 teams, a place for them to go to compete. And there are some very handsome prize pools available at those events. So it's been quite a successful year for the MongolZ. And because of that, for Asia.
Takes her with the op, immediately posts it down canals. It was a rapid cross from MongolZ, so he doesn't end up spotting anything. It's actually lesser on A main. We've seen this player supported in the last couple rounds, but Shush being on his own this time opens the door for a comfortable 5v4 to emerge. Careful. Oh, missed shot from Dexter. That one's gonna cost them.
Wasn't ready for the shoulder peek. Thought it was gonna be a wide swing. Not anticipating him at all, but that wasn't the case.
Could have been the 4v4 right back.
Yep.
Instead, the MongolZ will remain cautious on the approach back to the B play, and we get a instant transition from Dexter out of that half of the map to now try to pick up slack in mid.
Yeah, however, the lean starts to go back towards mid. Interesting, Mzino's actually reading the double push with no nades, and yeah, he is going to spot this. He gets them to shoot each other, now they're scared. Kind of like how he was playing that. And he's behind the molly now, too. Oh, never trust a CT molly, folks. They're never as big as you think.
So Incendiary down in dark at the time being on the B site. They will lose their camera split. Tessus is hanging on, and he's doing this on his own. He's done enough to draw the rotate, and a beautiful dodge of 910's jail clear. It buys a little more time, but not nearly enough. They actually opt, instead of coming in through Temple, to go for this double long rotate instead. Smoke in front of Temple means it is the right call. They can keep this tempo we see right here, right now. But MongolZ also push a player into Temple themselves. Eventually, there's going to be this backstab into Nerds that he is certainly not going to see coming. But will there be anybody left to distract for it?
Surely
Senzu walks out. Two backs turn. Beautiful setup. His teammates draw them forward, and he ends them where they stand.
Mess with the Senzu, you get the beans. Been waiting a long time to use that line. Didn't want to use it for an actually great moment.
And I appreciate that. Leave those ones for me.
I mean, you said instant transmission. That's also a Dragon Ball Z reference.
Oh, you picked up on that. Hell yeah. I forgot you watch cartoons.
No way you just said cartoon. Okay.
Walks out through smoke. Oh, the smoke not enough to deter 910. Guess what? AK comes. Yeah, you thought that 5-7 flurry was going to keep him back, but he's got teammates. And this isn't the kind of buy to just scoff at either, right? Shush actually had a chance to maintain a little map control or set up a kill with SMGs elsewhere on the map, but now A-Site's such a liability that honestly it looks like they're just going to cut their losses if Mongols do continue to carve a route onto A, seeming likely as the Heaven Smoke comes out. The bomb's still floating on bridge. Really feels like Mongols in the moment are not going to fall victim to making mistakes themselves. If there's a pop-off from Heroic, you got to deal with it, but tiptoe your way through the sketchy spots, and they're doing it with caution, but that caution leads to timing for Heroic. They do end up throwing 3 bodies down from camera, and Dexter peels one off with just the pistol. They let the CTs get away from mid. The utility was an indication of what was to come, and when Heroic run over, they waste no moment. Techno almost caught by the camera peek, losing half his HP. The follow-up's there from Tessez. And as he swings out, he'll be dealt with. Beautifully done from Techno, clearing out the middle. And now A is theirs for the taking.
Yeah, and surely after seeing 2 mid-cross that way, they know there's at least one on the B site. They're still looking around just in case it was a full stack, but they've got a clean plant coming in. So, I gotta love how Mzinho has been working this side of the map. I feel like it's interesting to watch him take some of these fights knowing that they're going to walk peek it, knowing that he doesn't have to shoulder peek himself and risk any timings. He can just hold the angle, literally, and if they throw any utility, he's right. It's almost never going to be a pop flash to the shallow part of main. So you're always going to be able to see something if you're already breached in brackets and can hope for the push. Very interested to see how much more he tries to do that. But why use utility when you don't have to? Oh, that was a straight bullet. Oh, they've got the CS2 case there. Is that for everyone's phones? That'd be cool.
It's been there all major long wonders.
Wow. I'm just not very detail-oriented. Watching you play Elden Ring has really made me realize I need to read more.
That nose to the grindstone.
But that means there's always more Easter eggs for me to find later in life that everyone else has noticed.
Living with lag, it's not half bad.
Just on high ping over here, Connor.
It's the NA way. Full buy for Heroic. We saw Dexter miss that chance through Darkroom. And I want to put him under the microscope just because of how good Mirage was. You did a good job of explaining why it's inconsistent at times. That was his highest performing map in the Heroic jersey, for the record, back on Mirage. You would hope for his sake, after an accolade like that's been achieved, you could do it map to map. But there's never guarantees with Heroic at the moment.
Yeah, he was a little bit faster to start, but I think most of his good rounds came later anyway, so...
Ooh.
It's not time to call it just yet.
Smoke in front of platform for Tessez. That's both the CTs inside of this B site burning their smokes at a minute 10.
Yeah, this is still a full default though from the Mongols. Like they've got Mzinho still out here working towards a main. Bomb's actually crawling back. So Techno, he's in an interesting spot because he can lurk on the full A attack or they can bring it back to B, but they haven't made a decision yet, clearly.
Dark player's already peeled back. Nert's now playing the pillar instead. Tessez reveals himself to still be up on platform, and Dexter waits for this one.
Yeah, late into mid. Bomb's coming in even more staggered. 9-10. He wants to continue. He's going to drop down, surely.
Head-to-head op duel if he doesn't.
Yeah.
So, of course, he will take the evacuation route into the B bomb site. They'll attempt to go with Techno half health, and CT's having bolstered this bomb site, 2 behind the obelisk. Tessez still back there. They know it, and it serves up a perfect distraction for Nertz. Now there is indeed a rebound. Somewhat the T's bounce back in.
No way!
A 2v5 inside of sight with 1 kill left to take.
Now it's got to be Shush all alone.
The positioning looked great.
You couldn't ask for better spots.
A chance to finally break through. Shush now having to slip in between both of them. It all boils down to his timing. He will indeed kill Techno. Over towards Long first and foremost. The step back from 9-10's the ender. 2v5.
6 straight rounds out of the Mongols, and after Dexter got that kill inside of middle, with the amount of time left over, it felt like a foregone conclusion. But instead, 9-10 dropped in the dark, and he had the right teammate alive with him to get these kills. That's pretty unreal, man. And again, you couldn't ask for better spots. Wow. Heroic were just throwing bodies at the problem because why not?
Mzinho laughing his way to a 6-0 lead. It felt like Heroic, it felt like they were on the burner of the stovetop, but it was down at like a 2 out of 10.
You don't need every round on CD side, but you need that round.
Felt like a comfortable simmer. They boil over the edge out of nowhere, and MongolZ, they're going to start putting Heroic into a desperate place where big moves have to be made. And these kinds of big, risky moves in the mid-round, as we're seeing outside A, will that actually reward Heroic? Mzinho turns and he's covered by Techno.
Perfect.
Now Shush wasn't alone, set up by Dexter, who is going to be playing extended and could easily deal with the low HP of Mzinho. Not able to get the second.
Now
not able, but look at this position from Nerds. Isn't this a golden chance? He at least stops plant.
Wait, he doesn't actually know someone's above him?
No, the Bricks player should have caught him off, but oh, Nerds! From silence in the bomb site to an explosive 3K Heroic find their first.
Got those perfect swings. Those perfect swings. Oh, big mistake, not clearing this simple position. How did they get above him? No one saw. Well, that's like Heroic off of that ninja defuse round on Mirage. Unshaken. Unbothered. And crazy round to win. This is a round with tempo. They saved.
Nice approach.
Man. See, that's a demo kill. You approach certain players differently on how they hold their pushes.
Plenty of recent game tape for Heroic to have studied coming into it. MongolZ been playing events left, right, and center. Just to repeat our pregame, 13-11 4 weeks ago between these teams on Anubis. Heroic playing catch-up at this point. Nerds flash back in, but Blitz is there to help his teammate, to keep him alive.
Committed really hard to that fight.
And then the Dark player spots Tesses, who now they know is relegated to behind Obelisk, who's definitely calling for rotations and does get one. Kixan emerging from Temple for a moment, but then it gets smoked off and he decides to dive out. Gonna play behind sight with his teammate, both him and Tesses here for the duel. Mzinho looking for the taps. And as he pushes further into the site, it's Tesses to go down first. They know that Kixan's here and he's feeling squeezed. He had to make a move.
Incredible at fighting that. I'll always say that it doesn't matter how many players you have on the B site. It's hard to find good positions to put everybody. But here's another situation where Heroic have numbers, they have information, they just cannot even win a single duel. And the two players that were there were in good spots to try to frag. Mzinho took a risk as well, using a lot of ammo going for the pre-fire to back default, then had to swing and ensure the kill with almost no ammo left. MongolZ 7-1.
Off the back of that clean move from Nerds outside B. It's not the first instance where it looked like Heroic. We're going to push one over the line.
Yeah.
MongolZ got that dog in him.
Very strong. Very strong Anubis at the moment.
And Blitz, this is the perfect bit of cover to keep his teammate standing over on long with him. And we get 2 moments of duos in this 4vX situation out of MongolZ. We saw Blitz save on the Nerds long push. And then it was Mzinho who was trying to tap and elicit an answer of any kind out of the Heroic players for anybody to commit to a fight so that everybody else could just pounce on it. And it did feel like Heroic kind of drew that out comfortably until suddenly it's these duos that hit you on both sides of the split.
You know, in that tier 2, tier 1.5 type of area of teams, that MongolZ have played most of their games versus, they are scoring 60% on T side and CT side in their games, meaning whether this map is picked against them or not, they are totally fine. Normally teams are winning Anubis off the back of 60% T side and 48 to 50% CT side at best.
Priming Nerds for the deep peek, but that ops trained on you, so will they couple it with a main push? There's Molotov on the A main side, so maybe the two Dark defenders decide against it. 910 more than willing for you to try to get aggressive on the side of Canals. He actually turns to help out A main. Opens the door for Nerds to go for the deep peek because the ops no longer trained on him, and I think that's Heroic doing a good job of getting turned away the first time and still being adamant about coming out with this two-side pinch in water. They're rewarded for their efforts into the 4v3, but we've seen this not matter.
They really wanted to push that.
They're going to keep going. They're going to keep this pressure up, but oh, he goes so wide.
So wide.
TeSS got places to go, things to do.
Ooh, I mean, that's a moment where Techno should have got one. Probably gets traded anyways, but now in the 4v2, I mean, it wouldn't be the first 4v2, but probably Heroic, will win this round.
Yeah,
probably.
Placed up close like this, nobody's going to take a nade out. They don't have nades for it. There's a question about whether 910 commits to it. Money is not fantastic for the Mongols, and you'd think, of course, there's going to be a second defender here, so finally they got to let one go. And this is about remaining adamant despite things being responded to, right? We saw that first A main push get stopped by two Molotovs. They still come back in 20 seconds later, and they're rewarded for their efforts.
Again,
Heroic establish an early advantage for their second round win.
Again, at the core of this map, there are two sites that it feels like are just hard to find aggressive options to defend safely. Are you just limited on how far you can push easily? And if the T's get E-box control and they have main, a really well-worked split is going to work a lot of the time, no matter how many players are there. This game is a perfect example. Heroic in two good spots, and then two more players come into those two good spots. There aren't really four that you can crossfire from easily. If you play jail and E-box is taken, it's really tough. If you're playing the E-box pillar and main is taken, it's really tough. So it just gets uncomfortable quickly. And that's why we're seeing Heroic try to expand to A main early, because even though that option sometimes doesn't work, it's one of your only options as a CT to make up for how cramped it gets. And there's an example of it working. There's still a 5-round half potential for Heroic. That's good enough. That being said, they'll need all three of these next ones to even feel good about this half, I think.
And we're getting into the rounds because of how lopsided it was out of the gate, where Heroic are the ones who have to make the moves. Playing in response wasn't cutting it. That's why we get that 4-player pressure on Canals 1 round to go. This time it's early bridge control taken over by the Mongols with this 3-player cohort, and no aggressive A main stance, despite all the rounds we've had shush, poke, and prod in that direction.
No,
this time he's just playing smoke for camera.
They've been successful now. They want to find another way to win the round, and sometimes that means expanding on the other side of the map, and they do have slightly deep main presence with Dexter. That alone can help. At least have, Tixan lean B most of the time, so he can be a fast rotation, but they don't want to try one thing too often. And as you can see, Mongols are just waiting for them to try it so that they can come back and get the kills early. Looking for their B split. Will Heroic be able to read it? This is one of the situations where I think Kixan needs to make the mind read.
Yep, well, even that just gathers all the info. He actually pushes out alongside Shush into middle, sees it completely vacant. Do they pick the right bomb site, though? Obviously, one half of this split gets cut down. Anything they can stall is great. TeSS comes down to just the one kill, and Nerds will be found in the open. 910, the difference maker once more. Posted already for the rotate. Third kill, his easily. And the bomb gets picked up by Senzu. No contest to stop it. Shush is already locked into the open ground, and this will boil down to Degster flanking fast. He's going to arrive, and he's going to deal with his counterpart first and foremost. This opens the door for Shush to get ever closer.
Now, these are standard spots, right?
Yes, sir. And one of them is going to be exposed to this wraparound, but Senzu cuts down Shush first. A little disjointedness. They're able to just fixate in on where they know Degster has to come from, and it looks like the Mongols, despite being found out, their absence in mid doesn't cost them because 5 players ready to hit B before Kixan makes his call.
Crazy impact out of 9-10 because I want to say, like, this is a round where Heroic could have done this better. But honestly, Nerds had to hit 1 extra bullet on 9-10, who was low. 9-10 had to peek out and pre-fire a position he knew was being held with 1 HP, 19 or whatever, 1 bullet of health, and he hit that shot.
You know, Tesses also was pressure for 9-10. That's another impeccable shot. 9-10 snapping it over and dealing with a guy who just emerges out of smoke with 1 kill already.
That was good enough. Insane that he pulled that off. And with that goes the chance of making this a 5-round half for Heroic. 4 is definitely more desperate, but that's what they'll have to settle for. At least they've got a full buy.
Degster rattles one off in middle as he gets flashed. There's an op on the field, and Mongols know it. (9-10) was an undeniable force versus Maus, despite Torji's best efforts to keep him muzzled. Now Heroic gets a taste of his wrath. Sat back in response to some kind of a move from Heroic. A Heroic who has been jostling around the map, trying to make these openings happen. Trying to force their way into just a couple more round wins. Best case, only 4. Degster.
Timing looks good.
Side of his smoke, has the dodge flash, gets the scope back into Blitz, but no second kill.
Crazy to re-peek into that, but how is he going to fall back?
They're priming the split into the A site. Of course, Temple already smoked off. Bit more util, but that one smoke misses, and that's going to open a door for Tesses to peek out in mid to try to cut off 1/2 of this split. Meanwhile, the A main players get out, and that bomb gets scooped up by Mzinho, but it's incredibly low health for the 3 players, so guess what? It lands. And as it does, we go 2v2. Edges here for Heroic. 9-10 onto the fountain. Mzinho has to keep his head down. Oh, it's a beautiful headshot onto Nerds. And he tethers to perfection with 9-10.
They're playing this round like a violin. The great taps coming through from the Mongols. They get 9 rounds, and all the close moments go their way, just being a little bit better. Clearly mad about Mirage with this performance. Showing they can do it again, make it even worse here for Heroic. And now this will have to be one hell of a comeback.
Going to continue to buy down every time. And at least it's not a total blowout economically. Heroic, you got to make something happen, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that pressure get cranked. Kixan, you've smoked off the front runner of Blitz.
Oh.
Nice bank nade for the background. Does a bit of damage for Techno. Chucking it beyond the bridge, but Blitz, snaps it down into his forehead. You've still got Degster here, and he will hold if he has to.
What a shot.
Capable of doing it on his own. Turning from the flash with a teammate in the door, though, things get a little bit awkward, and Blitz peels back somewhat. Dexter's coming hunting. Oh, he's postured up with his teammate. And so he feels like he can run a risk. Yes, indeed. 3 kills to Dexter. It primes Nerds for the aggressive B push, and it's all Mzinho. He will peel Shush off camera, but he is not in possession of bomb. Dexter looking to make a world of difference in the final round of regulation, but he is nothing but the second victim of a young, promising Mzinho. No way he reads this 3rd one. Nerds able to end it. It is a 3rd round for Heroic. All they get.
Just a little warning message at the end. Yeah, we can almost win that. So many strong openers for Heroic, let's say that. There's so many moments where it's 5v3, 5v2, 4v2, and yet still the Mongols were able to win. It's not as if Heroic couldn't have had a better half. There were definitely some good plays in there. But what happens in the end is something that I think Mongols were hoping for. Close rounds that all go their favor in, versus a team that has an extremely respectable Anubis. To take the edge off after getting crushed on map 1, just for a chance to show everybody that they're still good. The better team is in the lead, and normally their CT side is still solid, so there isn't really a reason why they should let go of this game. On paper, Heroic should have needed 5 on that CT side to make this possible. They can make up for it with a pistol. Let's see what they've got.
Looks like the Mongols want to fight early. Careful now, whole pack of players right out there primed to push in. 2 headshots out of Blitz, not half bad. Senzu behind Obelisk, peeling away, trying to section them off as Mzinho comes in with an assistance. All of Heroic, one direction, and a similar outcome to the first half. Mongols seemingly right back to winning ways. To make up for a short-handed CT side, this pistol seemed so needed. Kixan piecing it together as to where they're at. You've got a minute to try to reroute, but they have your bomb.
Yeah, like, best case is he could drop down to E-Box, but I mean, if he's going to make no noise at all, then, flanking B is one thing. At least he can get them to reorganize. Time is on his side. There's just no numbers.
It's about that 40-second mark. One's going to turn around. There's a question about whether they decide to try and occupy Temple or just still sit on top of site with bomb.
It's just forcing them to have setups that have option coverage. Kicks in, crossing the 30-second mark.
He's done a good job of at least giving himself a 1vx. Peeks out, can't land the shot. If he does, the door becomes somewhat open, but instead you get more of what it started with. Nothing but excellence from USPs.
Yes, so there's 10, and then that was what you'll call a critical pistol round for a chance for Heroic on this map. I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say we deserve an Ancient in a series like this. Again, this is the Grand Finals rematch between these two teams, and this one's for all the beans.
Grand Finals that also featured both teams winning their opponent's map pick. It's hard to put your finger on the pulse of this matchup.
You can be certain they both feel confident versus each other. I'm sure they both believe it's just a matter of whose day it is, more than who's got the better game plan. It's a good map pool here for both teams.
It's always that undercurrent of maybe somebody developing a completely fresh game plan off of your last head-to-head, but it doesn't look like anything that Saw and Kixan could have drafted for this matchup has really caught Mongols off guard, and the individual level is just also not there, because when we go back to Mirage, that's something that you mentioned, right? It didn't feel like Mongols were nervous per se, but Heroic's individuals were just playing so well, so many quick kills all the time. It's just not the case here, and it won't be with Deagles either. Senzu has a field day as he gets the anti-eco ace.
Someone's even looking at him as he wipes the floor with Heroic. 5 frags straight.
And that one's just for the HLTV stats. Go ahead and farm, my friend. One of the very few buys we may get out of Heroic on this T side of map 2. Let's see what they had drafted coming into this when they had hoped it would have gone better in the first half. Can't let that round count at the top of the board make you play timid. I think Mongols really embraced that mentality as they started to make the comeback happen on Mirage. Heroic have to show they have that depth as well.
Exchange volley of utility outside of A. The Nerds can see it coming.
It's a good position for Blitz. Kicksam coming in on his own. Just, oh, wow, wow!
Oh, that's incredible.
Just tracks it as the utility came out from the support. He knew damn well 910 wasn't too far off.
That's incredible. That is such a hard fight to win just on Blitz alone as a solo rifler coming in on the off angle. But he has the right peak, knows exactly where Blitz is going to stand. And as you mentioned, heat-seeking bullets through the smoke.
With the Galil. They'll come reacquire their M4. Kicksan tries to go in for number 3, but can't be mad about the damage.
And there's a late, oh man, I think it's a perfect round for Heroic. There's a late push on mid, plus low numbers here from CD side, and then the final trade comes through. You got Senzu getting flanked on low HP. This is an instant save call for MongolZ. Perfect round for Kicksan as in IGL, and again, one who in history we've always thought of as making very smart individual moves, can definitely hold his mouse in games and make some plays like that. That'll, well, turn your head.
Funnily enough, it's a parallel we can draw between these two teams because we gave credit to Blitz versus MongolZ to push OT. We gave credit to Blitz back on Mirage, those 2 rounds bottom middle, spamming away through smoke. Very comparable moments to what Kicksan is able to put forth here in number 15. So 3 survivors for Heroic. It's a long journey back to tie this game, let alone win the map. But it's one that starts with their in-game leader peeling apart the mid setup. And, of course, in a head-to-head as well, versus Blitz specifically stuck inside that corner.
I mean, I have a sneaking suspicion that Heroic are not necessarily scared about trying to make this comeback. This is still one of their best maps, so it's not going to be a gimme. Absolutely not. MongolZ CT side Anubis is strong, but in terms of belief, I think it's going to be there. So let's see if the CS will speak for itself here for Heroic.
Nice peek from 910. That's Nerds dead. Timing not quite there to topple Tesses.
Massive kill. Kicksan speeds up. Techno's on the other side this time around.
Shush locks into the B corner. Bomb will be scooped by Kicksan as he doubles back to spawn. Taking an early sniff at this B site before MongolZ even have a chance to get aggressive anywhere else. The positions that Heroic have indeed left open. But that smoke gonna cool their jets. And I wouldn't be surprised if MongolZ make an information play elsewhere. Utility finding its place. But 910 dies and the dark peak's good.
It's the nade broken with E-bombs control. The timing is wonderful.
And
here.
the smoke on Temple denies the MP9, so this bridge flank is going to get a chance to duel versus Dexter. Heroic pouncing in with well-timed utility. Not that they had a ton of it.
Yeah, he was playing basically front sight, right? Because he wanted to line up with E-box and take Tessus out in that moment, and that's exactly when Heroic staged the attack. So that's another problem about this side of the map, especially in CS2. It's like there are so many advantages created just by breaking the smoke open. It exposes good positions, people in transition. Anybody who's even rotating to Temple from backside gets exposed if that nade is opened up. That's a strong round for Heroic. It's a good opening frag for MongolZ, but they don't get scared. And that one's just a little too expensive. I mean, they've got 3 decent guns here. I mean, they just can't drop more rifles, so it looks like they'll even out the money, try to make do with these guns. Certainly seems like the sage decision.
Techno looking like he wants to get frisky. Those bullets aren't far off the mark,
yeah,
but
you got to go up to the wall. You got to push up farther. But just the fact that Techno is getting shot around, I think, is worrying.
Oh my God, every bullet misses.
But you see what it does.
Just playing in traffic for the fun of it.
This is where ammo becomes a resource. You know, even if he doesn't, he has no real intention of actually killing him in the corner, but Techno will fall back from that. Now he
tries to peek. Yeah, off of the utility being used up close, thinks maybe he can swing, but it's good coverage offered over by Dexter.
And again, we can be generous here because they don't have full guns. They're going to take some risks.
Sure. The FAMAS gets retrieved. Senzu stretching for it. And what was an occupied close wall outside B is left alone so that Heroic can go numbers strong into an A site that has just been evacuated. Mzinho falling back through middle. And the Mongols ultimately going for a stack, taking a gamble that will not pay off here in this one. So Heroic go up to 6 in just a moment's notice. Nothing but a 5-round difference to separate these teams.
You know, as Kixan, all you've got to do is get 3 or 4 rounds, and then your team will suddenly just be on the same page in terms of, okay, you know, then they do the post-game interview. Yeah, we weren't even looking at the score, going 1 round at a time. We were just in the flow state.
You got nothing to lose and nowhere else to be. You can take your sweet time.
Let's see what kind of CT tactics we've got for the Mongols to use.
Yeah, as the half got closer to the end for Heroic CT side, we started to see them be a little more brazen.
I think good players like Mzinho over on the A site is where we can see a lot of value created on the map. These basket pushes and those duels are often won, you know, by mercenaries like Mzinho, who solo hold the site with some support utility from within the site. But those type of tactics will definitely grant you 2 or 3 5v4s on CT. If he's feeling it. And his raw duel that he's going to be in with Shush in defaults will also matter. There's always a spam war between the site and baskets, 2 riflers through the smoke on timings. That also dictates the flow of the map. I love how we get the gamer view from behind with the shoes off and the bottles and everything. That's how we really are.
Yeah. Pull back the curtain.
Yeah.
Exchange a utility on bridge to set it all up. 9-10's going hunting. We've seen Blitz take this contact previously instead, but to be honest, this is looking like a good kill for 9-10 to find. Kixan, if he's not careful, he's going to be found out right in the open. And he's using util a little haphazardly. Oh, I'm telling you, it's there. Now, luckily for Kixan, that's his last nade, so he's not able to pull another one out. Meanwhile, we're going to get into the dark pressure for Techno to deal with. And there is this slow shift from Heroic to A.
This is what I'm talking about with Mzinho. Now, this time he doesn't even have flash support.
Nothing.
We've got 9-10 who has a Molly as his first rotation.
Yeah.
So this will have to be raw.
Mongols.
Here, okay? This hold will have to be extremely raw.
So adamant about B. Oh, and he gets blinded, so it is an absolute crush. It could not have gone worse.
He went to look for a very close position so he could get in front of the flashes, but was too late. This is a perfect call from Heroic. Execution is sharp, and they make that incision across the A site, right through Mzinho, like paper.
What feeds this Mongols adamance that B was the intended target? Other than like a half a second glimpse over the bridge, it really didn't feel like Mongols were looking for any info this round, no?
Yeah, the only thing they did was bridge, and sometimes that's, you say you, ooh, oh my God, they're gonna get killed inside of this post plant. They already see them trying to save. These are really important guns here. I mean, losing after a single player dying is one thing, but you want to be really careful.
Yeah, looks like majority alive.
Yeah, early on in the half, right? Early on in the half, haven't tested everything too much. If you do give too much information, and if you do give too much information, then the other team can make a read. If the Mongols thought a default would last longer, then they're willing to lean B earlier on, then this can be because Kixan knows that if they decided to test B first like they used to, Mongols reinforce. This is how they won last time when they played at Thunderpick. And that's why Mzinho is so caught off guard when he went for that late scramble to push into main.
To no surprise, we get an adaptation. And we're going to have the Mongols off of 9-10 posting up on A instead out of the gate. Techno once more going to try to pick up this corner position.
You got to be careful, man. Tesses?
Yeah, he's going to find him this time. He got lucky. Previously occupying such a spot. Bullets whiz by him, no contact.
That's
easy 5v4 out of the gate here for Heroic. We are talking about a 3-round game. If they can convert this 5v4, we are talking about an economy that continues to get bottomed out and a Heroic with a map in their back pocket. It is time to take this T-side seriously.
It is. A second push comes in. They'll have to fall back off that. Now they're getting juggled between the sites with Shush on the other side.
Tesses keeping the pressure up, and Senzu's not able to slide in.
This is where you're trying to cage a lion, right? And what are they going to do? They're going to roar.
Frank goes a little past him.
In this spot, the CTs will never be okay just sitting pretty. They're
It's an evacuated A site, completely left open. All about taking position on B, and that's why.
That's a big failure out of Dexter. That shot was easy. Senzu makes it look like a miracle. A second kill in as well.
Allowed to run the risk because the Opper rotates over, tapped from a distance, and finally put down. Bolstered by confidence, knowing that an additional player gets thrown into B to make it up after Techno dies alone.
The bomb is behind him, and he can literally run to the other site if he's careful.
Nah, he's lost the plot. It's done for. Roped into dark.
Oh, that's a huge mechanical mistake out of Dexter. They were waiting for that push. He's got a relatively safe position to hit that shot. It's not even a wide swing that displaces an aim. He just fails. And this is the start to the round as well. Oh, that's what happened. Ooh.
Tesses sliding straight into the stream of bullets. Kixan looking lost in the sauce to try to close out.
That's what having a lead grants you.
Of course.
The chance to get around like that. It's not going to happen every time. But when you were sitting on 11 for so long, you're bound to have some luck go your way. That's another round with great staging for Heroic, but this time we don't have 24 kill Dexter.
And the Mongols, even after falling victim to a very convincing A hit 1 round prior, still just let 9-10 go bolster B so that they can get a bit frisky and dark. Listen, Heroic, they don't have Dexter, but Mongols sure as hell have Senzu. 21-10 after he rips their heads off through the dark peak.
His aim has been incredible all map, and that's something we can say for sure. Yes, Dexter missed, but the instant punish from Senzu. Even if he was able to peel back, that would have been scary. So, now it's
Insta peek from Shush. He wants that contact, and he will find it. The kill comes with it. Techno tries to put the smoke down, gives away his position, and it's a blind shot through the smoke, connecting here for Dexter. Heroic looking for a fast B rebound.
What a brazen call after a round where they just slowly lost in such a tragic way. Again, showing that they don't get rocked in moments like that.
Not getting rocked, not playing scared. You mentioned it early on that Heroic had to bring that to the table.
Don't forget, Kixan was also one of those stories from Paris in IGL that, you know, like ZTR in this stage, like Volt, who had made it to that quarterfinal. Some of the more unlikely stories have shown they can do it again.
It was sheer aggression from Shush.
Sorry, ZTR not doing it again, doing it for the first time.
Yeah.
But for some, Kixan, for some, they thought it would be the last. After leaving Apex, the future was unclear. Getting Heroic as a contract was actually surprising to a lot of people, considering the results on Apex after Paris weren't strong. And CS2 hits, and who knows? Kixan primed himself for this opportunity, and they did not get to the semifinals without playing to win.
That's because he impressed the right people. We've heard that Saw hand-selected him as the leader for this team.
And I heard his buyout was also pretty high.
When somebody like Saw believes in your mind for the game, you answer that call. Fast play again, though, and it is met by resistance. A second op out of nowhere for the Mongols, but that op is coupled with a USP, and Kixan will fear you not as he just goes charging down to camera. Great grenade damage. This could be the end.
They have to fall back as the Molly.
Mongols able to turn them back, so suddenly we all catch our breath. Heroic slam the middle of this map and then disappear just like that.
Now,
smokes up, met by Util. Everybody to shuffle and reposition.
Now who's on a double op setup?
T's stealing it away with lower health. Mongols thought they could have just ended it with one final explosion. But now the unknowingness of Heroic setup starts to creep in, and so MongolZ goes for a little long control.
Yeah, they need to put pressure on these extremities so that the Mongols get insecure about middle, because right now they're trying to cut off both
Mid's
players.
Open. And Dexter doesn't expose himself to the deepest of angles into A. They're waiting for the CTs to make a move. And MongolZ, with the way he just pathed, could have been caught by kicks and will step into it.
Patience pays off.
Took his time, but it's still two ops to try to make their way through camera into 9-10. I bet you he's better than both. But we'll see if the trade can come out if needed by Dexter. Kixan going to keep that utility pressure up. Heroic wanting to cut this down to a 3-round game. Oh, but he peeks and clips Nerds in the background. They give him a smoke to work with, and he's just gonna flood flashbangs into the site. Bomb planted. Low HP still on 2 of the 3. Mongols, no mid-take, no
Dexter.
flank. It is fully in from storage.
Smoke goes up, and Dexter's in the most important spot. His timing is everything.
Nade for the bricks as these flashes continue to sail over top of that wall. Dexter just keeping backs turned to him, decides not to peek, but now that he misses, they know. And 9-10 able to punish. It's low players left, Heroic, positions known. And as 9-10 gets out, time's against him. He's working with the kit, but he's got no brains left. Shush, slams him against the wall, and Heroic rebound after nearly getting stuffed in the first 20 seconds.
These calls are Glaive-esque out of Kixan in this moment. That mid burst into the op, chasing it down with the MAC-10. Kixan thought he could have died right there, could have given up the round and the match all in one push, knowing that that op got the first kill. But they get the trade, and then they get creative. They use the 2 ops to punish both rotations, don't have to move a muscle, and the patience does pay off. Eventually, they're correct. The Mongols get insecure about their lack of mid control and know the rotations are going to be so slow around through the beach. And that's how they punish it. MongolZ goes down. They're even aware that Senzu's going to be up in heaven, waiting with his op. They don't take the fight there, and the post plan is easy. Now it's a 3-round game. It's one extremely critical miss from Dexter a round ago that allowed Mongols to get to 12. But Heroic clearly can win on rifles on this T side.
A double op that almost caught Heroic off gets turned against them. Dexter takes an early nade through the windows, and so he's going to be working with 50 health. MongolZ, you've got 2 players coming at you.
He actually he could have fought there, I think. That smoke was really good, but I think that's a moment where you get scared. You play with that timing in a moment like this.
Yep. And Blitz has to scramble back to try to save you while he was starting this round by supporting 9-10. This is TSS making a bunch of sound, heard by the mid-doors player, of course.
Oh, and they're immediately going to go back to A, aren't they? Yeah.
I don't blame them. They've had convincing takes.
They're playing, accelerationist CS right here. They've just put some quick pressure towards the A site, made them fall back, immediately made it look like they're in a slow default. And actually the mid-mollies come out as well. 9-10 fighting for space.
Gonna try to overwhelm the Opera, and even the utilities enough to convince him to give up a lot of space. Heroic have established a 3-player pack on the other side of this mid door.
They can smoke this off safely. Oh,
deep B push. Oh,
what a shot.
That's beauty. A beauty out of Dexter. Just enough to send a shiver down the Mongol's spine. Look at these repositions. As all of a sudden, Heroic start to set more sights over on B. That one kill has them thinking they can transition into a split. It felt much more like a mid-play. Now, Kixan's going to start to transition forward, and if he puts pressure onto this temple, it is a completely foregone conclusion.
It's incredible.
Mongols have forfeited B, barring Senzu.
Yeah.
The finest member of the Mongols on Anubis. Looks to slide in. No way he stops this bomb, right? Okay. Takes a wild spray. It's off the mark. The bomb is planted. He's got no teammates here to help him. And that is Heroic to pounce in order to cement the double digits.
They have to save. They have to save. Mongols have no money on this round. They'll get a kill. 9-10 playing it slightly aggressively here. With the amount of time left on the clock, wants to make sure he gets home. But in this spot, Mongols, these 3 guns is a blessing to lose a round, not get wiped off the scoreboard, because it would have been 2 straight for Heroic. Another great call out of Kixan. A strong shot from Dexter. And you see what happens when you win mid as a T. They expand on A just like we saw Heroic doing. That's what lost them rounds in the first half. it's got the same yield for Heroic right here. Now this is actually what's really awkward, because they're going to force behind these guns.
What a shot.
Yeah, that's...
Oh my god. And what a stoppage that could have been. Trying to jump on Nerds while his hands were busy on the plant.
And you know what? Heroic played with full information this round. They didn't go back into that full fast A. They did some quick moves in the beginning, but ultimately they waited for that push. They got the kill, and then they went to the weaker site. Just improving their position slowly. That's why they've been consistently ahead here. Mzinho playing it passive. No one's here to help him.
Yeah, because of the early mid support, Mzinho has been alone at the start of some of these rounds. And we've seen him drop with nothing to be proud of. This is going to be one of those moments. They take away his temporary cover. He keeps his head against the wall, but it's a double entry out of TSS.
Crushed.
Absolutely smashed.
Another fast play.
An 11-3 deficit turned 12-11. If not for that one miss from Dexter,
yes,
that 12th wouldn't even be on the board, and the Mongols would be sweating bullets.
Another critical save. No chance for the retake. The economic pressure is just adding to the circumstance, knowing that they are so close to winning, but have to keep saving. No retakes coming out. No chance at that, of course, with TSS getting his instant 2K.
They're going to try to take these guns down. There's a real chance they all fall. 9-10, there's a player coming from sight. Oh, he's just going to try to put the smoke down, hanging on for dear life. Critical save. Oh, and he's good.
Yeah, he saved himself, maybe?
He's good.
My God.
Whew. He is good, but Heroic are better. Because we talked about that first map being a masterclass from Dexter and TSS and Nerds and the star power of Heroic putting forth. But they are not the better players in the server on Anubis. There is a star on the other side, two of them that they've managed to survive in the face of. 9-10 and Senzu just can't end this game yet. It has been phenomenal calling out of Kixan, tiptoeing their way through a complicated T side, and now he attempts to force his way into an early B contact. Dexter, you have to pick up that slack. Shush is walking in with his back exposed. The bomb gets stopped, and the Mongols, 2 frags out from extending this series. Again, the bomb sits down in front of them, and Heroic's players untethered as Nerds is on the other side of this map, but this flank could be found out. Dexter, yes!
No.
He gets him! And with that, doors are open.
Yes, bombs in the site, but now the CTs can't safely camp it. You can see them swinging around, pivoting, looking for a target that they don't even know if he's actually there. Senzu's got a very deep line. Back on the beach, Nerds' frag versus him. That could be everything.
The shot
to win. He needs this.
And he fails! Nerds takes it clean off! And Mzinho, who has been left to his own devices inside of that A site, a young god on the youngest roster at the major. He peeks into a waiting Dexter, and guess what? He doesn't give him just that bit of skin. He goes back to the Nerds frag, wins that one, and turns, burned off. He missed the shot. The Tech-9 forces OT.
Dexter's on his feet.
A recovery. A phenomenally called half from Kixan.
It got to 12-7. Incredible calls. I gotta say, I wasn't a huge fan of the last one. I thought the Russians got him all the way there. Okay, now maybe you know you have more money. You know the other team's ready for very fast plays. Maybe try a different tempo.
Maybe.
Kixan says, hell no. That's not how Glaive would have called. That's not how Glaive would have called. Rushes to the very end.
And Dexter ends up being the man of that final round, because not only is he the one that specifically trades out Kixan, gets this second kill to his counterpart, but finding that flank is what opened the door for the CTs to split up and what allowed Nerds to get that isolated 1v1. A 1v1, by the way, in CT spawn that would have ended this map.
Ended the map, 100%.
A missed chance to close.
And now, even though Mongols had that amazing first half, their rounds were a lot closer than Heroic's. One mistake is the only reason that Heroic probably haven't even closed on this comeback. And now they'll get a chance to prove if they're actually better. Now that we're in overtime, a little bit of chance to let things stir in your mind. Mongols, can they figure out the solution?
Well, they try to pull out this double op setup again. We saw this get absolutely floored by a lesser heroic buy when they rushed into middle and then slowed the round down, but oh no, that's a teammate's flash that blinds Kixan.
And you can see where Blitz's position was totally perfect for avoiding that flashbang.
Not the time to make mistakes. Who's tasked to the recovery? 9-10's position's been found out. The fallback's not guaranteed. He takes half his damage on the retreat, but he will still get away 5v4.
I will say I love seeing 9-10 in that position. Malzino has been there too many times alone as they've tried to walk in, but the shot gets dropped. That's a chance that goes, and E-Box control has now been taken by the T side. Not even at a minute.
Spotted on the jump. That's a dangerous game. Grenade with Shush's name on it, doesn't find him.
It is just so cramped though in here right now. CT's curled up, waiting.
This B site feeling claustrophobic. You do not want to get boxed into a coffin. Looking to pad it with a smoke towards long, but they could go for the boost.
Yeah, they're thinking about it.
And that could damn well catch a player in transition. Techno plays from the platform, Blitz throwing that op up and holding the dark, but this is indeed the 4v3 into the split with 20 seconds. It's a flurry of util to come out. It's Tesses to try to move this forward. Blitz dead. Opera gets popped with a single shot, and Senzu's got the recovery, as he always has. Yes, a second, but then two more peek deep into him, and it's Dexter to make the difference.
Plank goes down, Dexter to cover.
Thrust into another clutch. She will find the first this time again. It's him and Nerds. And guess what? The Israelis got it. 13-2 heroic.
That's another round in a row.
Believe your eyes, they have a lead.
From 12-7 to 13-12. They have a lead. Wow. The sun might be going down on this series for the Mongols as Heroic have done the unthinkable. A massive comeback after a massive first map. This is revenge and then some for their last series.
Hell yeah, it is, because that first map left no questions to be asked. Wasn't close for a moment. They set the tempo with a stark improvement. Mongols map pick as they thought it would be an easy day in the office versus a team that they just crushed. Fast into the action already. Techno's gonna get swarmed. His pistol's not able to stop it, and Kixam finds the kill in dark all the while. The only thing going here for Mongols is Blitz's timing could catch them off, but that utility hasn't turned, and Nerds comes out to make sure that any kind of a cross could be supported. He scoops bomb up, he'll plant it uncontested, and we could be damn well looking at a clean sweep of overtime as far as Heroic are concerned. Nerds thriving as he takes over the server, surpassing the performance of Dexter and Tesses that they offered back on Mirage. And nobody presents a crack in the armor for this post-plant. There is no chance to get back into it. The Mongols, best case, a single round in OT.
Unreal. Looking at top 8, Heroic. This is the best version of Heroic since Cadian has handed over the keys. Kixen is the one in the driver's seat for this team, and he can be offered up a lot of credit for making this comeback happen. And when we talk about Saw's ends, it was often him who could receive some credit for the calls that were made on tack pauses in a lot of moments where we credited Snappy. Snappy himself had said that for him. And here we are, 2 rounds away from the 2-0 for Heroic. In one of the best draws that Mongols could have asked, but this was a series that had great maps for both teams all the way through, and that's why it has been so exciting. But this game is not over if Mongols even get a single CT round here, and they've got the money to buy.
Not the money for another double up. But no question on 9-10. A key piece of the defense. And he'll burn his smoke on bridge. instantly moving over to that B site, leaving middle open in anticipation of an early hit. A little posturing from MZ, but you gotta be careful with how much util you let go early. And they have been liberal with the smokes and mollies out the spawn. What has been previously an occupied smoke will also be an empty dark room. MongolZ starting to get moving. That's both on mid and B while they get that mid kill. They're able to press out and Shush tries to go back, peeking into Senzu, who simply remains better. 9-10 wallbang frag.
I mean, they don't have the bomb. They're running into the site here. It's left back, 2v5. I mean, this is something the MongolZ could do maybe, but I don't know about Heroic.
Not with 45 seconds. They realize the error of their ways. And it's the consistency in the MongolZ pressure to not play with fear in the final round of their CT overtime half. Look at this one. It is with convincing fashion. 5 stand as they have their way with Heroic for, at the very least, just 1.
Yes, and this is off the tack pause with Mara getting involved. Blitz having some extra time. That's who Techno credited as having the most impact on the team's success. I don't think that's a secret. And now we've got some more words here before we enter into the second half, and this is where we reminisce on the fact that even though MongolZ had 9-3 on their CT, their rounds were extremely close. 9-3 on their T, excuse me. Heroic played very close on those CT sides. More 1-2v5, 1-2v4, 1-5v3. I'm going to go out on a limb and say they're going to have a hard time recreating those moments. So we'll just have to see. The way that MongolZ made those moments happen, E-box control, A main control, B main control, and the split. Senzu, tip of the spear, 26 kills. He can beat anyone. This one's top heavy on both sides. Nerds and Dexter having the lion's share of the kills for Heroic.
But still, those MongolZ players shining brighter. Tess has had some late game impact. Time to keep that momentum moving. You've got Senzu as the tip of this spear. Sharpest player in the server. Look at this 5-player pack, but it's the one in the back that dies first. All of a sudden catches them off guard. Mzinho in the front of it. When you have 4 players in a smoke, and the first one you spot is the 5th of the pack, it is no surprise that MongolZ just burst into this bomb site.
No, that's a huge timing, and it's, I don't think, a coincidence that it's right when Nerds is smoking that off, and now it's actually Heroic. Nothing to do here. 2 quick wins for the MongolZ. One as they switch sides. This one's a tie up.
So we keep all outcomes open.
Yeah.
Double OT or either to close.
I don't know. Did they do instant E-box and wait for it to come up while Nerds was standing in front of the pillar? Because he threw his smoke exactly
as they came through.
Yeah, as main came through. Again, I'll call it a limit and say it's not a coincidence. Either way for MongolZ, it's the round. TSS needed more than one.
What a strategy to pull out of nowhere. The moment that nade comes out.
Yep.
And Techno makes sure that there are no fun and games, no funny business to be had inside of Temple. That one gets closed quickly, just as quickly as it started. A 5-player pack pushing through a smoke into B with precision in their timing.
Crowd's back to the back of the room, I'm sure. More than half expecting MongolZ to have their glorious moment for Asian CS right here to instantly crack into top 8. It might take, well, it will take another map if they can even get there. But they have absolutely recovered this OT. For the new viewers, one more to tie to go to another OT. 2 more to win and end it here. Either Heroic on this map or MongolZ to take it to a third.
A third I feel we deserve, but one Heroic have no interest in. A fight in middle to be had. Dexter's gonna have to survive the util pressure first and foremost. Does he disrespect this? It is Dexter after all.
Yeah, he is.
But they're pommeling him with flashes. Oh, and Shush missing a chance to strike one down from behind. TeSS full blind. Nobody's getting kills just yet. And as he slides up into the dark, it's another 0 to 100. It is another missed chance as the AWP in the hands of Nerds will betray him. If there's any silver lining, it's they find a kill off of the back line with Shush re-aggressing on the flank.
Yeah, the best part about this round is they have 3 choke points they're approaching from on the retake. The strugglesome part is,
exposed!
It was a 4v3, now not. And see what happens, all the T's are worried. They've got to go somewhere together.
Shush starts sprinting from behind them on Canals. 9-10 finds just a glimpse to Dexter, but Kicksan's not done. He burns one out from the pillar, and now all they have is hanging on to Long. 9-10, you can't miss, and he does. He opens the door, and what do you know?
They got the
Heroic jump on top of Bomb, and Shush will push this into 15. A 3v4 retake out of nowhere.
The pressure is at its absolute maximum. A good first shot from 9-10, but then his critical miss.
Kicksan stepped this up, exposing this position.
Absolutely. And this is also because, again, we got Shush who picks one off on the tail from E-Box coming up Canals. Kicksan and a Temple player all coming in from different choke points. This gives them such higher odds of being able to pull out the trades, but the only reason they find the first one is because of Kicksan's nade. Oh, what a clip off. TeSS goes down, free haircut. Techno
right back to reality.
Off A main.
Right back to the tough spot. Dexter into the fire again.
Yeah.
He takes that chance. And luckily for him, goes unpunished, instantly peels away.
Nothing more frustrating for Dexter than not being able to be aggressive in these plays. So let's see if he can transpose into a new idea or if this will be a slow death for Heroic as the Mongols start to creep up on both sides of B.
Oh, but they're going to double inside of the dark room. If they fight Senzu and Mzinho with this A main push that's slowly coming, but as he turns to throw a nade, he falls and both will die. Senzu is the sharpest.
Let's send it to another OT. 2 on 5, I don't think so, Heroic.
Simply the best rifle in the server on Anubis.
And that's another moment that they catch the B players' utility out as they put pressure on from one choke point. They come in from another. Running in dry to E-Box, not trying to play that off a flash and double swing.
Numbers disadvantage retake happened last round. Mongol's gonna be damn sure it won't happen again. 9-10 to close this.
Crazy.
Screw the one whiff. We go OT2.
There's your star. Massive moves from Senzu. Couldn't even create the 3-on-4 retake that Kicksan found himself in last round. The amount of time they get caught because they try to hold utility too long. That's why you can't wait the full 15 seconds and 3 seconds of dissipation. You've got to preemptively smoke it because teams like MongolZ are looking for those timings.
For a team like MongolZ to rise through the world rankings to now nearly touching the very top, you're damn right that they are making the most of the minute. And with some of those nasty timings they peel off in overtime in order to push us to OT2, I have no doubt this war machine well-oiled. And the sharpened blades of Senzu and 9-10 lead this charge. Credit where it's due, Kicksan called a great T-side to keep them in this. But the Mongols will hunt you down.
We're watching some top-tier Anubis from a team like Heroic, who are trying to shed their old reputation, and the Mongols, who are trying to prove that they're the new generation.
Ooh, he sticks a
What? Shush from the bottom.
No way.
He was blind.
We have to see that from his POV.
Somehow discovers the trade.
Degster legged the T to peak, and Shush just pushed it over the edge. And then we go into the B main fight. Heroic looking to maybe get off of a bomb site that they have so consistently lost. When the Mongols get a chance to exec in, Techno, oh, he's able to catch the flank at the same time. Senzu finds his.
Crushed on all fronts.
Heroic trying to remain adamant, looking to stay active to make a move. Despite a 5v4, the CTs just made an attack on both perimeters of the map, and that has left them stranded 2v4.
One was waited for, and then the other they ran back to make sure that no one had pushed. The Mongols knew exactly what Heroic were going to try to do here, and they could have lost on one front, and if they did, we'd have a real round. Instead, we've got a 2-on-4 where both players alive are on the wrong site, and the Mongols have a chance to get back into the lead.
Bomb has been planted.
5v4 for Heroic to kick off this round. We are well out of prep at this point.
Almost feels like a mistake forced by how convincingly Mongols were able to take that B site when Heroic didn't get active enough. 2 rounds in the first overtime. We see that defense fall with nothing to show. So the defense tries to get aggressive. And you meet your maker in Senzu. Nearly touching 30 kills alongside 9-10. Degster never goes down easy. 2 survive here for Heroic, same for Mongols. Cannot be understated. That was a 5v4 to the Heroic favor. Lost.
Heroic set themselves up for a great chance to win in OT1. Have they given Mongols too much time to think? And when will Senzu and 9-10 slow down?
If.
They are aging like wine in this series so far.
Shush looking for it early. Oh man, he zones him, but Mzinho's got positioning behind that fire.
Both can't see a thing.
Headshot connects for the Mongols player. And Heroic off of the back foot, watching this T-side start to walk away with an advantage that we don't know if they can afford. And as Shush peeks in and sees one player in Mzinho, he doesn't know that yet again it is all of the Mongols ready to rock, and Degster completely outnumbered. Smoke in front of him, he lands a shot, but no, it's through the rocks, and it doesn't deal anything lethal.
Oh my God,
it doesn't hold them back.
These are the kind of plays that got Heroic so much. A very simple T-side. It starts with Mzinho winning his duel. He's also 21-14, right? This looked incredibly top-heavy from 2 players. That's still the case on Heroic, but now Mzinho joins the fray for the Mongols. And I thought in regulation it was going to be his duels on A main that were going to make the biggest difference. Here he finally gets one post-regulation versus Shush outside the baskets after it's Shush's aggressive play.
That's a kill that brings it back.
That's true.
We are in OT after all.
Yeah, they already saved last round, but it's just the amount of time left over.
Gotta let it slide. You can see that 1 kill starts to take a confident Mongols player who is departing right back to the site. For a second, they're nervous, but so be it. It's solidified. 17-15. Mongols 2 rounds from a win, putting Heroic into the same place that the Mongols faced in OT1.
That's
going
right.
down 0-2 on a CT side of a map that has been all about the offense since the start of regulation.
They're looking for one at the tail end. The IGLs are tied on frags. The anchors leaning toward Mzinho. The stars leaning towards Mongols.
Mongols now, again, as you just alluded to it, they have their 3rd piece, and that isn't quite the same case for Heroic. We see Shush try to take up that responsibility, get into the fight right in the opening moments of 1 round to go. Dies for his efforts. There's a triple op on the field for MongolZ.
MZio wins again. Triple op?
Out of the spawn. I guess they have
some. Yeah, guns down. 3rd round of OT. So they just wanted to go for a pick play. And here they get MZio, who finds 1 trade, but now both anchors go down.
Using that extra cash. Can't bring it with you to the next half. Swap back to the AKs. Dexter awaits his target in the middle. He's got a teammate to try and slide up along this wall, but these are the 2 players you want in this position. This is the firepower of Heroic, finding 1 while blind. We've got support from camera as well, but as they overstep into the waiting crosshair of Blitz, we go 3v3.
That was something of a timing shot, wasn't it, from Dexter? Looked like he was still blind.
Can he do it again? Because he's got 2 Ts on the approach. He puts 1 in front of him. He lands that, but Blitz is going to use it as a ticket to crunch. Down into the A site they'll go. No resistance for MongolZ.
Blitz sees nothing. He's actually running in, but there's a smoke. Surely he can't make anything of this.
Chasing all the way.
Oh.
Found out by the storage push. Dexter trying to just be hot on their heels. It's a clean sweep in the 2nd OT. The MongolZ 3 chances to force Ancient.
And MongolZ want a 3rd map. They're here to try to earn it. Yes, they gave up a lead in regulation, but look what they're proving in overtime. In Shanghai, already made history with the deepest run a nation team has ever made at a major. But that's just within the stage. That's by just a series. Looking to 3-0 for playoffs is what's on their mind at the moment. Going out in elimination would be an absolute disaster at this point. And they already know that they can beat Heroic. Now they have to prove it versus the biggest crowd so far. And we see MZio gaming. Let's see if Kixan has another flawless comeback in him.
Looking to sink their teeth into an A site early, but you are stepping forward to one of the most improved players of this map. As time goes on, MZio simply getting better. He's at the front of this, and that utility damage is great. Oh no! Nerds comes through, and the nade's got his name on it. Kixan is ahead of the smoke. And as he tries to press up along that wall, this is everything for Heroic. This is all they've got left to fight with. And they go 2v2.
2v2, best chance for the MongolZ. 910 takes a lot of damage, but look at the open sight. They're running for it.
This is a huge rotation over. I said oh no on that approach because there was a T frag grenade that gets bumbled up inside of the execute. All that nade damage, some of it at least, was team damage.
The MongolZ are just chasing ghosts. They just think there's someone still here. Retake very much on. Here's the chance.
Heroic go from nearly tripping over their own 2 feet to sprinting into a vacant B-bomb site.
Shush is taking a risk. He's pushing Temple.
Not all the way. Just remains close on door. Techno makes sound, and that's an invite for the swing. Not the best performance from Shush, but when push comes to shove, he makes the difference. And it was Kixan with a 3K inside of the A site as his teammates fell around him. As the MongolZ stand on the finish line, he brings them back by just an inch. But that A hit was sloppy.
It was. There was nothing that stood out about this call like we saw from the T-side comeback in regulation. This one is way more scrimmy, and that was the case for the MongolZ too last half. That's because we're way out of prep, and now it's just about catching people slightly off guard every round. It's about individual plays like that, but that's what it's going to be on Kixan's teams. He is going to have a round like that every once in a while, and it is going to get messy when you play this many rounds of CS versus a team that you'd understand.
Looks like they want another piece of that A site. Despite their opening struggles, MZ chucks a nade in, but they are able to just instantly clamp down on the entry, and there is a zero resistance from here on out. From 0 to 100, Nerds even sending one through smoke. How dare you think about the retake?
Yeah, they said, why not? Let's try it. There's no chance we'll pull this retake off 4v5.
2 full overtimes at least. And your measly saves not allowed in the face of a heroic rebound. And now it is Kixan to kick it up a notch.
What a sick game of CS. When does it all end?
We praise the Mongols 3-piece, heroic bringing one more to the table because it's not just the calls of Kixan, offering up kills too.
MZ has got to be so frustrated right there. Now the thing was, he was about to nade his smoke open and check. And there was not a single player there to help him. This would have been a great round. 9-10 playing behind him, right? In this spot, with the affinity that Heroic have had for this side of the map. He goes unsupported and thinks he's safe because of his smoke. But again, you cannot trust smokes in this game. Not like that.
Morrow with a chance.
They did great off his last tack pause.
That they did, but they didn't have a buy like this.
Oh.
A Desert Eagle and 2 MP9s.
Ooh, because saves got punished.
If only they could have had the cash of that triple up setup from 1 half ago.
Yeah. Now this is around, let's see, Heroic, do they want to go in? I mean, they could read the money, probably. They could read the money, probably, if they wanted to test MZ again.
You'd have to be a hell of a man to try and flex that risk and force the issue. And it's incendiaries on every part of the map.
What was crazy last time was the call from Kixan so quick when they had an economic advantage. This time it's a slower default.
Reality is sinking in. You have nearly swept back this second OT. You've got a player stuck in behind this bomb site, and you've even softened him up for Dagster.
Gotta pay attention to where that op's coming in from, and it's playing with MZ over on that side of the map. That walkout's happened, but at this point, Heroic are not gonna go for that right now.
CT's trying to hang on for this information in main. They will indeed take it over.
This is where we've seen the late mids. And if it's not going to be that, and they want to just go for the B split,
oh man,
yeah, CT's in a line.
Senzu in the middle.
No one in E-box.
Senzu is the core. Good flash, blinds both. Techno's SMG, give it a chance to swing in and thrive. Nertz's trade's there, but what about the numbers? When does Blitz strike, and how many does the rifle get? Again, 1.5. Deagle to the back, in the middle of the pack. Dexter clips him, and Heroic looking to have called a sweep back of the T side. MZ swings in with a double, and now it's an advantage onto Dexter. The Destroyer moves forward, and they manage to close it. On to Ancient we go.
Yeah, we are going to Ancient only just. I'll tell you what, that mentality of the Mongols that we've talked about throughout the broadcast, it cuts both ways. Remember, they were 12-7 up, but that's the type of map I've seen them historically lose, Blair. So, I mean, you know, be grateful for small mercy.
That's Counter-Strike right there, Richard. That's high-octane CS right there. Are you not crying, rejoicing, just having a ball of a time?
Just you.
Maybe just me. But what a game. What a game that was, honestly. And I think if you're Heroic, you're going to feel a little hard put right there. What a masterclass from Kixan in the second half, the calling coming out from him. Because this looked done. It was, I believe, what, 9-1, like 9-2, whatever the first half right there. Mongols in complete control. 9-10 and Senzu just eating Heroic for lunch, and then somehow Heroic showing crazy resilience, turning it around.
Yep. Yeah, it was absolutely an incredible comeback from Heroic, and it was a clinic on the T side, just calm, composed, right, abusing the rotations, taking advantage of the Mongols, and then also sprinkle in a couple of set calls, right, to change the pace. Site executes, everything worked tremendously well for Heroic, and you were thinking, okay, now this is their game to lose, especially with how some of the clutches were going.
It really felt they were in the ascendancy, and I thought we were going to see another, you know, bowl of Mongolian crumble there with heaped with custard and sprinkles. But we didn't get that. And like I say, that's the thing, I think, that's the big takeaway for me. Like, if you're the Mongols, you know, you've lost your first map, right? Your pick. You've somehow battled back after it looked really diabolically poor. It looked like you'd essentially choked. And now you go into Ancient. You know you can beat this team. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they've dodged one here. Maybe we're actually going to see what the Mongols can do.
I just feel like if you look at this entire map from, you know, from beginning to end, Heroic were the better team. Heroic were the better team. Even though it was, you know, looking into comeback, the calling, some of the individual plays coming out from them, the teamwork as well. But Mongols were bailed out of some unwinnable rounds by the Heroics of Senzu and 910. Absolutely. But in the end, I won't lie. I'm with you on that boat, Rich. I thought Mongols were gonna absolutely choke this one. Heroic going to run away with it. But in the end, again, the Heroics pulling off a retake, which really shouldn't have happened.
And there was a key aspect to that. I mean, sure, you can see Senzu top of the scoreboard, but Mzinho, he started out like a little bit cold. He wasn't needed, you know, when you went at 9-3 up or whatever it was. But then, like, he sort of went absent, but he started to come back into it in those later rounds and started delivering on his promise. But of course, all about this guy here. He did enough to get his team over the finish line.
The triple-double from Senzu in this one. But yeah, I think what's worrisome for the Mongols is, you know, some of the issues we've seen before have come to rear their ugly face in this game too. I mean, losing clutches with advantages, losing a 4v3 in overtime, losing a 4v2 in the last round of regulation. I mean, when you were already on match point, just being a bit too eager, too impatient to end the game, to win the round, just because you have a man advantage. You shouldn't forget, you know, the situation in the round. In that 4v2 on B, Dexter is still alive. Obviously, the Opera 910 goes for a peek from platform towards B main. It's like, why are you doing when this guy is still alive? Like, you know, like, it's unnecessary plays. Blitz on the flank, then in a 3v2 gets punished by Dexter. The bomb is in the site this whole time. The Mongols have the bomb. Like, there's no reason for you to be pushing the envelope, and too many times they got punished by Heroic in these situations.
I feel like for these players individually, you could see some of the rounds, which we'll probably take a look at as well, the 2v5s, the 2v4s that comes out. They win these rounds by taking those peaks, right? Because that's when you take the peak. That's when you're in the man disadvantageous position. You can't play safe and just get, you know, wrapped around by the retake. Instead, you got to go for this aggressive plays. But yes, in the man advantageous situations, play the bomb. Just play the bomb. And yeah, that's where I feel made these big mistakes.
Yeah, here's the 3v5 situation, you know, that you were talking about, actually the 2v5 in round number 6. And it is 910 and Techno, which I think is very important because it's the two guys that didn't really show up to the same extent on Mirage as we expected, or as they did against MongolZ. And this is just, you know, also a pretty poor round from Heroic. They're just letting the advantages slip away. Right in the end, 910 in a 1v1 situation closes it out.
Yeah, but even closing it out, like, sure, you hit these shots. Another round right here from 910. Listen, some great combat optic coming out. And in scenarios like this, you need to take this fight. You need to somehow try and wrest the advantage back in your team situation. It just, when it comes to these, I don't know, these post plans, or Yanko pointed out that one round when you have the bomb down at your feet into 4 versus 2, just play the numbers, guys. Play the time. The bomb is down. It's your ally. You got to play it more correctly. But thankfully for them, they managed to still clinch it out.
Yeah, well, look, you know, those mistakes. The one thing I would say about Mongols is, up until this point, they've been playing very clean Counter-Strike. Like, they are beating the teams they beat clean. They're not making a lot of mistakes. They've got a very aggressive in-your-face style on the T side, which is what makes them so good to watch. Today, they have made a lot of mistakes, a lot of silly errors, the type of error you don't usually get away with at the highest level of Counter-Strike. Right now, in this series, they are getting away with it. That's the good news.
Yeah, well, it is. And also for Heroic, you're wondering, was this the kill shot, you know, that you just missed? And now you're going to go to Ancient, right? Which, sure, in that best of 5, Heroic had a comfortable win on that map, but you know, this is a good map. This whole map pool, these are good maps for both teams, right? There's no really big favorite team on any of the map. Both teams have the opportunities on it, so that's what it will come down to. And we've seen both teams be a little bit messy. on Anubis at different times, especially these rounds where you already have not even one man, a two-man or a three-man advantage. So you're hoping that they'll be able to both tighten up, right, going into Ancient.
I mean, it just even if you look back to that best of 5 they had in Berlin, they did, you know, exchange their opponent's map picks right there, right? So right now heading to Ancient, Heroic absolutely did have MongolZ's number. It's a map Heroic are very comfortable on. But apart from that loss that MongolZ had to Heroic, they've won almost all their Ancients after that against some very solid teams as well.
And it's one thing, Richard, to ride the momentum, you know, and play well, more so in the case of the Mongols than Heroic. But I think it goes without saying, most likely, this is the best opportunity for either of these teams to make the playoffs. With how some of the other games have been going, so many of the teams we have favored to win the whole tournament. Vitality is the only one who took care of business. Still alive is MongolZ, G2, Spirit,
you do
NAVI.
not want to miss this opportunity.
Like, you'd much rather play MongolZ or Heroic on one map for that spot. So this really is like, give it all that you have, make sure that you're concentrated at every single moment of this game and try to take advantage of this opportunity.
I 100% agree. I feel like they should not be playing with the mentality that they have that buffer of 2 more opportunities remaining, right? Because it can get in your head, you're like, yeah, we still have a couple of chances. But as Yanko said, even if we look for the side of MongolZ, sure, you bit G2 and MongolZ right there, but FaZe is there. You know, NAVI could wake up anytime. Spirit, sure, you beat them once upon a time, but they're looking dangerous again here today. You got to go for the killing blow for both the teams.
Now, look, I don't do predictions because they're kind of worthless, right? Because
And why are you doing it now?
We're not clairvoyants, but I'm going to ask you, are Mongols going to do it? Are they going to take this one home?
Fuck it, yeah.
Yeah, all right. We ride. What about you?
I think Heroic looked more polished. And I think that's going to continue into the next map. I think they win 2-1.
All right, the house divided. I appreciate it. All right, we are going to go to the break. When we come back, we'll be straight into the action. It's the decider, the last map of the day. Are Mongols going to propel Asian CS into the top 8, or are Heroic going to defy the doubters? We'll find out in a few moments.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. My name is Paul, and I'm currently sat with Tessis of Heroic. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. Happy with how it went in the first stage of the RMR. So.
Yeah, talk a bit about your run going through the RMR.
If you look at the paper, we didn't really have the toughest opponents. Like we should, no matter what, we should kind of make it through, and we did, and just happy for that. I think we could have shown a better level, but let's just hope that we're playing ourselves into the tournament and we'll show a better level the next stage.
Was it your expectation coming into the major that you would get straight through to the elimination stage, or where was the team's head at prior to the tournament?
Yeah, well, I think we came in with a lot of confidence from the previous tournaments we have played. We made some deep runs in the previous ones, and also practice has been going pretty well. So in that case, we were kind of certain that something has to go really wrong for us not to qualify. But you never really know with RMRs. It's always everyone is feeling 10 times more pressure, and sometimes just kind of choking a bit. But at least I'm happy with how it turned out, and
going into the elimination stage. Like we already in the beginning of the season, we kind of set a clear goal of some results that we really want, and a playoff in the major is something that we are aiming really high for. And
what do you think about you and the team's chances here going into the elimination stage? What kind of placement are you looking to get? Of course, firstly, but
yeah,
some thoughts on that, how far you guys can go.
If I have to look at it like really objectively and not like be kind of biased, I would say anything is kind of up for the grabs right now. Like with how the state is of CS right now, I've also seen many interviews where players kind of say the same. It's kind of in shambles. Like anyone can win against anyone, and if you get the right day, like you will win. And if all your individuals is firing up and the other team is not, then you're just gonna win. What I'm hoping for, and kind of what everyone is kind of aiming at, and all we can do and all we can control is to just have the best chance every single day to be there and perform at your highest level. That's a big work, of course, and you have to do a lot of things to get to there. But at least I believe that we have really good chances to go like really far, semi-final place, final place.
Tessus, you've been a part of Heroic for a long time. You've seen a lot of players come in and out. What can you tell us about the current lineup? You know, what it's like being on the team as it currently stands?
Yeah, well, the current lineup is definitely much different from what I've been used to in the past, and it's not even for the worse. I like it a lot here, and really appreciate the teammates I have now, and it really feels like a team that's tied together in some way, and like everyone is able to be themselves and kind of perform the way they want to, and how they are how they want to be. And sometimes we have a lot of struggles, like we kind of just put the emotions like out of it and try to find the right way of moving forward, and that's like all we have done this year, and it has really put us in a position where we're actually able to perform really on a high level. And now we're just seeing it at the end of this year, but hopefully for next year it's going to be a lot better. But also, like as you say, the Heroic has gone through a few changes now over the years while I've been here. Like it's so much up and down, but I've kind of feel like now that, okay, now we went international and it's kind of a permanent move, and now I can like focus my mind on that.
Wicked. Well, Tessus, it's been great to chat. Thank you so much for your time. Very excited to see what you guys do. Congratulations again on making the elimination stage. Anything you'd like to say to the fans watching from home?
Well, I hope everyone here in China will show up in big numbers at the games, and I cannot wait to come and play for you, and hopefully also the people that are not able here to come will still enjoy the games.
Nice one, bro.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and best of luck.
One step closer to jumping into the final map between the MongolZ and Heroic, with a major playoffs berth on the line. Mohan, I think I speak for everybody watching when I say, please just give me 24 more rounds of what we had on Anubis.
Honestly, like, it should come. The thing is, I'd say objectively right now, Heroic are the better team in terms of their match history on this map. They're also the better team in their head-to-head, as they kind of easily won their game last time versus the MongolZ. I think they would have loved to save a head-to-head for a match like this, considering the groundswell they made, having beaten NAVI and a bunch of other really strong teams on this map already, leading in from Rio and other tournaments in the last few months. But for the MongolZ, they've already been shaken up pretty hard. They barely got it over the line on the last map. I think even though they've got a good amount of wins and a good amount of single-digit wins, the quality of competition is just not comparable to Heroic's hit list at the moment. So I can't help but feel like MongolZ, they know they're going to be in for a very tough game. I can totally see this one going the full 24, another overtime, no problem. And I think we're blessed for that reason, because what a map of CS we got on Anubis. I don't even care who wins in this third map. They both had clearly deserved to be here. They're both perfect in terms of a matchup for each other. I think Heroic have proved that they have been top tier in this stage of the major. MongolZ too, after coming through, beating MongolZ and G2 to get to this point, peaking at the right time, going head-to-head has been just supernova performance from both sides. Just, I mean, at a game that was impossible to call. Who was getting better? Who was better towards the end?
And who was going to get better as the game went on. And to me, you know, the one name that really jumps off the page that I love to see, despite a couple strugglesome rounds, as, again, second overtime came through, MZinho.
Yeah.
Right? We were talking about Senzu in 9-10 as the Sabres at the head, and then that third piece truly made a difference. In a formula for Heroic where we saw each individual give us a round or two, there was just a certain consistency from MZinho as that game went on. But it's two big matchups in the span of a month with a lot on the line. One of them for a trophy hoist, picked up by the MongolZ in a best-of-5, but even that BO5 featured a win on Ancient for Heroic. Now this time it is major playoffs at the first Asian major in Counter-Strike history. The MongolZ have to do the unthinkable and show us a flawless run and a stark improvement. Because if there's any team out there who's proved it, it's actually Heroic who has their number.
Yeah, let's leave it all out there, guys. 40 put on a show. Everybody's tuned in for this match. The full attention is here, the maximum amount of pressure. Every kill, every mistake. You can't rely on your teammates to get the trades. And look what happens on this round. A full A stack countered by a full B play. MongolZ showing that they thought about this game all the way into the third map. They got an open sight and so much time already burning off the clock.
Where's the defense? Where are the CTs? Adamant about some kind of an A play, you get absolutely nothing, and we're talking 5v5 retake into the mix. They'll go, Kixon hanging onto the kit. Things could get explosive, or they're going to get entirely shut down. It's what it seemed to be happening until TessS answers with a double, but his teammate's incredibly low, and both of them are now already corralled with pressure from ramp, pressure from cave, and a player to be known back lane. TessS has to go forward. This is a 2v5, nearly equaled out 1v1 clutch for the MongolZ as they'll push the pistol over the line and take first blood on Ancient.
Yeah, good amount of kills came as quickly as possible, but because MongolZ were so quick about their attack, there was really no recourse there for Heroic. Ultimately, they knew they were in a losing spot, that they have been had by this play out of spawn without seeing the map at all. And again, it's a moment of perfect preparation here as the MongolZ take the first round.
There was a smoke grenade in that replay that we see just kind of sent to the moon. Not sure who threw it, who got frazzled, how it could have helped, but when rounds come down to 1v1s, you hate to see it. Straight out into the mid extension, climbing up is MZinho. Blitz will hang on to the mid control, the two of them just established, but there's a lot of bodies out there, notably towards Donut. Red Room smoke's about to fade, and at that point, Kixan will see there's nobody down there. He only got a glimpse, though, because instantly re-smoked. As now we're talking about a MongolZ that even has cave positioning with a bomb looking to go join them. So B very clearly the intended target in back-to-back rounds. If Dexter's scout was able to do anything, that'd help. He enters map 3 with a 1.32 rating on the series. Found a bit more consistency as Anubis went on and was the star on Mirage for the blowout.
CT is all getting into these rotator spots, and Bomb can't watch this just yet. Okay, Blitz checks it. And now it should be a calm situation.
Yeah, smokes in the faces of the CT side. Trying to send some pistol shots through. They do indeed get a dink or two, but nothing thereafter. So the MongolZ conversion, clean as you could ask.
You can let them have the whole perimeter. I mean, even though they rotated over at the right time, the thought was A again. So, you know, game plan right now, definitely leaning MongolZ. And that's why I was saying, you know, if Heroic had all of those wins, and then played MongolZ for the first time here on Ancient, then I would have said, okay, they should smash them, actually, you know? Because, again, the quality of teams and the practice and where they're at. But now that they played them once, they've just given them such important information. We'll see if MongolZ can use that to make the, I'm going to call it an upset, happen, even though it's almost ironic because they actually, MongolZ won the series, but this map in particular was one where it looked like they were going to lose the entire series, the first one. All right, Bai's not getting any better here for Heroic. Let's see if Kixan can call the stack that Blitz can't sniff out.
So far, nothing Heroic have to offer has really deterred MongolZ from taking this opening mid control. Nerds will hang on to the full bar of health as yet again MongolZ establish a bit of cave control. You're getting the smoke grenades out. You're figuring out the positioning. CTs with a couple of smoke grenades and, of course, one of them only inside of this B site. So if you're just looking to stave off any kind of cave commitment, TeSS forced to throw it down as the molly pops. Effectively burning down that clock is Heroic. Get it down to the wire. Force these Ts to step into that scout of Degster.
Now they're playing with the time control here. 40 seconds with everybody lodged into great spots. Put so much pressure on the next person to be spotted.
Oh, this right here, but oh, he falls back.
No kill, however, 30 seconds.
Yeah, but now that scout's so low. MP9 in front of it, one and done. Easy transition for Blitz because of the early damage. Degster trying to stare at that smoke grenade as it comes flying from the heavens.
Techno not speeding up. He'll have a push in from behind.
Yeah, he'll deal with one half of it. Second half just as smooth. Deagle's going to trade him out effectively, but at this point, it's bombed down for the Mongols. And a 3v1 inside of the cave. Kixan down for the count. The MongolZ pistol converts for the 3-0 start.
It's well handled in the end. Degster moving is also, it's just, the thing is that how many times have we seen the site holder on Heroic move at the last second versus an exec? It's because MongolZ are sending them so many signals to use their counter utility to get out of their spot that they're dislodging them at the right moment. Sometimes it's a frame perfect situation. The amount of times they set up Senzu to take over E-Box and get 2 kills. It's not a coincidence with it happening so many times.
Not a flaw of Heroic, but rather a feature of the MongolZ. Blitz into middle, despite that burst of utility thrown forth by Heroic, the first time they can deter them from mid-control out of the gate. And yet Blitz doesn't seem too afraid of it. Doesn't shy away.
Really got to pay attention to TeSS in this match, playing Cave, the guy who plays E-Box.
Degster too.
CT. Shots missed here from Degster.
So again, just a quick move from MongolZ into the B bomb site. Luckily for Heroic, they will successfully hold back one half of the map, but it's just an open invitation for the MongolZ to sink their teeth deep into the flesh of a B hit, round and round again. Degster, the best piece of Heroic so far in this series, is getting trounced inside this B site. Empty-handed scout round last round, and nothing to show with the op this time around either.
The highs and lows of Degster, right? That's what I was saying after the first map. It's like, I would love to believe that this was going to be the series where he shows the consistency that he hasn't been doing on Heroic, but honestly, the consistent piece to the puzzle is Nerds. Degster has peaks and valleys, and sometimes those valleys are just a little bit wider, you know? And I think, unfortunately, we're not in a position in terms of his average consistency where you can expect 2 good maps in a row, 2 good maps out of a series that are lights out. And while map 1 was a statement, here we are after Anubis, 9-10, the one to really soak up all the attention on the scope. And his plays are going to be critical, and his shots are going to be noticed, whether they hit or not.
Not the sort of buy that's going to inspire you to believe that Heroic CT side starts now. Anubis was an absolute tale of T sides. 9-3, T half was what Heroic had to bounce back from. No strangers to the sinking feeling of a first half slipping through your hands.
They really can't let MongolZ take map control like this. I say it now because it's not the round where they're expected to stop them.
So Shush will stop them. Takes the fight right to them.
There we go.
With the limited weaponry that Heroic handle, that M4 almost picked back up, but if anything, it's just the coffin of Nertz in the end. Trying to extend down to grab the gun. The bomb doubles back. Oh, great wallbang damage coming out of Tessus, being an absolute nuisance for this fading mid-control of MongolZ. The 3 players that are left, one of which tagged, will head elsewhere.
We're going to look for his rain impression in this spot again.
For the first time, they're going to take this bomb towards A. For the first time, Dexter finds himself alone, but he does find himself at a key piece of a site yet again. And it all comes down to whether he gets the first one. 9-10 clears him off the pedestal, and he will find no ability to hold them back off A. And with no teammates nearby, this is the MongolZ to most certainly put down bomb. You can see Heroic tempered as they try to step closer to this site. There's a bit of a hope here for Kixan. He finds the MP9 kill at a distance, jumps in with the SMG and gets a second, taps the bomb while the T's smoked. That Molotov gives Senzu
a
sense of confidence.
Kixan has time to actually find this kill. Senzu needs to peel back. He does. And now Kixan can't read this. He's thinking, no way he pushed all the way out. So smart from Senzu.
Yeah, played perfectly.
Oh, and now with no kit, surely
no chance.
He's got to get away from this. Senzu will come take one last glance as he gets out of there. Wow.
Kixan saw Snax's clutch earlier today. Knew that you could play Ring Around the Rosie. But Senzu's got other ideas. One step further. Bails to mid, locks the 5th in for the MongolZ.
So what we saw the last round was one where you're forced to give up mid-control. You can come back in late after nades are established, but you don't have the resources to fight back early on. But if they let MongolZ have Blitz get out of elbow in that same way in some of these following rounds, they'll have it used against them. Heroic know this. I'm sure they're going to look to challenge. Again, waiting for the delayed swing. And they'll take over elbow. No Techno running over heaven from B lane that easily.
Easiest shot you could hope for.
That's a big mistake.
9-10's not there for the instant trade. We got a battle of the Oppers queued up for the A hit.
He was setting up a boost and he was just standing out way too wide. He was looking down for the dot. He's like, where's the dot?
Lethal error.
It's a small gift here for Heroic.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make the most of it. Nothing's a guarantee. Techno trying to line that up as smoke pops, but we're down to 40 seconds. They've not been able to get up into cave. We've got this bolstered B defense.
It's gonna be a flick.
Dexter sees a couple bodies out in middle, so a bit of an ambiguity as to where this bomb's to head. It's fine, Heroic man advantage. They can just lean back into the site. These 3 CTs looking to maybe keep a bit of pressure on the ramp.
Look at the window timing.
Love the push. It's gonna catch them off. Shush down into the action. 9-10's health bar goes too low.
Nertz.
No multi-frag potential on that one. Sure, Nertz will get caught out in CT spawn, but you think still it's done and dusted. Techno moving forward, swept away by Kixan, who takes up the fight at the bottom of the ramp, and it is indeed Heroic with their first round win, 6 rounds deep.
And we know it's not a sustainable way to win. Obviously, a mistake like that won't happen every day, but you'll take the opportunity when you find it. And the ideas were good. Again, establishing a mid pushes the fights to the extremities. That's why Dexter is warranted a chance at this kill in the first place. And then they even, with that, have a very strong B lane push where the rest of the map is still well supported. Not always going to win either of these fights. Today, they win both, and that's why Heroic have so many players at the end of the round. But this map with money always starts in mid.
Mongols clearly know it.
Now, there became a point in the meta where there was so much B lane control from just easy CT utility that teams started rushing A, and there are some setups where teams leave A wide open. I really don't like to see that. Virtus.pro do that a ton. It really works because B rushes are now powerful again, but at the same time, A is not simply that easy to retake with the right amount of utility down. Now here's that A lean, but it'll be a little slower.
Oh, Nerds locking into the corner.
They're looking to walk.
Yo, 2 backs, 3 backs turned! Oh! AK barrel to the back of the heads. Flushed as they try to walk out mid.
That is a dream lineup. That is a dream lineup and a dream setup that Heroic were ready for. The first time he's lodged himself in there. And they line up like Pac-Man to get killed.
Olama! Man, that takes wind out of the sails too, doesn't it? Look at the buy that now Mongols are going to limp into this one with. You said it, the control starts with mid. They went for it, as they have been adamant.
When you have money. As Walter White said, never give up control.
Well, they do this round. They leave A pretty much clear for the taking.
Yes, Dexter's a little late to this. He can die. He's got to be careful, man.
Oh, man, tries to go for a Hail Mary shot, doesn't land.
Now, this isn't a lost position, but it is a scary moment.
They could open up that smoke, try to expose somebody for the plant, and worst case, if the smokes fade, you'd think Planter could be doomed. They will find the headshot, but honestly, give it over. If Techno puts the bomb down, you're not mad about that.
Nerds, Tesses, 2 smokes left over.
Couple of flashbangs for the Temple fight, and Mzinho goes right in. Takes the one, Tesses dead. Kixan to pick up the mantle. Shadow advantage gives way to the follow-up peek. Mzinho maybe getting a little antsy, but they're trying to get an edge. They're trying to get that man advantage as bombs beyond the halfway point. Smoke comes down towards main. Beautiful lineup for 9-10. And Senzu in behind Big Box has got cover. Look at it go. All the kills quickly for the Mongols. Dexter's shot, send a message, but it's Mongols to win the round.
Yes, Blitz may die. We'll see. 100 HP down to 13 as he saves the one gun. Don't know if the op is recoverable. If there was one, Dexter stays alive. Heroic sit on 2 rounds still, but this is the A play I'm talking about. That timing's been opened up. At least there is a donut player, but the important point about that is there is such a big difference between being at the back of donut and being right where the signpost is. If you can fight them right where the signpost is, that's where you get 2-3K lineups. Okay, but that's being half committed to the A site, not being half committed to mid.
Oh, missed boost. Teammates dink, damage good. Into the fire goes Blitz. Not gonna happen twice on his watch. But Nertz, surviving the headshot with 6 points of HP, pulls back into the instant leave. And we've got a whole pack of Mongols players ready to charge their way up ramp. Once that smoke fades, everybody joins them. Techno's got the info already.
Yeah, they know they're worried, though, about the B site.
Healthy util for the exec.
Got the default molly.
Kixan tries to throw himself into the middle of that smoke, hoping that maybe respect his, but no, sir. Mac 10 straight tears him. And Techno now looking for that cave presence as the Mongols are hoping to completely bottom out Heroic's money. It's a lineup as they walk into the cave fight. Techno recovers it. Look at the damage. Oh, 2 of the Mongols members down low. Nertz is in the same boat, so Dexter tries to pick up the mantle. One of those bullets hits one in the leg, and Dexter given a chance. 2 kills into this retake. Senzu up along the wall of the ramp. He holds, deals with Nertz, and gets himself the second. It's laser beams from the Mongols beam.
And you want Senzu to be consistent. That's the star of the day here in this series.
Back-to-back maps. Lights out action on Anubis. Dexter given a gift in the clearing of 9-10. Those HP bars low. But a headshot makes the difference.
Another clutch for the Mongols. Another clutch for Senzu. The prep from the Mongols in this game has been astonishing. Even though mid can be so hard to win, Blitz was very happy to just go down in material, one player on each side, make it a 4v4 and leave it up to his team. He knew they were going to be fighting that hard. Even 9-10 just looking for a glimpse.
Senzu better be careful. Yeah, quick to jump on top of him, Tesses.
It might be worth them trying to fight this. They just don't know exactly where Techno's got off to. And there are a lot of decisions being made all the same here. Coming out of the A site, MZinho seeing through the smoke. The utility's landing just in time. Just in time here for Heroic to slow things down. They're barely dodging these slightly different versions of reality where the contact explode comes out, the kill comes in. Perfect shoulder spotting from Tesses.
Kixan avoids that wallbang damage, but there's nobody here to hang on to cave control. And you can see the way that just peels the entire setup back for Heroic.
The best part of this round is having Nertz because they don't have to worry about the window timing.
Sure.
And he has Donut Cross. So A, they can play it very light, but as you can see, all the Heroic players have been juggled so many times, they're back lanes on CT side.
Oh, trying to boost on short side just to see anything. A glimpse.
What is it?
A glance to glory, but it's not there for it. Nertz will find MZinho in middle. That starts to add pressure to the Mongols who do commit into the bomb plant.
They're so light on grenades. Molly comes out.
Damage on the fallback, beautifully done. Dexter somehow finding a no-scope in the middle of all that, and he'll follow up to the techno frag. 9-10 though exposed to both sides of this retake. Heroic forego control of the bomb site just to rip it right back.
Now, yeah, this is the more retakeable site, and we see why. Obviously, they had to brute force it. Spam down through the smoke, op shot, no scope through the smoke.
How?
And they have a line from short side on default where there is a lot of traffic. You're going to see somebody, you have 30 bullets. That's, you know, if you want to look at that in seconds instead of ammo and damage,
okay,
you can cut off this line for 5 to 10 seconds just off spams alone. Not surprised you're going to find 1 or 2 targets that way. Heroic have the best case situation here, where the retake is so easy now because of the amount of players. Mongol sitting on 7. Their staging has been better. Their prep has been better. Heroic still have some stuff to prove.
Up into their faces goes Nertz yet again. Smoothest round for Heroics off the back of this exact elbow hold, but nobody behind it. For once, the Mongols kind of let mid breathe.
Because look at this. It's a game of resources inside of middle. Just like Heroic had to give it back to them, come in late, Mongols have no choice but to submit to the fact that they're the ones who have one idea that they can pull out this round. And they can't afford to get pummeled by utility early on. But late mid always works. You can't plant the bomb here. The longer you stay out of it as the T side, the better the chance you have of fewer targets, the better chance you have of not getting flashed or mollied. And we see that Heroic have not used this to get DB control. They have not used this to play inside of the pocket this time around. There's not even a soul in Donut. They're actually a huge mid-timing, too. I mean, they're going to hear this smoke and not know who's on the other side of it. Surprised to see Heroic take this many risks.
This smoke for Shush, man. He wishes he could hold him back.
Yeah. This is when you find outposts and you make it very hard, and it comes down to one player on the spam.
Yeah, it fades. Oh, nicely done.
About time Shush had a round.
You know, biting his tongue and not deciding to spam through when he knew damn well there's probably players on the other side. He waits for it. It does fade before they get too far. You know, there's a chance where once Mongols are into spawn, they could have just pounced beyond him.
They just needed 2 more seconds on that smoke, and it would have got a little scary.
Not the case. Shush keeps it cool.
Nice spray down. No trade back.
That was a round with a bit of investment, one they can't afford to really get back this time. It's going to be real bleak here in the final round of the half.
Wow, they actually did put everything into that.
Everything you can. What you got?
Barely came up with good guns there, so a lot rested on that idea. Heroic may have successfully recovered the half. May have.
As they did back on Anubis. Strong starts from the Mongols T side. Smoke that lands on door, but Senzu's already beyond it. No eyes on lane. For a team that's really been playing the mid-control well.
Caught off guard completely. Dexter
don't get it.
Doesn't even move.
Just takes one straight between the eyes. TeSS has to come back from cave control in that case, which does open a door for MongolZ to get closer, and they seem to be figuring that out. Slipping a player up into the cave entrance right now in Techno 4K. Bomb still sitting right behind this ramp play. Senzu's trying to do all he can to prime this commitment, but eventually the pressure back from the CTs is too much for a measly Deagle to handle, but a ramp push from Kixan could leave a door open. He makes sure to hold the line. And as he fades back into the corner of the site, the Opera caught off guard. Techno knows that he's in there. Easy pickup on Kixan. That bomb's gonna try to cross over. Shush barely has an angle, taps away to deny it, but the kills still come in, and the MongolZ have an edge. TeSS onto the op, knows that there's a cave player, swaps into the AK, they just heard that op. 24 health here for TeSS.
Timing as Mzinho knows eventually he may have to swing. Techno holding the cross.
Could be an incredible clutch as Heroic have reclaimed slowly this CT side. It's got to be the birth of something new, the renaissance for Heroic. TeSS slides in, misses the first chance, and gets split by the last two. It's 8 rounds for MongolZ on a T side.
Something that should have never happened. They got a kill, they fell back to the site. Dexter sitting dead on the angle, and unfortunately, as many kills that he's gotten, he's also been a liability. Not being aware of that angle is sort of unforgivable. Playing off short side as the Opper, as much as he had a solid half in terms of output, you can't make mistakes like that. And I say that because this is an anti-eco. And they also were a team to take advantage of mistakes that MongolZ made. They got that 3K smoke spray down from Shush. Dexter found a mistake from Mzinho on the boost earlier on in the half. But they're the ones who need to get every round they possibly can. So instead of that 7-5 scoreline, which seemed like it was going to come in, now we're 8-4 and MongolZ feel a lot better. They played solid, man. It's great. I mean, it's good to see them with this many rounds, considering their pistol, their approaches on mid, the amount of times they tricked Heroic, and how much more organized they looked in late round moments. Those site holds were incredibly messy overall from Heroic, and that's saying a lot considering the history of games Heroic have on Ancient right now. They should be the better team.
Yeah, the scalps they've taken as of late.
Yeah.
Some of the reasons you'd believe in Heroic happen here on Ancient. A pistol here for the MongolZ would feel too good to be true. Heroic skate by mid-control, up into the red room. Looking to go into a split here. 910 finds first blood in the second pistol, but he's not able to stop 2 players, and there's a third one as well soon enough to hold him back. Bomb is on Nerds, and there's no one to stop this. No donut control, but Mzinho able to peek out, soften up the planter as his teammates all succeed. Nothing has come back for Heroic. Nothing will have them believe.
They are assassins. Every single peek met with an instant headshot. Kixan
smoked on
5.
No chance. Spam in through it. Will find Mzinho, but it's 910 on the defuse. MongolZ with a golden ticket, having playoffs on the line.
That's right. CT side to look forward to. 9 rounds already. This is about not fumbling. Look at that. Perfect accuracy on nearly every front here. And even a bit of luck.
Making the most of the little they have has been a story that the MongolZ have had to employ since they started to play international CS. In that last round of the previous half, they pull it off in the server. Now they have an edge. All eyes on them.
Be careful, though.
Have to be cautious. Can't make mistakes.
They smoked themselves out of cave. This is pretty fine for Heroic.
MongolZ stay fluid elsewhere on the map. We get Blitz taking up the role of securing mid. And there really isn't another option for Heroic, so they're going to have to bank on an explosive pistol and MP9 push out into the bomb site, where 910 only has 2/3 his health. But hanging onto the corner, the first one goes by. He loses Senzu. They're ready for him. He snaps over to the ramp, and that's a beautiful headshot. He just landed on Tesses.
2-on-2 is Maz. MZino coming through this. He is
huge
really
health
fast.
advantage. They know they can take it. They'll force their way in and storm forward to double digits.
Best part about this round is getting the plant here for Heroic at least.
Counter-terrorists win.
But their investment, I don't know. I have no idea if they're going to try to do this. As we saw in that moment, even with the smoke off on Cave, they had a good chance of execing B just normally through Banana, but smoke held them back. Made them play with discipline. Third timeout coming in for Heroic. And we could talk about how great these teams are at the stage, but we have to be consistent about the conversation that you can go 2-0 up and still get eliminated. Having a perfect first day means you have the most chances, but we can point to, in recent memory, teams that have gone 2-up and haven't made it through. And unlike in the last stage, here's where all of the Lions are. NAVI, G2, MongolZ, Vitality obviously getting through. Nothing is promised after today. That's the mentality you have to have. Blitz, let's see if he can get the value out of mid on CT side that he did on T side.
Yeah, they're going to throw fire at his last known position. He wanted to hang on to it in the start of the round, but they very quickly zone him back to Donut.
MongolZ trying to prove their last attempt was a fluke.
CT is not making any mistakes here. Nobody overstepping a boundary. They have allowed for Heroic to group in numbers here on ramp. We saw Degster leave it lacking on this B site. 910 will not fall to the same folly. Senzu dead, empty, but 910 hangs on to the pillar. Finally, Degster reclaiming something on the opposite side, but every single player tethered with their teammate, and the MongolZ hang on with ease.
You can just see the confidence. Look how calm they are in all these positions. Everybody doing their job. No one scrambled, turning around, running from different positions, caught off guard at all. Immaculate CS so far from the MongolZ.
There is no fear in this play.
After barely surviving this series on Anubis.
There is no self-doubt, there is no hesitation, and there are no advantages for their counterpart in Heroic, who will continue to force their way down to the end of this brutal back and forth, this head-to-head, where both teams show stark improvements on the maps they last got blown out on. Depth is what you draw on. The learning curve of Counter-Strike is steep, and the MongolZ know it.
And now they've failed inside of middle. They just lost in B. The CTs are here to take that info back at 1:26, and suddenly they'll be aware.
They'll try a burst again. Incendiary goes down in front of it. 910 gonna keep them from being able to full-blown commit. Flash finds 4 faces.
Everyone blind.
Still Heroic, attempting to get out into the site. And Senzu sends some shot over the line. This isn't a bad opening here for Heroic, but it's gonna have to be one that comes clean. So a kill into Temple will certainly help. Pressure out through smoke for MZino. And he's not able to find that lineup. Not able to find that thread to pull on. How will they unravel this post plant? It's a kill like that. Tesses head popped, and the retake's on! Flawlessness in a retake again. A MAC-10 swings. It's Nerds with a near 3K, but it's MongolZ with a 12th and so many chances to seize their day.
Oh, just beautiful rifle work from Senzu once again. As he sees the gun in the wall, he knows what the setup is, doesn't get tunnel vision, takes the one out of the back. It's an orchestra of frags here from the MongolZ on the retake. and they touch 12 off of that beautiful retake. There isn't a bad thing to say about them. You would watch this game, go look at the match history for Heroic and wonder how they won a single game. That's how much better MongolZ are than the last time they played. Under more pressure, in front of a bigger crowd, in the most important circumstance in Asian CS history.
Taking over mid control, getting a chance at a fight. Heroic, round by round, kill by kill, just like they did on Anubis. Oh, beautiful!
Wow.
TeSS finding one. As the MongolZ hands tremble, the thought of the impossible coming to fruition, they get caught in the fallback from the front sight. It's Heroic who have been here before, but it's the MongolZ that want it now.
The smoke with the frag delays and allows them to fall back.
This is winnable. Yes, it is.
There's alert timing inside of middle. I don't know if he was spotted. MZ holding this just in case it comes back his direction. He's being careful.
Nerds keeping his head on a swivel. The bomb is now looking to join up from Donut. It would be a 3v5 to close it, a 3v5 to get into the playoffs, but they're denied by Nerds. Valuable positioning in that CT spawn held on to. Tidbits of util pressure out from Senzu. It doesn't feel like the round, but it still could be. No plans! And that's going to force TeSS to have his hands busy. Nerds will find the lurk out from middle. TeSS tries to eject back around towards B. It's an open runway to get away from the beast that is Senzu.
Can Senzu read this? There's someone to cut him off at the pass on his journey as he realizes that they have run for the hills. Nerds looking for the timing on the peak. He takes another one out. Key moment for him. 4 frags for Nerds. It was a 12-7 comeback for Heroic to get to overtime on Anubis. And they couldn't close out there. This comeback will be longer, and it will be harder. MongolZ wholly without money as they take a second timeout. They're the team that embody job not finished. No emotions besides a slight bit of excitement from Techno, maybe MZ, and no one else until the game is done.
We've always talked about how stoic the MongolZ remain, how they never show emotion. I can't wait to see if this is finally a year of hard work bursting through, or whether it's just business as usual for the MongolZ. It's an easy 4-piece for Nerds as he takes to the top of the charts, padding stats to get to 20.
Of course, they're here for one team, and that's themselves. They might be incidentally representing Asia as a whole, but they themselves are coming from a scene that has been thriving quietly for a long time and are at the pinnace of it with the best pieces. This may be to them proving what they already knew.
Nerds trying his absolute damnedest to keep the hopes afloat for Heroic. Takes up a big responsibility of getting out middle early, but it's Techno with the opening kill in what could be the final round.
Wait a second.
9-10, he's let one get past. This is great timing for Nerds. Oh, but he loses the duel!
And he doesn't see 9-10 either.
TeSS to be found out in the open ground. 9-10's gonna come at this. Oh, they are playing with conviction. They are playing with zero fear. They have 2 players to topple inside B, and they've been spotted. Everybody on high alert, a single frag away. Counter-Strike is made by its history, and in the early days of CS2, we write the first page of a new book. Asian Counter-Strike for the first time in major playoffs. Bask in the glory of the modern Mongol horde.
Yeah, and we are, and they are as well, and man, how they've earned it. I just had a feeling they battled away so hard, nearly choked on that second map, hung in there, and sometimes, if you want to be a great team, you've got to win ugly. Nothing ugly about that Ancient performance, but across the series, Heroic are probably going to feel a little bit aggrieved.
It wasn't pretty, but it was better than what Heroic had to show today. Sure. And, you know, Richard, you talked about Destiny in the pre-game segment and how these teams just don't seem to go and seize it when the opportunity is presented there for them, but it feels like the Mongols have definitely made that leap. Still undefeated in this major cycle.
Got to be said.
3-0 to go straight into the playoffs of the first major in Asia.
A tryst with Destiny, and they indeed seized it. They've made their fans proud, the country proud, the whole goddamn continent proud.
You
no one's
proud,
done this.
most importantly of all.
Obviously me, obviously, but apart from that, listen, the way they're able to mentally completely turn it around in map 3 after what was a very chaotic Anubis, honestly, I felt like Heroic would probably have the pedigree with some of the names they have on the team to be the more composed team, but no, Mongols, some incredible stuff. It never really looked close apart from maybe a couple of rounds here and there, and they have made everyone proud. They should bask in the glory and also the fashion in which it did, Rich. What a difference from Copenhagen. Look at Copenhagen, where they somehow managed to sneak through into the second stage, bombed out from there, not winning a single game after that, and now coming into the next major, making it to the playoffs without dropping a single bloody game. I take my hats off to them.
Well, I mean, look, you can understand now within a broader context, the pivotal moment in Berlin. You know, they'd had some stumbles and some sloppiness before that. Able to turn it around against this very team. They got that statement win. And you know what? They said, oh, yeah, winning. That feels good. That's kind of cool. Let's just do more of that. And when you watch, like, young players get activated, I'm not going to go too far with the hyperbole, but you remember some of the greatest teams in Counter-Strike history have had this hump to get over. Astralis had that hump to get over. Typically, they were always chokers. You know, they got to the late stages of tournaments. But once they got mentally activated, once they were able to hold their nerve in these big series, you saw how far they went. And so, for me now, I'm a believer in the Mongols. They belong in that world top 10. That's where they are. They belong in this top 8. That's where they are. And now it's just a matter of how far they can go.
Well, you say Astralis, I say Luminosity, right? Like those are the sort of the vibes that they're showing at the moment. And I think also, you know, someone would probably expect when you tell them, oh yes, an Asian team made, you know, the playoffs of the major, they would think, it must have been some help with the seeding or the brackets or the opposition. They lucked their way into it. You wouldn't have thought that a team that looked so good on the server that actually no one will want to play against in the playoffs, in reality, because they have not fluked their way to the playoffs. They have not lucked out in some of the wins that they have, even against teams of the caliber of G2 and MongolZ here in the elimination stage. So it's just so impressive that they are a legit contender at this point in time.
It's so legit, and just watching the journey of this team. You remember when they were called Checkmate back then. I remember casting some of these guys during COVID. A couple of these kids, Techno 4K and whatnot. It was like 14 and 15. They come together in IHC. Then you have Mara as the coach, right? They're slowly finding these kids who no one have ever heard of from Ulaanbaatar, from Mongolia, finding these gems where when they get picked up, all of us were like, who are these kids, right? But they're not going to do much. And then you can see them gradually kind of chip away from being that upset team. Oh, they can take down some of the Brazilian killers, taking out Furia, Pain. Now they're taking out some tier 1 teams here and there. And even this year, at the beginning, you're like, yeah, they're just a team good enough to maybe be top 15, get a few upsets, lucky if they make a deep run in the tournament, and then they've just gradually gotten better. Everyone's gotten better. It's been just an incredible journey for them.
And now we can hear from them live from Shanghai.
On the floor with Techno 4K of the MongolZ. Techno, congratulations. You and the MongolZ have made the playoffs of the Perfect World Shanghai Major. How does that sound? How does that feel?
I'm feeling really great right now, and yeah, that's it.
I think the form you guys have been in has been incredible. You've only dropped one map from the start of the tournament. How are you guys playing such good Counter-Strike?
I think we're individually, all players, everyone is here, individually is good and good firepower. Everyone says that, and or the play style is the more like the against any play style. I mean, yeah, that's the good play style. I mean, yeah, that's because of why we are playing this Counter-Strike.
Let's talk about this most recent best of 3 against Heroic. So you lost Mirage. It was your map pick. What do you think went wrong on Mirage?
I think we just a little bit counter-attacked our Mirage. They got some preparations for against us, like in the middle of middle round. They just needing con or something. Yeah, they just discussed about the play style. Them.
Going on to map 2. Map 2 was one of the craziest maps I think many of us have ever seen. So Anubis went to a double OT. It was Heroic's map pick, but you won out. What happened on Anubis?
It was really horrible game for me, but however we managed to win it. We just we got almost comeback. We got match point first, yeah, and that's unlucky, I think, yeah.
And then finally, let's talk Ancient. It seemed as though you came out of Anubis with a lot of momentum and then just ran away with the victory. From your perspective, how did Ancient go?
I think that we just found ourselves on Ancient and matched to our play styles to them. Yeah, I think that's it.
It was a wonderful best of 3 to watch, Techno. So now, Techno, with this top 8 placement, you and the Mongols are the highest ever placing all-Asian team in a Counter-Strike major. What does that mean to you, and what does it mean to the team?
It's a really meaningful thing for Asian CS, and I'm really glad to made it to playoffs, and it's an honor to be Asian, playing from the Asian region. Yeah.
And not only that, you've managed to do this at the first Asian Counter-Strike major here in Shanghai, China. Does that make it even sweeter?
I think it's a really good advantage for us because of the time zone and jet lag or something, or food, yeah. That's it.
Great. Well, I think enough from us for now. Techno, what a pleasure to chat. Congratulations once again. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home and the fans that we had cheering you on in the arena?
I will say in two languages, okay. Of course. Thanks for cheering for us and keep still cheering for us. We are not done yet, but we will go forward and keep still supporting us. Thank you. За тэгээд бид тэгээд дэмжиж байгаа бүх одоо монголчууд бүх фэнүүдтэй баярлалаа. Тэгээд дэмцээр л байгаарай. Бид хэдийн тэмцээн энэ удаагаараа дараагийн шин шалгарч чадлаа. Гэхдээ дуусаагүй цаашаа явах болно. Тийм болохоор баярлалаа. Баярлалаа.
Techno, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again, everybody. The Mongols gallop on to the top 8.
Yeah, Techno there. Thanks for that, Parla. So you heard what he said. You know, we're not done yet. And there's no reason to think that they are.
Why not?
They've had some pretty big statement wins just in this major run, let alone across the whole of 2024. The difference is now when they have a tournament and they have those teams in sequence, they're able to string things together. And so, you know, I put it this way. It's like you said, Yanko, I think. There's not going to be a lot of teams who've watched the way they've played and thought to themselves, I'd love to play MongolZ right now. We've already seen Simple tweeting like they're crazy. We've seen Fallen, always the master of harvesting engagement. He said they're playing like major winners, and, you know, so they are earning their plaudits right now, and these assessments feels kind of accurate.
Look, coming to the event, I was of the opinion that making it to the playoffs would just be a massive win already. Just making it to the playoffs, I think would very well legitimize them amongst all the rankings we've seen across HLTV, Valve rankings, whatever, however you look at it, because a lot of questions could be raised saying, are they really a top 10 team? Are they really a top 8 team? I think this has emphatically proven it. But for them, man, babe, you're there.
Yep.
Just go for it. Screw it. Like, every win you get, like, it's just going to push you further and further to pull off something truly miraculous. So just go for it.
I think also, when we saw Spirit break out at the start of the year and Donk in Katowice, right? Like, one of the arguments was, like, he's a rookie. He doesn't have any of the, you know, brain rot really when it comes on the server. He's just running around and shooting people. He's keeping it simple. He's not overthinking it, right? Mongols are one of the youngest teams that we have, and we talk about it, Richard, all the time. Counter-Strike, a mental game, a game of confidence, and they're playing with full confidence right now, and most importantly, they're playing their own game, no matter whether it's Heroic, MongolZ, G2, or Drillas, right? And that's what makes them a dangerous team, is that, you know, whoever comes in the first round, it might be a NAVI or a MongolZ again or whoever, like, they're still going to play the same, and they're not going to necessarily beat themselves. You're really going to have to play on a super high level to be able to take them down here.
I think the biggest switch up for me, having watched their ascent this year, has been firstly two things. So we got to talk about Knight and Mizzino and how their ascent has gone hand in hand with the rise of the Mongols. But also, more importantly, I feel like they never really had belief in themselves when they go up against a top 8 team, against a top 10 team, when you have Zaiwu in a server, when you have Simple or Nico in a server. But it feels like they're finally starting to believe that maybe we just might be better than some of these players we're going up against, some of these teams we're going up against. Maybe they're starting to believe.
Well, let's just ask one final question about Heroic. Kind of where are they at right now? You know, you've already said, Janko, this was kind of like the best chance. They were certainly in a commanding position at one point in that series. And the way that today's results have gone, that we'll take a look at in a moment, obviously you don't want to be down there right now. There's, you know, it's not a guarantee you're going to get an easy team for 3-1. Yeah,
just a massive disappointment for them. I mean, they had opportunities even to just win this game 2-0, right? We touched on it briefly. Did they just breathe new life into the Mongols? And apparently so. I mean, fortunately, 4-0, 5-0 start to both halves. Not even, you know, the T side was good enough to overcome that in the second half.
Yeah, it's just a lot of very big sharks swimming in the water right now for Heroic. But look, apart from Ancient, where they got completely outclassed in every aspect by Mongols, I think calling was pretty solid. Nerds and Tessus played very well as well. I think Kixon called it incredible Anubis, so they showed that they have the resilience. It feels like they're finally peaking when they really have to. They're doing that. It's just that Ancient didn't quite go their way.
It's just a problem, Richard. I would say, you know, everyone can beat everyone. That's what every single player is saying, you know, and it's all about focus. Then you look back, you saw Heroic lose 5v2 and 5v3s on Anubis. That's it. Like, that's it. You win the 1-5v2, you won the game in regulation, you're 2-0, you're in the playoffs. Now, who knows what will happen? So you can't really nail that point enough in terms of talking to the players and saying, guys, just think about the round. Like, forget about how you're feeling or the moment. Just think about what's the best for, how do we win this round? You know, what's the highest percentage play to win the round? That's all there is.
I feel sure this could have been, at least on Anubis, especially when it brought it back, it could have been the easiest way to get through to the next stage. But I think any team would be very mistaken if they believed that Heroic would be necessarily an easy opposition. I think they can still very well make it through.
Rather play than the Mongols.
I think so, man.
Right, anyway, let's take a look at today's results. This is what we've had happening today, in case you are just joining us. Pain were able to overcome Big. I got to say, you know, Big can certainly feel aggrieved. Not a great campaign for them. Vitality, they've done it. They've done the 3-0. Many thought they would by beating MIBR 2-0. FaZe against Mouse. Suddenly, Mouse are battling for their tournament life. FaZe able to overcome to go 2-1. And Liquid stopped the Fury at Juggernaut. That was really starting to get rolling with their 13-9. Any thoughts about those results?
I think FaZe Mouse right there, right? We saw, again, the very different FaZe today. Everyone seemed to wake up, Karrigan leading by example, and Mouse, it felt like they'd finally killed the curse, the FaZe curse, so to speak, and the grand old uncles in the form of Karrigan and Rain said, yeah, not today.
Not today. Well, this is the other results that we had. These were the ones on the mainstream. So you can see, obviously, confirmation of the Mongols Heroic game that we were just talking about. GamerLegion ended the Wildcard run. Stanislav with a great exit interview there if you didn't get to see it. G2, 13-8, your guys, Janko, they're there. They got revenge over 3D Max.
Great T-side, Richards, was what got it done.
Yeah, well, listen, you know, Snacks just great IGL. That's
calling circles.
Yeah, exactly.
I will tell, and the biggest one is obviously Spirit just trashing Navi, right? Which
I don't know what happened there, because I'm not going to lie, I kind of had to watch bits and pieces of that. I was getting ready for the
It was a morning game, I guess.
Yeah, so
I think it's just Navi is not mentally ready to play these games. The first day it was JL who was nowhere to be seen. Now it's Bit and Wonderful. They managed to scrape through in that Liquid game on day one, but then ended up losing to MIBR. And now, sure, you get the best of threes. It's not going to help you unless you step up in the way you play.
Yeah, especially I think that was the worst map for both Wonderful and Bit as well. So what a horrible time to dip.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Yeah.
These are the standings, so you can see the 3-0s, MongolZ, all the doubters. There they are.
In the mud, baby.
It's official down there, the 0-3s. Big and Wildcard, maybe not so many surprises down there, but you can see the 1 and 2s, they're absolutely lethal right now. That is nightmare fuel.
Let's see who gets MIBR, Richard. Let's see who gets the lucky draw.
Well, it is the lucky draw because obviously we say they don't have the depth to win these best of threes. That's the prevalent theory, but here we have it, a Brazilian derby down there. Furia versus Pain. Navi versus GamerLegion, and then I feel like we've seen this one before. G2 versus FaZe. Reactions to that one, Yanko?
I think obviously awesome matchup, right? Nico going up against FaZe one more time. Historically, Richard, G2 has always had the upper hand in group stage games. FaZe mostly upper hand in playoffs. But we'll see, right? This is something in between, isn't it? It's for the playoffs. There's a little bit of a stage, a little bit of a crowd. I think at the moment G2 is the better team.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But then it's FaZe.
But they'll have to play like it.
Yes.
That's a whole different thing.
And then the mainstream games that we've got. This is the rest of the draws. Spirit versus Heroic.
Right, there we go.
MIBR versus Liquid.
An America's game.
Yeah, and then, of course, MongolZ get 3D Max. So, I mean, look, I'm not writing anything off there, but I think there's going to be a lot of relieved
Team Liquid fans.
Yeah, a lot of relieved Liquid fans for sure.
Yeah, Bot's going to be unclenched for that one. I think Mouse should be the favorites over there.
Clench maxing.
Clench maxing.
Clench maxing at the major.
Don't tell me who's clench maxing. Heroic clench maxing right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think obviously Spirit, Heroic, another big one for the playoffs. Spirit after that initial loss against Furia looked much improved. Dexter going up against some of his former teammates as well. So yeah, I think for me personally, Spirit a big favorite in that particular game.
And there you have my favorite graphic, the hieroglyphics, appropriate for the Indiana Jones games that's just come out. What does it mean? I don't know. I'm not an archaeologist, but you can figure it out at home what's going on.
Nor a marine biologist.
Nor a marine biologist. I'm barely a host, if we're being honest about it. So anyway,
You're all right.
I'm okay. I do all right. Thanks, guys. I needed that validation. Right, let's wrap it up. Final thoughts for the day. I wonder what Blair's is going to be.
What is it going to be, Rich?
Let me see.
Nothing. All right. I'm just going to say the obvious.
He's happy.
I'm happy. And it's been a great day for Asian Counter. The best day, some people might say. And I think MongolZ should be very, very proud for everyone, the entire region, also the fans, and the whole bloody continent, in fact. So, yeah, great day for Asian CS. The best we've had in years.
For me, it's the defending champs.
Yeah.
Are they going to wake up, or are they not even going to make the playoffs this time around?
Wake up. I'm going to see. All right, guys, great work from you. Time to go. We're all getting silly here. It's been one of those days. We're all excited. Time to go and chill in the hotel. Make sure you guys do tune in tomorrow for more action. There's going to be some absolute heartbreakers tomorrow. You don't want to miss it.